4. Wang Qi and Heng. And Chang Wenying. Two Longbao peasants who embody so many of the fine qualities long displayed by the Chinese people: capacity for hard work, frugality, tenacity, curiosity about everything that breathes, moves or revolves, vision, creative drive, warmth and courage. Add two attitudes that are as new as they are rare in the world: faith in the tillers next door, commitment to cooperation as a way of life, to the extent that the Chinese people and their leaders trust and encourage men like Wang and women like Chang. Will China prosper? I believe that someday it will be found that peasants are people. Yes, beings in a great many respects like ourselves. And I believe that someday they will find this out, too, and then, well, then I think they will rise up and demand to be regarded as part of the race, and by that consequence there will be trouble. Mark Twain, Recollections of Joan of Arc. Acknowledgements. First of all, I want to thank the people of Longbao village for the hospitality they have extended to me over so many years, and for the goodwill and patience they demonstrated as I tried to grasp the tortuous course of their community's history and at the same time learn to wield a Chinese hoe. The officials of Horse Square Commune, Changchi City, the Southeast Shanxi region and Shanxi province also deserve heartfelt thanks. Without them I could never have carried out my investigations in Longbao village or learned about the social, political, and economic relations that surround, support and are in turn supported by life at the grassroots. At the national level, Premier Zhou Enlai had the vision and the courage to invite me back to China at a time when many of his colleagues regarded Fanchen as a very controversial book. A true internationalist, he treated me, my wife and my children like members of one world family, as did the indomitable Xing Chang, who planned our far-flung travels. After Premier Chu's death, it was the staff of the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries and its wise chairman, Wang Bingnan, who welcomed the continuation of my efforts and made possible so many subsequent trips to Southeast Shanxi. Both Chang Shuailiang and Kuo Tsepe served as exemplary guides and interpreters and showed the kind of love and respect for peasants and peasant life that made them comfortable companions. The beautiful headquarters of their association, across the street and around the corner from the Peking Hotel, is a delightful refuge for any weary traveler. Back home I have to thank Random House for patient support over many years when it sometimes looked as if no book would be forthcoming. Toni Morrison, a most sympathetic and devoted editor, has given me tremendous encouragement to keep plugging away at what often seemed a task that had no end. Without her enthusiasm and keen sense for the order and fitness of various sequences, not to mention the order and fitness of words as such, I might well have bogged down long ago. Thanks also to Dottie Seidel of Topton, Pennsylvania, and Eileen Ahern of Random House for being able to produce clean typed pages from the overcorrected, illegible drafts that I constantly turned over to them. I owe more than I can hope to repay to my daughter Karma, who accompanied me through 2 long sojourns in Longbao, who translated endlessly for me and, on her own, dipped into aspects of village life that I would not ordinarily have access to. Her in-depth, intuitive sense of the realities of Chinese life and her mastery of Chinese literature and culture have opened many a door for me and saved me from many an error. My heartfelt thanks go also to Wu Heng, a Peking student of philosophy, now studying at Harvard, for suggesting Shenfan as the title for this book and pointing out the various levels of symbolic meaning that the word may take on. Finally, I want to thank the rest of my family for the patience they have shown for more than a decade in the face of the crankiness generated by literary frustration, and also for their calmness in the face of the financial austerity that a work too long in progress inevitably entailed. I gave up farming to complete this book and gave up lecturing to gain more time for it. Although we never doubted that the next meal would be forthcoming, we did sometimes wonder when we would pay the oil bill and how we would pay the taxes. Debts also piled up. I hope Joanne, Michael, Alyssa, and Catherine will decide that it has all been worthwhile. Shenfan. Shenfan is a common word in the Chinese countryside. It means deep tillage, deep plowing, a deep and through overturning of the soil. Between the completion of the fall harvest and the onset of winter, people go out to turn the earth. Side by side, armed with mattocks or spades, they dig the wide fields in preparation for next year's planting. During the Great Leap of 1958, Shenfan came to stand for the vast, grassroots movement to increase farm production that swept the hills and plains. People believed that the deeper they dug into the ground, turning both soil and subsoil, the more grain they would reap. They also believed that, in the absence of machinery, they must depend on their own hands to till the soil as deeply as possible, thus laying the foundations for a bountiful harvest. Attributing to the word symbolic meaning, Shenfan suggests all the painstaking effort peasants are willing to make once they own their own land, and it can express the hope they have for their land. It may also express the spirit of the cooperative movement by means of which people, working together, try to fashion a new way of life on ancient fields. Overall, Shenfan stands here as a symbol for the drastic changes that have taken place in Chinese society since 1949. These changes have, after all, been brought about by incessant deep digging, by carrot turning and overturning China's social foundations in a rigorous search for a bright road to the future. Shenfan, it is clear, inevitably follows on the heels of Fanshan. All the Chinese words in this book are spelled according to the familiar Wade-Giles system. In China, this has been superseded by a new, official pinyin, phonetic, system, which many authors and publishers outside China are already using. I have chosen to stick with the old Wade-Giles system, primarily because Shenfan is the sequel to Fanshan, in which all the Chinese spellings are Wade-Giles. Most of the place names and the personal names in the new book would differ sharply from those in the old if I adopted the new official spelling. Since these names are confusing enough to the Western reader, it seemed best to maintain continuity and hew to the familiar. Preface. There is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success, than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. Niccolò Machiavelli. I assembled the raw material for a contemporary history of Longbao village with some difficulty, over a long period of time, fighting a battle or two to obtain various components and a battle or two to hold onto them. I digested the material slowly and molded it even more slowly into its present shape, challenged always by the unfolding complexity of the subject. Note by note, skirmish by skirmish, page by page, the project lured me into an unpremeditated life work. Between the time I gathered my first notes in Longbao village and the time Fanshan appeared in print, 18 years passed. Between the time Fanshan appeared in print and the time Shenfan is scheduled to appear, another 17 years will have rolled by. A final volume, Li Chun, may well consume 2 more. The best that can be said for these delays is that the longest of them were dictated by circumstances beyond my control. After I left Longbao in 1948, I spent 5 years teaching farm mechanization to Chinese peasants, hence found no time to write. When I returned home in 1953, the U.S. Customs seized my notes and turned them over to Senator Eastland's Committee on Internal Security. I won them back in 1958 only after a protracted and expensive lawsuit. With notes in hand at last, it took me 6 years to write the book and 2 years to find a publisher courageous enough to print it. The publisher was Monthly Review Press, headed by Paul M. Sweezy and the late Leo Huberman. They brought out Fanshan in 1966. Long before I finished Fanshan, I made up my mind to go back to Longbao to learn what happened to its citizens following land reform. Unfortunately, at that time I could not implement the decision. I was not allowed to travel. Because I stayed on in China after 1949 and spoke favorably of the Chinese Revolution after I came home, Mother Shipley * at the State Department denied me a passport. For 15 years I could not venture beyond Canada and Mexico, 2 countries that do not require passports of American citizens. Neither the landmark 1958 Supreme Court decision in the Rockwell-Kent case, which held that the Secretary of State could not withhold passports because of a citizen's political beliefs or associations, nor the pivotal 1964 decision in the Aptheker case, upholding the right to travel even for such people as leaders of the Communist Party, solved the problem for me. The Passport Division, using regulatory harassment to circumvent the law, continued to deny me a passport, knowing that I wanted to travel to China, a country still on its restricted list. In 1967 I finally threatened legal action of my own against Secretary of State Dean Rusk. Only then did the Passport Division relent and issue a passport to me, my wife and my 2-year-old daughter, Catherine. Unfortunately they stamped the long withheld documents not valid for travel in China. What would happen if we went to China anyway? We made inquiries and found that officials of the People's Republic circumvented the regulation by the simple expedient of stamping entry visas on blank pieces of paper. Technically Americans did not have to use their passports to enter or leave the country. Reassured, we flew to London, England, early in 1968 and requested, through the Chinese embassy there, permission to go on to Peking and Shensi. We waited many weeks for China's reply. When it came it expressed sincere regret. It is inconvenient for us to receive you at this time. We felt that it was inconvenient, indeed, for us to return home after coming so far, but we had no choice. We did not learn until several years later that armed fighting had broken out in and around Changchi City and that even People's Liberation Army soldiers could not travel to Longbao without risking their lives. In 1970, after armed struggle had died down and the people had re-established relatively stable local governments throughout the hinterland, China's capacity to welcome foreign visitors revived. Mao Zedong and Premier Zhou Enlai decided to break their nation's dangerous world isolation by renewing contact with the American people and the American government. One of their first moves was to get in touch with 3 writers whose books dealt in some depth with the Chinese Revolution, Edgar Snow, Jack Belden, and myself. They invited Edgar Snow, Mao's old friend and biographer, to come in 1970. He was already in Peking interviewing Mao once more when I received word that I and my whole family should come, stay as long as possible, and travel at will. We were still winding up our affairs at home and making travel arrangements when the ping-pong diplomacy of April, 1971, startled the world. We arrived in Peking on April 30 and stayed in China for 7 months. We would have stayed longer if we had not been worried that our children would fall behind their peers in there. Mrs. Ruth B. Shipley, State Department Passport Division Head. When she retired in 1955, Secretary of State Dulles appointed a like-minded successor, Francis Knight, who continued to deny passports to people with suspect beliefs and associations. Kutztown, Pennsylvania, Primary School. Throughout our stay my daughter Karma, born in Peking in 1949, accompanied us. Chinese by culture and education but competent in English, she helped us penetrate layer after layer of Chinese life and thought. If some of the complex texture of reality comes through in these pages, she, more than any other, is responsible. In those 7 months we saw a great deal. Premier Zhou Enlai unlocked doors for us everywhere, at the Peking Locomotive Works, where we spent 5 weeks, and I worked for a time on the shop floor, at Tsinghua University, where we spent 18 days talking to members of the rival student factions, at Takei Brigade, Central Shensi, where we lived through the heat of July, joined field work, climbed mountains, and talked many times with brigade leader Chn Yongki, and finally at Longbao Village, where we attached ourselves to a work team responsible for party rectification and stayed right through to the end of the fall harvest and the deep digging that set the stage for the next year's crops. We found it impossible to absorb everything we saw and heard on that trip. Delving into the Cultural Revolution alone was enough to occupy every waking moment. We were trying to understand that extraordinary upheaval and at the same time catch up on the whole sweep of history since 1949. I came away with 10 thick books crammed cover to cover with handwritten notes and a mind crammed temple to temple with words and impressions, many of them contradictory. When I returned home I wrote a book about the Cultural Revolution at Tsinghua University, 100-Day War, that focused on 2 short years of bizarre factional struggle. I also put 5 interviews with Zhou Enlai together in one small volume. Conversations with Americans, but the Longbao material proved more difficult to assimilate. We had listened to a torrent of rhetoric from local officials, which did not seem to coincide with the reality around us or with the rhetoric we heard elsewhere. The polemics of the Cultural Revolution led almost invariably to serious erosion of the integrity of words, to widespread conceptual embezzlement. People used and misused all the key words and phrases in the Marxist lexicon to a point where they became mere fig leaves for atrocious betrayals of principle. The proletariat came to mean me and my friends, the bourgeoisie, you and your friends, a group that had obviously degenerated into a gang. To make revolution meant for me to take power. If you took power, that was counter-revolution. Whoever held power, however briefly, seemed able to justify, in the most glowing revolutionary jargon, what he or she planned to do. Later, the change in personnel might be complete, but the tone of righteous commitment remained intact, and the theoretical argument that sheathed all arguments appeared impermeable. The protagonists had read their Marx and their Mao, and they knew how to select the most convincing quotes. I found it hard to develop a coherent framework for appraising what had happened, not to mention a suitable form for telling the story. I wrote a few chapters about the early, post-land reform period, then bogged down in rhetoric of my own. In 1975 I had the good fortune to travel again to China, this time as a board member of the U.S. China People's Friendship Association. The trip lasted 1 month. Although I did not have a chance to go to Longbao, I met 2 of the brigade leaders in Peking and talked with them for hours. In 1977 I went back to the village and settled in for a 2.5-month stretch. In 1978 I spent 2 weeks in Longbao, in 1980 another 2 weeks, and in 1981, 10 days. With the perspective and insights acquired on these subsequent visits, the 1971 material began to fall into place. By that time the Chinese party and people had begun to re-evaluate what had happened during the so-called *lost decade. Their discussion helped me define a series of historical stages, and the most complex of these, the Cultural Revolution, began to lose some of its mystique, if not much of its surreal, catch-22 quality. By 1978 an atmosphere conducive to analysis, as opposed to rhetoric, replaced the frenzied milieu of earlier years, and some people found the courage to call follies follies, frame UPS, and murders murders. Although the political pendulum soon swung so far to the right as to jeopardize objectivity from that extreme, the very act of swinging helped put things in perspective. The prosperity achieved by the people of Longbao after 1973 also helped. With production going well and the quality of life improving, brigade members were willing to talk about the past more freely and sum it up with less bias. Without any need to target scapegoats whom they could blame for failure, people learned to relax and even to laugh when telling about their assorted misfortunes. Some people, however, afraid of rekindling factional bitterness, still preferred to leave history strictly alone. Why talk about the past? Words could only reopen old wounds. Shenfan continues the story of Longbao village, Shanxi province, China, that Fanshan began. Fanshan, turn over, stand up, told of the liberation of the community from Japanese occupation and of the land reform that smashed several millennia of landlord domination. Shenfan, deep plowing, deep overturn, tells of the cooperative movement that peasants have been building in the Chinese countryside ever since every family gained a share of land. In contrast to the land reform, a once and done with grassroots upheaval that drastically redistributed property and set the stage for community self-rule, the cooperative movement has developed as a Luyear great task, advancing discontinuously, veering left then right, reeling back in disorder, even coming to rest at times, only to recover momentum and roll on to truly remarkable achievements such as 1000% increases in yield for some units and even some counties, and the doubling of grain output nationally since 1952 *. Sharp conflict, uneven development, qualitative leaps alternating with stagnation and sudden collapse have characterized the process from the beginning. While about a third of the units have done well in recent years, feudal style, despotic rule, extreme leveling, or just plain bad management have prevented another third from catching up. Many in the bottom third require massy/e loans or state subsidies to carry them through from one year to the next. In spite of all difficulties, national leaders have, until recently, upheld at least a facade of firm resolve to solve all problems, objective or subjective, that stand in the way of collective agriculture. Over the years they have marshaled a vast army of rural cotters and peasant activists who have devoted their lives to making the system work. Most of the men and women whose stories fill these pages are volunteers in that army. Shenfan tells how, starting with spasmodic mutual aid, longbao producers learned to work together, pooled land, livestock, and implements to create a viable cooperative, and how they joined their cooperative to others to form an association called a commune. It tells how, once collective labor became universal, longbao peasants attempted a great leap: cast iron ingots from local ores, built dams, reservoirs and railroad beds by hand, and deep dug their land in expectation of record-breaking yields, only to suffer crop failures and sideline bankruptcies as drought seared the land and huge, centralized work units foundered for lack of sound management. Shenfan goes on to tell of a retreat toward private enterprise in the early 60s, of the resurgent cooperative organizing that followed, and of the mobilization of longbao peasants to bombard the headquarters, overthrow all established leadership and go all out to change the world. In the Cultural Revolution, a drive that split the community, created diehard factions bent on power for power's sake, and pushed dedicated militants into all-out civil war. It tells how Liberation Army soldiers imposed a warped peace and how party leaders tried, with marginal success, to unite people and cotters, re-establish normal life at the grassroots, and spark new production drives. Shenfan ends in the fall of 1971 at a time of deep crisis, both locally and nationally. With the Cultural Revolution aborted, Mao old and ailing, Lin Piao dead, and Zhou Enlai under attack from an ultra-left faction centered on Mao's wife, factional strife subsided in and around Longbao, but ill will remained. As class struggle alarms fanned up new confrontations, the common people dragged their feet into the new decade. By 1980 these problems all came to a head and some of them found resolution. A third book, Li Chun, will tell how longbao peasants reorganized their community once more, how a combination of new and old activists brought people together, analyzed the roadblocks to production, and led their cooperative unit to a remarkable breakthrough in crop culture, farm mechanization and small-scale industry, how, from a troubled, split-prone backwater, longbao transformed itself in a few short years into a very successful brigade. Fanshan, Shenfan, and Li Chun, taken together, will add up to a provisional history of one small North China village from 1945 until today. During the 3 decades it took for longbao to evolve the viable new form it now enjoys, China, formerly the sick man of Asia, transformed herself into a major, independent, self-reliant new force on the world stage, a force with which our country must not only come to terms, but one with which it must seek common ground if we Americans are not, in our turn, to end up in dangerous isolation in the world. This imperative lends urgency to a book such as this. Seeking common ground demands, first of all, some understanding. My overall goal in investigating and describing events in Longbao remains what it was when I wrote Fanshan, to reveal through the microcosm of one small village something of the essence of the continuing revolution in China. A question arises as to whether Longbao is a microcosm typical enough to reveal any such thing. Has Longbao's development been universal or unique? The answer must be, as it was in the days of land reform, that it has been something of both. In 1945 Longbao shared a common class structure, from landlord to hired laborer, with most of rural China, and suffered consequently from a typically severe land tenure problem. At the same time it stood out as a village with a large Catholic minority, a village that suffered occupation by the Japanese, and a village liberated overnight from both foreign conquest and indigenous gentry control, a transition so sudden that no one was prepared for it. These features created tensions that few other villages had to face. In the post-land reform period, all three became rapidly less important as influences on development, to be replaced by features far more unsettling: industrialization and urban sprawl. Longbao lies only 12 miles from Changchi City. The surrounding countryside boasts huge reserves of coal and substantial deposits of iron ore. After 1949, higher leaders decided to turn Changchi into an industrial center. They redrew county boundaries to give the city control over several important coal fields and over level plains on which to build new industries, both heavy and light, together with highways and railroads that could link them to the rest of China. Since then, industrial output in the city has expanded several thousand%. Because Longbao, once a part of Lekang County, lies practically in the middle of Chengche's new industrial zone, the development of this zone has profoundly influenced every facet of village life. Longbao peasants have lost 2/5 of their land, but they have gained enormous assets in the form of night soil and kitchen waste from industrial workers, a front gate market for all the bricks they can make and all the vegetables they can grow, endless opportunities for transport work, freight handling, contract work in industrial plants and contract work on industrial products. For many years now, the non-agricultural income of the community has far outweighed the income derived from the land. If in 1948 Longbao could be called typical of the isolated Chinese countryside, today it can be called typical of the rapidly changing industrial outskirts of the nation's burgeoning cities, and that may place it somewhat closer to the essence of what is happening in China as a whole than any pristine farming village can claim to be. If the land reform, a manifestly rural movement, set the tone in Longbao in the past, all the complex cross-currents of China's modern industrial upsurge buffet the community today. The Cultural Revolution demonstrated this most strikingly. Starting in the universities of Peking, spreading to colleges and middle schools in urban centers, then leaping to factories everywhere, it tended to lose momentum and dissipate its forces when it hit the countryside. In Longbao, by contrast, because the village had already linked up with suburbia, because a middle school had moved into the old Catholic orphanage at its center, the Cultural Revolution exploded within a few hours after it first surfaced in the nation's capital and dominated the community for years. When the working class of the Changchi industrial zone took up the movement, Longbao peasants joined whatever factions controlled the mines and mills that hired them for contract work, and they brought factional differences home with them as soon as such differences appeared. The village served as a battleground for contending student and worker militants who fought with hot weapons such as pistols, rifles, and hand grenades. For self-defense, if for no other reason, many Longbao peasants built up arsenals of their own. Reflecting the general rule that the peasants of suburban communes participated more continuously and more actively in the Cultural Revolution than peasants living deep in the countryside, Longbao ably served as a window on the kind of commitment and the kind of conflict that stamped their arcane, medieval signature on the times. Special as Longbao most certainly is today, it is still at its core a farming village, a community of peasants, family-centered, tradition-bound, yet richly creative and passionately committed to change. I can't help feeling satisfaction with the historical accident that sent me there in 1948, rather than to some other place. I chose it because it was the basic village, work team location, nearest to Northern University. I could walk to village meetings in the morning and teach classes back on the campus in the afternoon. A few weeks after I first set foot there, the university moved hundreds of miles away. I stayed behind long enough to see the land reform story unfold in full, and this was long enough to become deeply attached to the place. I have followed the fortunes of Longbao people ever since with as much interest and concern as I follow the fortunes of my closest friends and neighbors back home. Furthermore, as a farmer, I have been able to make some contribution to the technical transformation of agriculture that most Longbao peasants yearn for. Together we have built grain dryers, center pivot irrigation equipment, new tillage implements and a complete system of mechanization for corn. On my trip in 1981 I brought the party secretary a small cable hoist, a device that we call a come-along. After 40 experiments, Longbao Mechanics solved the technical problems involved in its manufacture and began to produce it for the market. They now send advertising material across the country to promote what they call their stalwart zebra. Because our relationship has always been two-sided, our rapport has deepened year by year, people have opened their homes and their hearts, and I have been able to assess not only the outer contours of their lives but some of the emotional well springs that shape those contours from within. The special relationship that I have with Longbao, the very warp on which this book is woven, has created its own special drawback. Social studies are influenced, it seems, by a variant of the Heisenberg principle that makes it impossible to measure both the speed and the mass of a subatomic particle. Just as in physics to measure a particle changes it, so in social science the very act of studying a community inevitably brings on alterations. In the case of Longbao, the alterations have mainly been due to intervention from above. Ever since the community won renown as the site of Fanshan, higher authorities in Changchi City, the southeast region and Shenxi province have paid special attention to Longbao, sending work team after work team there in an effort to break the impasse in products and production that plagued the village in the 60s and early 70s. Before our visit in 1971 they suddenly replaced key village leaders, mobilized the whole community to build up the mud-prone streets with cinders from the railroad yards, and paint courtyard walls with whitewash. They also prevailed on scores of families to buy and raise pigs. They wanted to present us with a model community, but except for a few firmer streets, a score of glistening walls and an extra pig or two, they failed. The people of Longbao happily went on being themselves, a trifle lethargic in production perhaps, but brilliant as actors on the stage of their local theater. The cotters sent in from outside did not possess enough practical knowledge to analyze, not to mention overcome, the real roadblocks to production. What the work teams accomplished was to allow all the members of the community a chance to air their grievances, thus giving us deeper insight into their problems and their state of mind. When the people of Longbao finally got their act together, they did it from within, with their own resources, and they applied creative solutions to their problems that higher authorities had never even thought of. If intervention failed in the long run to transform the village into a model, it did manage nevertheless to influence it in many ways that are hard to measure. I cannot claim that the community we studied was the same one that would have existed had Fanshan never appeared. Nor, given the inevitable intervention, can I claim immunity for the individuals whose lives are so freely examined in these pages. Since idle gossip can generate unwarranted embarrassment for miles around, and since truth can bring down on individual heads various forms of official harassment, I have reluctantly changed the names of most of the Longbao citizens who appear in this account. Only the men and women of the older generation whom the public already knows from reading Fanshan, and a few of their sons and daughters whose antecedents are important to the story, retain their real names. All the other people in the community, all the members of the younger generation who have taken the lead in recent years, bear pseudonyms. The same holds true for some of the higher-level activists who played a big role in the factional confrontations of the Cultural Revolution. Since all accounts of those extraordinary times carry built-in bias, I hesitate to jeopardize careers by linking real names to extreme acts. Less controversial commune, city, regional and provincial personalities appear as themselves. In regard to national leaders, controversial or otherwise, anonymity hardly applies. In any case, I have little to report about them that others have not already revealed, and so I have decided to let the chips fall where they may. Neither abnormal intervention from above nor any of the other special circumstances surrounding Longbao is reason enough, in my opinion, to rule it out as a fruitful place to study the development of peasant life in China, or at least a suburban variant of it. Nevertheless, one may well ask how penetrating and valid a picture of any community can be compiled by means of interviews, observations, and sporadic participation in community life and construction. In the preface to Fanshan I wrote that if the history contained in that volume was not accurate in every detail, its main content and spirit nevertheless contained the truth. To make the same claim 16 years later for the content of Shenfan is not so easy. What I have finally managed to assemble here is certainly not any definitive history of Longbao, but rather a history compiled from a series of recollections voiced by an assortment of common people and cotters, most of them lowly, who lived through and played an active part in the tumultuous years of rural reconstruction after 1949. Since each informant brought to light his or her own experience and point of view, the versions of events recorded here sometimes clash. Since the time span covered by the book is long, quite a few gaps appear. Since I could not reconcile all the differences or fill in all the gaps, the story may seem at times disjointed. Nevertheless, each segment reflects an important aspect of remembered reality. Several factors make it difficult to claim that these segments add up to the truth in the same all-around sense that similar material compiled during the land reform movement did. For one thing, the canvas on which Shenfan is painted dwarfs the canvas that served Fanshan. In order to make the internal politics of Longbao comprehensible, I had to describe, if possible, what was going on in the surrounding areas, in the city, the region, and even the province. The wider the focus, the more room there is for distortion and also for omission. I could not get as detailed or rounded a view of the region, not to mention the province, as I could of the village itself. For another thing, as stated above, the time span covered by Shenfan is long, several times longer than that covered by Fanshan. Over time, political winds shifted and people changed their attitude about what had happened to them, or at least what they were willing to say about what had happened to them. Policies that appeared admirable when the party as a whole pushed them suddenly appeared less admirable when the party turned against them. Conflicting versions of events, therefore, came not only from different individuals, but from the same individual after his or her attitude or willingness to speak out changed. One reason attitudes shifted so much over time was the lack of consensus in China over the proper road to follow after land reform. This contrasted sharply with the situation during the earlier democratic revolution, the great popular movement that, over a period of a century, overthrew feudalism and smashed foreign intervention in China. In the course of the democratic revolution, a series of brilliant leaders, culminating in Mao Zedong, laid the theoretical foundations for a broad united front of hundreds of millions of people from all walks of life, who wanted to get rid of land rent and venal gentry on the one hand and free China's economy and culture from imperialist domination on the other. Even though right and left swings distorted policy as cotters tried to implement consensus politics, Fanshan, at one level, is primarily a running account of the political swings that buffeted land reform, clarity on such questions as the enemies to attack and the friends to win over, the feudal property to expropriate and the capitalist property to protect, the feudal culture to abandon and the new democratic culture to create, sharpened year by year. Anyone trying to sum up what happened during the post-war civil war and the land reform could tap a huge reservoir of common experience brought into focus with the aid of a shared theoretical lens. I did not have to create a coherent philosophical framework for Fanshan. The Chinese people and their leaders, in the course of a century of conflict, had already created one, and it reflected reality as I experienced it. Starting with 1949, no one has been able to forge a similar political consensus. After the victory of the new democratic revolution, Mao led the whole country immediately into a new stage called socialist revolution, but apparently he never won a majority of his colleagues to the view that he had named the stage correctly or had prepared an appropriate program for it. It seems that he never won a true working majority of the Chinese people to this view either. It is my impression that most peasants in the countryside took Mao's socialism enthusiastically to heart, but there is evidence to indicate that beyond the confines of the liberated areas of the North, where land reform created a new society as early as 1948 and cooperation developed step by step on its merits, the response was often brittle and sometimes hollow. Throughout the South, cotters flooding in from old wartime bases beyond the Yellow River tended to push cooperation too soon, too fast, and too rigidly to ensure full popular acceptance and self-sustaining growth. Lack of strategic consensus has had an incalculable influence on the reconstruction of China since 1949. The right and left swings that constantly distorted policy in the post-land reform period were nothing new, but in the absence of consensus the swings tended to be far more extreme and far more destructive than they had been before. Foot-dragging by an important section of the leadership that disagreed on strategic goals often served to undermine and slow down political initiatives. But by taking the opposite tack, these same leaders could, if they felt like it, speed up those initiatives and carry them to extremes for the sole purpose of discrediting not only the initiatives themselves, but the overall direction of the movement. Once ultra-left errors make radical programs look absurd, the substitution of servant, an executive committee for that class. State functionaries crystallized as a self-perpetuating class above classes, the most important and stable component of Chinese civilization, able to reconstitute itself historically, over and over again, and apparently, even to survive the expropriation and destruction of the land-holding gentry who for thousands of years served as its social base. Conservative alternatives becomes easy. Whether or not anyone ever consciously carried out such devious maneuvers, objectively the ball clearly bounced that way. After 1949, unprincipled struggle over power also intensified right and left swings. At stake was not simply the right to lead the revolutionary movement, as was the case before liberation, but the right to rule the nation. This qualitative difference introduced an acrimony into conflicts between individuals and cliques that soon became lethal. Such conflicts occurred with increasing frequency as the new apparatus of government took on all the attributes of China's traditional bureaucracy: centralized, all-powerful and responsible to no one outside its ranks. In a well-established hierarchy, ambitious individuals base their decisions less on what is good for the country and more on what is good for their personal careers. The important thing is not to solve problems but to please superiors. If higher authorities call for dissolving shaky cooperatives, lower authorities dissolve cooperatives wholesale, the sound along with the unsound, as proof of their eagerness and competence. If higher authorities call for taking grain as the key link, lower authorities push for grain only, neglecting forestry, fisheries, livestock and side occupations, as proof of their activist spirit. Thus a slight corrective puff, when translated into policy at the village level, can turn into an irresistible hurricane that blows down everything in its path. When higher authorities, let us assume in good faith, try a compensating puff, a new hurricane, generating from another point of the compass, sweeps in turn across the wasteland left by the previous storm. In China they call this one stroke of the knife. When the knife falls, even lowly team cotters feel constrained to practice bureaucratic one-upmanship. Little wonder peasants conclude that to be carrot objective one must first decide what direction the wind is coming from. Political analysts in China today blame past policy failures and irrational swings on the remnants of feudal ideology that still influence the minds of so many individuals, especially individuals who hold power. They allege backward thought to be part of these officials' peasant inheritance. What seems obvious to an outside observer is that living, institutional feudalism in many forms and disguises daily reinforces feudal ideology. Here one must grant pride of place to the enormous government apparatus that responds to problems almost exactly as earlier imperial governments responded. Priority number one always has to be the consolidation of power and maintenance of official prerogatives. It may even be argued that the principal source of antagonism in China today is this government apparatus, a modern reincarnation of scholar gentry rule, riding herd on everything in sight, but this is a theory too painful to contemplate for a generation that has known nothing but revolutionary upheaval. It is much more comfortable to blame backwardness and stagnation on the peasants, on peasant mentality carried into the government by cotters from the countryside, and to postulate modern education as the cure. Mao, of course, tended to blame everything on the bourgeoisie and their representatives inside the party. He thereby raised a whole set of knotty theoretical questions too vast to examine here. My point, in any case, is that there is confusion about what has happened. And what is happening in China, that sharp conflict within the country over past, present and future POHCY persists. The conflict concerns not simply tactical questions, but basic strategic questions. What stage of revolution is China going through? What kind of society does China now have, and what kind of society should China build? What classes and strata can working people count on as allies, and what classes or strata, if any, should they target as enemies? To write a definitive history of the last 30 years, one would have to distill some order out of this intellectual disarray. One would have to develop a theory comprehensive enough to account for the facts, all of them. Clearly such a theoretical tour de force is beyond me and beyond the scope of this book. It may well take a whole generation of Chinese and world scholars to sift the true meaning of these 3 decades. The best that I have been able to do is to listen carefully to what people have told me, try not to let the biases inherited from past experience interfere, then write down what seems most significant. What this amounts to, in traditional Chinese parlance, is throwing out a few bricks, in hope of attracting some jade. I would consider it a great accomplishment if my flawed and, in Chinese eyes, possibly preposterous account of Longbao village provoked somebody in China to produce a community chronicle as it should be produced by a native of the community described, by someone tied to his or her own village by 1,000 invisible threads, aware of every nuance in the complex network of its relationships, of every warp, twist, and bend in its forward progress, or, as could well happen, its relapse into stagnation. In the meantime, I am concerned about the future of the cooperative movement and the destiny of its vast peasant membership. At the present time, just as some scattered units, including Longbao village, reach new levels of success, the movement as a whole, plagued by commandism, corruption, apathy, and stagnation, has suddenly broken ranks and slid into headlong retreat. Takei Brigade, for years the model for self-reliance and public spirit, is being denounced on questionable evidence as a subsidized fraud. People who once looked upon cooperation as the road to salvation now damn it as sharing poverty, people eating out of one big pot. The dream, born in 1949, of liberated tillers marching together towards socialist prosperity has given way to an old principle from which hundreds of millions suffered grievously in the past, the principle that a few must get rich first. Asterisk. At the close of land reform I could truthfully write that the peasants were gradually learning the central lesson of our time, that only through participation in common struggle can any individual achieve personal emancipation, that the road to fanchon for one lies through the fanchon of all. Now, 3 decades after the first scattered peasant families in North China spontaneously organized cooperative production around 3 legs of a donkey or 5 washed-out gullies, national leaders, seizing on backcountry inertia, are calling into question the very concept of collective work. Asterisk. A few must get rich first is not the same as distribution based on work performed, a basic principle for rewarding members of cooperative units and for calculating the income of cooperative units competing against one another. They are pushing hard for new production systems that stress material incentive as cure-all. They are urging producers to contract land, animals, and implements for individual production, then take sole responsibility for the profits and losses incurred. Some 30% of the peasants, displaced by the contract procedures wherever they have taken hold, are scrambling to set up home crafts or are taking to the open road as peddlers. When peddlers crowd each other's heels, can beggars be far behind? In the wake of this sudden reversal of official priorities in China, Shenfan and Lichun may well turn out to be, not the challenging epic of an earthbound people learning to substitute cooperation for competition, to place their faith in community action, to put public first and self second that I conceived it to be when I first began work on it so long ago, but rather, a disconcerting chronicle of the rise and decline of a cooperative dream, a story of stagnation and decay for what has been. From the start, probably the boldest, certainly the most massive, social transformation of all time. William Hinton. SHANSL/Land of the Oxhide Lanterns. Door after door, gate after gate, mountains on the outside, mountains on the inside. Old Shanxi proverb. In ancient times it was said, he who holds the Shangtang Shanxi's southeastern plateau holds the world. Shanxi province, fortress-like and impregnable behind its mountain walls, has always been easy to defend and hard to conquer. To fight one's way up through the many-tiered ridges and towering peaks to dominate their heights is all but impossible, but to drive down out of them and raid the plain below is a routine exercise in military prowess. The strategic advantage thus offered by Shenxi's mountain massif has attracted empire builders throughout the ages. With a rich central valley producing surplus grain, with Loess badlands on all sides supplying an endless stream of conscripts, with the bedrock underfoot yielding coal, iron ore, and precious metals, Shenxi has been both a tempting prize and a formidable redoubt. More than one conqueror, content to let the world fend for itself, has tried to turn this mountain fastness into an independent kingdom. Independent or not, Shenxi displays the most regular outline of any Chinese province. With two sides parallel and two ends that slope away to the southwest at roughly the same angle, it forms a parallelogram. This shape is dictated by the mountain ranges that run from north to south, side by side, ridge upon ridge, in unbroken succession from the edge of the coastal plain in the east to the great gorge of the Yellow River in the west. The whole scheme is rather like that formed by the Appalachian chain in the eastern United States, where the ridges, starting in the Poconos of northern New Jersey, sweep in one great arc westward into Pennsylvania and then south through Maryland, Virginia and the Carolinas to Georgia. Following this same grand design, the mountains of North China, rising out of the sea at Shanhaikwan, sweep westward around Peking, then southward all the way to Honan. South and east of this arc lie lowlands that resemble those of the Atlantic seaboard, while to the north and west multiple ranges back each other up just as they do across Pennsylvania and all the highlands of Appalachia. But if the geography of the mountains is similar, the mountains themselves are not. The mountain peaks of Shenxi, at least those of the eastern ranges known as the Taihang, are unlike most peaks seen elsewhere in the world. They tower like medieval fortresses. Sheer cliffs at the base rise to brush-covered shelves that generate sheer cliffs once more so that the whole mass thrusts skyward in a series of giant steps, like a set-back wedding cake scaled for the gods. Whereas most mountains slope gently at the bottom and grow steeper as they ascend, a form universal in the Appalachians, Taihang peaks rise perpendicularly, tier on tier, to dome-like summits that often appear to be more massive than the foundations that uphold them. This top-heaviness gives them an extraordinary, otherworld appearance more suited to the Moon or Mars than to Earth. The mountain wall that divides Shenxi from Hopi rises out of the plain with the same starkness that marks not the Appalachians but the Rockies west of Denver. In China, however, the contrast between plain and mountain is more striking than in Colorado because there is no continental slope rising in steady undulation for hundreds of miles to reach mile-high altitudes before the rock peaks loom suddenly to twice that height. In North China, the great alluvial plain barely rises above sea level as it approaches the mountain escarpment, that mighty fortress of rock that thrusts skyward to heights of 9 or even 10,000 feet, creating a barrier more formidable than anything to be encountered in the Rockies. On the west side of that barrier, running almost its entire length, lies Shenxi, a province that can be reached only by seeking out one of the rare gaps in the line of cliffs and peaks that guard the border. These cliffs and peaks are actually the front parapets of a tableland that is far less rugged than its outlying defenses. Threading their way through awesome canyons, a few access roads climb steadily up out of the mountains into an elevated world where mile-high peaks shrink to mere foothills when measured from their origins in the plateau around them. Halfway across the province, the tableland breaks up and one descends, through awesome canyons once more, into the valley of the Fen, a river that divides Lower Shenxi into more or less equal parts. The Fen flows southwestward through a rich, agricultural valley that ends in the inaccessible gorges of the Yellow River. West of the Fen lie the Luoyang Mountains, a set of ranges higher and wilder than the Taihang in the east. The Fen River Valley thus forms a thin ribbon of fertility twisting through a desert of rock that would be virtually uninhabitable if it were not for the blanket of loess that now covers large sections of it. Loess is wind-blown soil from the deserts of Central Asia that has been deposited over the centuries in layers that vary in thickness from a few inches to several hundred feet. It produces fine crops whenever enough rain falls to germinate seeds and nurse seedlings to maturity. Taiyuan, the capital of the province, lies on the upper reaches of the Fen surrounded by irrigated ricelands, orchards, and vineyards on the mountain slopes, with enormous seams of coal underground. In Shensi all roads lead to Taiyuan, but the roads that radiate out of Taiyuan in every direction lead nowhere. Downriver the Yellow River gorges block access to the highlands of Shensi, upriver the peaks of the Liuya, Wutai and Mito mountains cut off Mongolia. No matter what direction one takes, only by traversing numerous passes can one finally come out into thickly settled, civilized regions. The most recent aspirant to an independent kingdom in Shensi was the warlord Yan, whose given name, Shishan, sounds like a palindrome of Shensi, but actually means Tin Mountain. He ruled the province for 38 years, defying first Yuan Shikai, then Chiang Kai-shek and finally the Japanese. When the Japanese drove him out of Taiyuan, he maintained jurisdiction over several southern counties, then returned as conquering hero after the surrender of the invaders. But the peasant warriors of the People's Liberation Army, backed up by the landless, the land poor, and the independent smallholders of the lowest lands, used Shensi's mountains to greater advantage than any warlord could, and by 1949 they were strong enough to smash old Yen. He fled to Taiwan, taking with him several plane loads of gold bars. The planes flew right over Chisin, Hopi, where I was plowing up wasteland with the students of the first liberated area's tractor training class. As the students watched the planes go, happy to see the last of Yen but angry that he was able to make off with so much of the region's wealth, they shook their fists at the sky. Yan Shishan left Shensi in the hands of the old 100 names, the poor and middle peasants, the miners and the railroad workers, who were led by the Communist Party and its regional strategist, Po Yipo. Commissar Po, according to his detractors, then proceeded to fashion Shensi into an independent kingdom of his own. Independent kingdoms provide fertile ground for cultural innovation. Behind their mountain walls the people of Shensi have created a lifestyle as original, as intriguing and, some say, as perverse as the terrain that dominates it. Party Secretary Po Yipo told Jack Belden, the mountain people are known as cowskin oxhide lanterns, meaning that outside they are dark but inside, bright. For the past 2,000 years, their chief characteristics have been frugality, diligence, and a capacity to bear hardship. From their outside appearance, they are not bold, but soft, shrinking and timid. In the past, the rest of China has looked down on them, contemptuously calling them *01D West. In reality, however, these people are far from timid. They are skillful in business and exceptionally far-sighted. They do not make plans for 1 year or 2 years, but for their whole lives. Asterisk. The way these oxhide lanterns build houses reflects their long-term outlook. They build bigger, better, longer-lasting homes than people elsewhere and think nothing of saving their whole lives through to repair the house they have in or finally to build a new one. If Hopi people have an extra coin, they spend it on something to eat. If Shensi people have an extra coin, they save it for a new house, so goes the old folk saying. And experience bears it out. Shensi people would not keep pigs in the low adobe huts that many Hopi people live in. Terrain, of course, is decisive here. Floods constantly menace the Hopi plain, submerging, even washing away, whatever structures people build. In the mountains a stone set on another stone remains in place. Many Shensi homes rise a story and a half. The hair consists of a loft where one can stand erect. In some villages peasants have always lived in 2-storied stone structures that only landlords could hope to own elsewhere. In Siang County, taking their lead from Takei Brigade, peasants now build vaulted cave homes out of hand-cut granite blocks. When they set these caves, tier on tier, on top of a ridge or mountain summit, the completed edifice resembles some modern-day acropolis, as beautiful as it is enduring. When we asked the builders how long they thought these linked and layered vaults would last, they said, 2000 years. I saw no reason why they should not last 10,000. Loving their houses, Shensi people prefer to stay home, a preference which, when put into practice, accentuates isolation and fosters eccentricity. Some Shensi customs strike one as bizarre, others are downright dangerous. According to Zhou Enlai, by 1971 Shanxi alone, of the 18 provinces in China proper, failed to reach 20 million inhabitants. This was due primarily to methods of childbirth that took the lives of both mothers and newborn children. Since then medical teams have been trying to persuade the women of the hill counties that sitting upright to give birth and fasting on broth for 10 days afterward invite disaster. Even in the ways food is prepared, one notes eccentricity coupled with danger. Shenxi people subsist for the most part on millet and ground corn, nevertheless, their homeland is known as noodle country. They prefer noodles, especially for feast days, and have devised at least 100 different ways to produce them. One of these, often talked about but seldom demonstrated, is to place a large hunk of dough on top of one's head and slice chips off it with a cleaver in such a way that the chips fall into boiling water. Lamen, drawn noodles, require equally spectacular techniques. The cook holds the dough like a piece of rope between his hands. He then throws the center of the rope at the floor with lightning speed. Just before the loop of dough hits the dirt, he crosses his hands, causing the two sides to wind up on themselves to form a single rope again. This throwing and twisting kneads the dough into proper shape to be drawn, that is, pulled out, doubled back, pulled out and doubled back again until it forms long strands that can be cut loose and dropped into a waiting pot. When Shenxi people tire of noodles, they can choose among many forms of wheat cakes, the most spectacular being shuiping, or throne cakes. To form these, the cook flops a small pat of kneaded dough back and forth through the air with a tapered wooden dowel until it is as large and thin as an Italian pizza, whereupon he slaps it onto a sizzling griddle, then serves it with donkey meat. No one in Shenxi eats noodles, wheat cakes, donkey meat or anything else without adding a generous dollop of vinegar, a vinegar that is as dark and thick as crankcase oil and smells like molding hay. Such vinegar cannot be obtained anywhere else in China. When Shenxi people travel, they take a bottle of vinegar along and wind up their journey when they have used all the contents. They consider the aroma of native vinegar to be irresistible. According to folklore, if a Shenxi woman is suffering through a difficult delivery, one has only to uncork a vinegar bottle nearby. The child will come out forthwith. The soldiers of warlord Yan Shishan's provincial armies won notoriety for the three things they carried at their waists: hand grenades, cartridge belts, and vinegar bottles. Thus outfitted, they were formidable on the battlefield. Deprive them of vinegar and their bullets missed their targets, their hand grenades fell short, and the desertion rate rose to catastrophic proportions. Because in China to eat vinegar means to be cuckolded, Shenxi people suffer endless teasing. This has had no noticeable effect on their eating habits, however, nor is there any evidence to prove that Shenxi wives are less faithful than wives elsewhere. Going your own way in glorious isolation is called taking a stand on the mountaintop. Here lies a whole province committed to mountaintopism. High mountains are the home of demons, steep peaks the lair of fiends. No one should be surprised, then, if the worst rogues of Shenxi refuse to yield pride of place to evildoers elsewhere. For folly and depravity, who can surpass the revolutionary bandit Yang Xiao, who dallied with concubines while hit squads cut down his rivals, or that most political of officers, Chief of Staff Li Yingkui, who entertained guests at ping-pong while he fanned up factionalism with false charges against his rivals? In ancient times the notorious Xiao fought in Shenxi. He was the most talented and successful of the many adventurous condottieri who led their bands of mercenaries in dismembering the Han Empire. According to Bolish, they transformed it in one generation from a powerful, unitary state into something close to a vast cemetery. A vile bandit in times of peace, a heroic leader in a world of turmoil, wrote the chronicler of the Hohan book *. In the days of the Republic there was H. Kung, the banker from Shenxi's capital, Taiyuan, who boasted descent directly from Confucius and fancied himself the wealthiest man in all China. During World War II his wife cornered the market on penicillin and made a fortune hoarding the drug while uncounted soldiers died of septicemia. Legend has it that high mountains also produce good spirits like Princess Sheeblish and Crown Prince Natha, two immortals who helped the Monkey King cross the Himalayas so long ago. Truly the best of Shensi is exemplary beyond compare. Citizens of White Sutsai, not far from Longbao, claim that martyred hero Paikan lies buried on their soil. More than 1,000 years before Christ, this faithful court minister angered the Shang emperor with forthright criticism of his sovereign's rapacious social policy. The hearts of sages, Emperor Zhou Wang said, are supposed to have 7 orifices. Let's see how your heart measures up. With that he ordered his guards to cut open Paikan's chest. The chronicle fails to state how many orifices he found on the slain man's vital organ. In 1947 at Yungkasi village, Wenshui County, the brave peasant girl Lu Hulan suffered more conventional martyrdom. She refused to give information about her comrades in the Liberation Underground. The troops of Yan Shishan led her before a fodder-chopping knife in the middle of the village square where the corpses of 2 comrades already lay dismembered in pools of half-dried blood. "Don't you regret having lived only to the age of 15? Asked her executioner. *TVE lived 15 years, said Lu Hulan. *TF you kill me, in another 15 years I'll be as old again as I am now. One stroke of the knife sufficed to chop off her head. For comic relief Shensi provides petty scoundrels like Shen Luqian, Whiskers Shen, of Longbao, who never did an honest day's work in his life. Blessed with an analytic mind, he could sniff out the weak link in any social arrangement and turn it to his advantage. Where cotters had prestige he posed as a cotter, where veterans had prestige he posed as a veteran, where soldiers had prestige he posed as a soldier and thus claimed for himself many a free ride, many a free meal, an occasional gullible maiden, and every once in a while a well-deserved beating. In Shensi, during the Cultural Revolution, political confrontation degenerated into armed struggle earlier than elsewhere in China, and armed struggle, in the form of festering civil war, lasted longer there than elsewhere. The Battle of Changchi broke out in December, 1967, and did not come to a halt until March, 1968. The Battle of Chiseo County broke out in midsummer, 1969, and did not wind down until early 1970. Violence, once unleashed, burst all bounds and the wounds that factionalists inflicted on each other still smart. One image burned into my mind by local storytellers is that of the peasant activist Chen Yongki, shouting into the darkness from the ramparts of Pianjiao's ancient wall. Some local leaders, worried about Chen's safety, said, "We'll find a place for you to hide." But Chen said, "I won't take the dog's road. I'll take the broad highway." So he went right up to the highest point of the wall and called out, "I was sent by the Central Committee to stop all this fighting. Whoever opposes should shoot this way. Shoot here where you hear my voice." The response, silence. It took 3 brigades of Liberation Army troops to rescue Chen from Pianjiao. The political extremes indigenous to Shensi have a tendency to rub off on outsiders assigned to work there. It would be hard to find a quarrel that outdid in bitterness the one between Lu Keping, the venerable Moslem from Hopi, and Chang Erching, the model Long March commander. From Peking's headquarters guard, entrusted with the task of uniting Shensi, they fell to quarreling over who would be top man. Each raised an army against the other and refused to make peace even when confronted by a series of ultimata from Peking. In the end, disillusioned colleagues forced both of them out of the province in disgrace. In writing about Shensi it is hard to avoid exaggeration. But exaggeration, after all, contains a core of truth. Shensi is a land rich in variety, contrast, and conflict. These give the province a special measure of vitality, a lively creative impulse, a disregard for precedent qualities that deserve to endure. The serious problem is the education of the peasantry. The peasant economy is scattered, and the socialization of agriculture will require a long time and painstaking work. Without socialization of agriculture, there can be no complete, consolidated socialism. Mao Zedong, June 30, 1949. For 7 years prior to 1971 the weather over southeast Shensi remained abnormally dry. People remembered 1965 and 1970 for searing droughts that stunted crops throughout the mountains and sent thousands of people south into Honan to buy dried sweet potatoes. In the years between, some rain did fall, but rarely enough to make up for the long deficiency, and never more than the parched soil could absorb. As one arid summer followed another, the peasants who lived in the deep valleys of the Tahang Range began to reclaim land in the gullies and the river bottoms. They first put into place massive stone dikes, dragon's tails of boulders, to hold the meager but erratic runoff on a predetermined course. Then they carried in soil by mule cart, pushcart, and carrying pole and spread it out behind the dikes to a depth of 2 feet or more. They scraped this soil from the hills wherever a small pocket could be found and concentrated it in the gullies and on the valley floors to create the first large fields that many communities had ever known. Millions of man-days went into this effort without any counting of costs. The newly created land, level, well-drained and easy to irrigate, produced excellent crops. People shrank from no sacrifice that could help lay foundations for high, stable yields to come. Pyeongchun County led the way. Peasants there built 5,000 acres of new land. Their labor converted a tributary of the Chang River that had been nothing but a wasteland of boulders into a garden-like giant staircase of palm, sorghum, soybeans, and squash, interspersed here and there with small orchards of apple trees where the fruit grew larger than a pair of clenched fists. At several places in the valley, hand labor threw up high dams that blocked the main river. The dams formed deep, green lakes where mist hung like a veil between the hills at dawn and the sunlight at noon set ripples shimmering. The city of Changchi, having taken over parts of Lekeng County for industrial development, had organized the construction of a huge dam on the main branch of the Chang River. It stretched more than a mile across the valley and created a lake 6 miles long that, when seen from a distance, shone blue like the sea. When the wind blew out of the west, it stirred up waves more than 2 feet high. Such a lake had never been dreamed of in the mountain regions. Raised without water skills, local peasants had to send to Gyeongsu for low country men who could stock it with fingerlings, then catch the fish that grew. In the course of 13 seasons this lake never filled its artificial basin. During the 7 dry years the water level shrank back sharply from the 3/4 mark that had been reached earlier. Recovery was so slow that engineers discounted the possibility of flood and took their time about building a secure spillway through the bedrock at the east end of the dam. By 1971 they had completed only half of the vital emergency overflow system. On August 15, 1971, the skies over southeast Shensi suddenly reversed themselves. A storm of unprecedented ferocity dropped from 3 to 6 inches of water over vast areas in a matter of hours. Nobody expected the inundation, nobody had prepared for it. Least prepared of all were the Shensi provincial cotters assigned to accompany me back to Longbao. By coincidence August 15 was the day they chose for me, my wife, Joanne, and my daughter Karma to drive in a convoy of jeeps south out of Taiyuan and up through the mountains to the heart of the Shangtang Plateau that I had left, traveling eastward on foot and by mule cart, 23 years before. Our route lay through Wushang, where, much to our delight, a great rural fair dominated the county seat. Thousands of peasants from outlying districts had left home that morning in ordinary summer clothing and had walked to town to buy, sell, see, be seen, and celebrate the completion of the summer harvest. The weather was everything any fairgoer could wish for: bright, clear, warm, even hot, with a dazzling sun in an azure sky. When a few clouds drifted in around noon, some pessimists predicted showers, but even they made no move to speed up final purchases. If a few drops did fall, the sun would soon dry things out again. By 2 o'clock most of the backcountry visitors had started on a leisurely trek homeward, their progress slowed by the weight of everything they had bought at the fair and by the fact that almost all the roads leading out of Wushang ran uphill. As we pulled out of the local guest house, with the driver of our jeep pressing frantically on his horn button to clear a path through the departing multitudes, the sky turned dark and rain began to fall. Those peasants who could reach nearby trees took shelter under them. Those who could find no trees threw whatever outer garments they had over their heads and continued to climb. For a minute or two the rain fell fast and hard, then eased off. The sun found a hole in the clouds and relit the whole valley with glowing, exuberant light. It was a moment of false promise followed by disaster. Suddenly the clouds closed in again, black and menacing, a strong wind came up, and the rain returned in earnest. Not drops, but sheets of water enveloped the mountainside, each sheet following the one ahead as if driven by the one behind. The surface of the road disintegrated quickly, causing our jeep to lurch toward a ditch that already overflowed with mud-laden water. The driver, jerking the wheel, almost hit a peasant who had fallen down in the mud. The people under the trees soon abandoned them as useless and began to rejoin that long procession of those who had never stopped walking. Together they almost blocked the right-of-way. By now most of these pedestrians had removed their cloth shoes and were holding them over their heads for protection. But shoes were no more effective than trees at warding off water. The rain quickly soaked through summer clothes and all the precious purchases made at the fair. We reached the height of land south of Wushang just as the first contingents of this bedraggled army turned the mountain and started down the other side. As we pulled ahead onto an empty road at last, all the dry gullies, small creeks, and meandering watercourses of the drought years transformed themselves into raging torrents, but torrents so clogged with silt that they looked and behaved more like flowing oil than water. Waves, breaking on the ledges in their path, gurgled rather than hissed, releasing dark globules of slime instead of white spray. At every sharp bend in the channel this heavy slurry piled up against the outside bank in such a manner that its midstream crest rose above the level of the road we were traveling. Over and over again we had to look up rather than down at the flood. It was a fearful sight. The silt gave the current a power, a ferocity, a lethal cutting edge that surpassed anything I had ever experienced, even the terrible New England flood and hurricane of 1938. Whole sections of road disappeared behind us. Bridges on side streams collapsed as we watched. Mud-laden currents swept pigs, chickens, sheep, stacks of straw and waterlogged manure piles into midstream and propelled them toward the valley at awesome speeds. As we approached the lowlands, only slightly ahead of the crest of the flood, signs of impending disaster multiplied. Fields, village streets, and family courtyards already lay awash in menacing brown liquid. All traffic came to a halt behind an ancient arched bridge that now dammed instead of spanned the stream that flowed beneath it. With a huge lake forming on the upstream side, the raging slurry pressed against the bridge with such pressure that the dark fluid shot out from below like a jet from a giant hose. Local authorities, on hand to direct traffic, gave the bridge, after a lifespan of centuries, no more than half an hour to stand. We left our vehicle, dashed across on foot, then waited anxiously while jeep drivers risked their lives behind steering wheels to join us. Over the next range of hills the highway itself plunged into water that was placid in some places, swift running in others, but still shallow enough to drive through. Later, as we approached the great coal mines at Wuang, we found the whole valley blocked by the lake created by a railroad embankment that had been designed with only one small culvert at its midpoint. Our route ran into this lake at a place where rows of corn, standing 10 feet tall, disappeared under water, tassels and all. To our right, as we came to a halt, the adobe walls of a sheep pen collapsed. The frightened sheep lunged for higher ground, then sniffed gingerly at the already bloating body of one of their number that had drowned a short while before. Behind us on the highway trucks, mule carts, jeeps, and buses assembling miraculously out of nowhere came to a halt, creating a line of vehicles that stretched over the hill and out of sight. And still the rain poured down. By 4 o'clock the volume of the cloudburst declined slightly, then faded stage by stage. Toward evening the level of the lake in front of us dropped sufficiently to enable us to pass through without going under or floating away. It was almost dark when we reached the Changchi Plain. A line of low hills stirred some chords of memory as we sped southward in the gathering gloom, but the asphalt highway, tree-lined and ditch-drained, gave no further hint as to where we might be. It wasn't until we reached the imposing, 3-storied guest house in the middle of a completely reconstructed, unfamiliar Changchi city that I was told we had already driven right past Longbao village. "Kara, didn't you see it?" Asterisk. No, nothing at all. Only those hills. Were they the hills at Lee Village Gulch? Asterisk yes. Rill be damned. Thus it was that I returned to southeast Shensi in the midst of the worst natural disaster to plague the region in many decades. The destruction wreaked by the storm overwhelmed the population. Half the new land in Pyeongchun County had disappeared in the course of a few minutes, and with that soil, so laboriously set in place over many years, had gone the finest crops in living memory. Losses elsewhere mounted in proportion. Laboring people in the high valleys of half a dozen counties walked outdoors the next day in tears, as stunned and depressed as the peasants of Longbao had been after the great hailstorm of 1948. For those in the highlands the worst dangers, at least, had passed. All that remained was to survey the damage, weep, and plan a recovery. For the peasants in the lowlands the dangers went on building. Lowland waters were rising and at the great Changchi reservoir cracks had begun to appear on the face of the dam. The concrete tower, the sluice gates and the conduit under the dam that had been designed for ordinary overflow proved grossly inadequate to cope with the flood that kept pouring down from the hills. Already water lapped at the crest of the small coffer dam that had been built at the upper end of the half-completed spillway. This coffer dam was leaking badly, and threatened to burst at any moment. If either dam gave way the consequence would be disastrous all the way to Tientsin, 500 miles away on the shores of the Yellow Sea, for that was the direction in which the Chang River flowed. Any flood in the mountains threatened the whole northern section of the Great North China Plain. Cracks in the face of the big dam and leaks penetrating the body of the little one at a time when the flood waters were still rising, created a crisis for all the villages and towns downstream. It also created a crisis for the administrative offices upstream in Changchi City Hall and in the headquarters of the regional government. Leading cotters took it for granted that they would get no sleep that night or for many nights thereafter. They had to mobilize the army, the militia, and rotating platoons of ordinary peasants to reinforce the big dam, raise the level of the little dam and open, if possible, some channel in the neglected spillway so that it could handle an explosion of water. As if this were not trouble enough for the officials to face, I presented them with a disturbing request. I wanted to walk to Longbao village. Somehow, I had always imagined that if and when I returned to the village, it would be on foot as I had first come to it, as I had returned to it so many times in the past, and as I had finally left it in August, 1948. I wanted to proceed slowly, walk up the road and take in the familiar sights, sounds and smells of the Shensi countryside. Thus tempered I would feel ready to enter Longbao village itself. Regional leaders did not welcome my suggestion. In fact, they responded to it with alarm. Trying to conceal their acute misgivings, they presented me with a series of arguments against walking. The road to Longbao, they said, was no longer a dirt track but a heavily traveled, blacktop highway, both dangerous and boring to traverse on foot. We had already traveled down it on our way to the city, what could possibly be gained by walking back up the same route? Consider also, they added, the 12-mile distance. We would be overtired, overheated, hungry and thirsty by the time we reached the village. After wasting half a precious day walking we would waste half of another precious day recuperating. What possible benefit could there be in that? Why not accept a pleasant ride in a new Peking-made Jeep? But I was adamant. The closer I came to the village the more important it seemed to me to plant 2 feet firmly on the ground and walk there step by step. Commander Li Yingkui, the squint-eyed, gnome-like, witty Cantonese who was vice-chairman of the regional government and the man directly responsible for our visit, finally agreed. All right, you can walk. What time do you want to start out? 8 o'clock, I said. At 8 the next morning my wife and my daughter walked out onto the street. Our appearance caused a public commotion as overwhelming as it was sudden. As soon as we emerged from the guest house gate children came running from near and far. Behind them came men, women carrying children, men carrying children, children carrying children, workers on foot, workers on bicycles, soldiers, militiamen, peddlers, students. Soon the street, both behind and in front of us, filled up with cheerful, animated, curious humanity. By the time we reached the main north-south thoroughfare, it became apparent that the whole population of Changchi had been alerted to the fact that the big-nosed Americans had walked out in broad daylight. The main street, like the side street we emerged from, soon filled with people, bicycles, hand carts, mule carts. Here and there a few cars and trucks merged with the tide. People on bicycles ran into each other as they strained to catch a glimpse of us over the heads in the crowd. Little children tripped, fell down, and were almost trampled as their elders rushed for a clearer view. Truck drivers, unable to move either forward or backward, blew their horns in annoyance. But when they discovered that American visitors had caused the traffic jam on the street, they jumped out of their trucks, abandoned them wholesale, and joined the delighted crowds that swept northward up the avenue around us. So intense was the curiosity, so tumultuous the welcome, and so dense the crowd that we could not help worrying. We were disrupting the work of the whole city, we were tying up traffic, we were causing accidents, maybe even injuries. I began to wonder if it had not indeed been foolish to insist on walking to Longbao. This mass turnout had probably been anticipated by Commander Li and other regional leaders. They no doubt had feared for our safety in the crush and also for law and order in the city. But they had been too polite to talk about it. They had swallowed their objections and bowed to our arrogant insistence. Once we were out on the main street, it was too late for second thoughts. We could do nothing but stride boldly forward and hope for the best. In the meantime, as the crowds grew to unmanageable proportions, the city police mobilized all available manpower, including worker and student deputies, in an effort to maintain some semblance of order. We passed more than one young woman, red armband in place to signify emergency police power, urging the young people packed around her to go back, to return to work, to let the foreigners proceed in peace. But such efforts had no visible effect at all. If anything, they slowed the forward movement of the crowd and escalated the crisis. The offices of the Regional Revolutionary Committee and Regional Communist Party occupied ground at the northern end of the avenue. Most of the spectators assumed that we were walking from the guest house to one or another of these important power centers. They were determined to walk with us, relishing every minute of our extraordinary but brief public appearance. When we failed to turn in at either gate, but strode on at a rapid pace, some of the crowd began to fall away. By the time we reached the northern limits of the city, only a few thousand young people still kept up with us. In the course of the next mile, when it became clear that we were going to walk right out into the countryside, most of these last-ditch enthusiasts also fell away. Attrition finally reduced our group to 3 Americans and 4 Chinese hosts. For the first time we had the road more or less to ourselves. I had been so busy making my way through the crowds, worrying about the near riot we were causing, and wondering if the congestion would ever thin out, that I hardly had time to look at Changchi City. I caught only fleeting glimpses of imposing 3- and 4-story buildings facing tree-lined avenues that obliterated the past. The ancient wall, a formidable brick-faced fortification that had always been the most prominent feature of the town, enclosing it completely, seemed to have disappeared without a trace. The Changchi I had known so well in 1948, that ruined county seat with its dilapidated yamen, its huddled clusters of homes and its abandoned temples, scattered and all but lost in brick-strewn, pock-marked, empty space, was now a thriving complex of urban congestion with all the paved roads, modern buildings, and public utilities typical of such great cities as Peking. If Peking, to the Western visitor, seemed backward and still rural in spirit, here was one of the reasons. The wealth of New China, instead of flowing into a few large cities, stimulating them to abnormal, mushroom-like growth, was spreading more or less evenly over the whole country. County towns and regional centers could already boast almost every facility, service, and convenience that the advanced centers had long taken pride in. What slowed the growth of Peking clearly sped the growth of Changchi. If Changchi seemed unfamiliar, the countryside that we walked into on leaving the city proved even more so. I saw almost nothing that I could recognize. Instead of the dirt track that I had followed so often in the past, we found a modern two-lane highway paved with asphalt. The plain, remembered for its moon-like barrenness, was now ornamented by serried rows of trees that had been planted on both sides of the right-of-way. The canopy of leaves supported by the slim trunks almost met overhead. Other lines and groves of trees could be seen on either side of our route. Each marked some new construction. On our left we passed several large factories, then on our right the imposing buildings of the Regional Normal College. Farther on the right, we came abreast of the Changchi airfield, where several small planes took off, flew around and landed again in continuous rotation, as if their pilots were in training. Not far from the airfield we passed over a large irrigation canal, then crossed a well-maintained railroad track. A branch line splitting off from it ran into a freight depot where six-wheeled trucks loaded coal. In revolutionary China one expected to see new construction, new factories, schools, highways, railroads, even an airport or two, but I hardly expected to find them all together here on the road to Longbao. Nor did I expect to find half the population of each village en route waiting by the roadside to greet us as we passed. We no sooner left Changchi than word spread through the countryside that we were coming. The people in the villages on either side then made for the highway, even in places where they had several miles to walk. Unlike the townspeople we had left behind, these rural sightseers were content to look and not to follow. After passing each cluster of animated, laughing peasants, we found ourselves alone in the fields once more. Some people in almost every group recognized me and called out to their neighbors. "There's old Han. How he has aged. Look, his hair is white. That's the one." I talked to him at the mutton soup stall. Clearly, I still had many friends in the villages on the plain. Meeting the people was one thing. Trying to adjust to the transformation of the area was another. Whatever adjustment I was able to make in the course of our triumphant progress northward did not really prepare me for what I saw on reaching the height of land at Lee Village Gulch, where the highway, the railroad, and the strung-out village itself all competed for space in a narrow ravine between Great Ridge Hill and Little Ridge Hill. I could hardly contain my excitement as I climbed toward a spot on the flanks of Great Ridge Hill where neither trees nor tall summer crops obscured the view. I finally stepped out on a small terrace planted to millet from which the whole broad valley to the north could be seen. I stood and looked again, and saw nothing that I recognized. During the many years I had been away, and especially during the years that I worked on the book Fanchen, I had constantly recreated Longbao in my mind's eye, and that imagined village had come to have an existence of its own that was for me more real than the Longbao that remained in China. What I expected to see when I looked down was a view that corresponded to the image in my head. I expected to see the whole of Longbao stretched out on the flat plain like a map, with the tall, square tower of the Catholic Church, that abiding monument to foreign intervention, dominating the center and the gully-like main street splitting east from west. The polarization of the old village society had always been clearly revealed by its architecture. The adobe huts of the poor peasants and hired laborers with their roofs of mud and straw had always contrasted sharply with the high brick dwellings of the landlords and rich peasants with their roofs of tile. Before the land reform, gentry families had occupied whole courtyards while poor peasants had bedded down in whatever tumble-down sections of walled enclosure they could find. Parts of these walls had fallen down and the paths of the poor had penetrated them at random in gross violation of the orthodox, north-south orientation so dear to the Confucian mind. In 1948, in spite of revolutionary reapportionment, all this could still be clearly seen. But what I saw that day from the flank of Great Ridge Hill had no relation whatsoever to any remembered scene. Now all that met the eye where the village was supposed to be was a forest of green trees. The tower of the Catholic Church had vanished and there was no way to tell if the trees had grown so tall that they hid the tower or if, in fact, that imposing structure had been torn down. Trees also obscured whatever architectural contrasts might still remain. Their undifferentiated greenery could stand, perhaps, as a symbol of the social equalization that had been the primary thrust of the years of land reform, and of all the years that followed. Equalization showed most strikingly in the fields around the woods. Longbao land no longer exhibited that patchwork, postage stamp fragmentation that had been typical of peasant farming since ancient times and had, if anything, been accentuated by a land reform that gave every family its share of scattered plots. Now, instead of countless small plots, each planted to a different crop in haphazard profusion, great fields of corn interplanted with beans alternated with equally great fields of millet, white potatoes, or sweet potatoes. This was an extraordinary change, a reversal of 4,000 years of history. It was a change that brought land use into line with the state of agricultural art in the Western world and set the stage for mechanization. It was a change that I had anticipated, counted on, and rejoiced over even before I confirmed it by coming here. But there was another change that I had not expected and was not prepared for, a change that dominated the view and made everything else, including the woods and the large fields, seem almost unimportant by comparison. That change was industrialization, an industrialization that had begun with transportation, then spread to every home and shop through electrification, and was now exploding in an open-ended drive for mine, mill, and plant construction as crude, irreverent and vigorous as anything that had marked the Industrial Revolution in 19th century Europe or America. The highway we had been walking on all morning ran right past Longbao's eastern edge. Beside it, running parallel, as far as the eye could see, was the railroad that came from Changchou in Honan and would soon link through to Taiyuan, the provincial capital, then on to Peking. Beside the railroad, just opposite Longbao's east-west street, lay the main locomotive shop of the region with all the storied buildings, smoking stacks, water towers and spur tracks that such a shop required. I3. As if this were not disruption enough to an erstwhile peaceful scene, a huge cement mill dominated the land between the railroad shop and Great Ridge Hill. A vast chunk of the hill itself had been cut away to supply limestone to the mill. On the leaves of corn and beans nearby one could see a coating of rock dust, a byproduct of crushers and kilns that ground and burned raw limestone 24 hours a day. Looking up the railroad, past Changchi North Station, a new town in its own right, I could see in the distance the coal-fired power plant at Yellow Mill pouring black smoke on the wind, and to the northwest, across the swollen and still rising waters of the Changchi Reservoir, the dim outlines of the blast furnaces at Changchi Steel. Behind them on the hill that blocked the horizon more huge mill buildings and towering smokestacks marked the location of the coal mines at Xiechi and Huachuan. The shock of this galloping industrialization involuntarily brought to mind Blake's poem Milton. And did those feet in ancient time walk upon England's mountains green? And was the Holy Lamb of God on England's pleasant pastures seen? And did the countenance divine shine forth upon our clouded hills? And was Jerusalem builded here, among these dark satanic mills? What I hoped to find in Longbao in 1971 was what I had left behind in 1948, an isolated, rural community where the social transformation brought on by revolution could be traced and understood as a microcosm of the social process in China as a whole. This time, of course, I hoped to study and understand not land reform but how a whole people had gone from individual to collective farming. Nevertheless, the requirements, in terms of an ideal community, were the same. Industrialization was something that had not entered my conception of the task. It now, quite clearly, threw all previous estimates into disorder. On the Shangtang Plateau something much more complex than I had dreamed of was happening. I felt ill-prepared intellectually or emotionally to cope with it. The Longbao world that I was returning to had been so drastically transformed as to seem, at the moment, quite alien. I felt keen disappointment, even resentment. But these feelings were followed, almost immediately, by surprise that I could feel such alienation, that I could ever slip into rejection of the variety, complexity, creativity of the real world. Longbao village had never been typical. In the early 40s the large Catholic minority, the Japanese occupation, the sudden liberation, all had made it unique as a peasant community in North China. Why should it be any more typical today? Furthermore, what reason was there to believe that rural isolation typified modern China? Perhaps Longbao represented a much more important and universal trend. The collision of the old with the new, the integration of industry with agriculture, the urbanization of the /14 countryside. Wasn't this the future direction of all China? Urbanization might make my work more complicated, but it could hardly make it less interesting or less significant. As I climbed down from the terrace to rejoin my wife and daughter and our Chinese companions, I wondered if the village itself would seem as strange as its surroundings. Would there be anyone left whom I knew and who knew me? Would there be any common ground on which to renew our relationship after almost a quarter of a century? Feeling like a modern-day Rip Van Winkle, I took a deep breath and walked down the mountain. Do you remember me? I rejoined my companions on the road at the top of the pass and we started down the long, gentle slope toward Longbao village. At a certain point the road veered sharply westward, crossed the railroad on a wooden bridge, then turned northward once more, leaving the steel tracks in a deep cut in the hill to our right. Since every step we took led downhill, it didn't take long to draw near the village. As we did so, we became aware of a crowd of people moving rapidly up the highway in our direction. We met head-on and found ourselves immediately surrounded by familiar faces. A dozen hands reached out to take mine. Chang Hsin Fa asterisk Wang Wen Te, Hu Shuai Chen, Chang Kitsai asterisk Kuo Chang K Yuan, Chang Ch and Shi Tzaiun. Almost the full roster of the village leadership of 1948 stood before us, alive, healthy and eager to welcome me back from across the sea. I was amazed at how easily I recognized them. Some, like Hsin Fa, had hardly changed at all. He strode forward with characteristic military bearing, shaven head shining, handsome profile held high. 23 years might have passed, but he was still a youthful and vigorous man, able to hold his own in the field or on a construction job. Chang Keyuan likewise seemed unchanged. He had always seemed older, quieter, more pensive, more considerate than the others. Now those same qualities shone through as he looked me in the eye, held my hand and would not let go. Chang Keyuan's own eyes carried a hint of sadness, of prolonged suffering. Could it have been caused by the chronic bronchitis that racked his chest and interrupted his sleep at night? Or was it some reflection of the trouble he had been through in the Cultural Revolution? Of all the Longbao leaders he was the most laoshi, genuine, a deeply honest, straightforward person who absorbed new things slowly but, once having decided on a course, never looked back. Others had noticeably aged, among them Hu Shuai-chen. Though she had never been a beauty, her broad face, set in a frame of jet black, bobbed hair, had radiated health and strength. Now it expressed fatigue. She had. The names are given here as they appear in Fanshan. Chang Hsin Fa is really Peihsin Fa, Chang Kitsai is really Chow Kitsai. /L6. Allowed her short locks to grow out so that they could be gathered, folded back, and fastened at the nape of her neck with a comb in a style appropriate to a married countrywoman. This style accentuated an unexpected leanness in her face and added years to her appearance. Chang Kitsai had also aged quite shockingly. He had shrunk to a lean wisp of a man with his head thrust forward on a scrawny neck laced with tendons, a chin that receded to the vanishing point and upper teeth that stuck out in so bold a manner that they had become the most prominent feature of his face. He looked like a bantam rooster in mold. Kitsai had been sick, very sick with stomach ulcers. At times he had not been able to eat at all. When he ate he spat blood. But he was tough, wiry, and determined, still the master of his fate, and not too sick to serve as the secretary of the Communist Party branch, a position that made him, after all these years, the leading person in the village. We shook hands, we embraced, we laughed, we wiped away tears. Little children danced around us as they always had in Longbao, and soon hundreds of people whom I didn't know so well or had never known at all pushed in on us from every side. Then this rapidly expanding cluster of happy, chattering, excited people began to surge back down the highway and into the village. As it did so, a young man of 30 strode up to me, put his palms before his face as if in prayer, then quickly slid his fingers into a position such that the middle fingers of each hand lay back to back and, standing out from his clasped palms, wiggled to and fro in the air as if they were on a single shank. Though this strange signal completely mystified most people nearby, I knew immediately that here was one of the little devils with whom I had played so much in 1948 when they were only 6 or 7 years old. I had taught them all this finger trick and they had not forgotten it. Now the ability to perform this sleight of hand was a sure sign that the individual had been one of that little clique of children that had always gathered round me after meetings, played games that I took an active part in, brought their school slates for me to repair, or exchanged Chinese words for English. During the next few weeks I was to meet 5 or 6 of these fully grown little devils, some male, some female, and each time their finger trick, inducing an automatic counter trick from me, stimulated uproarious laughter in all who saw it. At this first encounter the laughter was most contagious and widespread. Though I had no idea who he was, I put my arm around the man and we walked down the street together to a point where the adobe roof of a shed came to within 6 feet of the ground. "When I was little you put me up on this roof and I couldn't get down," he said. Again uproarious laughter. People pressed in from all sides, recalling incidents from the days of the Liberation War and testing my memory for names and faces. This young man, it turned out, was now the village doctor, Chi San Chang, 3 Gingers Chi. His father, long dead, had been a successful practitioner of herbal medicine and a devout Catholic. His mother, still alive, greeted me with particular warmth, as if somehow my arrival from Christian America re-established for her a link to a mother church that was still her most precious association. 17. Having entered the village from the east, we came finally to the main north-south thoroughfare and walked up it to the right, toward the gate of the old mission compound where, I had been told, we were to live. Since these were the same quarters I had lived in so many years before, this was to be, in every way, a homecoming. But looking up the street I couldn't tell where the compound was. Things did not look the same. It did not take me long to understand why. The whole tower of the church had been torn down. The hall behind it, which had seemed so huge in the old days, had already been matched by an even larger structure across the street, and the trees growing everywhere topped even the tallest roofs. It was no longer possible for any single building to dominate the street. We had walked northward toward the mission compound only a few paces when an old woman on bound feet stepped across the ditch that flanked the road and placed herself squarely in front of me. "Do you remember me?" she asked. There she stood, arms akimbo, looking intently up into my face, her mouth wide open to form an amused smile that fully revealed 2 gums bare of teeth. I looked and looked again. The toothless, wrinkled face, the thin gray hair, who could this be? There was something about the thrust of her shoulders, pugnacious, bold. Of course, I thought, of course. "You old lady Wang." "Yes, old Han," she said and grasped my hand firmly in both of hers. "We been waiting for you. We thought you'd never come. Back in April when you arrived in China we saw your picture in the paper. We all said you'd come here, but it has been many months." She looked at me quizzically, shook her head. "Old Han, you've aged. Your hair is white. You've grown old. You've grown old." "Yes. I have grown old," I said. "But you're still young and healthy." "I'm 72, said old lady Wang proudly. "I've never been sick a day in my life. I've never been to see a doctor. I've never taken any medicine and I've never even had an injection since the day I was born. And this is Zhenpao," she said, turning to introduce me to her son, a slight figure of a man in his early 40s who looked far from well. He's a communist. He's a member of the Brigade Party branch. Our new society, it's really marvelous, she said, and the marvel was that a son of hers could aspire to be a member of the leading corps of the community. I still work, she went on without a pause, even to catch her breath. I work 150 days each year in the fields and earn work points like anyone else. We left old lady Wang standing beside her gate, the same gate that had been hers ever since, as a famine refugee from Honan, she had arrived in the village as the bought and paid for bride of old man Wang. We moved on up the street to the mission compound. This street, Longbao's main thoroughfare, no longer served as a gully down which the summer torrents rushed after every rain. The villagers had filled it in with 2 or 3 feet of cinders from the fireboxes of the locomotives at the railroad shop. They had thus transformed it into a good, all-weather road. L8. Crowned and well drained by deep ditches cut on either side. They had likewise filled in the 2 small streets that led eastward to the highway. Since the ground to the west was slightly higher and less subject to flooding, this cindering and ditching had pulled the whole village out of the mud. Peasants had done the job in the spring of 1971, only a few months before we came, effecting a striking improvement that was particularly important in the aftermath of the storm of the day before. If they had not rebuilt the village streets, we would have been walking in water. Construction crews hired by the region had vastly expanded the mission compound, which we then entered, accompanied only by cotters. The huge crowds remained in the street behind us. The crews had added row on row of new structures on the east side. These included a large meeting hall, built to house first a middle school run by the regional government and then a medical school attached to the army. The medical school still occupied the site. The crews had also converted the old church into an office building for the medical school. They had not only torn down the tower, they had divided the cavernous interior, so impressive in the days before land reform, into 2 ordinary floors, with classrooms and offices on both. They had thus done away with any resemblance to a church that the building might still possess. As part of a more recent remodeling, new crews had walled off that part of the compound butting on the main street to the west, where the Catholic fathers once lived, and had converted it into a hostelry for distinguished guests, for me, my wife, my daughter, for the cotters that had accompanied us from Peking and Changchi, and for the staff that would take care of us. We numbered, altogether, some 14 people. When the cotters showed us to our rooms, it became clear that my daughter Karma was to sleep in the room which Si Hung and I had shared in 1948. My wife and I shared a much larger room 1 door to the east, where the other cotters of the 1948 work team had lived and where we had so often met either as a team or as part of the village leadership. This compound, though recognizable, had nevertheless changed a great deal. Renovators had torn down or moved walls, put up inside partitions where none existed before, cleaned and swept the whole place and whitewashed it so that it gleamed. They had put curtains on the windows, a luxury even the Catholic fathers had never indulged in, and, most striking of all, had installed electric lights everywhere, in every room, in the courtyard, and in the large multiple privy. Between our rooms and the cookhouse dining room, which now occupied a long shed across the open ground, stood an outdoor sink made of concrete. The tower in the railroad yard supplied it with running water. Later investigation disclosed that while electric lights graced all of the houses in the village, running water flowed from only 2 of 3 outlets in Longbao. Most of the people still lifted their water from wells with buckets. We no sooner entered the small inner courtyard that was to be our home than our hosts shut and locked the gates at both ends, barring out the world and making it impossible for us to leave without finding a custodian with /19. A key. This upset me, but unpleasant as it was, it proved to be necessary because as soon as word got out that old Han, his wife, and daughter had returned from across the sea, crowds began to gather in the streets. The people came not only from Longbao, but from every village within walking distance, which meant a radius of 20 to 30 miles. They came on foot, by cart, by bicycle, on crutches, leaning on canes, hobbling on bound feet, with children in their arms or on their backs. They came when the sun shone and they came in the rain. They came by the hundreds, by the thousands, and once they came they would not leave until they had caught a glimpse of us. We had arrived in the middle of the rainy season on the heels of the worst storm in years, and even though that storm was over it went on raining almost every day. Crowds of men, women, and children, most of them without any water-resistant clothing, stood in the rain from dawn until dark, friendly, good-humored, patient, but persistent. They would not leave until they had seen what they came to see, the three Americans. Bowing to the inevitable, we went out into the street at least twice a day, sometimes more often, to greet the multitudes, make short speeches, and exchange some questions and answers. These audiences satisfied the people, and most of them, having had a look and heard us speak, went home. But not all. Some stayed for a second or even a third appearance, and some, having returned home, came back with aunts, grandmothers, visiting relatives, or simply neighbors to show off the foreigners to an ever-widening circle. It was an extraordinary outpouring of friendliness and curiosity by a people who had not seen travelers from abroad for more than 20 years, most probably since I left the area in 1948. Many had not seen a white face since the Dutch priests left after the start of the anti-Japanese war. Those born after the liberation had not, of course, ever seen a white face at all. Here we were offering them not only white faces but a black one as well, a black face topped with an afro. They all thought Joanne was wearing some sort of a woolen hat. The tremendous attention she generated was more than she could bear. Having seen Longbao and met all its outstanding citizens as well as most of the population of several surrounding communes, she arranged to return to Peking as soon as possible. Even after she had gone, the people still crowded in great numbers. For at least a week they jammed the street outside the old mission compound each day. Then gradually the pressure subsided. The crowds dwindled until finally we were able to go out without attracting any more attention than the stares and smiles of a few village children. Considering all the commotion that we had created in Changchi, on the highway and later at Longbao, I decided that it was a mistake to have insisted on walking to the village. But the people of Longbao did not agree. We heard from several sources several times over that our action had pleased the people of the region very much. After we arrived they all had but one demand, and that was to see us. By walking 12 miles from the guest house in Changchi to the village of Longbao we had made it possible for tens of thousands to see and greet us. They deeply appreciated this. For us to have dashed in and out of the city in side-curtained jeeps would have been an affront to the public. Their opinion was that we had followed the mass line/20. Learning of the people's reaction forced me to do some hard thinking. My action had not been influenced by what the people might feel. I had been concerned only with recapturing something of the past and with absorbing something of the present through a long walk in the countryside. It had not occurred to me that central to the reality of the present were hundreds of thousands of people eager to meet and greet the foreigner, eager to establish contact. This long walk, so ordinary for the 40s, but so unusual for the 70s, made a deep impression on the people of the Shangtang. Years later they still talked about it, and laughed about it too. What caused amusement was the fact that the officials who walked with us were so exhausted by their exertions that every one of them had to rest up for 2 or 3 days afterward. What many peasants still did as a matter of course walk to Changchi and back in a day the regional officials no longer even thought of doing. Apparently it was not the prospect of the crowds and the disorder in the streets that had most alarmed them when I suggested walking, but the prospect that several of them would have to join the trek in person. This at least was what the peasants said. As for the crowds that came to see us, I could remember no precedent for them. I had wandered around Lekang County alone many times in 1948, and though I had attracted some attention, particularly the attention of children, I had never gathered the kind of crowds that now waited for us and followed us everywhere. It seemed to me there were 2 reasons for this. First, in those days the people did not trust any foreigner. They had suffered too much from foreign intervention. They did not assume that a white man with a big nose was a friend. Children followed me out of curiosity, but adults tended to maintain their distance, not sure just what sort of an attitude to take. The second thing was that in those days people were under great pressure to survive economically. Land reform had been completed, but intense labor was required to wrest a living from the small plots of soil which the peasants had won. Each family depended on its own labor to live. A day or an hour lost from work could spell trouble, especially in the critical spring and summer period. So even if he or she had been curious and friendly, the average peasant would have thought twice about standing all day in the rain to see a foreigner. There were many other demands on his or her time. By 1971, with collective farming universal in the region, peasants had one basic economic security. The well-being of the populace, their income, depended not on individual effort alone, but on the combined effort of the work team and the brigade. Whether one individual worked today or not did not really matter. As a member of the collective, each would get a share of the crop in any case. He or she might lose a day's work points, but this was a small fraction of the year's income. The crop itself was unlikely to suffer. Someone else would do whatever crucial work that day required. The new collective system freed a certain number of the people to leave home in order to see and greet the foreigners. No matter how long it took, no matter what the cost in time, wet clothes, and exercise, they determined to carry their mission through. I, on my part, felt that I had indeed come home. Although on the surface I was annoyed that I had to /21. See and greet so many people, deep down I felt an abiding bond with these multitudes. I knew they were the salt of the earth, the driving force behind the revolution on the Shangtang, the very force I had come so far to study and to understand. On meeting so many old friends in Longbao, I directed my first questions toward clearing up the many unfinished stories of 1948. Had Shen Qianni won her divorce? Had Wang Wentii ever passed the gate? Had the authorities ever discovered little Chir's assailant? The answers to these questions contained surprising twists which I had never even dreamed of as possible alternatives. Shen Qianni was the beautiful young woman whose father had forced her into a prearranged marriage while she was still below the legal age limit. In 1945 her fiancé, Wang Wentii, captain of the village police, and his father, Wang Yitlai, in charge of security, had the power to bend the law. This father and son pair, both members of the Communist Party, threatened to charge Qianni's father, a Catholic, with counter-revolutionary aid to the escaped priest. Father Hsin, if he did not agree to an early marriage. Once Qianni moved into the Wang home, both Wangs treated her very badly, forced her to work long hours and often beat her. Rumor had it that her father-in-law demanded sexual favors from her, whipped and beat her when she refused, then beat her even more fiercely when she threatened to expose what was going on. In August 1948, during a period when all communist cadres had to appear before the people to be examined on their work, Qianni finally got up courage enough to go to the Women's Association for help. She agreed to accuse her husband and father-in-law in public if the authorities granted her a divorce, which would enable her to leave their home and thus escape retribution. Qianni's courage in facing two men who had become new-style local bullies, and her testimony on life in their home, turned the tide in the confrontation between the people of Longbao and this pair. Once Qianni spoke out, everyone else in the village who had grievances against the police captain and the head of security dared to voice them. In the end, Wang Wentii and Wang Yitlai had to bow their heads in front of the people and vow to reform their ways. But when I left Longbao in August 1948, county leaders had not settled the question of a divorce for Qianni. They had sent her husband, Wang Wentii, off to a special training class for communists who could not pass the gate, i.e., win the approval of the populace as communists and cadres, /23. While Qianni remained at her father's home, where she had been having ever since she made contact with the Women's Association. From her point of view, this was no solution. Even if Wentii did reform as a communist and a police captain, she did not want to continue her marriage to him. Without an approved divorce, she would have to live in a social limbo, a married daughter in her father's house, a non-being with no status at any level and no right even to remarry. In spite of Shen's earnest demand for a legal solution to this problem, the district officials put off any decision in her favor. No divorce had ever ended a marriage in Longbao. Most people still opposed divorce, any divorce, on any grounds, on principle. Among them were peasant mothers-in-law who habitually mistreated their daughters-in-law and were appalled at the idea that a young woman could walk out at will, get a divorce, and marry again. The revolutionary officials had to support justice, they had to support women's rights, but at the same time they could not get too far ahead of the people as a whole. Where no consensus prevailed in the community in favor of divorce, it behooved them to move slowly, do more educating, and wait until public opinion caught up with the requirements of the time. That was the mass line. Such was one argument for moving slowly. A second argument had to do with the ultra-left tendency that distorted the whole party rectification campaign in 1948. Once the regional leaders raised the prospect of public examination and criticism of the party members by the people, as a means for educating and reforming the communists who were leading the revolution at the village level, some people blew up a sharp wind of hostility to these local leaders. By raising the demand that land and property be divided absolutely equally, and that every poor peasant family receive enough property to make it self-sufficient, a demand that was impossible to achieve since there was not enough property in the whole area to satisfy all these people, made the land reform movement seem a failure and the activists who led it appear incompetent, even venal. They attacked the activists as enemies and treated them as if they were landlords and counter-revolutionaries. In this atmosphere, higher cadres perpetrated many injustices against village cadres. They punished people who deserved criticism with removal from office, and punished people who deserved removal from office with arrest and trial. Once this wind blew up, nobody could control it, in part because the rank and file did not have any experience in confronting officials. They did not know how their criticisms would be taken. They feared the possibility of retribution. To many it seemed better to knock people right out of office than to criticize them and leave them with power. If they still held power, they might take revenge on their critics. In the summer of 1948, a period when the party set out to correct the worst abuses brought about by the situation, no one wanted to rush into granting a divorce for Shen. At a minimum, party leaders ought to review the whole situation. Perhaps the young bride had exaggerated. Perhaps there was some positive side to her marriage. And perhaps Wang Wentie, if he finally confronted the mistakes he had made in public work and private life, might change enough to win Shen's respect and re-establish his marriage. Since he categorically opposed the divorce and regarded it as a severe punishment, it was best to go slowly. No one wanted to add to the /24 long list of excesses that had been imposed on village cadres since rectification began. This was, after all, a contradiction among the people and not one between the people and their enemies. Contradictions had to be handled according to their overall nature and the concrete circumstances of each particular conflict. Responsible cadres ought at least to study the circumstances well. Such was the second argument for moving slowly. In the end, in spite of the fact that Wang Wentie did confront his mistakes at the cadre school, did return to Longbao as a communist in good standing, did pass the gate there and did resume his post as head of the village police, the authorities granted a divorce to Shen. They granted it because, even though Wentie opposed it to the end, his wife had a legal right to it. They did not consider the divorce a punishment, but only a logical consequence of the fact that Wentie had mistreated and alienated his unwilling bride. Thus this story had a happy ending. Shen eventually met and married another peasant who lived in Horse Square. There she bore and raised 3 children. Since I had been so impressed with her beauty and had written about her with such enthusiasm, one of the commune officials became curious. What sort of woman could so impress a foreign friend? He sought her out to his great disappointment. At 40 years of age, the mother of 3 was not beautiful at all. She looked to him like any other hard-working Shangtang peasant wife. Clearly he doubted my assertion that in 1948 Shen had been an exquisite young bride. But that is not the whole of the story about Longbao's first divorce. The county granted Xianyi a divorce and she remarried. Wang Wentie, divorced against his will, also remarried, and his choice of a mate came as a complete surprise. Wang Wentie married Hu Shuechen, the chairman of the Women's Association and the woman responsible, more than any other, for the mobilization of Xianyi as a public witness against her husband, the woman responsible for Xianyi's divorce. It was because Hu Shuechen supported the divorce and won the majority of the Women's Association to her point of view that county officials granted it in the end. That Hu Shuechen should then turn around and marry the notorious police captain was one of those truths that are stranger than fiction. How had such a match come about? Wasn't Shuechen older than Wentie? Wasn't she his severest critic? Wasn't she, after all, already married? Yes, Shuechen was married, but she was married to a doctor who was serving at the time on the staff of Resistance University. He was a member of the People's Liberation Army. When the army moved on, he moved with it. He ended up in Peking and wrote Hu Shuechen to join him there, but this she did not want to do. She didn't want to leave her home in Longbao and travel to distant Peking as an army bride. Such a decision seemed perverse. There were and still are millions of young women in China who would give anything for a chance to leave their village homes and go to Peking to live and work. There are hundreds of thousands of men working in Peking who cannot get permission for their wives to join them in the city. They work in Peking with special permits /25. While their wives and children have to stay behind in the brigades they grew up in or married into. If there were no such regulations, new immigrants would overwhelm Peking, straining housing and commodity supplies to the breaking point. With so many people longing to move to Peking, why did Shuechen refuse? Was it simply that she loved Longbao and didn't want to leave home? That was probably a factor. Shanxi people are well known as homebodies, perversely loyal to their native place. They are not easily persuaded to leave those solid houses, built at such great expense in money and in time. But the real reason, it seemed, for Hu Shuechen's reluctance was a reservation about the character of her new husband. She told me that he treated her well, that he even did the cooking at night so that she could attend meetings freely. But rumor had it that he had a roving eye. He was a ladies' man who, when not near the one he loved, tended to love the one who was near. As the army moved, so did the object of his attentions, and so Shuechen's second marriage was not as ideal as I had presented it in Fanshan. Rather than move to Peking and suffer through such a relationship, Shuechen asked for and won a divorce. And so there were, after several thousand years of enforced stability in marriage, not one but two divorcees in Longbao. Both Shuechen and Wentie were party members. From the point of view of the party leaders, the next step was not only logical but well nigh inevitable. Why should two divorced communists avoid each other? Party leaders talked it over with Shuechen and Wentie. They agreed, and in the end married. No one ever claimed that this was a very happy union, but no one called it a disaster either. Shuechen assured us that Wentie never beat her, and Wentie assured us that Shuechen was an efficient housekeeper who took good care of him. Whether any affection ever blossomed between them was hard to determine. In 1971 one could not discern anything from the way they acted toward each other. They seemed to ignore each other's existence, but that was normal public behavior for all peasant couples. At that time Shuechen was ill. She had not been feeling well for many years and had completely retired from political activity. Wentie was the head of the 5th Team Garden, a vegetable project that covered more than 6 acres. To supervise and protect his plants, he usually slept in a hut in the field and ate his meals there, too. There was little opportunity for these two to quarrel. They rarely saw each other at home, which was perhaps what each preferred. Stranger even than the outcome of Xianyi's divorce case was the question of little Chir's assailant. Had he ever been discovered? The answer was a bizarre yes and no. In March, 1948, several Catholic peasants found the work team Cotter Chang Chir bound, gagged, and semi-conscious beside a well on one of Longbao's back streets. Apparently someone had ambushed him, stuffed a towel in his mouth, tied him up, and dragged him toward the well with the intention of throwing him in, and then for some reason had dropped him a few feet short of this goal and fled. 26. County. An activist in his home village, he had been assigned to Longbao to help review the status of land reform and carry through the party rectification movement. Any lethal assault on a land reform cadre had to be seen as a counter-revolutionary crime. The evidence, circumstantial at best, pointed toward 4 village cadres whom many people had reason to fear, even to hate. These 4 included Wang Yulai, the head of public security, and his son Wen Te, captain of the police, the Wangs involved in the divorce case, Li Heng captain of the village militia, and Wang Shiyu, vice chairman of the village government. County police arrested the 4 and held them in the county jail for several weeks, but finally released them for lack of evidence. When they returned to the village in June, all 4 swaggered defiantly through the streets, threatening harm to all those who had brought evidence against them. One of these was Wen Te's battered wife, Xianyi. She had identified the towel removed from little Chir's mouth as being exactly like the ones Yulai kept at home. When I left Longbao in August, 1948, the work team had pronounced the 4 cadres innocent and had arranged their release. The team members had not solved the case. They had not apprehended any other suspect. I assumed that some of the dissident Catholics who found Chir beside the well that night and who so busily assembled evidence against Yulai and his cronies must be the guilty parties, but no confirmation of these suspicions ever came from the village or the county authorities. Now, on my return, I learned that the case had been solved several days before the 4 cadres were released from the county jail and months before I left Longbao. The solution was extraordinary. It involved no assailants, because there had never been any assault. Little Chir bound, gagged, and beat himself, then threw himself beside the well. County authorities discovered the truth when little Chir, on his own, broke down and confessed. They didn't want to publicize the surprise ending because they were afraid of what the 4 cadres might do. After all, when little Chir was found gagged beside the well, police had arrested the 4, held them for weeks, and had beaten them badly. Wang Wente said to the guards at the Lukang County Jail, "T don't care how much you beat me, you can beat me to death. I'll never confess to this crime. I had nothing to do with it, and I don't know anything about it." His father, Yulai, and the other 2 cadres also stood firm. In the end, the county had to release all 4 as innocent victims of an attempted frame-up. If they now found that no one had attacked little Chir, that he had done this to himself, who could control their anger, who could head off their revenge? County leaders decided to let the matter ride for a while. After tempers cooled and memories faded, after they assigned little Chir to work in some other place, they could announce the news and hope all concerned would take it calmly. But why had Chir done this to himself? The answer was straightforward. He wanted to avoid being sent south as a member of one of the civilian work teams that accompanied the People's Army into newly liberated areas in the Yangtze Valley. Like Hu Shuai-chen, he loved his home and didn't want to leave it. He also felt that by going south, into the war zone, he might /27 be risking his life. His self-assault served as a form of draft dodging. If he could simulate victimization by counter-revolution here in Longbao, he might avoid real victimization by counter-revolution elsewhere, and he could pose as something of a hero to boot. A cadre in Li Village Gulch had already carried out a similar plan. He remained safely at home, a renowned casualty of the class struggle. Little Chir did achieve his primary goal: survival. No one ever sent him to the Wardern South or any other danger zone. His hopes of surviving as a hero, however, collapsed. His confession badly tarnished his record as a communist. Party leaders suspended him for a long period. When they finally reinstated him, they assigned him to menial work. Other unexpected twists of fate greeted us on our arrival. Chiang Kitsai, the young district cadre who quit public service in disgust in 1948 because policy changes so often and because, deep in his heart, he felt that with land of his own, some implements, a pig in the sty, a wife at last and a child on the way, the revolution was over for him. This same Chang now served as secretary of the Communist Party branch. In the meantime, Chang Hsin, the leading communist in the village in 1948, the man who had served as party secretary for many years thereafter, no longer held any office. After leading Longbao through the whole period of land reform in the 40s and then through the land pooling and cooperative movement of the 50s, he stooped to speculation in the 60s. He learned how to buy and sell houses at a profit, was charged with misuse of public funds, and was removed from office. The brigade assigned him to the task of raising communal pigs. Thus the anomaly, the man who led the village through a decade of drastic reform, ended in a modest production post, and the man who quit the revolution to enjoy a happy, independent life assumed all the burdens of this large and complicated collective. Here again, truth was stranger than fiction. Who could have predicted such a reversal of roles? During the course of our discussion that day and in the days to follow, informants filled in other gaps in the land reform story and corrected some questionable reports. When Chang Kitsai and Chang Hsin found out how important a role I had given to Chang Tianming in my book, they left. I had described him as the first Communist Party member in Longbao, as a key organizer of the first village government after liberation, and as the one responsible for the mobilization of the peasants when they first accused the landlords of crime. But Tianming didn't play that big a role, said Hsin. He definitely wasn't the first party member in the village, protested Kitsai. But he told me that he was, I said. No. It's not true. That's what comes from sticking too closely to one person. In fact, Shi Tzayun was the first member. But all of us played a role in setting up the first branch and organizing the accusation meetings. Tianming was one of several. We had no Fanshan heroes. Their protest over this seemed reasonable, but even so it was hard to get the facts. Each person interviewed naturally stressed his or her own role and tended to downplay that of others. Tianming, after playing a very active role from 1945 through 1948, had resumed the post of Communist Party secretary in 1949. He had not led the village well, had quarreled with almost all the other key leaders, and had then stepped down. He later got a job in an industrial plant in Changchi and spent most of his time in the city. When he got the job in the factory, he transferred his party membership to the factory branch and became politically active as a worker, not as a peasant. Though he maintained his home in Longbao and left his family there, he himself only returned on Sundays and holidays. Only after his retirement as a worker, almost 30 years later, did he resume an active part in village affairs. He took up the job of political director to the second production team. In the meantime, Chang Hsin, Shen Tianshi, Kuo Changkeyuan and other early members of the movement in Longbao led the village into the socialist period. Decades later they recollected Tianming as a man who played a minor role in land reform, then dropped out of village affairs altogether. I found no way to verify this further. Recollections obviously conflicted. All those whom I talked to agreed about another incident described in Fanshan, the reform of Ken Pao, the peasant dissident who denounced the land reform, attacked village chairman Chun Shi and badly wrenched his thumb, then escaped twice from the village lockup. I reported that on the day after the new village congress started to function in July 1948, Ken Pao accepted its censure of his behavior and peacefully went off to work the next morning on the private land of a soldier's family. To make amends for his bad behavior, the Congress required him to do 15 days of work for the family of a young man who was off fighting at the front. I saw Ken Pao walking off to work that morning and assumed that he had, on his own, recognized the authority of the elected village government and decided to abide by the law. Hsin, Kitsai, Cheng Keyuan and others all laughed at this notion. Ken Pao had no change of heart, said Hsin. What really happened was that the night before he went out to work so docilely, Chun Shi and Wang Manshi repaired him. They gave him a serious beating. They beat him because he assaulted Chun Shi and almost broke his thumb, and because, when they locked him up, he refused to stay put and broke out twice. They lost patience with him, decided that words were not much use, and gave him a good beating instead. Because he didn't want another beating, he decided to do as he was told. In fact, at the very moment they were beating him, it was out behind the brigade office in the old orphanage compound. I came by and discovered what was going on. I didn't stop them. I just said, "Be careful, don't break any bones, and above all don't kill him." Clearly I had overestimated the power of moral persuasion in Longbao in 1948. An experiment in village democracy had begun. People had taken part in the first real elections in history and had chosen a council of Dedi/29. Kate people who had both prestige and authority. But a gap still separated the democratic process as it was set up to function and the actual process of governing the village, in particular the maintenance of law and order. The chronic violence of old rural China did not easily yield to education, persuasion and due process of law. Sad to say, the problem remains to this day. The first thing we did when we left our locked and guarded compound was to take a long walk through all the sections of the village and then out into the surrounding fields. The damage wrought by the previous day's storm confronted us everywhere. Across the street from the mission compound, a courtyard wall had collapsed into the street and the roof of an old adobe house had caved in. We saw an emergency crew of militiamen shoveling the remains of the shattered adobe into flat carts. They would haul the bits to a nearby field as fertilizer. At several other spots in the old center section of the village, walls and roofs had collapsed. If it continued to rain, more would follow them down. Successive downpours had so thoroughly soaked the ground that nothing underfoot remained firm. Also, if it continued, no one could guarantee even the crops in the fields. Water already stood ankle deep in numerous hollows. As water levels rose, these spots spread and merged until whole areas flowed together as temporary lakes. In the face of this impending disaster, we found it hard to concentrate on the sights of Longbao village, but some of them were impressive enough to focus our attention momentarily on progress rather than destruction. On the ruins of the old Japanese blockhouse, the villagers had built a school that housed 400 students and employed 30 teachers. Opposite the village pond, on the site once occupied by Tzayun store, stood an enclosed community center with a meeting hall larger than the nave of the old church, a row of brigade offices, a barber shop, a clinic and dispensary, and a control room for incoming electricity. These units were evenly spaced around four sides of an open courtyard, with the brigade offices facing the meeting hall and the barber shop facing the dispensary. Behind all this lay a second, smaller yard where mills, powered by electricity, ground, cleaned and sifted the grain that had traditionally been processed on stone mills powered by human muscle. At the crossroads south of the brigade office stood the new cooperative store, a long one-story building, clean and sparkling. A counter ran the whole length of the partition-free structure, and behind it, along the back wall, shelves reached from floor to ceiling. They were well stocked with cotton cloth in many colors, thread, sewing equipment, pots, pans, thermos/31. Flasks, canned fruits, cooking oil, biscuits, bicycles, bicycle tires, everything necessary for the daily life of a thriving peasant community. Nothing even remotely comparable to this had existed in Longbao in 1948. Tzayun store had carried only cloth, cooking oil, and a few hard biscuits. In those days, unless one wanted to wait for the annual autumn fair, the commercial high point of the year in Longbao, one had to travel all the way to Changchi City to buy a needle or a thimble. Even more impressive than these community projects were all the new houses that peasants had built privately since 1948. 251 families had built 1,015 sections of new dwelling space. A section was 10 feet, the distance between the standing timbers that held up the ruo. This was roughly equal to all the housing in the village at the time of land reform. The new houses were almost all large, Storiane half structures with brick foundations, wooden door and window frames and glass windows. All visible woodwork shown with fresh bright blue or red paint. These were the kind of solid, ample dwellings that landlords and rich peasants had once fashioned as soon as they became prosperous. Now this gentry model set the standard for all new construction. In courtyards new and old, flowers proliferated. They bloomed in many colors, converting the hidden recesses of the village into an unexpected series of floral displays. I could not remember seeing flowers in the village in 1948. Flowers expressed something about the quality of life, and so did trees. As early as 1953 the brigade had established its forestry group. On land set aside for a tree nursery, group members raised tens of thousands of saplings. They transplanted them to both sides of all public thoroughfares inside the village and beyond to the limits of the land owned by the brigade. These saplings, most of them a species of poplar, grew fast. Many of them had already reached a height of 30 feet. They crowned the whole area with a leafy shield that transformed the barren, windswept atmosphere so typical of the Shangtang of old. Trees converted the desolate, sun-baked, semi-ruined earthworks of pre-liberation times, open to all the violence of heaven, into a shaded, garden-like complex of interlocking streets, alleys, and courtyards that offered protection against the extremes of all seasons. Striking as they were, trees and flowers made up only a small part of the total vegetation in the village. Every courtyard of any size boasted, in addition, a vegetable plot of corn, beans, melon, and Chinese cabbage plants that responded to the rains with vigorous growth. Cornstalks as tall as the courtyard walls served as climbing poles for masses of green beans, while melon vines covered the ground in between and almost buried the cabbages from sight. Even though many families received important supplementary income from these gardens, they did not count as the private plots guaranteed to the peasants by the cooperative charter, but simply as courtyard space, each house being allowed several hundred square feet. People held their private plots in the fields beyond the confines of the village, but they had long since pooled them for collective cultivation. What private plot land now amounted to was a certain portion of the collective fields set aside on the record books. The state demanded no taxes or sales of grain from this/32 portion. Longbao people saw the fractional remission of taxes and quota sales as an important fringe benefit. But as for private cultivation of the plots in question, people had voted against this. Most people preferred to let their team grow the crops on private plot land just as they did in the fields at large. When we finally left the confines of the village, we moved westward toward the new reservoir, then swung south through the best land and ended up at the brick kilns halfway up the slope leading to Lee Village Gulch. We then turned northward once again along the gully that had been the old cart track, and this brought us back to the south end of the main street. This tour of the fields revealed several remarkable changes. We took for granted the disappearance of small plots and their merger into large fields. Nevertheless, the size of the fields, 10, 15, even 20 acres thrown together, and their adaptability to machine cultivation surprised us. And just as people merged their fields, so had they merged their threshing floors. They had abandoned dozens of small, hard-packed areas adjacent to the village and developed 6 large ones in their place, one for each production team. Each of these had some buildings where team members kept tools and implements or stored sizable amounts of threshed grain. In addition to these threshing floors, each team had a livestock yard where it housed and fed its horses, mules, cattle, and donkeys. These were not linked to the threshing floors, but were incorporated as large cleared areas amidst the small courtyards of the people on the edge of the village. Our route through the fields took us across the large irrigation canal that brought water from the new reservoir. It ran westward straight as an arrow for several miles. Nearby we found several branch irrigation systems, many sluices, and one large pumping installation, which was called the secondary pumping station. The primary one lay at the edge of the reservoir. This station, still under construction, butted on fields that had not been leveled or ditched. Behind this failure after 10 years of mobilization lay a long and complicated story which we were to unravel in the coming weeks. Nevertheless, If people of Longbao had not yet irrigated much land, the big news was that they had brought irrigation water, in ample amounts, to the village from a vast reservoir that had been nothing more than a dream in 1948. We found no objective reason why Longbao land should ever again suffer from drought unless the drought was so prolonged that the reservoir itself dried up. Drying up was hardly the problem during those critical days. As we returned to the village in the gathering dusk, we saw platoons of Liberation Army men with shovels and picks on their shoulders dog-trotting northward. Their mission was to save the Kaf-Er Dam at the spillway site. The water in the reservoir had risen to within 6 inches of the top of this temporary structure, and all the labor of the local troops and peasants mobilized nearby had been unable to build it up fast enough to keep ahead of the rising waters. Main Force Liberation Army units were rushing to the scene to reinforce the emergency EFF ort. An air of anxious suspense lay over the whole North Changchi district. If no more rain fell, the dam and Kaf-Er Dam would probably hold. But /33. What if the clouds opened up again, as they appeared on the verge of doing? The thought disturbed every waking moment. The crops in the fields looked promising, though a far cry from the bumper harvest in the making that we had seen at Takei, the outstanding brigade in central Shensi, which we had left only a few days before. One of Longbao's chronic problems was that the stands of corn and sorghum were too thin. There just were not enough plants to push yields beyond 30 bushels, and the interplanted beans were also thin. Furthermore, the heavy rains, while stimulating growth in some fields, had already slowed growth in others because of water logging. Over large areas near the highway, corn and kaolayang stalks already stood in water 1 to 2 feet deep. If the peasants did not quickly find some means to drain the surface water away, they would lose their whole crop. If corn and sorghum stands were thin, so were those of millet. The millet had beautiful heads, but there were not enough of them. We also saw thin stands in the sweet potato fields. Plant population seemed to be Longbao's most pressing technical problem. Kitsai, the brigade leader who led us on this walk, criticized the second team, which was his own, for failure to treat the sweet potato seedlings with fungicide. Disease had completely wiped out the first planting. The second planting, set out much too late, had suffered from a period of drought in the spring. We estimated that with good weather in the next period the whole brigade might possibly harvest 40 bushels of grain, thereby reaching for the first time the goals laid out in the National Charter of Agriculture for areas north of the Yellow River. Previously the highest average had been 27 bushels. Our last stop before returning to the village was at the brick kilns in the south. These were under the direction of Wang Manshi, that terror of the gentry, who had gone on to beat up so many ordinary peasants after the completion of the land reform. Now middle-aged, he showed hardly any of the physical superiority that had once made him so formidable. Far from towering over his fellow workers, he was now shorter than most of them. His whole frame seemed to have shrunk to less than normal size. In the process his neck had all but disappeared, leaving his head jammed on his shoulders like a cabbage on a board. Only a pair of abnormally long arms still marked him as somebody to reckon with. 2 long arms and 2 very big ears set Manshi apart, these and a pair of small pig's eyes that peered out from under a brow as heavy as that of Peking man. In character Manshi was still the stolid, uncultured rustic I had left behind in Longbao so many years before. Time had not developed in him any of the sophistication or the political maturity that so many peasant communists acquired. We soon learned that he was no longer a communist. The party had expelled him almost 20 years earlier for raping a young woman without even a shadow of an excuse. Manshi's female victims in the land reform period had either been women of the dispossessed gentry whom everyone hated, or the daughters of struggle objects, poor and middle peasant collaborators, whom nobody cared to defend. For forcing his attentions on women like these he had been severely criticized /34. In 1948, and he had promised to reform. But in 1952 he stepped completely out of line by raping one of his neighbor's daughters. This shocked the whole community, and the party branch, convinced that criticism could no longer help, expelled him. Manshi, however, was still a leader of sorts, and he had a following among some of the tougher young men who admired his physical prowess. He had the ability to command. In the absence of anyone better qualified, he had been put in charge of brick making. As we might have anticipated, on the day that we met him again, Man Shi was in serious trouble. His troubles, like everyone else's that week, sprang from the weather. The hard downpour of August 15 had made it all but impossible to make bricks. The many mud blocks that had been formed and stacked to dry, prior to being placed in the kilns for baking, had not dried out at all. Some of the stacks had simply collapsed. Like the water-soaked walls in the village center, they rapidly returned to their original state as amorphous piles of mud. These mud piles took up space that was needed for new stacks, but some of the sideline team members, wanting only to earn points as rapidly as possible, were pressing and stacking new blocks wherever they could find an empty spot. They refused to clean up the piles of mud that lay in everyone's way. Under direct orders from Man Shi, most of the recalcitrant young men finally switched their efforts. They began a cleanup. But one man, Chin Kenso, went right on making bricks as if nothing had happened. This so angered Man Shi that he seized a carrying pole and attacked him, causing an uproar that soon spread to the whole brigade. When I finally met him again, Man Shi was under fire from all sides, just as he had been throughout most of my stay in Longbao in 1948, and he had that same hangdog, hurt expression on his face. He was not quite able to understand why an action taken in the interest of work, of production, an action designed to advance the revolution, had aroused such a storm of criticism and opposition. If Man Shi looked hurt and downcast, so did the whole brick-making operation. Water half filled the clay pits and flooded all paths and hollows. Collapsed stacks of unbaked bricks were scattered far and near, and one of the kilns stood in imminent danger of cave-in. All hands, including those of the defiant young troublemaker, were currently working on shoring up the endangered kiln. Their clothes were covered with mud, and their feet were soaked. Truly, brick-making was no soft spot where work points came easily. As we walked back into the village, skirting a veritable lake of flood waters at the southern entrance, we came across Kuo Yuanlong in the street. I recognized him almost at once. Tall, thin-faced, permanently dour, he nevertheless greeted us warmly. We exchanged a few words and passed on. I remembered him as a very promising young man from the southwest corner of Longbao who had played an active role in 1948. He had helped man the gate, opposed taking revenge on cotters who had done wrong, and generally helped to push ahead the work of the team sent in to check up on the land reform. But Kitsai said that Yuanlong was also in trouble. He no longer had any status in the village or any post of leadership, for he/35 had been exposed as a member of the Legion of Mary, an underground Kathasi organization accused of counter-revolutionary crimes. If Man Shi's troubles and Yuanlong's disgrace left us somewhat taken aback by the complexity and persistence of all kinds of problems in Longbao, our spirits revived at the last stop made that day, the grain mill behind the brigade office. When families needed fresh supplies of wheat flour and cornmeal, which was usually several times a week, they dipped into their stores of whole grain and took whatever amount they wanted ground to the Chiakung Chang, or carrot processing plant. There it was processed at so much a catty by 3 young women who stayed on duty night and day. The morale of the 3 millers was obviously high. Their leader, the sister of the brigade's new accountant, was provocatively attractive. Buxom, healthy, red-cheeked, and vivacious, she worked with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. Her 2 companions, both plump and plain, were kindred spirits who fully made up in energy and good humor whatever they may have lacked in grace. Their mill was a natural gathering place where sooner or later everyone showed up. No one needed an excuse to hang around because it was obvious that until each portion of grain had been extruded from the mill its owner had reason to tarry. The social potential of the situation had not been lost on the 3 young millers. They developed their workplace into an informal community center where light-hearted banter, serious debate, practical jokes and compassionate advice to the lovelorn, the hurt and the scorned all had their function in a sort of three-ring circus that refused to be drowned out by the roar of the mills. Having vowed never to shut down their mill until they had ground all the grain brought in, the operators of this processing club often kept it open until 11 or 12 at night. Anyone dropping in could count on lively company, something to laugh at and something to listen to, a welcome contrast to the silence of the street once the sun went down. Statistical summary. We returned to the brigade office to drink some tea. While we sipped the fresh brew made by pouring boiling hot water from a thermos flask onto a few tea leaves in the bottom of each cup, Shenchi Tsai, former brigade accountant and now vice chairman of Longbao, gave us some figures that summed up 2 decades of change. He recited them in his dour, pedestrian fashion, as figures to be proud of, a series of socialist successes. In absolute terms these figures certainly demonstrated progress, but when one analyzed them in the light of the swollen population of 1971 the progress seemed badly diluted. On a per capita basis production in Longbao had barely held its own. In 1948 there were 960 people having in 252 households. By 1971 there were 1,637 people living in 398 households, a 70% increase in population and a 58% increase in the number of family units. Together these 398 families tilled 3,405 mao, 567.5 acres, of land. This was 2,220 mao, 370 acres, less than the land tilled in 1948. Combining this 39% decrease in land area with a 70% increase in population cut the per capita land share from 5.86 mao, almost 1 acre, to 2 mao, 1/3 acre, a drastic reduction that brought Longbao holdings more or less into line with the rest of North China. For people used to reaping marginal crops from surplus land, the sudden shift to minimum holdings had been traumatic. The total labor power available in Longbao was reckoned at 532, a figure devised by adding together the full and fractional labor power of more than 600 people, some of them old, some of them sick and some of them too young to count as fully able-bodied. This labor manned 6 agricultural teams, 1 sidelines team, and a small tree planting group. The agricultural teams, working hard on the land throughout the growing season, had produced in 1971 some 236 caddies of grain per mao, 26 bushels per acre. This was more than twice the average yield obtained in 1948, but given the great increase in population and the reduced land area, the grain available per capita had actually declined from 586 caddies, 10.7 bushels, in 1948 to 485 caddies, 8.89 bushels, in 1971. This was a drop of Loi caddies, 1.85 bushels, per person. Such a drop in grain per capita would have brought about a serious deterioration in the standard of living if it had not been for 2 things, truck. 37. Gardens that supplied vegetables for all and the development of side occupations. They filled the gap and raised combined per capita incomes considerably above what they had been at the time of the land reform. Longbao sidelines consisted of the truck gardening and brick making that we had seen, mule and pushcart transport on the highway, and contract labor in local industries unloading freight at the railroad station, cutting steel bars at the steel mill, shaping metal at the milling machinery plant. Income from these sources in 1971 amounted to 102,523 yuan, substantially more than the value of the staple crops. Assuming an average price for grain of 0.09 fen per caddy, all the wheat, corn, millet, and sorghum raised in Longbao was worth 72,322 yuan. Thus grain income had fallen to 41% of the total as compared to sidelines including vegetables, which had risen to 59%. When added together all these sources of income came to 174,845 yuan. This was twice the total income earned by the brigade in 1948. On a per capita basis, however, income had gone up only from 91 to 105.5, Happy face, increase of 14.5 UN. This could hardly be called a major increase, but when one considered the large increase in the population and the drastic reduction in the land area available for tillage, the 16% rise still had to be regarded as a significant achievement. These figures did not give a complete picture of post-land reform progress because they left out the private income which many families received from kitchen gardens and various home crafts. In some cases this income was substantial, adding 25% or more to the total. While statistics showed only small per capita gains in 23 years, the great increase in capital goods and equipment owned by the community as a whole indicated that the true position of the population should not be judged by such figures alone. There were electric lights in every home, loudspeakers in almost half of them, and one large community loudspeaker on a pole in the center of the village. The brigade office boasted a telephone. Other electrical equipment included 3 transformers and 38 electric motors. They powered 5 grain mills, 2 crimping mills, 2 fodder choppers, 23 water pumps, 8 water wheels, and a large pumping station. The smaller pumps pulled water from 22 wells dug at strategic points in the fields. They were capable of irrigating some 1,100 mao, 183 acres, of land. Another 700 mao, 116.6 acres, could be irrigated from the trunk canal that linked Longbao to the Changchi Reservoir. For transport work the brigade had acquired 2 large rubber-tired carts suitable for long-distance hauling and 65 small carts made for short hauls. Mules, at least 3 to a hitch, drew the large carts, and donkeys or men the small carts. In spite of the increase in carts, draft animals had no more than held their own. There were 88 on hand in 1971 as compared to 75 before. On a per capita basis this was a sharp decrease. Sheep and goats now numbered 250 and pigs 176 head, 50 of which resided in the collective sty managed by Shenfan. Although this represented a substantial increase in the total number of livestock, the number per capita had decreased. Implements, large and small, had increased to 3,100. This figure included /38. A large number of mattock-like hoes which were still, as they had been for thousands of years, the main tool for tilling the soil. On a per capita basis, implements, like livestock, had decreased. The above items were all classified as means of production. There was another category called personal property. The totals here showed significant increases not only absolutely, but on a per capita basis. The brigade members owned privately 148 bicycles, 7 radios, 13 watches and 37 sewing machines. In 1948 there had been only 2 bicycles in Longbao and no radios, watches or sewing machines at all. In addition to these hard items, the per capita supply of software, particularly quilts to sleep under and felt mats to sleep on, had increased sharply. These things had been so scarce in 1947 that families quarreled over who would get which quilt in the distribution. Rivals had torn more than one piece of bedding in half. Now everyone had quilts and mats to spare. If one compared Longbao's achievements with those of the whole region they looked impressive, even in the field of agricultural production. Longbao's yields per acre were almost 3 times as high as they had been in 1948, while in the region as a whole, yields had been raised only 60%. But when one compared Longbao's achievements with the rest of the commune to which it belonged, the figures did not look so promising. In spite of level land, large fields, plenty of irrigation water, a surplus of labor power and increasing quantities of night soil from the growing industrial population in the neighborhood, Longbao produced the lowest average yields in the whole commune. 5 of Horse Square's 12 brigades had already crossed the Yellow River, that is to say, they had achieved or surpassed the goal of 55 bushels per acre set for the provinces between the Yellow and the Yangtze rivers. 2 of the 5 had already harvested as much as 75 bushels per acre, and these had raised the average of the commune as a whole to just under 40 bushels, a level of production significantly higher than Longbao had ever been able to reach. There were teams in Longbao that had reaped 40 bushels or more, but the brigade as a whole had never done that well, and still produced at a rate that was far below the standard set by the Central Committee for areas north of the Yellow River. This standard was 44 bushels to the acre. If one compared Longbao's achievements not only to the best in Horse Square Commune but to the best in Shensi, the outcome looked even worse. Model brigades like the one at West Gully in mountainous Piangshun County to the east, or Nanchinj in hilly Changchi County to the south, or Takei in the slashed and eroded badlands of Siang County to the north, in spite of unfavorable natural conditions, had all pushed average yields above 100 bushels to the acre, and each year broke new records as they strove to match or even surpass the best world levels in grain production. They had multiplied pre-liberation yields 10 times over, and on a few fields here and there as much as 20 times over. Of course, one could not take agricultural production as the sole criterion for judging the transformation and progress of a community. Total income, the development of side occupations, the adequacy of housing, the quality 39. Of medical care, the quality of education, the stability of the leading corps, the policies followed by this leading corps, all these entered into the picture when appraising a brigade. But when we compared Longbao with its neighbors along these lines, the comparison was still shocking. In Horse Square Commune Longbao was lagging, not to mention in Shensi province as a whole. I was relieved to learn that this had not always been so. In the middle 50s Longbao had done fairly well, had even been looked up to by nearby brigades as a place to emulate. But starting at about the time of the Great Leap Forward in 1958 and continuing through the socialist education movement and the Cultural Revolution, Longbao people had to a certain extent lost their way, failed to concentrate on crop production, and consequently failed to raise yields significantly above the levels attained a decade earlier. As early as 1963 Longbao had harvested a grain crop of 26 bushels per acre. By 1969 the average yield had reached 30 bushels per acre, but by 1970 this had fallen back to 26 bushels. In fact, the summer crop, wheat, had done so badly that the brigade had to ask the state grain company to send back 10,000 caddies, 183 bushels, of grain that had already been sold and shipped so that its members could get through until the corn and millet harvest in the fall. Confronted by stagnation in production and by the possibility of recurring grain deficits, the higher authorities had decided to send a team of cotters to intervene in Longbao once more. In a sense, then, the situation had come full circle. In 1948 I had come to this place because a work team was engaged here checking up on the results of the land reform. It had been sent to Longbao, not because the community was doing well, but because so many problems remained unsolved. Now, in 1971, another work team, this time called a propaganda team, was engaged in Longbao checking up on the results of the Cultural Revolution. And once again the team had been sent not because Longbao had something to teach others, but because so many unsolved problems remained. In 1948 Longbao had been known throughout the region as an old, big, difficult place. In 1971 it was still known as an old, big, difficult place, and I was on hand, as before, to see what could be done about it. We no sooner arrived in the village than an incident occurred that brought home to everyone just how old, big, and difficult Longbao's problems were. In the middle of the night the Mihtiam and Shenkuo fan walked down the main street from north to south singing at the top of his voice. What he sang was an aria from Ma Tian, The Curse in the Hall. This is an opera about a confrontation that occurred 100 years ago, after Chao Ke Yuanyin, the general who founded the Sung dynasty and became Emperor Taitsu, died, AD 976. The climax of the opera takes place in the audience hall of the imperial palace at Kaifeng as the widowed Queen Ho accuses her brother-in-law, Chao Ke Yuanyi, now Emperor Taitsung, of usurping the throne that should have gone to Taitsu's son, not to his brother. Before the assembled court Chao Ke Yuanyi has just driven the legitimate heir, young Taichao, to suicide. Queen Ho, in shock, unleashes a torrential curse, one of the famous male dictions of Chinese opera and one much beloved by Shensi mule drivers. She calls Kuyuanyi more wicked than any of the shameful connivers of the past and, without mentioning her husband, a notorious usurper in his own right, spits all their names on the air. She demands that Kuyuanyi yield the throne to her surviving boy child, Taifang. It is an overwhelming scene, charged with pain, hatred and, above all, daring, for the emperor, with a snap of his fingers, can settle the poor woman's fate. She is, after all, guilty of lèse-majesté. But the points made by Queen Ho, in rapid-fire succession, are so telling that Kuyuanyi, after threatening to execute her, closes his eyes and pretends to be both deaf and dumb. Taking their cue from the man on the throne, all members of the court follow suit. That a Longbao peasant knew this aria surprised no one. It had roots in local history. Queen Ho's husband, Emperor Taitsu, was no stranger to the Shangtang Plateau. After he usurped the throne of Zhou in 961, two rival generals in Shensi rebelled against his illegitimate rule. The emperor assembled a mighty force, marched into the Shensi highlands, drove his rivals from Lichu, now Changchi, and finally defeated them in a major battle at Xiku, now Xinchang, the town where militiaman Shen Fan was born. That a Longbao peasant would dare to sing this aria in public in 1971/4I was, however, astonishing. To sing a part of any old opera was itself an act of defiance. Ever since the Cultural Revolution began in 1966, all traditional themes had completely disappeared from the stage. They had been replaced by the 8 revolutionary model works, 5 operas, 2 ballets, and 1 symphony, sponsored by Mao's wife, Chiang Kai-shek. To challenge these works in any way, even by humming an old tune on the street, was a reprehensible political act, a reactionary slap in the face to all right-thinking people. To sing this particular aria was much worse. The words had direct political significance. By shouting out "curse" in the hall, Shen Fan was clearly denouncing the people in power in Longbao Brigade. To use the past to denounce the present was an old Chinese custom. The whole Cultural Revolution had begun as a debate over a play about the historical figure Hai Chui, who had been dismissed from office by a Ming emperor. The official position in 1971 was that the play had been written as an attack on Mao Zedong for dismissing General Piang Taihui from his post as commander of the People's Liberation Army. The author of the play, Wu Han, had been denounced as a counter-revolutionary, then detained. Could Shen Fan's challenge, so similar in form, be ignored? This was a difficult question. Shen Fan, in his own right, didn't amount to much. He was not, after all, the vice mayor of Peking, but only a well-known lumpen element in Longbao who had few rivals as a womanizer and brawler. People said the pockmarks on his face reflected the holes in his heart. He looked like an old-time rural bully, the kind of man the landlords used to hire to carry guns, beat people up, and collect overdue rents. All that was needed for his face to recall the 30s, the days of local tyrants, private gunmen, and summary executions on the street, was a felt hat with a wide brim that could be pulled down over his eyes. It was a face disfigured by smallpox, with here and there a mole from which a single hair protruded. His skull, closely cropped at all times, was covered with scars, bare patches, and at least 2 ugly lumps, not to mention an alarming depression left over from a crushing blow he had received when he fell off a swing as a child. Another lump, like an unlanced boil, disfigured the back of his neck. His clothes, always tattered and frayed, were discolored by layers of grime, especially at the collar and cuffs. They were the clothes of a bachelor who looked after himself and didn't waste much time on niceties. He walked with a limp, his left foot splayed out, almost as if it were clubbed. A bone growth on his left heel made every step painful unless he held his foot askew, and because he almost always held it that way we called him splayfoot. His twisted foot and peculiar gait caused his cloth shoes to wear out faster than most men's, so that a toe or two could usually be seen through the ragged upper. In spite of his limp, Splayfoot Tseng moved with power and grace, like a natural-born athlete who expends no more effort than necessary but can, in an emergency, unleash overwhelming might. His opponents in many a fight could vouch for that. He had bulging shoulders and long arms but short legs. All the muscles of both torso and limbs were lean and fit, tempered by a lifetime of labor and conflict. A strange historical echo added an ironic touch. Splayfoot's name, Tseng/42 Kuofan, was also the name of the general who defeated the Taiping Rebellion in 1864 and recaptured Nanking for the emperor. General Tseng was a member of the Hunan SS scholar gentry, a famous reactionary in Chinese history. On the night he sang the provocative aria, Splayfoot was, if not drunk, at least somewhat befuddled by drink. Under ordinary circumstances it didn't make much sense to take the words of a tipsy brawler seriously. But in this case evidence came to light of circumstances that were far from ordinary. It turned out that Splayfoot had spent the evening in the home of a young man named Li Zhengpao and that another young man named Qin Kaipao had joined them there. The three men had spent the time talking and drinking, and when Splayfoot Tseng left for home, with enough liquor under his belt to make him careless of the consequences, it was not hard to imagine that the song that poured from his lips expressed not only his deepest feelings, but those in the hearts of his companions as well. And what was this feeling in their hearts? It was deep resentment at having been removed from office only 3 months earlier. Up to that time Li Zhengpao, whom everybody called Swiftly, had been party secretary of Longbao Brigade for almost 5 years, while Qin Kaipao, whom everybody called Fast Qin, had been captain of the brigade militia for almost 8 years. Since the names of both these men ended in Pao, Gem, people, not without sarcasm, called them the two gems. Suddenly, only a few months after the propaganda team arrived, Team Cotters charged the two gems with gross mismanagement of brigade affairs and set them aside. Their departure from power threw into question the careers of a whole group of young stalwarts like Splayfoot Tseng, Chn Liang Tian, and Li Xiaoping, who had been their most active supporters, served as the backbone of the militia, and carried out all orders that came from the brigade office. These young men had all been members of the same faction in the Cultural Revolution. Their leader, Swiftly, had been vice-party secretary when the struggle began, and his brother Lu Qinyong had been party secretary. In 1967 a group of rebels from the south end of the village, stigmatized as running dogs of the landlords, rich peasants, and Kuomintang reactionaries, had overthrown the two party leaders. In the nick of time Swiftly rallied a large group of supporters and seized power again, thus saving the revolution, so he felt, for the poor and lower middle peasants. He forgave rank-and-file members of the rebel units as hoodwinked masses but arrested the leaders of the uprising as counter-revolutionaries, beat them severely, and drove them from the village. One older man, a party member and head of the sidelines team, backed the rebels. The Cotters who had climbed back to power made him their principal target. They beat him until he left the village. When he returned months later they beat him again and put him under surveillance by the militia. In the end they expelled him from the Communist Party as a counter-revolutionary. He lived on in disgrace as an ordinary member of the 4th production team, working every day in the fields and holding his tongue. But the young men who had returned to power, Party Secretary Swiftly/43, and Militia Captain Fast Qin, did not lead well. Higher Cotters charged that the two spent far too much time suppressing the rebel faction and far too little time developing production. They also charged that although irrigation water was available for Longbao land, these two failed to have the land leveled and ditched so the water could be used. They concentrated instead on sidelines, on contract work for nearby industries and on profiteering selling hemp at illegal prices in Honan and buying dried sweet potatoes there for import into Shanxi without the required permits. As to their personal lives, the charge continued, power had gone to their heads, just as it had at first to the heads of the young leaders of the Liberated Brigade in 1945. Rumor had it that Swiftly had entered into liaisons with 8 different women, thus driving his wife to attempted suicide, while Fast Jin took up with his neighbor Shi Kuei Shang, the notorious songbird of Longbao. Reacting to all this adverse information, both rumor and fact, the propaganda team, after months of investigation and deliberation, removed Swiftly and Fast Jin from office. They then backed Chang Kitsai, first chairman of the village after liberation, Shen Chi Tsai, an honest and steadfast accountant, and Li Kuangqing, a demobilized Liberation Army Company commander, as the new leading group. The reorganization of the village, which took place in May 1971, did not produce any remarkable results. In spite of a vast political mobilization, production remained slack. Whole fields of sweet potatoes failed to sprout because of prolonged dry weather, and now that the rains had come, blight was invading the corn. The two gems, Swiftly and Fast Jin, denounced the decision of the party branch to remove them and slipped away to Changchi to protest to the city committee. Defiant, they mounted a counter-offensive, disrupting whenever they could. They publicly defended their administration, refused to admit any serious mistakes, made sarcastic remarks about the new leading group, and proudly adopted the label *Black Gang which the propaganda team had placed on their heads. When one of Swiftly's neighbors asked if he would sell any of the new litter of pigs that had just been born to his homegrown sow, he answered with impatience, *T don't have enough piglets for the members of my black gang, what makes you think FD share them with the likes of you? People hardly had time to absorb the implications of these remarks when Splayfuchsen escalated the whole conflict by walking down the street in the middle of the night shouting out his curse in the hall. The midnight incident created a serious problem for the propaganda team. It put pressure on them to make a decision about the character of Swiftly and his group. Was this just a group of misguided young men who resented demotion and hoped to reverse it? Or was this a group of counter-revolutionaries trying to disrupt the socialist revolution in Longbao and turn back the clock to pre-land reform days? At first glance this might seem to be an outlandish question. Why would young peasants want to launch a counter-revolution? But in the atmosphere of 1971, with the emphasis placed by the Cultural Revolution on class/44 struggle, two-line struggle, the socialist road and the capitalist road, every conflict had to be examined for its underlying class significance. Mao's warning, "Never forget class struggle," had been reprinted, reproduced, and repeated 100 times a day, as had his remark that the Cultural Revolution is a continuation of the struggle between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang. Mao had also said that the fundamental question of revolution is political power. To have political power is to have all. To lose political power is to lose all. Anyone who took these quotations seriously tended to put one question ahead of all others, the question of class power. On arriving anywhere, Cotters first asked, which class is in power here? Any time one group tried to unseat another, the question had to be, who represents which class? In order to find the answer, Cotters tried to take the lid off the class struggle, which meant they tried to find those bad elements, those counter-revolutionary wreckers responsible for creating all the trouble, then settle accounts with them. Disorganized crop production, low yields, financial irregularities could all be indicators that hidden wreckers were active. If a brigade was doing poorly, it was taken for granted by many that class enemies must be responsible. Landlords, rich peasants, bad elements, and counter-revolutionaries were assumed to be setting people against one another, warping the correct line of the Communist Party, and wrecking socialist production. Since Longbao was doing poorly, the answer seemed obvious. The time had come to take the HD off the class struggle and expose the long-hidden sinister conspiracies underfoot. Propaganda team Cotters saw Splayfuchsen's loud curse in the hall as a crack in the lid. All that remained was for them to pry that lid wide open and confront the enemy, now presumed to be the two gems and their black gang. To call Swiftly and his followers a black gang was easy enough. To prove a case against them was something else. All of them shared impeccable credentials as poor peasant activists. The deposed party secretary, Swiftly, had been abandoned in a field by his poor peasant mother on the day that he was born because she saw no prospect of feeding him in a famine year. Picked up by a foster mother who was soon widowed, Li labored in the field, from the age of 12, to support his new family. The weight of the carrying pole on his shoulders bent his spine down and forced his neck forward, making him appear forever after slightly ro, or humpbacked. Fast Chin was also the son of a poor peasant. He labored in the fields most of his life until he joined the People's Liberation Army for a 3-year stint as a soldier. Then, as a demobilized veteran, he returned to Longbao to become captain of the militia. As for Splay Futseng, he had come to Longbao as a famine refugee at the age of 5. His mother, a resident of Xinjiang, some 50 miles to the south, had sold him to a child broker for 1 peck of grain. His purchaser, at the other end of the line, was the impoverished caretaker of Longbao's North Temple. This ill-starred man and his common-law wife eked out a precarious living on a small plot allotted to the temple. His death, /45. When Splayfoot was 12 years old, forced the boy into the field to work when he should have been in school. By that time the land had been divided and pooled. Splayfoot went to work as a junior member of the 2nd production team and remained a member in good standing in spite of the reputation he soon earned for not showing up. How could these three be accused of a conspiracy to restore feudalism? The case against them rested primarily on the liaison established between Fast Chin and the seductively attractive Shih Kuei Shang, who lived next door. Kuei Shang was the niece of the notorious Shi Hofa, an ordained Catholic priest who had served for years as an elected delegate to the People's Congress of Yellow Mill. In 1966, as a result of exposures brought about by the socialist education movement, city police arrested Shi Hofa as a director of the underground Catholic organization, the Legion of Mary. The court accused him of complicity in fomenting a Catholic rebellion in Taiyuan that year, denounced him as a counter-revolutionary, and imprisoned him for Hefei. The court charged his brother, Shi Kuishang's father, with membership in the Legion of Mary and placed him under supervision by the masses. Kuishang herself came to Longbao as the bride of a man named Pel Chi Fa, a worker in the cement plant. Pei was half-brother to Pei Liangshun, leader of the 2nd production team. His courtyard was situated alongside that of his half-brother, Liangshun, Fast Chin's other neighbor. Chi Fa's bride turned out to be no ordinary peasant girl. She dressed with a special flair, rode her bicycle to work in the fields at a breakneck speed, and sang Shangtang Bangzi, the local brand of Chinese opera, so skillfully that she had long been known as the songbird of Horse Square. After her marriage she was called by some the *flower of Longbao. She caught Fast Chin's eye as soon as she moved into the village and he apparently caught hers. As captain of the militia he felt no need to conceal the liaison that developed and openly spent long hours in her home. Who dared criticize him? Who dared confront him? Not Kuishang's husband, it seemed. Outsiders who visited the courtyard reported that Pei Chi Fa could usually be found sharing his meal and his wine with Fast Chin, while Kuishang waited on both. If he resented the militia captain's attentions to his wife there wasn't much he could do about it. The man was too powerful to defy. Why defy, in any case? There were advantages to be gained by cooperating with those in power. But now all the terms of the equation had changed. The two gems no longer held power. Now the question of the militia captain's HNKS to a notorious Catholic counter-revolutionary through a liaison with the man's niece raised the specter of class struggle. Now the question was, could this seductive woman be dragging Fast Chin and swiftly down into the swamp of reaction? The very thought sent a shiver of dread through the community. Everything the two gems had ever done began to take on sinister meaning. The case of the two gems fired the imagination of Lin Tiong, a representative of the foreign ministry who traveled with us, made all necessary arrangements, and tried to help us to understand what was happening in China. Lin Tiong was a mature woman, the mother of 2 sons and the wife of an official in the foreign ministry whose name she refused to divulge. She was short in stature, plump, round-faced and vigorous. As a traveling companion she was both endearing and exasperating, endearing because she was so efficient, so cheerful, and so tireless in her efforts to make good arrangements everywhere and solve all problems quickly, exasperating because she was so dogmatic, so impatient, and so often arrogant. Lin Tiung's good qualities tended to dominate. Under an imperious front she hid a warm heart. She was enthusiastic about China's future and deeply involved in what she was seeing and doing. She enjoyed travel, however arduous and tedious, and often found ways to enliven the day by arranging small surprises, like a picnic lunch at some beautiful spot along the road. In preparation for such diversions she ordered up lunch boxes filled with bread, biscuits, boiled eggs, apples and orange soda, that ubiquitous orange soda that was always too sweet and too warm. On one trip by jeep from Taiyuan to Changchi she picked out a certain reservoir as an ideal spot for a picnic. When that body of water finally came into view it proved to be far from ideal. The water level had fallen drastically, wide banks of mud sloped toward a residue of opaque, stagnant water. Undaunted, Lin Tiung personally reconnoitered the site, picked out the least objectionable spot, spread out a white cloth, and proceeded to preside over a picnic appropriate to the grounds of Windsor Castle. Lin Tiung loved fine food, both to eat and to talk about. Food talk often served as a means of avoiding more controversial subjects. Her taste ran unerringly to fish, and when fish appeared on the menu all the great fish of the past came up for review. Meanwhile Lin Tiung finished off whatever was on the plate in front of her. This included the fish head, eyes, and brains. She specialized in fish heads and knew where to find the bone from the head of one species of fish that, when extracted and cleaned, would stand erect on 3 points. This was known as a lucky bone. It was held at arm's length, then dropped onto the table. If it landed on the 3 points, L/47, and stood up, your wish was granted. If it fell over, you were out of luck. Lin Tiung came from a great coastal city, where she graduated from a high school run by missionaries. While still quite young she joined the communist underground, then somehow survived the dangerous years before liberation when exposure meant torture and often death. Her selfless dedication to the cause of the liberation of China took tremendous courage. Outwitting the Kuomintang police took equally great skill. Hers was a record that inspired awe. In the mission school Lin Tiung acquired a good command of English. She spoke with more fluency and understood more of what she heard than any of the interpreters assigned to our group. But she would not, if she could help it, allow herself to be put in the position of translator. She was a foreign service officer, not a language officer, and she resented any implication that her duties might include translation. This attitude originated in another facet of her character that was exasperating: her respect for hierarchy, her reverence for rank. She always made clear that she came from Central, that she was no mere interpreter, and that accompanying a foreign guest through China was for her a temporary assignment. This acute sense of status and its prerogatives surprised no one whom we met on our travels. Hierarchy is basic to the organization of life in China and has been for millennia. Every citizen, high or low, takes rank and status for granted, giving no more thought to justifying it than is given to the air in the atmosphere. Even so, not everyone parades his or her own superior rank before others in a blatant manner. It was this latter tendency on Lin Tiung's part that was distasteful. Lin Tiung combined reverence for rank, especially her own, with political rigidity. Her appetite for dogmatism rivaled her appetite for fish, and the opinions she held at any given moment tended to be absolute. The fact that they might be in direct contradiction to opinions held earlier or to other opinions held simultaneously did not seem to bother her. What mattered was her interpretation of the party line at the moment, and she held to it tenaciously, as if the slightest adjustment, the slightest doubt, had the capacity to throw her whole world outlook into question. I suspected that her outward certainty concealed an inner uncertainty. The less secure she felt about a position, the more dogmatically she asserted it. Others said of Lin T***, she is so afraid to be wrong that she is wrong. But that, of course, she would not admit, even to herself. For Lin Tiong, the outstanding fact about Longbao was that it was a backward brigade. This backwardness she automatically attributed to political disruption. To look into the ordinary weaknesses and mistakes of peasant leaders, to question the way they had applied policy directives from above, seemed irrelevant. To question the validity of the policy directives themselves never even occurred to her. The important thing was to uncover those who were wrecking the work, isolate them and deal with them, harshly if need be. Once this was done, the brigade could quickly pull itself together and realize its potential. Lin Tiong felt certain that by concerted effort, in the course of a month or two, she herself could pry the lid off the class struggle in Longbao. 48. She came, after all, from Peking, from Central, as she never tired of reminding us. If a central cadre could not see through the twists and turns of a village conspiracy, quickly expose the guilty parties and solve the problem, who could? All that was required was concentration and energy, investigative energy. Lin Tiong lost no time in launching her own personal investigation. In doing so, she made several assumptions. The first of these was that the new brigade leaders deserved support, that they represented revolution. Propaganda team members had selected the men after intense consultation at all levels. They had installed them in office in June, 1971, with the full approval of the Brigade Party branch, the party leaders of Horse Square Commune, and the Changchi City Committee. To attack them meant to attack the Communist Party itself, the party of the working class, the vanguard of the Chinese Revolution. Since party decisions were by definition revolutionary, opposition could hardly be considered a legitimate expression of an alternative viewpoint. She saw it rather as a counter-revolutionary challenge that was particularly dangerous in this case because power was involved, administrative power over the brigade. How could a struggle over power like this be anything other than class struggle? If it was class struggle, then two classes must be contending. Who represented which class? There didn't seem to be much room for doubt. 3 levels of party leaders had recommended the new brigade leaders after a thorough investigation of their class origin, past behavior, and current outlook. Surely they represented the working class. Whoever opposed them must represent some other class. In the absence of any bourgeoisie in Longbao, this class had to be the overthrown feudal remnants, the landlords, the rich peasants and their running dogs. Hence the importance of the Catholic songbird Shi Kui Shang. Since the men were all of poor peasant origin, only Kui Shang provided a possible link to reactionary classes and reactionary forces. The whole structure of Lin Tiong's case rested on this one attractive, mysterious, provocative link. Our arrival galvanized into renewed action a propaganda team that had, over the course of many months, lapsed into relative passivity. Lin Tiong, with her single-minded determination to expose class enemies, greatly strengthened the hand of those who shared her viewpoint. Prior to our arrival, the team had split over its appraisal of the real nature of the situation in the village. One group, proudly radical, maintained that there was some sort of conspiracy afoot in Longbao. A second group, made up of middle-of-the-roaders, had no fixed opinion on the subject. A small group, whom the radicals labeled rightist, maintained that if class enemies did indeed exist in Longbao, they had not played much of a role in the development of the community. The dissension there was rooted in contradictions among the people, that is to say, problems and conflicts between various groups of working people, none of whom could be called enemies but who had rather a wide community of interest. Lin Tiong, carrying with her the prestige of a central cadre, greatly strengthened the hand of the radicals. So did the intermittent presence of a young man named Fan Wen, whom we called Smart Fan, a key figure of the General Affairs Office of the Changchi City Committee, who had been assigned by that body to supervise the visit of the foreigners to Longbao. Smart Fan was a helicopter cadre, a man who rose miraculously from the ranks in a short period of time, just as a helicopter rises vertically into the air. Before the Cultural Revolution he had served as an office clerk in the Changchi City Bureau of the State Grain Company. the bureau supervised the work of some 450 people employed primarily at the various grain stations in the communes and at city grain shops. After the university students began writing militant posters in Peking, he posted a declaration at the Grain Bureau that challenged the way it was run. Soon afterward he helped overthrow the party leaders of the bureau, and rank-and-file members elected him chairman of the Revolutionary Committee that replaced them. Then the city committee ordered him into the front lines as editorial advisor to the Changchi daily paper. Seizing on this position, Shenfan organized a group of rebellious newspaper workers who could serve as a political base. He next established liaison with the most radical students in /50. The schools and colleges of Changchi, as well as with a number of wandering student groups from Peking and Tianjin who came to make connections with their provincial brethren. In spite of the fact that his organization never enrolled more than a handful of members, Shenfan led it into the coalition that seized power in Changchi City on January 25, 1967, and emerged as a key member of the Revolutionary Committee that replaced the old city leadership. He simultaneously acquired a position on the city party committee, and organized 18 people at party headquarters into an action group called the Second Headquarters of the Red Column. After a series of the most complex and bizarre maneuvers that aligned him with the winning side in the 3-month civil war that fractured Changchi in early 1968, he rose to the top as secretary of the General Affairs Office of the Changchi City Committee, a strategic post at the very center of power in one of the fastest-growing industrial areas of China. By that time, according to his own account, his organization had grown to 32 members. The man who could parley leadership of a mass organization of 18 into a leading post in a city of 350,000 had to be an astute politician. Shenfan certainly looked the part. A very high, broad forehead was the most prominent feature of his face. It suggested a brain both quick and competent, attributes confirmed every day by the brilliance of his conversation and the flexibility of his tactics. In action he released a great deal of nervous energy, and lit one cigarette from another in endless succession. His right hand was never without one, the thumb and first 2 fingers on that hand were stained deep brown from tobacco. Chain smoking reinforced the air of sophisticated ennui that Shenfan radiated. His expression bore the stamp of chronic exhaustion, as if he stayed up all night, every night, in some smoke-filled room, but he nevertheless remained alert and in full command not only of himself but of the whole situation. Anyone who wanted to get the better of Shenfan had to be very wide awake indeed, because, although his eyelids drooped and his mouth hung slightly open, he was capable of intense concentration, penetrating analysis, and swift action. Shenfan might be a helicopter cotter, but it wasn't because someone had pulled him into place from above. He had jumped into the stratosphere by his own effort. He had talent enough to reach the top and talent enough to stay there, at least for the time being. We learned only later that he was subject to epileptic fits. One method of staying on top was to make a good impression on Lin Tiong, and through her on Central. This Shenfan proceeded to do energetically and systematically. From the very first day he treated her with respect, briefed her with inside information on the local scene, and spent long hours in serious consultation. Lin Tiong, both charmed and flattered by so much attention, responded in kind. Shenfan, she decided, was a rising cotter of great promise. He could not only play a key role in unraveling the mysteries of Longbao but might well in due time move on to the national scene. On Lin Tiong's initiative these two formed a team that conferred far into the night, jointly launched interviews and investigations, and collaborated on long-written reports about the developing class struggle in the brigade. That Shenfan actually agreed with Lin Tiong about the true situation /5i in Longbao may be doubted. After all, he belonged to the same region-wide faction in the Cultural Revolution as Swiftly, the deposed brigade party secretary, and could hardly be expected to view the young peasant leader as a counter-revolutionary enemy. Nevertheless, since Lin Tiong had taken up this battle, and since she provided a heaven-sent opportunity to establish personal ties to the center, to the government and the party in Peking, it was advantageous to support her, to play along with her. Thus it was that Shenfan adopted the class struggle rhetoric preferred by Lin Tiong and helped direct the whole team into a hunt for evidence of counter-revolutionary words, ties, and activities on the part of Swiftly and his black gang. But Shenfan was not so dull-witted as to risk his whole future on any single throw of the dice. While taking a public stance alongside Lin Tiong in condemning the two gems and exposing class struggle, he quietly took Swiftly aside and told him not to worry too much. True, he had helped to overthrow the party secretary, but when this wind blew itself out and things calmed down he would help him get back on his feet again. Swiftly could count on that. In the meantime the class struggle wind continued to blow with considerable force. The Shenfan-Lin Tiong alliance so strengthened the radical group in the work team that they were able for a time to dominate its decisions and set the tone of all political work. The propaganda team of 1971 represented as typical a cross-section of Southeast Shensi society as had its forerunner in 1948. In the intervening years the society of the area had grown considerably both in size and in complexity. In keeping with this the team was larger, more sophisticated, and more varied than the other team had been. On the whole its members were also quite a bit older. The team leader was Cao Lusheng, 48 years old. He was a cotter of middle peasant origin who had grown up in North Street, one of the villages inside the Changchi city wall whose inhabitants farmed the abandoned soil there. When Changchi was liberated in 1945, Cao Lusheng helped lead the land reform movement, was recruited into the Communist Party, and took office as vice-head of his village. When North Street merged with the city of Changchi as it filled out to and overflowed its ancient walls, he became the head of the village, now a ward of the city. In 1948 he won promotion to the financial department of the municipal government and finally, in 1951, to the Changchi People's Court, where he served as a judge right through until 1969. In that year, as a result of the Cultural Revolution, the city set up a school for the re-education of its staff. It was one of those May 7 Cotter schools, named for the date on which Mao Zedong called for the universal re-education of cotters in special institutes that combined work and study. Sent there for education, Cao had gone out to do rural organizing in a nearby commune and in September, 1970, had finally won assignment to the propaganda team in Longbao. Judge Cao was steady, hard-working, soft-spoken, and devoted, 100% devoted, to the work assigned. What he lacked in intellectual brilliance he made up for in perseverance. If he had /52 any fault it was his habit of talking too long when he held the floor. He often reviewed facts and summarized policies that were already familiar to all his listeners, but he plodded through his discourse anyway. The vice-chairman of the team was Li Chintung, 46, soft-spoken, gray-haired and tired, a man who had been manager of the Changchi City Theater until transferred to rural work in September, 1970. He was a follower, not a leader, and made very little impression at all on the team, on Longbao or on us. Far more forceful, but not necessarily wiser, was the tall, lean-faced man of 41 named Chi Li Te, a non-party man of the Hui nationality, Muslim, who had served in General Chen Keng's 2nd Field Army in the South Shensi campaigns of the Liberation War. Badly wounded in 1949, he was demobilized and given land in Xinjiang, at the southern edge of the province. After graduating from a school for administrative cotters in 1951 he worked in various Changchi city posts, finally ending up in 1969 in the tax collection section. He entered the May 7 Cotter School along with Judge Cao, but instead of working on the school farm and studying with the majority of the cotters, he won assignment to a propaganda team in Yellow Mill, where, because of his experience as an accountant, he undertook to investigate special cases involving graft and corruption. It was as a special case investigator that he came to Longbao in 1971. Also on the Longbao team was a 48-year-old army veteran named Wang Qingho. Born on South Street in Changchi, he joined the 8th Route Army in 1939 at the height of the National Liberation War against Japan. Taking part in the race to the northeast after Japan's surrender, he fought in the decisive Liaoshen campaign as a company political director in the 45th Army of Huang Yongsheng, a unit of Lin Piao's 4th Field Army. In the Peking-Shenzhen campaign he was badly wounded in the mouth, head, arm, and back. He returned to Changchi to recuperate in 1949. His left arm never fully regained its function, and because he could not do heavy labor he received a small subsidy as a wounded veteran. Since coming home, veteran Wang had worked for 20 years in the rural areas of Changchi municipality and was a walking encyclopedia on the development of the cooperative movement from its very beginning. Though born a poor peasant, he had attended 4 years of primary school, and this made him one of the more literate members of his army unit, if not of this work team. In those days, Wang said, anyone who had been to school for as long as 1 year was considered to be a Confucius by his battle mates. A fifth member of the Longbao team was Wang Hsin Mao, or Donkey Meat Wang, as he was affectionately called. He was a Chincha-born worker from the meatpacking industry. His parents had once owned a small independent business specializing in a brand of cured donkey meat that was famous far and wide for quality and flavor. During the period of socialist transformation, the Wang family meat shop had been merged with others into a large cooperative which the municipal meatpacking industry later absorbed. Thus Wang was transformed from an independent butcher into a packing house worker. On the Longbao team he had the lowest cultural level, as the Chinese HKE to call ability in reading and writing. /53. But perhaps the most developed sense of humor. His slow, wry talk and deep, chronically hoarse voice almost always made us laugh. His long, thin, leathery, and deeply creased face was donkey-like enough to go with the voice, and we often teased him about his nickname. The political director Shen Hui, 34 years old, was among the younger members of the team. He was a handsome, lively fellow from a poor peasant family at home on Jinsha's South Street. With the exception of a 4-year stint in the army, he had spent his working life as a policeman. Joining the Changchi Security Bureau as a messenger in 1955, he went to the People's Liberation Army, PLA, in 1957 only to return to the Security Bureau in 1961 as an officer in charge of residence cards for the western section of the city. On the eve of the Cultural Revolution the city transferred him to Horse Square Commune as security officer for the whole commune and as secretary of the Commune Youth League. This meant that he had to leave the city police system with its fixed salaries for work points as a commune member. During the Cultural Revolution the group that led an uprising in the commune chose Shen as its leader. On February 4, 1967, he became political director of the Horse Square District Revolutionary Rebel Seize Power Headquarters, the group that actually took over direction of the commune. When he and others finally established a revolutionary committee, he became a member of its standing committee. He also became a member of the Horse Square Commune Party Committee. Shen was outgoing and talkative, taking considerable interest in the personal foibles and errant ways of various Longbao residents. He had been in the village longer than any other member of the team, having been included on 2 previous teams that had failed to solve village problems. He had first come to Longbao in June, 1970, as a member of the core group of the commune. He came to carry out the movement known as the One Blow, Three Oppose. He left again in September when he had a chance to visit Takei with other commune travelers. He returned to Longbao in October of the same year with a team organized by the city administration, only to leave again in March when the team, stalemated in its work and unable to unite internally, withdrew in the face of a barrage of hostile posters. At that time, after 4 days of study in the city, Shen returned to Longbao with a new team of 15, the team that we now had joined. Other members of the team included a technician from the Changchi City Construction Company white-haired Chao Fu Ki, 43, and 3 workers from Changchi Steel, Huang Chiahuan, 31, a fitter from the pipe maintenance section, Cheng Hui Hsin, 42, also a fitter, and Pei Ping Ch Yuan, 30, an accountant. Pei and Huang had both joined the PLA in 1961 and as members of the same battalion had fought in the Sino-Indian Border War. The 2 women members, Li Shentai and Chin Shanying, both 31, had been classmates at the Peking Normal School and came to Changchi together to teach at the first middle school. One taught Russian, the other mathematics. The oldest member of the team was Chi Wei-ho, 55, a middle/54. Peasant from Huaquan who had joined the PLA in 1946, was demobilized in 1954, and then worked many years in various construction and industrial organizations in Changchi City. He had come to settle permanently in Longbao, or, in other words to Chia2U to squat, to attach himself to the brigade. He and his wife had become ordinary members of the 3rd production team, but while the propaganda team remained in Longbao, Old Chi worked as a part of this outside group. Security officer Shen led the radicals on the team, and Chi the Muslim, Huang the pipe fitter and Pei the accountant backed him up. Judge Cao and theater manager Li stood more or less in the middle, supported by the 2 women school teachers and the technician, Chao Fu Ki, while the wounded veteran Wang Qingho and Donkey Meat Wang formed the opposition that others saw as rightist. This alignment wasn't as clear-cut as described because people tended to shift back and forth on the issues. There were many issues where no one drew clear lines and others on which the team united. Nevertheless, 2 poles of opinion kept recurring, and almost invariably security officer Shen could be found arguing one side while veteran Wang argued the other. With Lin Tiong and Smart Fan backing the security officer, the veteran often found himself isolated. The most intensive debates occurred every morning at dawn as the propaganda team gathered for an hour or 2 of study. All its members usually came together in the Lu family courtyard, where security officer Shen and his roommate, Donkey Meat Wang, had rented one large room. This room was at the west end of a long-story half-peasant house that had brick foundations, adobe walls, and a tile roof. The house itself was in good repair, but the wall that enclosed the yard had crumbled badly under the heavy August rains. Several sheds and small outbuildings attached to the wall leaned rakishly, as if about to fall. The privy, in the southwest corner of the yard, posed no danger, for it had no roof. It was a deep cistern dug in the ground and overlaid with 2 large stones set a few inches apart at the center. By placing 1 foot on each stone one could squat and relieve oneself. A 3-sided adobe wall had once provided privacy, but this wall, like the one around the yard itself, had suffered serious erosion. It was now so low that the head and shoulders of anyone squatting there could easily be seen. In summertime this didn't really matter because the main part of the yard had been planted with corn and sunflowers that had grown so tall that they dominated the whole space and arched over the entrance path as trained vines might do. Bean, pumpkin, and squash seeds had been planted between the tall stalks, and as the stalks shot upward the vines climbed apace, throwing out leafy clusters that created an impenetrable green jungle. Foliage of many shapes and shades completely screened the privy and the courtyard walls from sight. Closer to the house lay an open well equipped with reel, rope, and bucket. As we rubbed our eyes and exchanged morning greetings, a succession of peasants came and went drawing water. Obviously this well served more than the Lu family that owned the courtyard. With the wall in the west broken out in several places, there was nothing to prevent neighbors who had no well of their own from coming across. The morning air chilled us to the bone. A low, rolling mist blocked the sun and carried dampness and cold right into the house where Shen and Wang slept on an old brick platform, or kong. The heavy rains of the last few days had raised the water table to unusual heights. Dirt floors sweated visible drops, while adobe walls, even when they sat on brick foundations, /56, slowly changed color at the base as the groundwater rose in them, threatening the whole building with collapse. Since the inside air was so stale and damp, we took our stools, chairs, and assorted bricks saved for seats into the yard outside. There, hunching our shoulders against the fog, we launched into the required daily study. To get off the damp ground and generate more heat, Donkey Meat Wang used to squat rather than sit on his little wooden footstool. He looked rather curious sitting there several inches off the ground, knees against his chest, arms around his shins, more like some bird perched on a wilderness rock than a man at his lessons. The sight caused veteran Wang to recall how rural cotters behaved when they first came into the city. In 1948 the office of the regional party headquarters in Changchi boasted upholstered sofas complete with clean white covers. After one peasant cotter sat down to make his report, he pulled first one foot, then the other, up onto the cushion, thus re-establishing his customary village squat. In doing so he ground some good, yellow shangtang earth into the pure white sofa cover. No one ever succeeded in washing out the stain. From the adjoining sections of the house came the sounds of the Lu family rising. Soon Wang Yithmei, whom we knew as the young woman behind the counter in the dispensary, and as the star of the local drama group, appeared in the doorway to begin her morning chores. Her long hair, as yet unbraided, fell to her waist, black, sleek, and surprisingly alluring. She first drew several buckets of water from the well and carried them home, her slight figure straining under the weight of a shoulder pole and 2 wooden buckets fully laden. Then she went to the cook shack along the east wall to light the morning fire. While she rushed to prepare the family breakfast, her husband's sister, a full-grown teenager, sat in the doorway combing and recombing her hair. Each day's study began with a text. Sometimes it was a passage from the Shensi provincial paper, sometimes a new directive from the regional government. More often it was a selection from the writings of Mao Zedong. This morning Judge Cao had chosen a section of Mao's essay on contradiction. Teacher Li, picked for the task because her level of literacy was the highest of any team cotter, read it aloud. She no sooner put down her book than a lively discussion began about the contradictions that team members saw all around them, contradictions such as those between husband and wife. Security officer Shen, who lived in the courtyard and had a chance to study the host family carefully, watched Yithmei as she came by for her third bucket of water. "There's an example for you," he said. Wang Yithmei has a problem. She is oppressed in her husband's home and has ended up at bay. She doesn't even dare fight back. "How can you say that?" said Judge Cao, astonished. "She's not the one who is ruled in that family." "Maybe she's not ruled," intervened veteran Wang, "but can you say /57? That she rules them? Who in fact holds power in the next room? Obviously it's the old lady." "But there has to be someone in charge," countered Judge Cao. "You can't have everyone in charge, even in a family." "Well, of course," veteran Wang replied, "someone has to be in charge. But that person doesn't have to be a dictator." Wang Yithmei doesn't dare resist. Lu Shuyun, chairwoman of the Women's Association, is in the same position in her family, said security officer Shen, joining in again. "There is no equality there either. This Judge Cao would not allow. Nowadays in families, everyone has equal rights. In theory maybe, but in practice how can you speak of equality?" asked Shen. "Neither Shuyun nor Yithmei has any equality at all. But Yithmei earns her own money and spends it where she likes. She wears good clothes and eats the same food as the rest. Why isn't she equal? Why? Because she ends up doing all the work, as you can see for yourself. As for living standards, there are at least 2 or 3 in the family who earn money. Any girl could eat and dress well in such a household. You can't judge her situation just by looking at her clothes. They wouldn't let their daughter-in-law run around in rags. She is on display, so to speak. They want to show off what a good daughter-in-law they have. But she still does all the work. Well, isn't it right that she should work?" asked Judge Cao, upset by the trend of the argument. "Does that mean that she is oppressed?" "No, of course not," said Donkey Meat Wang, throwing in his 2 cents. "She should do her share. But that doesn't mean she should work 365 days a year while some others never lift a hand to help." "Well, you still have to investigate what's going on," said Judge Cao. "Maybe the old lady is unable to work." "That old lady is healthy enough," declared security officer Shen. "And her 17-year-old daughter is even healthier. But she hasn't carried a single bucket of water since we've been here. It's all left to Yithmei." Wang Yithmei is afraid of her husband and her father-in-law is afraid of his wife. But surely they talk such things over inside that family, said Judge Cao, unwilling Chenji to yield. Living in the room next to Yithmei, security officer Shen overheard what went on between the family members day in and day out. Consultation is nothing but a formality there, he said. Yumei has no right to speak. If she wants to say a single word she has to ask for permission, and every time she goes to cook a meal she has to ask her mother-in-law what should be put in the pot. It's as if she were one of the servants of old. But she looks happy, protested Judge Cao. You call that happy, said Shen in disgust. Do you think it makes her happy to be able to wear a sweater? At this point Teacher Li, the young mother on the team, broke in. Happy? What do you mean happy? Comrade Cao, you had better do a little investigating before you jump to conclusions. /58. Well, said the team leader, on the defensive, I just don't agree that she is oppressed. There aren't enough facts to prove it. What I see is this, when they eat noodles she eats noodles, too. Come off it, protested Huang the pipe fitter. Her father-in-law eats 2 eggs every day. She never has a chance to taste even one. Well, maybe that's a special need that the old man has, said the judge. But she has her special needs, too, said Shen, indignant. Why can't she have her share? I agree, said veteran Wang. There's a lot of feudal thinking there and some oppression, too. You can't say it's exactly the same as feudal oppression, but it's oppression all the same. Unable to agree on the question of Yithmei, Judge Cao changed the subject to the central problem they were all wrestling with, the contradiction between the members of the Longbow Brigade and the 2 gems. Was it a contradiction among the people or one between the people and sworn enemies? This topic unleashed intense discussion and some strong emotions. Security officer Shen was very critical of the deposed party secretary Swiftly. He won't accept criticism because he thinks he was on the right side in the Cultural Revolution. But many people who were on the right side at first committed terrible mistakes later. Look at Kuai Tafu of Tsinghua University. Look at Liu Keiping of Shanxi. He won't criticize himself, said pipefitter Huang, and he won't criticize anyone who stood on his side in the Cultural Revolution. He sees himself as a beautiful flower, while everyone else is being cured. If anyone criticizes him, he counterattacks. This one has made a line mistake, that one is a bad element, how can they criticize me? But he himself has 2 ways of looking at things. Who does he rely on? Some really dubious characters. But he judges them leniently because they support him. Then he applies a class line, very strict indeed, toward those who are critical. Swiftly is really slippery. First he answers back, then he weeps, said security officer Shen. Yes, when I talked to him yesterday he wept, said Lin Tiong from Central. I told him straight out, you think there are people who will stand behind you, people who won't betray you. But how can you rely on them? Your problem now leads right to heaven to Central. The only way out is to make an honest self-criticism. His problem is very serious, she continued. We have to deal with him. I only met him for the first time yesterday but I got a very bad impression. False tears. Red eyes. T have made such big mistakes, he said. T can't hold my head up before the comrades who are trying to help me. What nonsense. Long ago I learned to see through people like that. We have to be careful not to put too big a cap on him, said Judge Cao. His main problem is one of pride. He comes from a poor peasant family. He joined the Communist Party in the middle 60s as a clean young cadre of the new generation. He came to power as the leader of a correct faction in the Cultural Revolution. He led the village for 5 years with some /59 success. He thinks his record is good. This makes him proud and conceited. Why should he bow his head? It looks to me like a contradiction among the people, said veteran Wang. But a contradiction like that, if not resolved, can turn into something else. If Swiftly won't criticize himself, if he continues to defy our team, the brigade, the commune, and the city leadership, he could turn this contradiction into an antagonistic one, said Donkey Meat Wang. That's true, said Judge Cao. Up to now he hasn't recognized his mistakes. He thinks anyone who criticizes him is just reviving the factionalism of the past, while those who support and flatter him are his true friends. With such an attitude, that criticism comes only from enemies, he can never hope to remold himself and take a new road. You all think it's not so serious, said Lin Tiong, alarmed by their leniency. But maybe there is more to the story. How much do we know about Swiftly's best friend, the militia captain Qin? What is behind his relationship with Shi Kuei-shang? Her relatives are counter-revolutionaries. Her uncle actually took part in the Catholic uprising in Taiyuan. Qin's whole family is also Catholic. Perhaps there is a political side to this infatuation? Perhaps it is not only a question of a decadent lifestyle. How can we be sure there isn't someone standing behind this woman, urging her to get close to Longbao cotters in order to pull them down into the mud? Yes, when you look at all this you have to ask some questions about Swiftly, said Security Officer Shen. How is it that as soon as Li comes to power in the Cultural Revolution he links up with questionable people who in turn link up with counter-revolutionaries, who, in turn, proceed to pull everyone down into the mud? It looks as if Swiftly is being pulled over by Fast Qin, who is being pulled over by Shi Kuei-shang, who in turn is being pulled or pushed by some very questionable forces. These things should make us vigilant. This gave Lin Tiong just the opening she was looking for. Swiftly looks like a double dealer to me. He's just like any other May 16th conspirator, she said as if she could detect counter-revolution on sight, as old Wang Yitli claimed to be able to do in 1945. He really puts on a show. He says he can't be blamed. All the blame must be pinned on others. But who, if not he, beat Sidelines director Shen? Who, if not he, ate and drank at militia captain Fast Qin's house? Who, if not he, seduced the daughter of that counter-revolutionary? Old man Wu Kuo-fan? And who, if not he, protected Fast Qin at every turn? Why protect Qin if he himself is not implicated? Prodded by Lin Tiong, the team members decided to investigate thoroughly all the ties that linked the two gems to each other and to the world at large. While the propaganda team concentrated on this disturbing issue, I decided to go back to the beginning, to the conclusion of the land reform in 1948. I wanted to trace how Longbao had come to this strange turning point. I wanted to understand, first of all, how Longbao village had transformed itself from a community of more or less equal smallholders, each farming his or her own scattered plots, into the large-scale, cooperative brigade of today where the peasants carried out all major production in common. Also, how could a question about the leading group and the policies it followed generate such deep interest and such intense struggle? Organized people do not truly delve in anything new until they have had actual experience of it. Nicole Machiavelli. Happy face. We met in the courtyard of the old Cato HC orphanage under the arches where, so many years before, the land reform work team and the village activists had often discussed problems late into the night. Chang Kitsai, Chang Hsin Fa, and Shen Tien Shi, who had joined those gatherings as young militants, now came together once more as middle-aged parents, grandparents, and community leaders to try and recall for me what happened after the land reform movement concluded. With them came the propaganda team Cotter Wang Qingho, veteran Wang, wounded warrior of national and civil war, who had spent the last 20 years in the rural work department of the Changchi city government. What the Longbao Brigade members failed to remember, old Wang was sure to recall. From his vast experience in every corner of the suburban area, he was able to recreate the local context in which the events in Longbao unfolded. Whenever we could, we sat on chairs and stools out in the brick-paved courtyard, but as often as not, during those first days of my return, it rained and we had to retreat to the damp shelter of the cavernous mission buildings. Chang Hsin was, as in the past, the most vocal of the three peasant leaders. As he began to tell about some of the problems that beset the organization of mutual aid groups in 1949, he warmed to the task. One of the advantages of mutual aid was the prompt settlement of obligations. There were lots of labor swapping and animal swapping arrangements among individual peasants, but sometimes, when a person failed to return the labor owed or failed to pay up by other means, it was hard for families to collect. In our organized group, the members had more leverage. We had a new member, Sun Chu-fa, who refused to pay what he owed to others. We hoed his land for him several times and piled up labor credit with him that he never returned. To make payment easy, we calculated his debt in millet, but he never paid the millet either. He claimed that he didn't have any. Finally we said, pay up, or get out of the group, but that didn't move him. In the end we took our quarrel to the district office right here in this building. We sent Sun Chu-fa in to see Party Secretary Chu. Sun went in at a very busy moment and Secretary Chu told him to wait in the next room. Then Secretary Chu became so absorbed in his work that he forgot there was anyone waiting to see him. When lunchtime came, he walked out, locking the door behind him. Sun found himself sitting in an unused back room full of fleas. Ravenous for human blood, they attacked him by the hundreds. When he could stand it no longer, he ran for the door, only to find that it was locked. He decided then that he was under arrest. The fleas, having tasted blood, followed him from one room to the other, biting viciously. He became frightened, pounded on the walls, kicked at the door, and yelled for help. But nobody heard his cries. When Secretary Chu finally returned, Sun was beside himself. He volunteered to pay his debt to the group right away. Anything was better than detention in that den of fleas. He never learned that the whole episode was unplanned, an accident. With this story of Sun Chu-fa and the fleas, we launched into the history of collectivization in Longbao, a history which is the central theme of this book. Toward the end of Fanshan, I wrote a paragraph that tried to sum up the situation in Longbao after the completion of land reform in 1948. Land reform, by creating basic equality among rural producers, only presented the producers with a choice of roads, private enterprise on the land leading to capitalism, or collective enterprise on the land leading to socialism. The choice between them still had to be made, and there was as yet no unanimity on the question. Only the most advanced among the peasants had even considered it. Judged in the light of all that has happened since, this summary stands up well. In 1948, not only had most peasants, in or out of the party, never considered the choice that lay before them, but many Communist Party leaders had not seriously considered it either. With civil war raging across the land, the policy of the party at the time was to guarantee production, to make sure that the vast upheaval brought about by land reform did not prevent people from tilling every square foot of land and harvesting bumper crops wherever possible. That is why the land reform team leader in Longbao, Tzai, before he left for other work, told the peasants, *T and the future we will not love the poor. We want everyone to strive to work hard and become a new rich peasant. With the land question solved, there is nothing to prevent us all from becoming as rich as Li Sun Ta, the Pingshan County labor hero. This idea was later summed up in two provocative words: enrich yourselves. These words recognized the essence of the situation in the countryside of North China at the time. The peasants, in possession of the land at last, would have no one to blame but themselves if they did not make the most of the opportunity. They were on their own in an absolute sense, without any crutch or prop, even such a venal one as a rich peasant to borrow seed from, or a landlord to stake them to a season's supply of millet. 65. Each family had to take charge of its own fate, put arms and hoes to work, and force the land to produce. There was no guarantee as to the outcome, no fixed grain ration, no iron rice bowl * that could provide some subsistence minimum for man, woman, or child. Subsistence had to be wrung from the soil by sweat and toil. Everything depended on the peasants taking up this challenge with enthusiasm and pursuing it to the end. Since, out of historical necessity, what prevailed in the sphere of ownership was private property, what prevailed by way of motivation was self-interest in the narrowest sense. To satisfy this, the government had to guarantee that initiative would be rewarded, that the fruits of toil would belong to the toiler, and that these fruits could be freely spent on the improvement of individual lives, or freely invested in further private production. To that end the Communist Party restated the four freedoms of new democracy and thoroughly implemented them. They were: 1. Freedom to buy, sell, or rent land. 2. Freedom to hire labor for wages. 3. Freedom to lend money at interest. 4. Freedom to set up private enterprises for profit. These four freedoms formed the basis for the development of private enterprise in countryside and city and ensured, insofar as possible, that people would use what resources they had to produce all they possibly could, thus enriching themselves on the one hand, and on the other supplying ample food, fiber, handcrafts, and manufactured products for vast liberated areas crippled by decades of invasion, civil war and social upheaval. Only if peasants produced these supplies could the war ever be won. Furthermore, even after the war was won, it would take several years for the economy to recover, several years of reconstruction before any basic reorganization of society as a whole could begin. Throughout that whole period private production must predominate. The four freedoms provided the key to a whole stage in the revolution. To support the four freedoms during the reconstruction period did not mean, however, to overlook the negative aspects of private production for China and especially for the Chinese countryside. There were literally millions of peasants who did not win enough land, draft animals, and implements to carry on any viable form of small-scale production, not to mention enriching themselves. To call on every peasant producer to become a rich peasant was a contradiction in terms. A rich peasant was by definition an exploiter who prospered through hiring the labor of others. Only a few families in any community could hope to become rich by hiring labor, buying land, lending money at interest and setting up small private enterprises. If some families bought land, other families must sell. If some families hired labor, others must hire out. If some lent money, others must borrow it and pay the interest. For every family that went up the economic ladder, several must go down. For those on the way down, a way out had to be found. The way out advocated by Mao was to organize, first in mutual aid groups where people helped one another with labor, implements and animals, but each took /66 home his own crop, and second in cooperatives where people pooled land, implements and livestock for joint tillage and joint sidings, then shared the common crop and other common income. Organization, at whatever level, to be viable, must be voluntary. Mutual aid groups and cooperatives, freely joined by those who recognized the benefits, would have to crystallize out of a sea of private operators who still practiced, for better or for worse, the four freedoms. Only after cooperation became a dominant form could these freedoms and the remaining private production be challenged. It was in 1943 that Mao first raised the slogan "Get organized." He raised it then in order to stimulate production, to bring people with scattered and inadequate means of production together so that they could more effectively cope with nature, wrest larger returns from the soil, and guarantee victory in the war against Japan. But by 1948, with land reform already completed over wide areas of North China, getting organized began to take on a new, deeper meaning as a challenge to the old way of life. Organization began to be promoted not simply as a more effective way to produce, but as a first skirmish in the battle to determine the shape of the society to come, whether China would develop as a capitalist or a socialist country. Now that on the mainland the power of the landlords, the compradors, and their overseas backers verged on collapse, the heart of the social struggle in China began to shift to this new level where the target would no longer be the traditional feudal rulers but the modern bourgeoisie, a multilayered class that had, in the great battle for national survival, been an ally. As the Communist Party mobilized people to create socialist forms of production, Mao foresaw a great new class struggle arising, but a struggle that would take forms far more subtle than the armed confrontation that preceded it. Once the Kuomintang suffered defeat, once the industrial and commercial holdings of its leaders had been confiscated, once land reform spread to the whole of China, there would no longer be a question of overthrowing a dominant exploiting class. The problem would be to restrict and control the development of capitalist enterprise in city and countryside so that no such dominant class could arise. In the countryside, this meant building functioning collectives that could weld producers together, mobilize their full productive power, and ensure the prosperity of all members. The alternative was clearly accelerated polarization, the growth of a rich peasant economy, which in 10 years could bring China to the same impasse that faced the Soviet Union in the 30s. There, after 1917, a rich peasant, kulak, economy developed such strength on redistributed land that what amounted to a second civil war became necessary in the name of rescuing the poor from peonage. In the course of the struggle, not only rich peasants but middle peasants became targets, and good relations between the countryside and the city suffered lasting damage. In China, Mao warned, all the conditions existed for just such a class differentiation. If the party allowed it to develop too far, serious conflict could hardly be avoided. To start with, land distribution, in spite of its tremendous leveling effect, had not abolished classes in the countryside. The primary target of the land revolution, wherever it had been carried out, had /67 been that bastion of feudalism, the landlord class. Landlords had been thoroughly expropriated. But from 1949 on, only the surplus property of rich peasants could legally be confiscated, leaving them in about the same position as the middle peasants who had all along received protection. Down below, although large numbers of poor peasants gained enough to establish themselves as independent producers, a strong minority of former tenants and hired laborers still remained poor because there was not enough property to go around. In spite of the fact that the whole peasant population now consisted of laboring people, peasants entered the post-land reform struggle for survival on unequal terms, with the deck stacked in favor of those with superior means of production. These differences, inherited from the past, could only be intensified by the policy of laissez-faire, the equal application of the four freedoms mandated by the overall situation. While a large number of families in the middle managed, for a while, to hold their own, some of the better off immediately began to move up as the worst off started to slip down. This polarization seemed destined to accelerate with time. The end result could only be a new class society, at best one dominated by rich peasants, at worst a replica of the traditional gentry system. Looking at Longbao village in the light of these warnings, one had to ask. Between 1946 and 1948, the years of the land reform, 169 families of poor peasants and hired laborers with 605 members took over 2,077.7 nia, 346.3 acres, of land. This doubled their holdings and brought their average per capita share to 5.8 mao, or just under I acre. 76 families of middle peasants with 341 members lost 480 mao, 80 acres, but still held 6 mao, or a full acre per capita. Rich peasants and landlords who had originally owned 2 to 3 times the amount of land held per capita by middle peasants, and who dominated, through their control of religious and clan institutions, an additional acreage almost as large, lost 914 mao, 152 acres, of private land and 650 mao, 108 acres, of church, temple, and clan land, and ended up with a meager 4.6 mao apiece. What was true of land was also true of the other productive property such as draft animals, carts and farm implements, and of personal property such as houses, clothes, cooking utensils, and storage vessels. The Peasants' Association had distributed everything owned by landlords and rich peasants and a small portion of the property of middle peasants so that the whole population enjoyed almost equal shares of productive equipment, housing, and the other necessities of life. In addition, the association had reallocated all the wells and privies so that every family had the right to draw water from a designated well, to relieve themselves at a designated privy, and to share the fertility stored there. In spite of this massive redistribution of wealth, some inequalities remained. There were still 29 poor families with 82 members who did not receive enough to give them each an acre of land. They held 5.1 mao apiece, or 10% less on the average than everyone else. Their share of draft animals, carts, implements and even housing was also somewhat deficient. These families were still classed as poor peasants. In contrast, 140 families who received slightly more were classed as new middle peasants. They held 5.8 mao per capita. Somewhat more prosperous than these new middle peasants were the 70 families of old middle peasants. The 341 people so classed owned exactly an acre apiece, and were somewhat better off in regard to draft animals, implements, carts and housing. 5 families of former landlords and rich peasants with 12 members in all held significantly less than any other group, 4.6 mao per capita, or 20% below the average. 69. As directives from party leaders made clear, and as the experience of the Longbao peasants themselves confirmed, there was no acceptable way to bring the 29 deficient families up to the average by distributing existing wealth. Local property for distribution could have but two sources: middle peasant families who had carried a heavy burden of debt in the past and had acquired what property they did own only through hard labor, and the remaining expropriated rich peasants and landlords whose holdings had already been reduced below the standards set for the rest of the community. No more property could be taken from them without forcing many of them onto the road as beggars. If this occurred, the burden of supporting them through handouts would have returned to the shoulders of the working peasants who had previously underwritten their easy life by paying rent and interest and by providing cheap hired labor. With the only obvious sources of distributable wealth ruled out, 29 families of poor peasants not only remained poor, they were severely handicapped when it came to enriching themselves. They constituted a social force interested in cooperative rather than individual solutions to the problem of survival. In the next category, one had to list the former poor peasants and hired laborers who had in fact fans hand. Many of them also looked to cooperation as a way out. True, they had acquired enough land and other property to earn the label of new middle peasant, but they had no experience of prosperity as petty producers and few illusions that the meager holdings they had acquired in land reform could really solve problems of livelihood. In relation to the projected class struggle to come, they were recognized by the party leadership as poor peasants still, with demands that were objectively revolutionary. Their commitment to private property was relatively weak and could well be shaken by a viable, collective alternative. A section of the middle peasants themselves, the lower middle peasants, augmented this group of poor and formerly poor peasants. It was made up of families who in the old society had generally been drifting downward in the social scale, falling deeper into debt each year, losing land and livestock and staring bankruptcy in the face. They, too, held few illusions that the small holdings left to them could guarantee a prosperous future. In Longbao these groups added up to some 209 out of 250 families, with 786 out of 960 people. Together they made up that new class category put forward at the time by the Central Committee, the poor and lower middle peasants. It was a solid majority unlikely to do well on the capitalist road. On it Mao based his hopes for a socialist transformation of the countryside. With 209 poor and lower middle peasant families, with 36 old middle peasant families who owned but a fraction more real property per capita than the former, with 4 families of ex-rich peasants and a family of ex-landlords, most of whom owned even less, on the average, than the poorest remaining peasants, the class situation in Longbao could hardly be called extreme. A detailed study carried out by the Regional Party Committee in 5 nearby villages found a high level of homogeneity as much as 5 years later. In 1951 middle peasants, new and old, made up some 95.02% of the total, with rich middle peasants amounting to only 2.22%. Rich/70. Peasants developed after land reform occupied 0.6%, hired laborers 3.84% and miscellaneous other categories only 0.44%*. If one conceived of class status simply as a function of the relationship between people and their productive property, if one took holdings alone as the standard, one could conclude that, for all practical purposes, only one class existed in Longbao and the neighboring villages, and that the world outlook of its members must be uniform. In reality, two major factors made such a conclusion unrealistic. First, one had to take into account the influence of previous class status on people's minds. There were obviously remnant exploiters in Longbao who considered the restoration of past holdings to be far more important than anything else, certainly more important than plans for increased production based on hard labor. There were also a number of old middle peasant families whose members wanted only to be left alone to prosper as they had usually managed to do in the past. Here were at least two groups with perceived interests left over from history that diverged from those of the majority. A second influence, even more powerful than the mental warp built in by previous class status, was the process of polarization that constantly transformed the status quo. Statistics showed that for quite a few families v/inning land and productive property only marked the start of renewed change in the family fortune. They began either to rise or fall. The direction of movement tended to influence the outlook of every family member more profoundly than the starting point. Those on the way up viewed individual effort with growing satisfaction, while those on the way down suffered increasing disillusionment. The regional study of 1951 revealed that after 5 years some 96 peasant families in the 5 villages surveyed had sold 284.11 mao of land, primarily to raise money for wedding or funeral expenses, while 99 peasant families in the same communities had bought land. Thus the number who, because of natural or man-made calamity, had lost land and were headed toward poverty was balanced by at least an equal number who were prosperous enough to expand. Party analysts estimated that those who faced serious difficulties as independent producers numbered as high as 37.7%, but only about half of these saw the problem clearly and took organizational steps to help themselves. And 42.3%, who were somewhat better off still definitely preferred to go it alone. For this group, a portion of whom were on the way up, new things and new ways made life increasingly interesting. Young men were planting new varieties of crops in the fields, young women were bobbing their hair. Young and old could count on each season to bring unexpected surprises and delights. A rhyme, celebrating all this, spread throughout Southeast Shensi. Early each mom cook golden queen corn. At noon repeat with 169 wheat. At night take a whirl with a short-haired girl. The regional party secretary, Wang Xiaqin, used these couplets in his report to the Central Committee on Post-Land Reform Conditions. He felt constrained, however, to substitute glass beauty, a new variety of millet, for the short-haired girl that enlivened the night. This change made the poem more consistent, but removed much of its spice. The poem came to stand as a symbol for new democratic thinking, an attitude of mind that was quite satisfied with the state of the nation after land reform and saw no need for further struggle or transformation. Those who thought this way included many party members. The theory they consciously or unconsciously adopted was the theory of the success of the revolution, the idea that with land reform the revolution was over and the thing to do henceforth was to bury one's head in production, prosper and enjoy life. 3 families in Longbao, by burying their heads in production, did particularly well after 1948. The most prosperous of these was made up of the Shi brothers. Shi Tzayun, an 8th Route Army veteran and a leading member of the Communist Party branch, Shi Fuyuan, another Communist Party member who worked as a district cadre after 1947, and little brother Shi Erchi, who concentrated on tilling the fields at home. They had been middle peasants prior to the land reform, but they had suffered exploitation and oppression and had grievances to settle with Longbao gentry. Both Tzayun and Fuyuan became activists before liberation, joined the party early, and served in leading posts as cadres. Strategically situated politically, they received generous amounts of property in the distribution and emerged from the land reform period with 70 mao, 11.7 acres, of land, 2 donkeys, and 2 carts. During the busy season, particularly at harvest time, they hired labor to get their work done. As long as they remained healthy, as long as all 3 brothers could work hard, the family was bound to prosper. Chang Hsin, secretary of the Communist Party branch in 1948, was another leader who prospered. Originally a bare poor peasant, a man who had worked all his life as a hired man, he emerged from land reform with 15 mao, 2.5 acres, of land. Soon thereafter he acquired a donkey and then a mule. In the prime of life, with only 3 mouths to feed, he could look forward to a surplus at the end of each year. The third prosperous family was that of Li Xiancheng, known to everyone as Li the Fat. He had joined the militia early and had become a squad leader. In 1949 he joined the party. When the old distillery worker Wen Tuichin died, Li succeeded him as chairman of the Village People's Congress. He came from a family so poor that in the famine year they sold a son for a few quarts of grain. Li the Fat himself lost 4 mao of his land to the rich peasant Kuo Cheng Wang, then had to rent it back from him on shares. After the crop failure of 1942, Cheng Wang, in lieu of rent, took the whole crop, all the clothes and all the household goods that the Li family owned. But in the course of the land reform Li the Fat reversed his fate. 72. For a family of 5 he received 5 good acres and half a donkey. In the prime of life, he worked hard. Soon he had saved enough to buy another acre. This came from a Linxin peasant who sold out his holdings in order to return home. Soon after that Li the Fat bought a mule, and then bought over the other half of the donkey. Thus he became sole owner of 2 draft animals. By hauling coal that was in demand for household fuel and by plowing for various neighbors he put many families in his debt. When he needed help on the land it was always available from those who owed him money and preferred to work off their debts. His method was to demand help from 8 or 10 people after every rain and thus get his land hoed within 24 hours while the soil was still soft and the weeds still vulnerable. He always settled wage accounts promptly, offering 3 to 4 sheng of millet for a day's work, and he always fed people well when they worked on his land. Thus he had no problem finding help. Once he became a cotter, prestige and power worked in his favor. People, especially young people, found it hard to refuse any request made by a cotter. Li the Fat did so well with new animals and new land that he was soon in a position to buy more houses. He bought 6 sections in his home courtyard from a poor peasant with many children who could not make ends meet and had to sell housing won in the land reform. As Li the Fat's children grew up and got married he bought new sections of housing for each of them in turn. His ambition was to acquire the whole courtyard in which he lived. These purchases did not exhaust his resources. He often had enough left over to lend grain to poorer neighbors. It was said that he did not charge interest on such loans. If so, it was only because party members were not allowed to. From the very beginning, because his brother had joined the People's Liberation Army, Li the Fat got help on the land as a soldier's relative. Later, when his brother came home wounded, this help increased. The family got 90 yuan in cash twice a year from the government as a disability payment while the community continued to contribute 150 labor days a year to the family crops. The wounded brother, Li Taiping, did so well that he hired a full-time laborer and provided housing for him and his family. This laborer was Zhou Chengfu, a poor peasant who had one land of his own but managed it so poorly that he could not survive as an independent producer. Li the Fat continued the expansion of his holdings by setting up a small flour mill. During the busy season he hired the poor peasant Shen Shuisheng to work there by the day. Shen Shuisheng had a family so large that he could not feed them on the small amount of land he won in the land reform. He had to hire out to ensure salt turnip for his wife and children to put on their millet. It is clearly not possible to write about those who prospered without mentioning those who failed and ended up working for others, such as Zhou Chengfu and Shen Shuisheng. Another person who failed was Jin Chn Hai, a nephew to old Kuo Chou Har, who had played such a role in the struggle against police captain Wang Wentii in 1948. Chen Hai's father 120 Mao in the land reform, a house, half an ox and half a cart. When the 73 old man fell ill and could no longer work, his son was only 14. He did not count as a full labor power and could not handle heavy work on the land. He was also somewhat lazy. Unable to survive as an independent peasant, he sold half his holding, his house, and his share in the ox and the cart to old Chouhar, his uncle. Then, without any means of support, he went to work in the fertilizer plant set up by the regional government outside Changchi City. As a worker, Chen Hai did well. He earned good wages, saved part of them, eventually married, and again bought a house in Longbao. By that time the village had become a cooperative brigade in Horse Square Commune. Chen Hai rejoined it as a full member. An important factor contributing to the rise of some families while others slowly went under was the possession of draft animals. As veteran Wang pointed out, a peasant who owned 2 good draft animals could get by without working at all. He had only to feed and care for his animals, and hire them out to receive in return enough labor from others to grow his whole crop. This was made possible by the relatively high value placed on animal power as compared to human labor power. An able-bodied man working all day could earn 4 sheng of millet. I sheng is equal to IV pints, 3 cups, or approximately I quart. To hire an animal to plow I mao cost 5 sheng of millet. 2 animals paired could plow 8 mao in a day at a cost of 40 sheng. Any peasant who invited a man and team to plow for a day had to work 8 to 10 days to pay the debt. In terms of the crop, with yields at 20 bushels to the acre, plowing costs equaled 5% of the total. The owner of draft animals not only benefited from the high cost of animal power as compared to human labor power, he was also in a position, because of the scarcity of draft animals and the critical nature of the spring and autumn rush when draft power was most needed, to twist every other facet of the exchange to his benefit. Shenfa described the process in some detail. A man can break up 1 mao a day with a hoe, but the labor is heavy. He would rather wait for draft power if that is at all possible. But when the animal is finally brought in, the soil is turned only to a depth of 4 inches, less than can be done with a hoe. The owner of the animal plows his own land deeply but is not so conscientious on the other fellow's land. Also, when he plows his own land, he does it when the land is just right, neither too wet nor too dry. But when he plows for his neighbor, he comes when he can, when the land is hard and dry or when the land is still muddy. What you receive in such an exchange is plowing of sorts, but what you have to pay back could be any kind of labor, and no matter what you do, no matter how hard the labor, it only counts as 1 day. You may have to haul coal, thin millet, move soil for brick making by wheelbarrow or carrying pole. And all of these are very hard work, certainly harder than driving a team hitched to a plow. The animal owner has another advantage: he not only disposes of the animal's productive power but he also owns the manure produced by the animal. And this goes on his own crops. 74. So a peasant without a draft animal has to beg for help every time. In the spring he can't get the compost to the field on time. In the fall he can't get his crop home. But the owner of a draft animal does everything on time. He finishes his own work first, then helps others. His land is nice and neat. Everything is in order. He who lacks an animal can only wait for favors from others. The man without an animal has to talk to the animal owner far in advance. Whatever work you have to do, I'll do it, he promises. Then when I need you and your mule, you'll help me out? Okay. All this has to be done early. Above all, the offer must look attractive to the animal owner. Everything that follows is arranged according to his convenience. When his harvest is ready, he calls on all those who are obligated to him to come at once, no matter how busy they are or how short the supply of labor is. They come, they do the job quickly. His wife cooks 1 meal for them, 1 big harvest meal. It is all very convenient. but if you should dare say that you are busy and would prefer to come some other time, you won't get any big harvest meal. You may not get any meal at all, and the next time plowing season comes around he won't plow for you either. A peasant is not in the same position as a worker. He does not earn money. He swaps his labor for labor or services that jump up and down in price. There is always a problem of equivalent exchange. There is busy season labor and slack season labor, heavy labor and light labor. The money paid for various types of labor at various seasons of the year varies widely. Thus a poor peasant without an animal, when he agrees to swap labor for plowing at a fixed rate, will have to give far more than he gets in return, especially in terms of hours expended. What seemed apparent from this discussion of draft animals was that animal power often commanded more than its value in exchange, particularly in the busy season, while human labor often commanded less than its value. Such a situation could only arise because of a temporary scarcity of draft animals due to the ravages of war, the wanton slaughter of animals for meat by Japanese troops, and the difficulty of raising replacements in a period of social disruption and short crops. But even as the supply of animals increased, bringing the price of animal power in line with the cost of its reproduction, a draft animal still represented a substantial capital investment. Those families who disposed of enough funds to make such an investment were in a position to take advantage of their neighbors, just as, in the American countryside, the owner of a big tractor or combine can take advantage of his neighbors through custom work. During the post-land reform period of prosperity for some, decline for others, several Longbao residents abandoned farming and set up private businesses as their sole means of support. Chi Kai-sheng first left home to work as a clerk in a state-operated store. But when he saw that the four freedoms were actually enforced in the economy, he returned home and set up a small shop. In time, competition from the community-owned coopera. 75. Tiff store proved too much for him. He sold out and went to work for the branch of the cooperative that operated in Horse Square. Another old resident, Ch. Er Ching, moved back to Longbao all the way from the northeast to set up a shop. A newcomer, Chin Ta Ch. Yuan, of Linxin, Honan, moved into the village to set up a flour mill. The small but persistent trend toward class differentiation, so well documented in Longbao village, permeated the whole region. Another survey made by the Regional Party Committee in 1950 covered 15 villages with 3,394 family units. It revealed that 13.7% of the families had sold land, 9.6% were already selling labor power, while 4% were hiring labor. In 13 villages there were already 28 new rich peasant families, families who were earning the major part of their income from other people's labor. They made up less than 1% of the population. Most of these new exploiters were from families that had been bare poor before the land reform. They had learned how to enrich themselves in the short period since. A second survey examined the state of handcrafts in the villages of 3 counties. Altogether 50 families who owned small cottage industries had become exploiters. Together they employed 142 workers, slightly less than 3 per family, but enough to make them dependent on hired rather than family labor. Mutual aid. Some examples. Obviously the implementation of Tzai Chin slogans, every family strive to become a new rich peasant, the Communist Party no longer loves the poor, and finally, enrich yourselves, brought prosperity to some in Longbao village. At the same time it forced others into bankruptcy. As for the majority, who managed to hold their own, they did so under increasing economic pressure. Some of the more far-sighted responded as Mao had so often urged peasants to do, by organizing. The first step in the organization process was mutual aid, the sharing of labor power, draft animals, and implements on a small scale by groups of neighbors willing to enter into such arrangements. What made people willing to give mutual aid a try was not primarily exhortation on the part of communist leaders, at whatever level, but immediate economic advantage. In spite of the thorough way in which all productive property had been redistributed, there simply were not enough donkeys, oxen, carts, cedars or even iron hose to go around. When these were distributed as fractional shares, one leg of a donkey, one wheel of a cart, people had to cooperate in order to produce at all. When one family got one necessary item, such as a donkey, but not another, such as a cart, they also had to share. The alternative was to put themselves at the mercy of some enterprising middle peasant or one of the new rich peasants who were beginning to emerge. Furthermore, unless one went in for custom work in the style of a new rich peasant, owning livestock and implements could represent overcapitalization. One good mule could farm 20 acres. But no family owned as much as 20 acres, and few had half that much. The largest holding in all of Longbao, after land reform, was a little more than 11 acres for a family of 9 people. Even such a large family could not effectively use all the productive capacity of one mule. If they had tried to keep a mule, a cart, a plow, a harrow, and a seeder, the capital investment would have been grossly out of proportion to the production possible on 11 acres of land. Therefore the family that owned a mule was not likely to own the other essential implements, not even a cart, even though the latter was used as much for transportation on the roads as it was for agriculture. Since there were not enough draft animals and implements to go around. And since the land holdings were too small to engage efficiently any complete set of equipment, all but the most ambitious in the end found it advantageous to swap and share what they had, and to help each other out. All the economic pressures that pushed people toward mutual aid during and after land reform had existed for thousands of years. They had produced labor exchange on a spontaneous and limited basis, but this had never developed into a mass movement or crystallized out in any permanent form, primarily because of class differences. Cooperation is very difficult when producers are unequal in their holdings and productive power. The rich peasant does not swap labor with the poor peasant, he hires him and realizes surplus value from the transaction. In the old society, the owners of oxen or mules that could be used as levers to extract unpaid labor from poor neighbors were not likely to swap labor with such people for mutual benefit. It was only after land reform had created a community of approximately equal small holders with several families sharing an ox or a plow that wide-scale sharing of labor, draft animals, and implements became possible. A further factor leading people to try mutual aid was the phenomenal success of certain outstanding examples. In Shensi province there was one very famous unit, a group in West Gully led by Li Sun Ta. Li Sun Ta started a mutual aid team with 6 neighbors in 1943. They hitched themselves to a plow and opened up wasteland in an abandoned ravine high in the mountains of Piangshan County. Some of this land they planted to cotton. Li Sun Ta's mother cut down a tree, fashioned a spinning wheel, and taught the women of the group how to spin cotton thread. Cooperative effort led to high yields on the land and high productivity in cottage industry. In 1944 Li Sun Ta was invited to a conference of model producers and returned home an elected labor hero of the whole Shensi Hopi Honan Shantung border region. After that West Gully became a household word in North China. Not so well known at the time, but very famous later, was the Old and Young team led by Chn Young Ki of Takay Chn Young Ki lived in a desolate wasteland of loess soil and rock on the northern slope of Tijriad Mountain, in Siang County, Central Shensi, a place comparable in American geography to one of the isolated hollows on the western slope of the Appalachian chain in West Virginia, North Carolina or Tennessee. He arrived there as a child in a basket slung at one end of his father's carrying pole. They were famine refugees from more fertile regions to the south. Takay territory consisted of 8 ridges and 7 ravines running down from the barren summit of Tijriad, a slope so steep and so cut up that the 100 acres of tilled land there were divided into 4,700 bits and pieces. Most of them were narrow terraces on the ridges formed by piling up stone walls and filling in the space behind with earth. No one filled the ravines, because they were subject to washouts. 60 families of bare poor people farmed these badlands. Most of them paid rent to one absentee landlord and 3 rich peasants who rarely set foot in this god-forsaken place if they could help it. A high proportion of the residents of Takei were ex-beggars who were able to settle on Tijriad mountain because the land there had been abandoned. No sooner did they reclaim a small terrace or two, however, than landlords who had forgotten about the place suddenly resurrected their land deeds and moved in to collect rent. As long as Takei remained a wasteland no one cared about it, but as soon as anyone produced something there everyone wanted a share. Takei peasants talked of 3 poors and 5 many's poor people, poor land, poor village, many shepherds, many hired hands, many beggars, many children sold, many suicides. Sometimes they added a 6th, many calamities. When it didn't rain their crops withered on bone-dry terraces. When it rained the terraces washed into the gullies, carrying crops, soils, and terrace walls into the valley below. No one ever supposed that there was a way out. The 3 poors and the 6 many's added up to fate. But the Japanese war ended in victory. It was followed by land reform. And land reform, having brought the peasants together in struggle, led to organized production mutual aid. When forming groups for mutual aid, people took it for granted that soldiers match soldiers, officers match officers, i.e., that people with equal labor power should get together. 12 families with young men in the prime of life formed the stalwarts group. 4 families of older people without sons and 6 families of widows with young children formed the old and young team. The rest continued to farm on their own. Chen Young Ki, who had been an activist in the anti-Japanese underground and a leader of the land reform movement, joined the stalwarts. But he was ill at ease. 42 young men, his comrades in arms in the War of Resistance, had been killed by the Japanese. 20 others had joined the People's Liberation Army to defend the fruits of victory. Their parents, wives, and children had formed the old and young team. How could he, a man in the prime of life, join with the strongest and best producers of the community and leave the dependence of his dead comrades and the army volunteers to shift for themselves? All the families that were short of labor power were left stranded, Chen said. In these families only women, children, and old, sick and weak people remained. What about us, they said. They were all poor and lower middle peasants. I heard their complaints and I couldn't help thinking, where did the labor power of these families go? Some were killed by the Japanese. Others joined the People's Liberation Army. Now who will care for their dependents? We have fans hand, they said. But nothing has changed. We still can't live. We have no animals, no tools, no labor power, so what use is the land to us? We can't eat the land. I didn't think in terms of line then. I only thought, these are poor peasant brothers and sisters. I am also a poor peasant. They suffered in the old society. So did ISN. Their problem my problem, too. The road we take must solve everyone's problems, not just those of a few. I withdrew from the stalwarts group and joined the group of children and old people. The youngest of the old people was 60 and the oldest of the young people was 12. If any of these worked hard it would ruin his health. I was the only able-bodied member in the prime of life. I'm not boasting. It is a fact. I was strong as an ox. The children and the old people welcomed me. They had never dreamed of such a thing. They didn't say I was stupid. It was the stalwarts who said I was stupid. Now Chen has Riesli fans hand, they said. He has old men who can't mount a horse and children who can't pull a plow. A rich peasant took Chen's wife aside. In the past you had nothing to eat or drink. And now you are in the same boat. What does Chen get working with that rabble? The oldest of the young people is 12 and the youngest of the old men is 60. Mao has called on us to organize, but what sort of organizing is that? But Chen had an answer for everyone. The old have experience. The young will grow up. If we listen to the voice of the Communist Party we'll be on the right road. So Chen swapped labor with old people and children who could not do a fraction of the work he was capable of. Chn made 2 big baskets for his carrying pole that could hold 200 caddies, 220 pounds, while 4 children between them carried 100, and day after day they worked together. The old people and the children wondered what motivated Chn. They talked about him behind his back and they decided that he felt sorry for them, that he was a kind-hearted man. But after the rich peasants started slandering the group, called Chn stupid, and asked, "What sort of a fine opera is this?" they began to understand that Chn worked with them because of class feelings, out of solidarity for the poor against the rich. Bit by bit their consciousness rose, more and more they supported my views. They worked with me all day, then went home to eat, but once they had their bowls filled they brought them back to my house and had supper with me. Both old and young did this. We united as one person. And to the astonishment of all, and especially the stalwarts group, the old and young team produced better crops than anyone else. Why? How could we achieve so much, that very first year? We had so little labor power, yet we beat the stalwarts in production. It was because of our unity. It was because we were determined to take the collective road. As for the stalwarts, they got together in the spring but dispersed in the summer, stayed away in the autumn worrying about their own harvests, and fell apart in the winter. In fact, they practiced mutual aid for only a month or 2 in the spring, then went their separate ways and failed to increase their yields beyond the 10 bushels per acre average that was traditional in Takei. But the old and young team organized well, discussed everything democratically, made joint decisions, helped one another, stuck together, and increased their yields substantially. For 7 years they stuck together, increased their crop yields each season, and attracted new members until by 1953 they had 49 families who harvested 27 bushels to the acre, almost /80. Triple the yields that anyone had wrested from Tajriad Mountain in the past. Central to their success was the decision made by Chn Young Ki to disregard the basic principle of mutual aid organization matching labor power against labor power. He could then swap his able-bodied labor without demanding equivalent exchange for the work of children and worn-out old men. Everyone thought he was crazy. Nobody with half a caddy of grain at home would ever choose to be king of these people, said the critics. But Chn took no such narrow view. Isn't their problem my problem, too? The road we take must solve everyone's problem. On the one hand he felt sympathy for those older men who had worked all their lives for landlords, as he himself had done since the age of 8, and for those children whose fathers and brothers had been killed or now risked their lives at the front. Fanshan should have been a great liberation for them, their weakness should not be allowed to turn it sour. On the other hand he had a vision of what cooperation could do. With the rich experience of the older people and the enthusiasm of the young, with unity forged through hard work and open discussion, could they not unlock the riches of Tajriad Mountain and change their fate? Chn Young Ki believed that they could, and this belief set him apart from the thousands of other peasant activists who saw in mutual aid organization some immediate benefits for themselves and their neighbors, but hardly recognized it as a road to the transformation of society. It is doubtful if in those days Chn himself ever consciously formulated such a view. Collective action simply seemed right to him. It made sense for the long pull and he did not feel compelled to make that close calculation of immediate personal gains and losses that so typified peasant mentality. He carried this attitude with him through each stage of development. "We didn't have the Huddle Red Book to read then," said Chn. "I had never heard of Serve the People or The People Are Most Precious or The Socialist Road versus the Capitalist Road. Even to this day I cannot memorize any quotations from Mao Zedong. But I did have class feelings, and I knew that we did not have enough people to do all the work that needed to be done. We had to get together and we had to work together. And when we did that we transformed our lives." As Lee Soon-ta expanded his West Gully Aid group into a team that took on a whole mountain valley, as Chn Young Ki built his old and young team into a village-wide unit, Longbao peasants, determined to catch up, consolidated and expanded the experimental labor exchange groups that had formed during the first months after land reform. The most successful of these groups was the one led by Yang Chengsheng. He brought together 22 families who farmed 80 acres of land. Starting with several friends who had confidence in one another, this group prospered because it carried out the principles for mutual aid laid down by Mao Zedong. These principles, summed up from the experience of thousands of successful groups, were 3, I. Voluntary participation, 2. Equal exchange of labor and value, 3. Democratic operation, clearly a lower level of commitment than that which motivated Chen Yung Ki. Yang Chengsheng's group also avoided the 3 common mistakes: I. Mutual aid in everything, 2. Large-scale groups, 3. Complicated organization. As described in Fanshan, the 22 families under Yang's leadership met often, discussed every problem thoroughly and worked out a good system of keeping records so that the exchange of labor time balanced out in the long run. Yang never tried to tell the group what to do. When they met they talked things over, and only when they agreed did they act. They always tilled the land of soldiers' dependents first, asking only their meals in return. Families without manpower paid wages for all work done, but the group did not demand that these wages be paid at once. Those who had no grain could wait until after the harvest to settle up. A committee of 4 was elected to report on all hours put in and on all exchanges of implements and draft power. One member who could write and figure on the abacus was appointed to tally up the accounts. At the end of every period, that is, planting, hoeing, harvesting, etc., a balance sheet was drawn up and a settlement made. Everyone paid up what he owed except those who were in difficult circumstances and needed more time. This satisfied all participants and helped to maintain morale at a high level. The group met briefly every evening to plan the next day's work. When /82 the cocks began to crow before dawn, no time was wasted in consultation. Everyone went straight to the field without having to be called. When the 6 animals possessed by the group members were not needed in the fields, they were taken by their owners on transport work that was individually planned and executed. In other words, the group did not try to pool all the activities of its members. They worked together where the advantage was greatest and went their separate ways where that was more suitable. To add to their winter production, they pooled resources to set up a bean curd plant. Yang Chengsheng, after representing Longbao at a regional meeting of model peasants and workers, expanded the activities of his group to include a cooperative carpentry shop. Its 13 members built tables, chairs, wooden shovels, cart bodies, wheel hubs, and finally cartwheels complete with iron rims. In order to ensure adequate supplies of wood, this group journeyed to the western mountains, bought standing trees, cut them, hauled them home, and sawed their own lumber. By 1948 these cooperative efforts were so successful that many new families applied to join the group. Chengsheng wisely turned them down, encouraged them to form new groups, and stabilized the organization under his leadership at 20 families. The second successful mutual aid group in Longbao was led by the secretary of the Communist Party branch, Chang Hsinfa. Hsinfa, as described earlier, was doing very well on his own, but party leaders demanded that village communists take the lead in organizing production, so Hsinfa took up the task. He did it out of party loyalty and political conviction, not because he faced production problems himself. According to the principle of soldiers match soldiers, officers match officers, Hsinfa brought together several of Longbao's stalwarts, men in the prime of life, well endowed with labor power and each in possession of an ox, a mule, or a cart. The group consisted of 10 families: Yang Lisheng, Kuo Tai Shan, Yang Yuso, Wan Ki Pao, Tai Taquan, Chang Chi Fa, Hsinfa's brother, and Chang Hsinfa himself. Only Kuo Tai Shan, a 13-year-old without a father, contributed less than full labor power to the group. Most of the work was too heavy for him, Hsinfa recalled. He only had strength enough to pour night soil on the corn hills at planting time. We really carried him for years. We did it because his mother was a widow. He had all his father's land to take care of and couldn't handle it all. Yang Yitso had been a close friend of his father's and they had suffered the life of poor peasants together. Out of loyalty to Tai Shan's father we took the son in. In fact we did express some class feelings for this family. They had no draft animal. We hauled coal for them. We plowed for them at a time when Tai Shan couldn't even carry a loaded sack. But he did whatever he could and by the time we decided to form our coup he was a big, strong boy. Tai Shan's security as a member of this group stood in contrast to the vulnerability of young Chin Chen Hai mentioned earlier, who was too young to work the land his young father owned, failed to link up with any group, and had to sell out most of his holdings to survive. /83. Asterisk to be truthful, I was also a burden to the group, said Shenfan. As party secretary, I had to go to so many meetings. But when I went off they did my work first so I had nothing to worry about. We practiced democracy in the group. We decided all questions through discussion and we held together through thick and thin. Yang Lisheng was our group leader. He always told the members to work on my land first when I was away and to work on other members' land later. With such a good leader the contradictions between individual members didn't show up very much and we never had any big quarrels. Li Sheng himself kept the records which family the team worked for, who came, and how much work they did. Then after every agricultural season we settled up. We settled up with millet. If the amounts owed were about equal, then it was okay, things balanced out, but if one had done more labor than another he had to collect millet for the extra work. We never quarreled over the quality of the millet, most millet is the same anyway. Besides, we would have been embarrassed to quarrel over such minor things as that. Asterisk what if a family couldn't afford the millet they owed? Asterisk that never came up in our group, said Shenfan. Asterisk we were all more or less equal, so the amount of millet that changed hands was really very small. As a side occupation our group opened an inn where carters hauling freight down the road could stay. The main purpose of this inn, insofar as the group was concerned, was to collect manure, the manure produced by the cart animals that stayed overnight. Of course there was also some cash income. We called our establishment Horse Cart Inn. Soon a third functioning group of half a dozen families, all headed by strong, able-bodied workers, came into being, organized by Shi Tzayun, the demobilized veteran. Like Shenfan, Tzayun was in an especially favorable position to prosper as a new rich peasant. It was party pressure that set him on the cooperative road. However, no amount of pressure could persuade him to abandon the principle of matching labor power against equal labor power. He would not accept old people, widows or orphaned children. Nor did he favor people without skills. His group included a number of carpenters who worked out by the day for wages while other group members tilled their land. This was matching labor power with money. Some of the cash earnings from carpentry were used to pay for the labor that was put in on the carpenter's land. The crops from each family's land went into its own storage jars. Some of the old, the widowed, and the children unable to do a full day's work, who were rejected by these three groups of stalwarts, came to Peasants' Association leader Kuo Changkeyuan for help. They begged him to form a group that they could join. Soft of heart and anxious to serve the people well, he created a fourth year-round mutual aid group in Longbao, that could well have been called the weak, the halt and the blind. In addition to 4 year-round groups, at least 10 seasonal groups, generally called plowing teams, were formed. Plows were an expensive and relatively scarce item of equipment that few families could afford. In the busy season clusters of 8 or 10 families tended to crystallize around each implement. These clusters might just as well have been called honey/84. Cart groups. The large, barrel-like wooden tanks mounted on wheels that were used to haul liquid night soil from the deep storage cisterns to the fields were even more expensive and certainly scarcer than plows. In the whole village there were only 13 honey carts. This alone could well account for the fact that there were, in the busy season, some 13 labor-swapping groups. All the peasants spoke enthusiastically about mutual aid as long as it was organized on a voluntary basis and democratically led. The communist Shen Tianshi praised working together. "When we work together we get more done," he said. "Whenever I stay up late at a meeting I would sleep through half the morning if the aid group leader didn't come to call me. And I get very discouraged whenever I have to go out all alone and face a big stretch of land. With others there to tackle the job, the work goes fast. We talk, laugh, and keep each other's spirits up." Tai Shan's widowed mother confirmed this. "When I am alone in the field I often look up and wonder if it is noon. But when we work together, noon comes and goes, and we don't even notice it. Soon the work is done." Tai Shan was equally enthusiastic. "It was 1950 when we joined the group. Before that we had a hard time. My mother was old and I was young and we had to call on other people for help. After we joined the group my mother could choose light work. I was the youngest member. We took turns helping each other so that all the land got planted and nothing went to waste. But I was always falling behind in the field. We would go out together but I would fall behind. Then Hsin would encourage me, saying, 'Ts only because you are younger,' and he would come up the row and help me finish." Mutual aid, because it solved problems, grew and developed in Longbao village, in southeast Shanxi, across North China and, finally, throughout the country wherever land reform prepared the ground. But it contained within itself many contradictions. Short-range disputes arose over such problems as whose field to plant first after a rain. A good team leader usually said, "Do mine last." But some would hedge on this with the excuse, "My land is nearest, let's do it now and get it out of the way." By the time the group got to the last fields the soil had dried out. Seeds sown in dry clods had less chance for germination. Then the unfortunate owner of the neglected land had to ask the team to carry water to his plot. But this meant expending many more man-hours of labor on the last plots than on the first. Some members always objected, causing quarrels that split groups apart. Then each member had to go his own way and work his plot as best he could, with his wife and children all out laboring from dawn until dark. Long-range disputes arose in part because mutual aid did not fundamentally change the relationship between those who owned large amounts of productive capital and those who owned little or none. This was particularly true in the case of draft animals. Those who owned them, particularly those who owned them outright, could still command the labor of others, as Li the Fat discovered. Once he joined the Communist Party he was not allowed to hire out animals for money. Such hiring was proscribed as a form of exploitation, and communists were not allowed to exploit others. But as a member of Tzayun's mutual aid group his charges for animal power were recorded as workday credits to be balanced against workdays performed by others. With such an arrangement Li the Fat's donkey and mule rolled up a big credit backlog. He didn't have to do any work at all for his neighbors. They, on the other hand, worked many extra days for him in order to even the account. Hiring out animals, either directly or in this disguised form, brought big returns, but it should not be supposed that the transaction always went smoothly. When the driver of the animal was not the owner he tended to beat it on uphill grades. How else could one get more work done in a day? But if the owner saw this he wanted to protest. "Your mother's. What are you beating my mule for? You haven't laid out any money for him." The protest was sure to provoke an angry response and the quarrel that followed could threaten the stability of the group. Nevertheless, for those without draft animals, mutual aid had distinct advantages. The remaining poor peasants were almost always better off inside an organized group than outside, on their own. This was because within the group there was a commitment, mutually agreed upon, that all the work of all the members would be completed. There was also usually an agreement that those fields needing the most work would be attended to first, regardless of ownership. Furthermore, the rates at which labor was to be swapped for animal power were fixed in advance and not subject to sudden, seasonal overcharges. A day's work inside the mutual aid team was usually fixed at 4 sheng a day. It did not rise to several times that amount during the harvest rush, then fall to almost nothing in the slack season. By the same token, rates for animal power also remained stable. Inside the mutual aid groups there was some measure of collective control over all aspects of production. The thrust of this control was toward equalization rather than toward a differentiation that favored those with capital assets. Equalization included the prompt settlement of accounts. This could cut both ways, but often as not it was the better-off peasants who refused to settle what they owed. They could afford to pay, but they didn't want to. I have already told how Sun Chu Fa, devoured by F-EAS in the party secretary's office, agreed to pay what he owed to his aid team colleagues. This lesson, learned behind locked doors, didn't last very long, however. Old Sun was soon in trouble again. As a prosperous peasant with 5 acres to till, he looked on the mutual aid group as a labor pool set up for his personal convenience. A few weeks after the flea episode the time came to settle up once more. Shenfan went to Sun's house to collect the grain that was due, but the old man said he had no millet at all. "Tf you don't have millet, then wheat will do." "But I don't have any good wheat either," he said. He uncovered a large jar full of wheat. Green mold covered the surface. "That's all the grain I have. As you can see, it's not fit to eat." "Dump it out," said Shenfan. "Maybe there is some good grain underneath." /86. "It's no use," said Sun. "It's rotten right to the bottom." But Shenfan didn't believe him. He tipped the jar over and, sure enough, most of the wheat that tumbled out was in excellent shape. He took 5 sheng for each day of labor that Sun owed the group. Later, said Shenfan, we held a meeting to discuss Sun Chu Fa's case. And we decided to expel him because he was wasting so much of our time with quarrels. Life was too short to spend getting mad at him all the time. We really had no choice. Actually, the mere threat of expulsion was often enough to settle most questions, said Shenfan. He was a big man, with great reserves of strength. That strength had made him a formidable opponent as a militiaman in the critical days before the land question was settled in 1948. In the intervening years Tianshi had received a blow in the right eye that damaged it permanently and gave him a sinister squint. With his muscles bulging under his coat, his right eye half shut, his left eye inflamed, and a dark stubble covering his cheeks and chin, he looked quite fierce. But he told a humorous story about the 3 Shi brothers, Tzayun, Fuyuan, and Erchi, all of whom belonged, as a family, to the same mutual aid group as Tianshi. One spring the members decided to dig a well for irrigation water. They made good progress until about the 3rd day, when Erchi went into the hole first to do his share. After he disappeared underground, no signal came for the other men to pull up the basket. Time passed. Finally Chang Kitsai got upset at the delay and started to swear. "Tf you're so good at it, why don't you come down and dig?" retorted Erchi, from the bottom of the well. With that he hummed into the basket himself and signaled the others to pull him out. "To hell with this," said Erchi, as he reached ground level. "I don't want to have anything to do with this group anymore." "A11 right," said Tianshi. "Tf you don't want to work with us, then quit." Young Shi went striding off, but he didn't go very far. He took a few steps toward the village and then sat down. He sat, in deep thought, for several hours while the rest of the crew went on digging. His brother Tzayun finally went over to where the young man was sulking. He criticized him for making such a big issue over so small an incident. In the end Erchi came back. "I'm wrong," he said. Then he shouted down to Kitsai, who was taking his turn at the bottom of the hole, "You come up. I'll go back down. I don't really want to leave the group. I'll try my best from now on." Because personal adjustments were difficult, mutual aid did not suit some people. In spite of repeated calls from party leaders for communists to take the lead in organized production, not even all the Communist Party members joined. One notorious case in Longbao involved Tai Sansai, a young man in the prime of life who had fans hand well. His father, Tai Chiakai, was a bare-poor peasant from Linsin who had nothing to his name when he came to Longbao as a famine refugee. Although by 1945 he had acquired 1v2 mao of poor land, he did not even have a house to live in. Active in the land reform movement, Chiakai became a group leader of the Peasants' Association while his son Sansai joined the militia. Since one was a minor cotter and the other a militiaman, and since both pushed hard for their own self-interest, they received somewhat more than most when land and other property was distributed. They won more than 20 mao of good land, 8 sections of house, 5 of them 1.5 stories high, and sole ownership of an ox. The ox was large and strong. It could haul 1,200 caddies on the road. Where others earned 3 tou of millet a day hauling goods, Tai could earn 6. Thus he felt hemmed in by mutual aid. If the group decided on field work, he had to delay his transport work and thus lose cash. On his own he felt he could set a separate pace and earn much more. Tianshi repeatedly tried to mobilize him. Look around you. In every field but yours there are 8 to 10 people working together. Here you and your father are all alone. Don't you feel lonesome? Morale is much better when you work together. But Sansai still felt that it was better to go it alone, free to turn his hand to whatever profited him the most. Finally, because the party leaders insisted on it, he did join the mutual aid team. But this was in name only. He only came out with the rest when it suited him. Most of the time he still worked by himself. Behind Sansai's unusual stubbornness lay an acute personal problem. Even though prosperous, he had not been able to find a wife. He was untidy, careless in his habits, and had a reputation for selfishness. Nobody could get along with him. It was not surprising, therefore, that he could not find anyone willing to marry him. He sought a bride high and low but to no avail. The Catholic community, composed of those who still went to worship every Sunday with the priest in Horse Square, took note of his plight, and one day a go-between approached him with a deal. A certain family was willing to promise their daughter to him if he would pay 20 of millet and join the church. Unable to find a wife any other way, Sansai accepted the off*er. But it meant somehow earning and saving 20 of millet, an impossible task as a member of the mutual aid group. By working long hours on his own on the highway, Sansai did, in time, accumulate this hoard of grain. He got a marriage license at the county office and then went to the church in Horse Square to be wed. After that he developed close relations with the Catholic priest there. As a militiaman who often stood guard in Longbao, he was in a position to tell the father when it was safe to come and /89. Go in his home village. Standing there with his rifle, he appeared to be looking out for the interests of the people. Actually, he was protecting the Catholic father and allowing him a free hand in organizing the Legion of Mary. In the case of Tai Sansai, one could say that it was not routine self-interest that pushed him out on the capitalist road, but desperation in regard to his single state. Other prosperous peasants, already married, opposed mutual aid on principle. Some of them went out of their way to condemn it. Yang Qingshun's father, an old middle peasant, said, "No one in Longbao can manage even one household well. How can anyone manage several families all crowded together in one unit?" Chief of Staff HSU's relative, HSU Hung Ye, the man who had hidden 3,000 silver dollars for the Kuomintang officer until an indiscreet letter exposed his scheme, sneered, "We'll see what this mutual aid will ever amount to." "Aren't you pleased with Chairman Mao's great call?" asked his neighbor, Chang Kitsai. "Have I said something wrong?" asked HSU, lowering his voice to a whisper. After that he did not openly attack organized production, but he made sure that 4-line verses like these made the rounds of the village. Pooling private property. Pooling land thrives. Next pool children. Then pool wives. This verse played on people's fears. Once cooperation started, where would it end? What did the party really have in mind? Was it true, as another verse said, that all peasants would wind up eating out of one big pot? An ambitious experiment in collective farming that was far in advance of the times added fuel to worrisome speculations. During the period when mutual aid groups were still feeling their way, at a time when more stable cooperative forms had hardly been tried, Soviet experts suddenly appeared in Changchi to help set up a collective farm. The main criterion put forward was technical. The experts wanted a large, flat piece of land suitable for tractor and combine operations. City officials selected such a tract on the plain outside the north gate of the city and southeast of the airport. Taking Quan village as the center, Changchi leaders drew a line around 7 adjoining villages and called it the Sino-Soviet Friendship Farm. It was also known as the Quan Village Collective Farm. In one leap the villagers there went from part-time mutual aid to an advanced collective organization that was made up at the base of 50 to 60 field teams. They received directives from a management department that was in turn responsible to an overall collective farm staff headed by /90. An appointed chairman and vice chairman. The state, in the form of the Southeast Shensi regional government, provided imported tractors, combines, tractor plows and other large implements and also 60 horse carts. It was hoped that with this large organization and high level of mechanization great production records would be set. But things did not work out that way. The whole project departed from the principle of self-reliance and voluntary participation. Since the state initiated this great leap, the rank and file expected the state to carry it through. Seeing all that expensive equipment, they thought, we'll just sit here and get rich. People came from miles around to watch the machines at work, but the combines left a lot of grain on the ground, the cultivators left a lot of weeds standing, and there were no machines at all to thin the millet. Soviet experts stayed only a few weeks. Baffled technically, without experienced leadership and without strong personal commitment, the local people went through the motions of farming. When the crops fell short of expectations, they demanded and got relief funds from the state. Time and again Changchi city leaders sent cotters, middle school students, and soldiers into action to thin, weed and harvest, but even this extra help failed to ensure normal yields, to say nothing of bumper harvests. As officials from the region and the Rural Work Department of Changchi City withdrew in the face of failure, local men took more responsibility, but the project went deeper and deeper into debt. As veteran Wang said, what we had here was organization without an ideological base, machinery without developed consciousness. These large-scale Soviet methods just did not work. Our people had no experience and no tradition for such a thing. The whole effort, so highly subsidized, only encouraged people to lie back in the arms of the state and rock their way through life. Nevertheless, Changchi City never openly abandoned this collective farm. 6 years later, when peasants established communes all over Southeast Shensi, Nanshui Commune absorbed the Quan village unit as a single brigade. This eased budget problems because the teams down below no longer had to pay salaries to top-level managers. Managerial functions were taken over by the new commune leaders. They were on the state payroll and thus outside the collective sphere, a relationship that was duly noted by the populace. While this collective experiment gradually fell apart in Quan village, another attempt at large-scale organization took shape in the mountains nearby. Several villages, with the aid of state funds, set up a forestry project that was called a state farm. After some initial successes it, too, bogged down. 6 years later it quietly dissolved itself by becoming a brigade in a local commune. In the euphoric days following nationwide victory in the Civil War and the establishment of the new government in Peking, people had high hopes for mechanization. Machines would not only make collective farms and state farms possible, they would transform farming at the grassroots as well. But efforts to promote even the simplest of new implements and machines often suffered the same fate as the large-scale projects. Some /9i Cotters supported innovation with enthusiasm, but the people were slow to react. Veteran Wang told how water wheels first came to Changchi and the surrounding districts. These water wheels were actually chain pumps, a mechanism by which rubber discs on a chain were pulled upward through a pipe as a donkey or several people walked in a circle around the well opening. The flow of water raised in this way far surpassed whatever could be raised by other muscle-powered methods. These water wheels made irrigation practical. But when they first appeared, people wouldn't buy them. Frustrated, Wang's work team tried to force the pace. We met with the peasants at the stage opera platform on the west side and explained the new water wheels. But nobody offered to buy one. "If you don't buy a wheel, you can't leave," I said. This ultimatum stretched the meeting far into the night. Toward morning, a few families gave in. They were allowed to depart. The rest we held there until the meeting broke up at dawn. When asked about this later, the peasants said, "We spent the whole night at the Yellow River Tower," an allusion to a famous incident in the Tale of the Three Kingdoms when Liu Bei was told not to leave the tower on the Yellow River until relief came. What held people back that night was the fact that few families had a block of land large enough to make use of one such wheel. With a wheel, the water from one well could be distributed over several mao, north, south, east and west. But unless you owned the land, or the other owners agreed to share expenses, it was no use setting up the equipment. The reluctant owner of a single strip could disrupt the whole scheme. Only after mutual aid brought people together on a wider scale did these water wheels succeed. By that time, members of mutual aid groups could go to the state bank and borrow money at very low interest rates to purchase the wheels. Individuals in Longbao borrowed altogether over 8,000 yuan for this purpose, money which was never paid back. The state bank cancelled the debt, thus in effect presenting the water wheels to Longbao residents and to residents of many other brigades as well. Soon research units and cooperative factories produced other improved implements, among them a one-handled plow and a small gas engine designed to run on marsh gas. Although manufactured in great numbers and enthusiastically promoted, neither succeeded in winning support from peasants. A local poet summed up their fate. The small gas engine. The one-handled plow committed suicide. Where are they now? Somewhat later, the same thing happened to the double-bottomed horse-drawn plow. Whenever we walked to the southern edge of the village, we passed one such plow abandoned and half buried in a small grove of trees. Rust covered those parts that remained above ground. One local poet had apparently seen many such sights. /92. When it's time to buy machines, our party chairman intervenes. But when formalities are done, he exposed to wind and sun. Allow a year or two to pass. They're not but scrap iron in the grass. Orders from above could not put machinery to work, nor could they bring mutual aid groups to life. In the rural work department of Changchi City there was a well-known cotter named Lu Fadza. He was a rough and ready old peasant who couldn't write his own name. But word blindness, as illiteracy was called, didn't inhibit him in the least. He made long speeches, directed cultural events, and organized production. One day, disregarding his advice, a group of peasants refused to form a mutual aid group. He called them all potatoes. "Old Lu, don't curse us now," protested one. "Who's cursing?" retorted Lu. "Aren't you just like potatoes? Put you on a hill together and you'd all roll off in different directions." "Well, if we're potatoes, what are you?" they asked. Sometime later another village wanted to put on a stage show. Lu limited each performance to an hour, no more, no less. People protested, saying, "Some of these acts last only half an hour. Others, like the opera, take more." "Never mind," said Lu, "the short ones must be stretched. And the long ones? They must be cut back." And he meant it. When one group refused to get off the stage after an hour, he stepped in and kicked their drum away. When it came to making speeches himself, Lu lost track of time. Since he was illiterate, he never made notes or even an outline of what he meant to say. Once started, he often forgot what he had already said and repeated himself. At one meeting he started things off right by saying, "I won't talk at all. Let other men talk." That was fine with those present, but after everyone had finished he suddenly changed his mind. He said he wanted to make a few final points. Starting with both hands in his pockets, he brought his right hand out 4.1. Then he brought his left hand out 4.2. Finding a chair in front of him, he placed his right foot on it 4.3. He soon ran out of feet and hands, but the points proliferated effortlessly. Midnight came and went, but Lufadza talked on. Nobody could get up and leave because he was standing right in front of the door. Those who knew him best started counting the points. By tallying them with 5-stroke chenidiographs, they eventually recorded more than 60. By that time dawn was breaking in the east. Several people had fallen asleep. Those who were still awake were angry. Liu's topic was Mao's 3-part call: let the army advance at the front, behind the lines strengthen discipline, and raise production 1 inch. Examining the slogan from every angle, Lufadza droned on and on. /93. Finally an angry voice broke in from the back of the room. Let's finish off this meeting. It's already grown a foot, not to mention an inch. Lufadza's public career ended when the regional committee started looking for recruits to send south for political work. They decided to test the cadres for literacy. When Lufadza failed in every category, they asked him to go to school. He refused point blank, rolled up his quilt, put it on his back and stalked off homeward. Now he works as a carpenter in his native brigade. The city administration lost a devoted cadre. Lufadza exemplified what the Chinese call peasant narrowness. When contrasted with the high-handedness and dogmatism of the bureaucrats who later intervened in his district, however, his faults seem almost like virtues. A 5-village survey. In spite of difficulties, quarrels and hesitations in organizing production, the economy surged forward between 1945 and 1951. Peasants quickly restored and surpassed pre-war levels of yield per acre, and surpassed them in some places by as much as 25%. They also repaired or rebuilt buildings neglected or destroyed during the war years and replaced smashed agricultural implements and slaughtered livestock. As the economy recovered, the purchasing power of the peasants showed growth. In 1951 the local coop sold 155% more woven cloth, 881% more raw cotton padding, 142% more salt, 43% more kerosene and 215% more sodium bicarbonate than in 1949. The rising prosperity had a marked effect on education, culture, and public health. In 1951 the Regional Party Committee surveyed social progress in 5 villages near Longbao. In these villages 82% of the school-age children attended school, a figure that far surpassed any pre-war experience. Many children, including girls, were already traveling to comprehensive primary schools established in Changchi and some of the larger market centers. Some even enrolled as boarders in secondary schools, a thing unheard of before the war. Volunteers promoted adult education through so-called people's schools, as well as through newspaper reading teams, village libraries, and picture or cartoon exhibits. 83% of the young adults were attending the people's schools. 29% of all adults had already learned to recognize 200 written characters, 13% up to 500 characters, 18% up to 900 characters and 10% over 1000 characters. Assuming that being able to read 900 characters made one literate, it was calculated that the literacy rate among adults had already reached 28%. Young people were particularly keen on literacy. Young men said, "If we can read we can do anything we want." Young women said, "If we don't lag behind in study we can marry literate people." Father and son, mother and daughter, and husband and wife models in the literacy movement proliferated. Keeping diaries and calligraphy notebooks developed into a mass movement. Newspaper reading teams developed into a lively, spare-time activity. Various units in the 5 villages subscribed to 30 newspapers and selected /95 readers, each one reading aloud to from 20 to 30 people. Although only one village boasted a library, this stocked some 320 books and 70 readers visited it daily. Picture exhibits traveling widely drew vast numbers of viewers. The most popular form of entertainment, as in pre-war years, was Chinese opera. If any one village put on an opera, peasants from all the nearby villages around went to see it, thus crowding all available space. In addition to the old operas, peasants wrote and produced their own new plays. In each village there were 20 to 30 local actors and actresses, and 3 to 5 people who wrote and directed plays. The new plays did not draw as large an audience as the old operas, but their popularity was growing. Over the slack season each village collected money to buy costumes, engage opera teachers, and organize new productions. In addition, there were many varieties of storytelling, slideshows, Yanko dance troupes, stilt walkers and musical bands competing for attention. The most popular games were Chinese chess and poker, the most popular sports ping pong, gymnastics, and stilt walking. With the development of recreation, old-style gambling all but disappeared. Sanitation and health care also improved quickly. Before land reform, it was reported, 39% of the families in Suku never washed their eating bowls or their cooking pots, and 35% of the families never swept or washed their living quarters. By 1951 only 4 families remained who neither washed nor cleaned. In Chiatsun, washing clothes and sunning bedding had become routine for all peasants. In 1/3 of the families women already used scented soap purchased at the coop, and some men had also begun to do so. Chiatsun organized village-wide cleanups twice a month. During menstruation women were beginning to use clean cloths instead of socks or old rags. In Chiatsun the young women cut up new cloth for sanitary napkins, then washed the cloth thoroughly before reuse. Such measures protected the ability of women to bear children, and the number of live births went up sharply. With the aid of state-trained midwives the incidence of umbilical tetanus fell sharply. Health workers gave smallpox vaccinations and immunization shots every year in 3 of the 5 villages. Shaochuang even made a contract with one local hospital to give all peasants a periodic medical checkup. Each participant agreed to pay a small annual fee, and by 1957 42% of the families had signed up. Rising prosperity and the new marriage law greatly improved the position of women, who, since the land reform, had owned their share of land and joined in field labor, thus winning a measure of independence. Whereas, in the past, women had only 5 weapons of defense: crying, scolding, feigning sleep, fasting, and committing suicide. Now they had the right to divorce, and had exercised it 79 times in the 5 villages since the marriage law was passed. In the same period 274 couples married, and 48% of them married by free choice. People who worked together on the same mutual aid team, or read newspapers in the same group, or took part in cultural activities together could get acquainted, fall in love, and get married without parental introduction. Unheard of things, such as boys and girls writing letters to each other. /96. Young women washing clothes and sewing for their fiancés, mothers-in-law making dumplings for their sons-in-law, all began to be accepted as right and proper. Couples going steady before marriage worked together in the fields, studied together, criticized each other and argued on different sides of issues in public. The possibility of free choice in marriage improved relations between the sexes and between husbands and wives. Before the war 342 men and women had been involved in irregular sex relations, illicit affairs, prostitution, and rape. Now irregularities had fallen by 74%. While some older people still carried on illicit affairs, the young tended to apply high moral standards. In the old days, the young men said, there was no way to make a living. People like us could not afford a wife. Therefore they did questionable things. Now there is freedom of marriage. We feel good about it. We would be ashamed to do anything disgraceful. No one wanted a bad reputation, especially those not yet married, for it would harm their chances of finding a suitable mate. Young people still had to struggle for the freedom to marry. Men who doubted their ability to win a mate complained, in the past if one had money one could have a wife. Now I can't find one. Others said, you have raised women too high. No one dares cross a woman anymore. If you do they ask for a divorce. But the women were delighted. They said, now that divorce is possible there is no need to die. The new land system, the new marriage law, free choice in marriage and the right to divorce greatly improved relations within families. Of the 105 pairs of new mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law in the 5 villages, the vast majority enjoyed harmonious relations. Only 24% still quarreled and only 2% of the daughters-in-law still suffered abuse from their mothers-in-law. Open-minded mothers-in-law said, the world is getting better. Young people attend meetings and understand things. They weave, spin, and work in the field. They are more capable than we. They can learn well without supervision. Thus many older women were willing to give up their authority. When they refused to do so, daughters-in-law said, I too want to eat, have clothes to wear, and do productive work. You must not oppress me. The days when the mother-in-law farted and the daughter-in-law had to collect the gas faded away. Relations between husband and wife were also improving. Of 311 husband and wife pairs interviewed, 73% shared housework equally, 9% of the women had become heads of households. Only 17.7% were completely dependent on their husbands and only one still received regular beatings from her husband. All signs indicated a rising status for women. Nobody drowned girl babies anymore. Parents sent their girls off to primary schools, even middle schools, an unheard of thing in the past. Nevertheless, they still preferred boy children. Other factors being equal, the boy always got the best food at home and always got the first chance at going off to school. Without boys people thought they could have no descendants. But if there were no boys, the girls had the right of inheritance. This was something entirely new. Fathers were also beginning to treat sons better. Whereas in the past 97, even if there were 1,000 people in the family there was only one head, and while the father still lived the son could not claim to be illustrious. Now fathers often handed family affairs over to their sons. Fathers and sons often consulted and mutually accounted for all income and expenses. Many fathers encouraged their sons to study and to labor well. Very few continued the old practice of beating them. When peasants compared the past with the present they said, in the past there were many opium smokers, gamblers, and thieves. Now there are many model workers. In the past there were many bachelors and many loose women. Now there are model couples with children. In the past there were many hired hands. Now there are many cotters and students boarding in schools. In the past many went without food and clothing. Now many eat white flour and wear fine, machine-made cloth. In the past what we had plenty of was pawn tickets. Now we have plenty of cash. While it seems doubtful that social progress after land reform ever reached the levels described in the regional report, no one could deny that for most people the quality of life had improved greatly. Improvement was all to the good, but the basic direction of the rural economy had yet to be determined. As mutual aid grew, so did polarization. Meanwhile speculation and the free market favored sharp practice ci honest trade. Trying out coups. Peasants remembered 1952 and 1953 as the golden age of the free market. At that time, if you asked a father or mother whom they preferred as a son-in-law, a worker, a soldier, or a cotter, there was only one answer: a speculator. It was considered glorious and not at all shameful to marry a speculator. For was he not, after all, the smart one, the man who knew how to work the system, the man who lived without hard labor? Cao tou chi, buy and sell, make a profit, these were good words. The successful speculator had talent. Every family hoped for a son-in-law with such talent. In those days landlords and rich peasants who still had some capital would show off by sitting outside their doors eating noodles, a relatively expensive dish, and dangling them enticingly from their chopsticks. "Look at us," they would say. "We are private operators. See how prosperous we are. Going it alone is the road to wealth." They wanted everyone to believe that it was their efforts on the land that enabled them to eat noodles, but actually buying and selling brought in the cash. This influenced the middle peasants. They were torn between the two roads, between go it alone and cooperation, and many waited to see which road would win out. Chen Young Ki of Takei reported on the strength of this tendency. Landlords, rich peasants, and some ordinary peasants thought they would get rich fast by doing something other than working the land. To do that they had to go into trade and try their hand at speculation, Fu Chi Tao Pa. A person could buy cotton in Hopi province and sell it in Shensi province, then buy other things in Shensi and sell them in Hopi. The rich peasants led the way in this, the rich peasants and the landlords. They had done a lot of trading before the land reform. They didn't like working hard in the fields. They were always pushing for a chance to go out and do a little trading instead. Some party members supported them in this. At that time, though I didn't think it was a very good idea, I didn't resist it as I should have. One of the rich peasants from Takei set up a trading station in Qingtai County, Hopi. He collected merchandise there, then brought it into Shensi by donkey. When he had collected enough material for a shipment, he would call up the village and we would send men and donkeys to haul it back. Once we sent 6 men and 12 donkeys. The poor peasant Chia Jushen and I were in charge. In the morning when we arrived in Qingtai, the sun was already well up, but the rich peasant was still fast asleep in the local inn. We had traveled all night and now the sun was high in the sky, but this rich peasant was still snoring away. Chia knocked on the door, "Ka tsa, ka tsa," over and over again, and called out, "Sanya ye ke sanya ye." They shared the same family name, so the poor peasant called him third grandfather, a very respectful term. He called and knocked for more than 10 minutes before that bastard woke up and opened the door. I felt terrible. Here landlords and rich peasants sleep while poor peasants stand outside calling Sanya ye. This is the way it was before liberation. How come such a thing is happening now? The rich peasant finally opened the door and we went in. What a sight! There he was sleeping under a silk quilt on a heavy felt mat. And the room was very fancy indeed. When we saw this we really felt angry. We were disgusted. Here he was, even more comfortable than before liberation, and we had walked the rough road all night. I thought to myself, who, after all, is leading whom? We loaded the donkeys and hauled the cotton back to Shensi. We hauled it back to the trading coop in our village. Each donkey could carry 120 caddies, 132 pounds, so altogether we brought back about 1,440 caddies of cotton, 1,584 pounds. No sooner did we pile the cotton in the coop yard than a group of members began to blow water on it to make it heavier. The next day some 40 people went out to peddle it from door to door. Lots of people went in for this. Each family had its own scale. They went down the mountain to sell cotton. They exchanged the cotton for melon seeds, then took the melon seeds down to Hopi to sell. The idea was to get the proper amount of melon seeds first, and put them in your pocket, then hand over the cotton and leave. The buyer squeezes the cotton and finds water in it. He yells, but it is too late. You're already gone. He yells, there's water in the cotton, there's water in the cotton, but you are already long gone. I thought, why should all this be going on now? I didn't know any theory that said peasants neglecting farming and going in for trade was the wrong line. But I thought, we are farmers, we work on the land. Why go in for all this? Are we peasants, or workers, or merchants? What are we, after all, that we do all this? In December 1951, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, after studying the experiences of millions of mutual aid teams and /Lu of 500 agricultural producers cooperatives that already existed, issued its decisions on mutual aid and cooperation in agricultural production. This document, primarily a call for a mass mutual aid movement, instructed local administrations all over the country to set up, in an experimental way, land pooling producers cooperatives. In the next few months over 13,000 coups appeared. In southeast Shensi these included the coup set up by the labor hero Lee Soon-ta in West Gully, and the coup set up by the citizens of Purple Vegetable Farm and Sung Family Settlement, 2 of the 6 natural villages inside the Changchi city wall. Wounded veteran Wang, of the Longbao propaganda team, was party secretary of the Shang administration responsible for these 6 villages. In forming these coups, 2 collective islands in a sea of private enterprise, Wang ran into many problems, but these proved to be minor compared to those he encountered in holding them together throughout the year. This latter task required all the ingenuity and energy that Wang possessed. For the first step, land pooling, he mobilized party members to take the lead, but not all of them found it easy to do so. Some of them had personal reservations. Others couldn't convince family members to go along. Sometimes these 2 phenomena were linked. Party members who were not ready to make such a drastic move put the blame on the rest of the family. Here, said veteran Wang, is a communist who doesn't want to join the cooperative. He knows that party members must take the lead, so he says, "Tm anxious to join." Then he adds the sad information, "my wife doesn't agree. My father doesn't agree." When this has sunk in he says, "But I am resolute. I'll join anyway. I'll divorce my wife. I'll break with my father. I'll do whatever has to be done." Oh, you better not do that, says the party leader. That's carrying things too far. Since you can't convince the others, you had best stay out yourself for the time being. And he leaves this communist out of the organizing plans, which is, of course, what the man counted on all along. Another option is to step in with one foot but not the other. Here is a reluctant communist who wants the best of both worlds. He divides the family holdings. He turns the best land, implements and draft animals over to his brother and enters the coup with some third-rate plots and a tattered donkey. He calculates that if the coup fails he can always retreat by re-establishing a partnership with his prosperous brother. Of course family pressures can also work the other way. Sometimes, children played a big role. Children liked cooperation because so many people would go out to work together. They often laughed and played games in the fields. When security officer Shen was small he urged his family to join up because he liked all that excitement. Later there was a big drive to form coups. A joining wind blew up and those who opposed it lost face. This made them vulnerable to pressure from their children, who wanted to be in the swim, so to speak. To get people to join coups, leaders made concessions at first to individual needs and demands. Few new members felt any embarrassment about expressing self-interest. Such thinking was normal in those days, especially among middle peasants, and nobody had yet called it capitalist road thought. If, on joining a coup, a middle peasant earned less than he had previously made on his own, the other members would sometimes grant him a bit of a subsidy so that he would not lose out. This was to counter the influence of the independent peasants, who fanned up strong countercurrents. They tried hard to show off the superiority of their way of life. Copying the landlords and rich peasants, they, too, often sat outdoors in a very conspicuous place eating noodles. "Say, old Chang, look at me. Look at these beautiful noodles. I can go to the fields whenever I want, or I can stay home when I feel like it and eat like this, too." The Goitalones were, nevertheless, extremely interested in the yields reaped on cooperative fields, and if their own yields fell short they spread rumors that the coup figures were false. There was a whole lot of bourgeois thinking then, said veteran Wang. Self-interest was as thick as cement. Coups made concessions to middle peasants because it was difficult to farm without them. They had the best implements and the best animals. Every effort had to be made to include middle peasants in the leadership. Administrative policy stressed 3/3 a poor peasant, a middle peasant and a Communist Party member sharing power on the cooperative council. In order to bring in those with more land, groups divided 60% of the crop on the basis of the land contributed to the common pool, while only 40% went to cover the work points earned. As soon as people joined a coup, they began to earn labor days. But they didn't really know what a labor day was, what it meant in terms of their share of the crop, and they got worried. They wanted something in hand that they could hold. To satisfy this demand, some of the coups, in addition to marking down points on the record sheet, issued slips of paper that they called work tickets. For each day worked, peasants earned a ticket with its point value written on it. At harvest time they turned these in for the amount of grain the ticket represented. But prior to the actual distribution, even these tickets didn't solve the problem. People didn't know what the tickets were for, or if they really could be exchanged for grain. Some people felt that only grain and land were truly worth having, and they complained, since the land belongs to the coup now, what's the use of these little pieces of paper? A satirical poem appeared. Work all day, limbs worn out, night time comes, paper they flout. Ass to the sky, face to the ground. Work till you die, papers abound. When people lost faith in paper altogether, they wanted to get out of the coup. At one point, Sung family settlement coup shrank to 6 families, 3 of whom were talking about leaving. We sent Kuo and 2 others there to keep things moving, said Wang. Our instructions to them were, hold the red flag up. /I02. No circumstances must this coup be allowed to collapse. Old Kuo had ability and he also had determination. He said, whoever lets this coup collapse will be kicked out of the Communist Party. Each of us can carry 2 families. We'll work with one family today and with the other family tomorrow and see this thing through to the end. At the Vanguard coup in Purple Vegetable Farm, the vice secretary of both the coup and the Communist Party branch, one Yang Huanyith, was one of those who wavered. In the land reform he had won good land and had also found a wife. Since he was in the prime of life, there was nothing to stop him from prospering on his own. When the coup ran into difficulties, he decided he wanted to leave. He thought he could make a killing buying and selling on the open market. Since he didn't dare say this openly, he went around quietly urging other people to withdraw. He thought this would bring the whole coup down. He planted doubts everywhere. But Wang countered them vigorously and won enough support to isolate Yang. Seeing that the coup was not going to collapse, Yang finally came forward and said he personally wanted to get out. But you're the vice secretary of the party, said Wang. You can't leave just like that. Yes, I can, said Yang. The Central Committee directive clearly states that cooperation is voluntary. Wang saw this as a serious challenge. If Yang Huanyith left the coup, many other waverers might also leave. The future of the Vanguard coup was at stake. He sounded out the other party members and found that most of them wanted to stay in. So he decided to hold a public meeting to consider Yang's withdrawal. He asked Yang to come to the meeting with his mule. There in front of the whole village, Wang made a rousing speech about following Chairman Mao down the socialist road. With bold strokes he painted a picture of the socialist future. He ended by saying that anyone who wanted to go against Chairman Mao was free to do so. Wang felt that Yang Huanyith, thus confronted in public, would not dare go through with his plan. It would mean the loss of too much face. But Yang Huanyith was stubborn. He mounted the platform and said, cooperation is voluntary, I can join and I can leave. Now I want to leave. Tall, well-dressed, with a clean white towel on his head, he proudly read out. According to the directive of the Central Committee. His attitude angered Wang. Okay. Leave. But if you leave, you cannot be our party vice secretary. Take your mule and go. Get out. Go. Take your mule and go home, several people shouted all at once. Huanyit's face fell. He took the mule by the halter and started to walk away. The coup members stood there shocked and dismayed. The activists clapped and cheered, making fun of Yang, celebrating his decision to leave with mock applause. Meanwhile, ex-landlords and rich peasants hung around the edge of the crowd, waiting to see what would happen. "You can't just let him leave like that," said several of the party members. "What about his party membership?" Wang took a quick poll. All the other members present said, "Throw him the hell out. Expel him from the party." There was no such policy at the time, but Wang made up a policy to suit the emergency. "On behalf of the Communist Party of the Shang, I hereby expel Yang Huanyith from his post as party secretary of our coup, from his office as vice secretary of our coup, and from our party branch as a member. Next year we can reconsider his case, but only as a candidate member." Yang Huanyith buried his face in his towel for a moment, then threw the towel across his shoulders, took his mule by the halter and walked out alone. The ex-landlords and rich peasants poked each other in the ribs and smiled. "Stick around. Let's see if they don't all walk out and finish this coup off for good." But Wang was one jump ahead of them. He had already mobilized as many party members and rank-and-file peasants as possible to stand up and express support. Confidently he called out, "Yang Huanyith has left the coup. Since he is a communist and a cotter, we no longer want him. But you are free to speak up. You can get out or stay in. Whoever wants to leave should leave now. Whoever wants to stay can stay. How about you, Yang Ying Cheng?" "I'll stay even if I am the only one left," said Ying Cheng. All the other party members and Youth League members spoke up in turn. After 2/3 of the rank-and-file members also declared that they were staying, the other third, those who were wavering, decided to stay also. Someone in the crowd spoke out with enthusiasm. "Let's make a plan. Let's show by your action tomorrow what the coup can do." All those who had been standing there hoping for a mass exodus showed their disappointment. The ex-landlords and rich peasants walked home crestfallen. Veteran Wang's quick action totally defeated Yang Huanyith. But that was not the end of trouble for the Purple Vegetable Farm Cooperative. There were two clans in the village. Members of one of them lived to the east of the public toilet, members of the other to the west. Right across the road from the toilet sat the village office. It sat on the dividing line between the two clans. As the new year approached, village leaders planned a single lantern festival, but each clan wanted to make its own arrangements and soon the people fell to quarreling over which clan was best. What began as a fist fight between a few hotheads developed into a village-wide riot. When this split the village, Yang Huanyith again became active. He advocated dividing the coup. Wang felt that this would be the first step in its dissolution. He publicly criticized Yang for the second time. This stabilized the coup temporarily, but even so a new problem came up every few days. Contradictions popped up like weeds in a cabbage patch. None of the higher cotters of the city or the Shang wanted to visit Purple Vegetable Farm. Coups, they said, were /IO4. Easy enough to start, but they were very hard to consolidate. People quarreled over work points not because the problems were so naughty but because they had never liked each other to begin with. Many thought that once the harvest was in it would be better to dissolve the whole thing. The weather had not been any too favorable and some of the coup fields looked worse than the private fields nearby. Yang Ying Cheng, who was determined to stick it out, went to Wang. "Mao Zedong must find a solution," he said. "He can't just leave us here with all these problems. Maybe we can get rid of the voluntary principle. Let them come in of their own free will, but once they're in tell them they can't get out. Then the thing'll work." "That can't be," said Wang. "The voluntary principle has been established by the party leaders. We can't change it on our own." Nothing Wang could say would cheer up Yang Ying Cheng. "Never mind," said Wang. "Mao Zedong will give us a method. He'll find a solution. We don't know what it is but it will come. Wang's faith was justified. In the fall of 1953, the Central Committee decided on the unified purchase of grain by the state, a state monopoly on the buying and selling of grain. As explained by Vivian Xu, this was probably the single most powerful step taken to restrain rural petty capitalism at this stage, because it quite simply eradicated the peasants' own control over the disposition and most particularly, over the marketing of the crop that was harvested. Land reform had sharply limited the profit to be made by renting out land. Mutual aid teams made it more difficult to make a profit with hired labor. Credit coupes and low-interest government loans were, at the same time, making it harder to make much money by lending money, and now, sales quotas and set prices were to make it virtually impossible to do any better than anyone else in the marketplace. This created conditions in which the only remaining way to increase income was to increase output. Unified purchase and supply in effect decisively closed off what was in most cases the last significant option available to peasants for getting rich through independent action, and consequently made cooperativization, when it came, much less of a sacrifice than it otherwise would have been. From the point of view of village politics, the success of unified purchase went a long way toward diminishing the major outstanding differences in interest between middle peasants and poorer peasants, and thus it helped to re-establish a basis for class unity in the coming confrontation with rich peasants. In this way it helped create a broad village constituency for rapid collectivization. Asterisk. As unified purchase and supply of grain went into effect, everything fell into place. All the advantages of cooperation began to show their strength, and private farming became more and more difficult. Up to that point the leadership had always said, block the capitalist road, plug the capitalist loophole. But how could we plug this hole? Asked Wang. To talk of plugging the hole with our little pile of grain was to talk nonsense. But once the state took over the grain trade, people began to come around in large numbers asking, when will the coup take me in? In our Shang all 6 villages formed coups and the whole atmosphere changed. When people went to visit their relatives, all the conversation turned to coups. Have you joined yet? Have you? In Huangnian the coup is even bigger than ours. Even in backward Chia village there is already a coup. More than 80% of the people joined the coups then, and ex-landlords and rich peasants, left out in the cold, sent envoys to ask if they too might join. Some were for letting them join on probation. Others said, let them go it alone. Going it alone became a form of punishment, for there was no longer any bright path to wealth through speculation. If you weren't in a coup by that time, it was clear that there was something wrong with your class origin. Among those asking to come in was a much chastened Yang Huanyith. He had more land than he could work alone. He couldn't hire anyone to work for him, for his peasant neighbors were all either members of the coup or busy on their own land. His crop yields fell off, but his taxes and his quota of sales to the state remained fixed. I've lost my position in the party and in the coup, he said. But I am willing to be a probationary member and start all over again. But the people shouted, don't let him in. Don't let him in. Some really meant it. Others just joined in to make him feel uncomfortable. The party leaders finally decided to let Yang Huanyith return to the coup as a probationary member. As this was quite punitive, since it was the treatment meted out to ex-landlords or rich peasants, Wang suggested that he be welcomed back as a regular member. But the masses would not agree. Let him stay on probation. Didn't he walk out of his own free will, with his mule and all? Let him come back and prove himself. How things had changed, said Wang. Now it was a matter of shame if you were not in the coup. To be forced to go it alone meant that there was something wrong with you. When the national government formed the State Grain Company, thus taking responsibility for the purchase of grain nationwide, it also set up a nationwide grain rationing system to control the distribution and consumption of grain and guarantee to all non-farming people a fair share of staple food. This was a most far-reaching and influential measure which affected the future development of China in the most radical fashion. For what it accomplished, in fact, was to divide the population into 2 segments, into two categories of people: those with ration books, who were guaranteed a certain standard amount of grain at a controlled price regardless of crop or season, and those without ration books, who had to depend for grain on what they could raise themselves. In the first category belonged all city residents, all workers, professional/IO6 people and government cadres, the vast majority of whom were already employed by the state. The independent capitalists and their employees, also covered by the system, were, within a few years, also absorbed into the state-owned economy. In the second category fell all the peasants in the countryside. They were left on their own to provide themselves with the basic necessities of life. At the same time the government set up its rationing system, it initiated a nationwide system of residency permits. The residency permits matched the two categories of people already established. City permits entitled one to live in the city, receive a ration book, and buy grain from the state grain company. Rural permits restricted those possessing them to dwelling in the countryside, ruled out ration books, enforced self-reliance, and made it impossible for their holders to leave the countryside without first winning the approval of the local leadership, the Communist Party secretary of their unit, on the one hand, and concurrently the approval of the leadership, the Communist Party secretary, of some urban unit on the other hand. This unit must guarantee employment, sponsor issuance of a ration book from the local police, and thus make possible a permanent transfer to urban life. These far-reaching measures permanently divided the people of China into two groups: an urban group with guaranteed employment and guaranteed subsistence, the famous iron rice bowl, and a rural group in direct confrontation with nature, fending for itself to the best of its ability and unable to leave the land except by invitation. Within both these spheres there was some freedom of movement. Urban employees could apply for alternative industrial service, or professional jobs, and with the approval of their superiors, the Communist Party secretaries of their respective units, move about from job to job within the urban or the state sphere. Such mobility was minimal, but it was possible, particularly for those with influence and connections, the famous backdoor which had plagued Chinese administration from time immemorial. Rural residents, on their part, could apply to move from one village to another within the rural sphere. Any transfers, however, had to be approved by the secretary of the Communist Party where the individual resided and by his or her counterpart in the community to which the individual wished to move. Once these regulations went into effect, there was no such thing as picking up and leaving at will to look for something better. Every move had to be planned, not only by those directly involved, but by both of the communities affected by the transfer. In spite of this requirement, many people did manage to move from one place to another. But it was almost always because they had relatives to speak for and sponsor them in their new home, and thus had some inside track through which to influence the leaders of the new community. Such transfers within the rural sphere were not considered backdoor only because movement from one rural community to another was not considered to be any great privilege. No one could gain a ration book thereby, nor any sinecure, but only the right to till the land or labor at a sideline in some new place. Of course, the land and other conditions for making a living were far better in some communities than in others. People who enjoyed obvious advantages in regard to fertility of the soil, natural resources such as coal for heat or clay for bricks, transportation facilities, or other coveted amenities, were not in the habit of opening their doors to any and all comers. Hence some communities were much harder to move into than others. However, the barriers erected between communities could never be compared with the barriers that blocked the leap from the rural to the urban sphere. Without approval from both sides, this leap was all but impossible. The only exception that I am aware of is certain rural construction gangs that have found ways to live for years illegally in Peking. To make the leap, one had to acquire a ration book, a book that could not be obtained without an urban residency permit. Without a ration book one could not buy grain, and therefore one could not survive away from home for very long. Of course, with the economy growing rapidly, with millions of peasants being recruited each year to join expanding industries and help construct them, many people were able to transfer to urban life through approved channels. But those who were accepted in the cities fell far short of those who applied. There were enormous pressures in the countryside, primarily economic ones, pushing people to leave, but once these regulations came into effect they bottled up those pressures. In the main, people had to stay where they were and make the best of the resources, whether agricultural, handcraft or industrial, that were available to them in the countryside. Measures restricting movement had both positive and negative effects. On the positive side, they prevented a vast exodus of destitute people who could not really hope to find useful employment in the cities, but would under other circumstances have left home anyway in hopes of bettering their conditions. Such an exodus would have created enormous shack towns around every major city and every major industry, such as are so commonly seen in other parts of Asia, in Latin America, the Middle East and Africa. Because Chinese peasants, after 1953, could not leave the land freely, shack towns were not built. Only those who were actually assigned to existing jobs could leave the rural areas. They were absorbed, more or less according to plan, in the cities and on industrial construction sites. Since only those with jobs could enter the cities, the whole process of urbanization became subject to plan. Theoretically, at least, housing, water, sanitation, healthcare and education could all be provided in advance for new city residents. There was no need for the appearance of slums, not to mention shack towns populated by the teeming dispossessed. The primitive level of much urban housing in China certainly makes many districts resemble slums, but the gainful employment, social organization, services, education, and health care available make clear that these places are not truly the last refuge of the destitute. Since the bulk of the peasantry had to remain on the land, they were forced to apply their energy and ingenuity to developing rural resources, and this did happen on a fairly wide scale, inspired by such outstanding examples as West Gully and Takei in Shensi. Had rural people been free to leave home, such places might well have been completely abandoned. As it was, local residents had to find ways to prosper where they were, and some of them succeeded in ways that no one could have imagined a decade earlier. Others, of course, without such obvious resources as the piled-up loess /io8. Takei, or the reforestable slopes of West Gully, found no new resources to tap, raised poor crops, and left home in large numbers to beg when winter came round each year. On the negative side, these regulations divided the Chinese into two categories of citizen, one of which, the urban category, was secure and privileged, and the other, the far larger rural category, remained at the mercy of nature and weather and was in most respects underprivileged. Judged by almost any standard, income, food, clothes, medical care, education, cultural opportunity, rural life was inferior. Only in the realm of housing did country people generally have more room and more comfort than urban workers. The fact that rural people were unable to leave home perpetuated one of the primary aspects of feudalism, bondage to the land, which had plagued Chinese peasants over the ages. Under the new regulations, this bondage was much more severe, in fact, than it had been under the old regime, because Chinese peasants had not traditionally been serfs bound by contract to feudal manors or castles. Their bondage was the bondage imposed by debt, and was more logically classed as peonage than serfdom. But under the old regime this peonage was only partial, spotty, and unevenly persistent. Millions of peasants felt free to come and go as they pleased, walking over the face of China as beggars or itinerant laborers, seeking whatever work could be found. Even those crushed by debt could sometimes escape its bondage simply by running away. Social order was so chaotic that there was little likelihood that their landlord could track them down. After 1953, on the other hand, every rural resident was bound to the land, bound to the village into which he or she had been born or married. The result was to guarantee a certain minimum level of security as long as the crops grew moderately well, but the price was to give up mobility, the freedom to move on and look for something better. When this system was inaugurated, it met the needs of China's new society for stability and social order. It was supported, on the whole, by the Chinese people in both city and countryside. But in the long run it gave the new administration of the country exactly what the old imperial bureaucracy had always striven for: complete control over the whole population, especially the rural population. It fostered tendencies toward rural stagnation and played into the hands of those numerous officials at the middle level who, with little concept of time or efficiency, stick to old ways, easily fall into a rut and are given to procrastination. Every day some cottars eat their fill and do nothing. They are quite satisfied with things as they are and just muddle along, idling away their time at their official posts. The fact that rural people are not allowed to leave home means that much less attention must be paid to their problems than would otherwise be the case. A bureaucratic state can muddle along for decades with what amounts to a crisis in the countryside as long as the peasants are tied to the land and have no choice, short of revolt, to make demands known. And this, it seems to me, affects not only the attitudes of those born procrastinators in the middle level of the administration, but also the thinking of many otherwise capable and energetic leaders at the very pinnacle of power. There is an assumption, widely held in China, that as long as the peasants are busy on the land with their hoes, all is right with the world. And this holds true even though people with hoes may well be producing less per capita than their ancestors did in the Han Dynasty some 2,000 years ago. In 1953, the decision of the state to take over the grain trade and parcel out grain by ration book to all urban residents made sense. Almost everyone, with the exception of the professional speculators in China, supported it, and it made possible the orderly, impressive economic development that followed. The full implications of this extraordinary two-pronged policy are only now being felt. Longbao residents took their first step toward cooperative production in the fall of 1953 at about the same time that the central government established its monopoly of the grain trade. Attitudes throughout the countryside toward speculation on the one hand and cooperation on the other were undergoing a rapid transformation. Throughout the old liberated areas of the north, where land reform had been completed for at least 4 years, the Communist Party prepared the way by holding large, marathon rectification meetings, expelling die-hard individualists and calling on the more advanced members to take the lead in forming trial cooperatives. In Lukang County, Secretary Wang Ting-mo, who had helped lead the land reform movement to a successful conclusion, led a month-and-a-half-long meeting. Wang Ting-mo was so short in stature that he had to stand on a stool every time he made a speech, so that the people at the back of the audience could see him. Craning one's neck was a small price to pay to hear him talk. He was a popular speaker with a voice as big as his body was small. He had learned to minimize generalities and maximize concrete examples. This lively style captured attention and won support. This time Wang Ting-mo attacked selfishness, all tendencies toward capitalism in the countryside after land reform, the whole concept of getting rich quick with good land and strong animals. This was the winter of the 3 anti and 5 anti-campaigns in China as a whole: the campaign against corruption, waste, and the bureaucratic spirit among the cottars, and the campaign against bribery, tax evasion, fraud, theft of government property and theft of state economic secrets on the part of those in private industry. A number of leading communists from Longbao attended the meeting. These included Hu Shuechen, the leader of the Women's Association, Chang Hsin, the party secretary, Shi Tziun, and Li the Fat. It was somewhat ironic that all 3 of the men were already well known in Longbao as new rich peasants. To be called upon to take the lead in pooling land and forming a cooperative posed problems for each of them. The way the county party secretary put it, "We had no choice," Hsin said. As communists we had to jump in and pool our land for joint tillage. As far as I was concerned it was no problem. What did I have to lose? All I had was 2 acres of land, and 1/3 of a donkey. I had only 2 dependents, my wife and my daughter. So I slept very well that night. But the same could not be said for Tziun and Li the Fat. They were really worried about their freedom. Tziun had a lot of land and it was all good. He also had 2 draft animals, a horse and a donkey. Why should he join together with people who had poor land and no livestock? For him it would really mean a loss. He had 12 mouths to feed at home. By hiring extra help he was able to feed them because his land was good. But suppose he joined up in a cooperative. he would only earn labor shares. Since at that time Tzayun didn't know about land shares or livestock shares, he thought that in a cooperative he would be cut back to 2 labor shares, and this looked like a disaster. With brother Fuyuan working out, he and Erchi alone would have to support 12 people. The women did not count as labor power because the custom at that time was to leave women out of field production, hence as he foresaw things only he and his brother could expect labor income. Li the Fat was in the same position. He had everything he needed for prosperity except labor power. He himself was the manager of the supply coop. Brother Taiping was a disabled veteran who made up for his own weakness by hiring Zhou Changfu full-time. Little brother Chishun was at best but half a labor power. By planting a few mao himself he could raise enough to eat, but when it came to earning labor days in a cooperative his prospects seemed bleak indeed. In a cooperative Li the Fat himself would be cut back to 1 labor share. How could that ever equal the earnings he made with his mule on the road? The Li brothers all thought that if they tried to live off labor shares they would really suffer. Li the Fat and Tzayun hardly slept at all that night. The advantages and disadvantages of cooperation reeled through their minds. But they always came back to one thought, * we are communists. Communists are expected to take the lead on the socialist road. If we don't start, who will or can? In the end, when they got back to Longbao, they called their mutual aid group members together and formed a land pooling coop with 20 families as founding members. That was Shenfan's version. When Kuo Changkayuan, still head of the Peasants' Association and leader of the 5th production team, heard this he smiled. Shenfan says he had no problem with the idea of a cooperative. But that's not true. He wasn't just a poor peasant with a few mao and 1/3 share in a donkey. He was well known as one of the 4 new rich peasants of Longbao. After that county meeting he didn't sleep well either. Of course he went through a mental struggle. But the party presented land pooling as a revolutionary task. The party leaders in the village had to lead the cooperative movement, so Shenfa went along. It was even harder for the Li brothers, but in the end they helped build the first coop because Li the Fat was a party member and he pulled the others in. He pulled the whole family in against its better judgment. As for Hu Shuechen, she described her own views as follows. I agreed to join right away. Mao Zedong wanted us to take the cooperative road and I felt we would be better off, so I wanted to join right away. Wen Te, on the other hand, said, why not wait and see? He wanted to stand aside and see if the coup would work first. But I opposed this. I saw people joining, people with many burdens. With only 3 in the family, what have we to be afraid of? I said. We have always followed Mao Zedong before, so how can that be wrong now? All but 2 of the members of Shenfa's mutual aid team joined this first coup. Yang Yitso, who had spoken for the poor peasant delegates at the gate that confronted Longbao's party members in 1948, decided to wait a while. I want to see how it goes, he said. Wang Kai-pao, the first peasant to be classified by the Poor Peasant League in 1948, the man about whom there had been no doubt he's been a poor peasant all his life, and a poor peasant he remains, also hesitated. He had a loom at home and worked hard, day and night, at weaving. 10 feet of hand-woven cotton cloth brought about 5 sheng of millet on the market. In a day Kai-pao could weave from 20 to 30 feet, thus earning as high as 15 sheng of millet. That was more than he could earn in the fields. When Wang Kai-pao hesitated, the other members of the group didn't press him very hard. They looked on his weaving as a sort of capitalist tale, free enterprise. They thought that his labor power, insofar as heavy farm work was concerned, was marginal and that his land was, on the whole, pretty poor. So it was better to let him stay outside the coop anyway. But if 2 members of the original group stayed out, 10 new families joined to bring the total strength of that new coop to 20. Many of the members brought in their livestock. Lu Taiping brought his cow, Chang Kitsai also brought a cow, Yang Qingshun brought a donkey, Li the Fat a mule and Wang Wente a donkey. Altogether the group, from the very beginning, boasted 5 donkeys, 2 cows, 1 horse, and 1 mule, all of them good strong animals in the prime of life. With each of these animals came a cart, the old-style carts with wooden wheels and iron tires. Between them these same members contributed 4 iron plows. Those who had no livestock, carts or plows to contribute brought their hoes with them. Very important members of the group also owned 2 night soil carts, one belonging to Tzayun and one to Hsinfa's brother Chifa. Between them the 20 families pooled 80 pieces of land, or 4 to a family. Chi Shaoxi, for example, contributed 5 pieces of 4, 4, 2, 15, and 5.5 mao respectively. The original group of cooperators included a high proportion of village cotters. After Hsinfa, Li the Fat, and Tzayun came back from the Lucheng County meeting, they led a discussion on the whole question of coup formation inside the Longbao Party branch. The branch leaders decided to start small, do well, and expand slowly on the basis of confirmed successes. They urged all Communist Party members to jump in and take the lead. Even though some of them had misgivings concerning loss of freedom and their own ability to operate a successful coup, the consensus was that if we want to continue to make revolution we can't hang back. We have to go ahead, make a start, and carry it through. /23. Most of the leading members of the party branch, all of them also holding important posts in the village administration, joined the new coup. Shi Tzayun became the party leader in the coup while serving as secretary of the Longbao party branch. Hsinfa resigned as village chairman to become chairman of the coup. Kuo Fushu, clerk, of the village, resigned that post to act as chief accountant for the new collective. Chi Shaoxi, in charge of public affairs, Wang Wentie, in charge of security, Lu Shuixiang, captain of the militia, all joined the coup but retained their posts in the village. The party branch decided that Shen Tianxi should stay out of the joint tillage organization and lead the production work of the non-cooperators. But Tianxi wasn't at all happy with this. He went to the district party office to protest. He demanded membership in the coup, and in the end won his point. As a result, cotters made up 70% of the membership. It was a coup full of tigers, all generals and no troops. No one would defer to anyone else. How could they ever get along? What could such people do together? In truth, said Hsinfa, we quarreled every night. Nevertheless, looking at this coup in an all-around way, the conclusion had to be that it was sound. It joined together poor peasants and middle peasants in balanced proportions. It was well supplied with party members and experienced cotters. It could command, as members' property, draft animals, carts, manure carts, large implements and good land. This coup had every reason to succeed. As if to confirm this, the name chosen for it by its members was the Advance Co-op. In order to ensure, insofar as possible, that this pioneering effort would start on a sound basis, a work team came from the county seat to give advice and help. This team was headed by a man named Shen Shuangfu, Double Wealth Shen, an experienced accountant. He had studied the regulations of model cooperatives already established elsewhere and was familiar with the kinds of problems that almost always arose between people as they pooled their land to work together. He helped the Longbao group with every step. Teams like this, composed of 1 or 2 people, went out to all the villages in the winter and spring of 1954 to help get the producers' cooperative movement off the ground. The draft constitution. Double Wealth Shen brought with him a model draft constitution for an agricultural producers' coup that had been approved and passed down by the provincial party leadership. This was a comprehensive document in 12 sections, general principles, 2 members, 3 land, 4 means of production other than land, 5 share funds, 6 production, 7 organization of work and labor discipline, 8 payment for work, 9 financial management and distribution of income, 10 political work, cultural and welfare services, 11 management, 12 supplementary rules. The general principles, contained in the first 10 articles, constituted an excellent summary not only of what agricultural producers' cooperatives were but why they were needed, how they should be organized, what stages they would pass through, what tasks they should accomplish, and how they should accomplish them. Chapter 1 General Principles. Article I An agricultural producers' cooperative is a collective economic organization formed on a voluntary and mutually beneficial basis by working peasants with the guidance and help of the Communist Party and the People's Government. In such a cooperative, the principal means of production such as land, draft animals, and farm tools owned privately by members are put under a single, centralized management and gradually turned into their common property. Members are organized for collective work and the fruits of their labor are distributed according to a common plan. The aim in promoting agricultural producers' cooperatives is step by step to end capitalist exploitation in the countryside, to overcome the backwardness of small peasant farming and develop a socialist agriculture. Quoted material here is from Model Regulations for an Agricultural Producers Cooperative, adopted by the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress on March 17, 1956. The draft constitution used in Shensi province in 1953 contained most of the same articles, with some difference in wording. /25. Tour which will meet the needs of the nation's socialist industrialization. That is to say, steps must be taken gradually to replace private ownership of the means of production by collective ownership by the working masses, and small-scale production by large-scale mechanized production, so as to create a highly developed agriculture bringing prosperity to the peasants as a whole and satisfying the ever-increasing demands of society for agricultural products. Article 2 Agricultural cooperation is the only clear road which can lead the working peasants to the final elimination of poverty and exploitation. That is why all working peasants must be gradually enrolled in the agricultural producers' cooperatives, to bring about the complete victory of socialism in the countryside. To do this, cooperatives must on no account resort to coercion in dealing with the peasants remaining outside. They must persuade and set an example to them so that they become willing to join when they realize that far from suffering loss, they can only benefit by joining. The agricultural producers' cooperative should be an association bringing mutual benefits to all the working peasants, especially as between the poor and middle peasants. The only way to ensure that the peasants take the road of cooperation voluntarily is by adherence to the principle of mutual benefit. In promoting agricultural producers' cooperatives, the rule must be to rely on the poor peasants and unite firmly with the middle peasants. The cooperative must not violate the interests of any poor peasant, or of any middle peasant. When the cooperative has reached the advanced stage at which all the chief means of production are turned into common property and the peasants as a whole prosper, there will no longer be any distinction between poor and middle peasants. Article 3 Agricultural cooperation proceeds through two stages: the elementary and the advanced. At the elementary stage, the cooperative is semi-socialist in character. At that stage, part of the means of production is owned in common and members are, for a definite period of time, allowed to retain ownership of land and other means of production, which they have pooled for use under centralized management, and to receive an appropriate return on this property. As production develops and the socialist understanding of members grows, the dividend paid on land pooled by members will be gradually abolished. Other means of production brought by members for use under centralized management will, as need arises and with the approval of the owners, be gradually converted into common property, that is, property collectively owned by all the members, after paying the owners for them or taking other mutually beneficial measures. In this way the cooperative will pass step by step from the elementary to the advanced stage. At the advanced stage the cooperative is entirely socialist in character. In such a cooperative, all the land pooled by members and other means of production needed by the cooperative will become common property. Household goods of members, small plots of household land, small/il6. Holdings of trees, and poultry, domestic animals, small farm tools and tools needed for subsidiary cottage occupations will not be made common property in cooperatives, either of the elementary or advanced type. Article 4. The cooperative must bring about a steady expansion of productive activities, raise the level of agricultural production, make its members more efficient and increase yields. The cooperative must work to plan. It should draw up plans both for the production and sale of products in the light of its own conditions and gear these plans to the production and purchase plans of the state. With its land under centralized management and by working collectively, the cooperative should, as circumstances permit, start using better farm tools, constantly improve farming skills, and, with the assistance of the state and working class, bring about the gradual mechanization and electrification of agriculture. The cooperative should do everything possible to take full advantage of organized collective work, promote labor emulation, encourage and urge every member to work hard, and make vigorous efforts to create wealth both for the community and for each individual member. Article 5. In paying members for work, the cooperative must stick to the principle to each according to his work, that is, more work, more pay. Article 6. The cooperative must not practice any form of exploitation. It must not hire farm laborers for lengthy periods, rent out land, lend money out for a profit, or engage in commercial exploitation. No one is permitted to bring farm laborers into the cooperative upon joining it. The cooperative may engage technical personnel. It may hire a small number of farm laborers for short periods if an urgent need arises. Those employed by the cooperative must get proper treatment. Article 7. In dealing with its economic problems, the cooperative should stick to the principle of giving due consideration to both public and private interests, so that the interests of the state, the cooperative and individual members are properly integrated. In distributing the fruits of labor, the cooperative should, while giving each member his due, set aside funds needed to expand production and improve public welfare and amenities. With the expansion of production, the cooperative should gradually improve the material well-being of members and enrich their cultural life. Article 8. The cooperative should live up to the principles of democracy and strive for unity and constant progress. /27. The cooperative should manage things in a democratic way. Officers of the cooperative should keep in close touch with members, discuss things with them thoroughly, and rely on the members as a body to run the cooperative well. They must not abuse their authority and position or restrict democratic rights. The cooperative should take any measures that will effectively strengthen internal unity and foster comradely relations among members. There must be no discrimination against members who belong to national minorities, members who come as settlers, new members, or women members. The cooperative should take any measures which will bring about a steady rise in the level of political understanding of members. It should give them regular education in socialism and patriotism, and see to it that every member abides by the laws of the country. It should be ready to respond to the call of the Communist Party and the People's Government, and lead its members in the advance to socialism. Article 9. Close contact should be established between agricultural producers cooperatives, and between them and supply and marketing cooperatives, credit cooperatives, and handicraft producers cooperatives, as well as the state economic agencies in the villages, so that each can help the others to carry out their economic plans and join in the common effort to implement the state economic plan. The cooperative should make a big effort to unite with working peasants still outside its ranks, those who have joined agricultural producers' mutual aid teams and those who still work individually, and do all it can to help them increase production and take the cooperative road. Article 10. The cooperative should carry on the struggle against the rich peasants and other exploiters so as to restrict and gradually abolish capitalist exploitation in the countryside. It was no accident that Chapter 2 of the Model Regulations took up the question of membership. Who could join a land pooling cooperative, and on what basis, was a most crucial question influencing the form and the future development of the movement. The party regarded the membership question as a class question. What class or class interests should the cooperative serve? The membership provisions stated that all working peasants, men and women 16 and over, who wanted to join could become members once the general meeting accepted their applications. Some guidelines for approving members followed. 1. No restrictions should be placed on admittance of poor peasants. No middle peasant shall be prevented from joining the cooperative. 2. Demobilized soldiers, dependents of people killed in the course of the revolution, dependents of soldiers and of government workers, and new settlers should be actively drawn in. The aged, the weak, the widowed and the orphaned should find a place. /IL8. Members for the first few years. The document outlines special procedures for admitting individual landlords and rich peasants whose status had been officially altered. 4 persons deprived of political rights should not be admitted. These 4 points bear some examination. Point 1 implied some difference in attitude toward poor peasants as compared to middle peasants. While it placed no restrictions on the admittance of poor peasants, no middle peasant should be prevented from joining. This was the reflection in the model regulations of the basic political position that in the organization of cooperatives members must rely on the poor peasants and unite with the middle peasants. It seemed to say, get the poor peasants in by all means and open the doors to all middle peasants who want to join them. Point 2 urged the cooperatives to make special efforts at drawing in certain types of people, most of whom were, by definition, deficient in labor power. Of the 9 special categories mentioned, only demobilized soldiers, if they were not disabled, and new settlers could be presumed to be able-bodied. The dependents of martyrs, soldiers, and government workers, the aged and the weak, the orphaned and the widowed were all categories that would find it difficult to maintain Hfe working on their own, and by the same token must become dependent, to some extent, as members of a cooperative group. From a narrow, short-term point of view, working peasants could not serve their mutual interests by collectively assuming the burden of support for such people. But looked at from a different perspective, all people, as children, start weak at first. They grow strong, grow old, and become weak again. Any person may die leaving orphans or a widow, may join the army, may die in battle, or may become a government worker, so that to look after these categories of people and to subsidize them, to the extent that they cannot support themselves, is really only a form of social insurance or social security, doing for friends and neighbors what one would hope they would certainly do for you under the same circumstances. Point 3 addressed itself to a problem that prevailed throughout the Chinese countryside during and after land reform. The gentry, the landlords and rich peasants had long dominated education, culture, and government administration, even business and commerce, so that they had a superior cultural level, wider social experience and more developed administrative talent than most poor or middle peasants. Once overthrown as the rulers of their respective communities, they had the capacity, if given an opening, to move into the new organizations of the people, especially village governments and cooperatives, and to try to twist them in their own favor. They often used their position in the coups either to enrich themselves, or to disrupt and discredit whatever the revolutionaries were trying to build in order to turn back the clock and lay the groundwork for a restoration of former privilege and power. Thus the people justly feared allowing any rule to the gentry *, but they did not treat the gentry as absolute, unchanging, reactionary quantities. They made provision in the law for individuals who had joined for lengthy periods in productive labor and had transformed their lifestyle and their ideology to change their class status and claim full political rights. Hence point 3 went on to say, former landlords whose status has been changed according to law, and rich peasants who have for many years given up exploitation, may be admitted individually into the cooperative, but only when the cooperative in question is firmly established and when over 3/4 of the working peasants in that particular township and county have joined cooperatives, and after a general meeting of members has examined their cases and approved their applications, and this decision has been examined and sanctioned by the County People's Council. In other words, the model regulations made clear that a cooperative could absorb ex-landlords and rich peasants individually once the unit had established itself well and developed enough strength to forestall sporadic disruption from within. Communities such as Longbao, from which many landlords and rich peasants originally fled, were glad to get rid of them at the start. But later, large numbers of dispossessed gentry living from hand to mouth in the cities, and then taking jobs as industrial workers of uncertain class and social background, became a serious problem. Advanced communities like Takei then made a point of seeking out and tracking down their runaway gentry, bringing them back to their native communities and placing them under community supervision where they could do little harm. These returned gentry became working members of established coups, but without the right to vote or to assume posts inside the organization. Article 13 of the Model Regulations described the rights of members. Article 14 the duties. The four basic rights balanced the four basic duties. Right, to take part in the work of the coup and receive the payment which is due. Duty, to observe the regulations of the cooperative, to carry out decisions of the general meeting of members and of the management committee. Right, to take part in the activities of the cooperative, put forward suggestions and criticisms concerning its management and participate in supervising the management of affairs, to elect the leading personnel of the cooperative and to be elected, and to be appointed to certain posts in the cooperative. Duty, to observe labor discipline in the cooperative and punctually fulfill the tasks assigned. Right, to engage in subsidiary cottage occupations on condition that this does not interfere with participation in the work of the coup. Duty, to care for state property, property owned in common by the cooperative and property owned by the members but turned over to the cooperative for public use. Right, to enjoy the benefits of all public services and amenities provided by the cooperative. I-20. Duty, to strengthen the unity of the cooperative and resolutely oppose all activities aimed at undermining it. Article 15 guaranteed free withdrawal from the cooperative and defined how land pooled and property sold should be returned to the individual. Article 16 set the conditions for punishment, the most serious of which was expulsion, and similarly provided for the return of property pooled or sold to the group. The central feature of a producers' cooperative was, of course, the pooling of land for joint tillage. Since different individuals and families, in the aftermath of land reform, still owned differing amounts of land, the important problem to be solved in regard to pooling was how to overcome these differences so that mutual benefits could accrue to all, so that neither those who put in large amounts of property or those who contributed only their labor power would lose out. The draft model regulations resolved the problem of unequal land contributions by means of a dividend plan which allowed a certain percentage of the annual income to be allocated according to land shares, with the balance allocated according to labor contributed. Since the work of its members, not their ownership of land, created the income of the coup, the draft recommended that the total amount paid in dividends be less than the amount paid for agricultural work, but that, at the same time, these dividends should not be set so low as to discourage people with relatively large holdings or members with considerable land but little labor power from joining. These regulations called for fixed dividends. As productivity and income increased, the amount of these dividends would inevitably drop as a proportion of the total, then the coup could allocate an increasingly large fraction of total income to payments for work performed or to investment in new common property. Where people found fixed dividends hard to establish, the draft recommended a percentage rate so that a certain percentage of total income could be allocated to land shares, while the remainder could be distributed as payment for work. This was the method adopted in Longbao village. At the start the members agreed upon 40% for land shares and 60% for labor shares, but they soon cut this to 20% and 80%. When they moved on to the higher stage coup, they dropped land share payments altogether. If the pooling of land constituted the central aspect of a producer's coup, the pooling of means of production came next in importance. The draft model regulations called for the cooperative gradually to take over all major means of production other than land draft animals, carts, large implements, etc. essentially through various forms of lease purchase. Since at the start these valuable means of production belonged to individual members, the draft allowed the coup to hire or rent them without further obligation. Section I of Article 26, referring to draft animals, said, I members may retain the ownership of their draft animals and feed the animals themselves, in which case the cooperative hires the beasts at the fee/121. Normally paid in the locality. This method of private ownership and rearing of animals and their collective use is in general suited to a newly established cooperative. Owners may use their draft animals hired to the coop when they are not needed by the latter. They may also hire them out or lend them to others. But such owners cannot sell their animals without consent of the cooperative. This was the method Longbao residents originally adopted. A second method was for the coop to feed and care for an animal that still belonged to the individual peasant, and pay a suitable amount for its use. A third method was for the coop to buy the animal outright from its owner and turn it into common property. Longbao residents adopted this third method later and by doing so raised their coop from a lower to a higher stage. In order to finance each season's farming operations and to acquire common property such as large implements, carts or draft animals, the draft called for two kinds of share funds, I the production expenditure share fund, and II the common property share fund. These could be called, respectively, the operating capital share fund and the investment capital share fund. Both these share funds were made up of contributions based on the amount of land each member brought into the group. Members who pooled little or no land in the cooperative contributed to the share funds in part or entirely on the basis of the amount of labor they were expected to contribute to the joint effort. Members who were too poor to pay their full contribution could apply for state loans through a special fund known as the Poor Peasants Cooperation Fund. The total amount of the production expenditure share fund equaled the sum required for crop expenses, seed, fertilizer, fodder under ordinary conditions. Members were expected to pay it in full in cash on joining. The total amount of the common property share fund equaled the amount needed by the cooperative to buy the necessary means of production such as draft animals, carts and large farm implements from members. The coop credited the value of the means of production sold to it by members toward their share in the common property share fund. If the value of the property sold exceeded their share, the coop paid the difference in cash or kind. If it fell short of their share, the coop made up the difference with loans to be paid off in future years. As a general rule, the cooperative had 3 years to pay for means of production and members had 3 years to come up with their share of the common property fund. Provision was made for members to pay interest on back payments at the rate customarily paid on money deposits by credit cooperatives or credit unions. Just as the draft compensated for the inequalities in land holding by the mechanism of a land dividend, so it compensated for inequalities in capital contribution both for operating expenses and for investment through the method of the share fund. Without such mechanisms, it would have been impossible for large numbers of peasants to pool their property and work together to bring mutual benefits to all the working peasants, especially as between the poor and middle peasants as called for in Article 2 of the /122. General Principles. Only if the coop truly recognized differences and made material adjustments so that nobody gained or lost too much by joining the pool, could pooling actually proceed. The purpose of pooling land and other means of production was, of course, to increase production. In the chapter on production, the model regulations call on the cooperative and its members to increase production through rational use of arable land, irrigation works, improvement of farm tools, the breeding and improved care of draft animals, improved strains of crops, accumulation of manure and fertilizer, improved tillage and cultivation, erosion control, reclamation of wasteland, afforestation, and the development of aquatic products. All these should be combined with suitable side occupations. The coop should mobilize all members for work, help them to overcome obstacles and physical disabilities, encourage them to study, acquire scientific knowledge, and master skills. Finally, it should plan production and draw up seasonal, annual, and long-term plans in coordination. All of this was common sense. This chapter said nothing controversial or unexpected, but it presented, in capsule form, an excellent digest of the production possibilities confronting the Chinese peasants and challenged them to undertake the all-around development of their productive resources collectively, something they never could have done individually. Next to the problem of pooling land and means of production, which, after all, however complex, may only be done once, the most difficult part in building and carrying on a cooperative was the organization of labor and payment for work. The model regulations called for a division of labor and a definite organization of work based on the formation of approximately equal production teams, called brigades in the original document, on a year-round permanent basis, and the appointment of certain people as bookkeepers, technicians, stockmen, supply clerks, etc. Each team was to take responsibility for a definite area of land for cultivation and definite numbers of animals and equipment. Each team was also supposed to allocate jobs clearly and keep a proper record of the jobs accomplished and the credit due each person each day. The draft detailed 4 rules of labor discipline. 1. Members shall not absent themselves from work without good reason. 2. They shall carry out instructions when they work. 3. They shall bring their work up to the required standard. 4. They shall take good care of common property. The draft listed criticism, fines, reduction of workday credits, payment for damage done, removal from post and finally expulsion as proper responses to violations of labor discipline. Chapter 8, Payment for Work, generated the most controversy. Most of the struggle in the cooperative movement later swirled around this point. The model regulations issued in the early 50s tended to be patterned after Soviet examples and based their work point and payment schemes on /123. Relatively sophisticated piecework norms according to the overriding principle to each according to his work, that is, more work, more pay, with equal pay for equal work, applied to men and women alike without exception. The regulations required cooperators to set norms for each job and reckon these norms as workdays, each workday being equal to 10 points. The cooperative must make a correct assessment of the number of workdays a member is entitled to for fulfilling the norm for each job. There must be a suitable difference in the number of workdays awarded for fulfilling different kinds of norms. Such differences, however, should be neither too small nor too large. On the one hand, uniformity must be avoided in order to be fair to members doing difficult jobs. On the other hand, rate of payment for certain jobs must not be set so high that everyone wants to do them, nor should rates for other jobs be set so low that nobody wants to do them. Article 51 described a method of fixed rates with flexible assessment, recommended for use before the various norms and rates of payment had been settled through experience and discussion. Each member is assigned a definite number of work points based on his skill or capacity for work. This number is subject to revision after a discussion of the work the member actually does for the day. If a good job has been done, it may be increased, if otherwise, decreased. In this way, the actual number of work points earned for the day is settled. This method, however, wastes time, and payment for work actually done by each member cannot be accurately calculated by it. The cooperative must therefore fix norms and rates of payment for various jobs as soon as it can, so as to avoid confusion regarding payment for work done and consequent losses in production. Article 55 linked piecework with a system of responsibility for a particular job so that if a job was assigned to a particular team, the number of workdays required for completion was specified. Regardless of how much time the team actually used to complete the job, it earned only the specified workdays. If the team did a poor job and completed the work late, it stood to lose workdays. Article 56 extended this fixed responsibility system from short-term jobs to year-round responsibility. It demanded, for example, a certain crop from a certain piece of ground, expected certain supplies to be consumed, and certain means of production to be used. The regulation credited teams which overfulfilled these norms with additional workdays, while it penalized those which fell below 90% of completion by loss of workdays. The article called for awards to members who overfulfilled output norms, as well as prizes for outstanding work or innovation. If the cooperative, as the result of good leadership, overfulfills its production plan, those responsible for its management should also be given suitable prizes. What a workday was actually worth to the individual who earned it depended on the annual income of the cooperative as a whole. As a general rule, what remains of the total income of the cooperative in a particular year, both in kind and in cash, after deducting production expenses, the reserve fund, welfare fund, and dividends on land, will be divided by the total number of workdays worked by the cooperative during the year. The result is the value of each workday. /124. Thus, the greater the annual income of the cooperative, the more each workday is worth. When the annual income of the cooperative drops, the value of each workday drops, too. Therefore, if the cooperative member wants a bigger income, he must make an effort to earn more workdays. At the same time, each member must do his best to increase the total income of the cooperative so that the value of each workday increases accordingly. In this way, the personal interests of each member are correctly combined with the collective interests of the cooperative. These paragraphs summed up the essence of the payment scheme. Cooperative members shared in the total income of their coup after making all necessary deductions, and they shared in proportion to the number of workdays each contributed. How many workdays a member could earn on any given job depended on the norm allocated to that job and whether the member fulfilled the norm both quantitatively and qualitatively. The basic principle was to each according to his work, that is, more work, more pay. The model regulations thus set up a system of direct material incentive based on piecework that appeared to be quite clear and straightforward. The problem, in Chinese agriculture, however, was the multiplicity of jobs, the variety of conditions, the wide variation in possible standards depending on these conditions, and therefore the difficulty of setting up suitable norms, judging whether or not they had been realized, and keeping proper records of the same. Thus from the very beginning the work point system developed into the most controversial part of the whole cooperative setup and remains so to this day. One thing, however, these regulations made clear: to pool land in an agricultural producers cooperative was in no sense to give up individual interest, to enter into a share and share alike arrangement where everyone ate out of one big pot and slept under one big quilt. From the very beginning the cooperative movement in Chinese agriculture took seriously the principle of payment according to work performed and all along proposed to reward the peasants in proportion to the effort made by each. Various ways of evaluating, recording, and rewarding this effort supplanted one another, but none of them departed in theory from the basic principle that he who does more work should receive more pay. In practice, however, various forms of leveling often obliterated differences. In this summary I have so far left out one major facet of the payment system, and that is payment to leaders, to those involved in managerial work who do not actually, day in and day out, move their hands in production, but who, nevertheless, play an essential role in it. Article 53 covered this problem. Those engaged in managerial work for the cooperative and who take a regular part in actual productive work will receive a suitable number of additional workdays as compensation according to the amount of managerial work done and the contribution made by them. The amount of compensation will be decided once a year by a general meeting of members. The amount of compensation received by the chairman of the cooperative, added to the value of the workdays he earns by taking part in productive work, should, as a general rule, be higher than the value of the average /125 number of workdays earned by the average member of the cooperative. The earnings of a bookkeeper, or of the chairman and other staff of a fairly large cooperative, who are not able to take part at all in production, must also be decided by a general meeting of members. Such earnings must, as a general rule, correspond to, or be higher than, the value of the average number of workdays earned by the average member. The remaining chapters of the model regulations covered a series of subsidiary problems. Chapter 9 dealt with the intricacies of financial management, budgets, managerial expenses, bookkeeping, cash handling, supervision of accounts, the allocation of funds such as the agricultural tax, various production expenses, reserve funds, welfare funds, dividends on land shares and advances to members. The final article of this chapter, Article 68, stated that a withdrawing member could not take away any of the common property of the cooperative. Chapter 10 provided for education in politics, particularly collective consciousness and spirit, for the study of reading and writing and of science, for recreation and cultural programs, for safety, sanitation and health care, for nurseries, aid to pregnant women and other people with special needs. Chapter 11 dealt with management, the organizational structure of the cooperative, where the highest body was the general meeting of members. Once a year this general meeting elected a management committee of 5 to 15 members, a supervisory committee of 3 to 9 members, and a chairman. This chapter listed the functions and powers of the general meeting of members under 8 headings, the most important being I to approve or amend the regulations, 2. To elect and remove from office the chairman and committee members, 3. To decide on the amounts to be paid for means of production, contributions to the share fund and the distribution of income, 4. To examine and approve of the production plan and the budget, the norms for work and important contracts signed with other parties, 5. The approval of new members and problems of discipline and expulsion. I decided to reprint here the general principles of the draft constitution in full and to continue with a discussion in some depth of the 12 sections and 82 articles of this document because this draft constitution provided then and continued until recently to provide the basic framework, the bones and sinews underlying the economic, social, political, and cultural relations of rural China. Complex, sophisticated, flexible, and democratic in spirit, it spelled out a method for adjusting the often contradictory, multiple, and multilayered interests of rural producers at all levels of prosperity, so that they could pool labor power and capital and thus bring to bear on the transformation of nature a much greater leverage than any individual or community of non-integrated individuals could do. The 740,000 cooperatives built on these lines went through many upheavals, combinations, and permutations, but the principles outlined in the draft constitution defined the essence of the social contract that bound peasant families together in the functioning artels that have for decades been the womb, the cradle, the life hammock, old age home, and grave for hundreds of millions. Cooperative farming, by pooling land, wipes out borders and unnecessary paths between fields and so brings more land under cultivation, 5% more on the average. Cooperative farming makes it possible to carry out water conservancy projects, water and soil conservation, and land and soil improvement on a large scale. Cooperative farming makes it possible to transform arid land into irrigated fields, and barren and waste land into fertile soil. Liao Luyan, some explanations on the draft. National Program for Agricultural Development. 1956 to 1967. 1936. When Double Wealth Shen first called the prospective members of Longbao's coup together to discuss the model regulations, he stressed 2 points. First, that private land holdings would not disappear. The stone markers in the fields that divided one plot from another would remain even though peasant members pooled their fields and worked them in common. Furthermore, the land holdings themselves would yield income through the device of the land dividend, and this dividend would reflect the proportionate amount of land pooled by each family. Second, he stressed the principle he who works more gets more. In various ways, over and over again, he explained that the more you produce, the more you sell, the more you store and the more you eat. He reiterated the 4 mores: produce more, sell more, store more, eat more as the basic goal of the coup, and also as an illustration of the relationship between the collective and the individual. By taking care of their collective interests, the members would also take care of their individual interests. These policies, said Shen, will not change. When this coup moves from small to big, even if all the families in the village join it, the basic principles will still be the same. These model regulations were well thought out and comprehensive. Quite obviously they did not spring from Chinese experience alone, but were based on the kind of rules and regulations that had long been worked out and applied on the collective farms of the Soviet Union. In the early 50s/127, the Chinese made an intense study of Soviet experience and launched earnest attempts all over China to apply what Soviet elder brothers recommended. Right from the beginning, however, problems arose with the work point system based on a concept of refined piecework that purported to be able to measure objectively the actual amount of work performed by every cooperative member. Linked to this was an accounting system recommended by Soviet experts that in its turn purported to be able to measure objectively the real costs of every facet of the production process. The work point system led to prolonged struggle, which will be described in subsequent chapters. The accounting system was tried, found wanting, and rather quickly laid aside. Hinton gave this report. Right at the start we tried to study Soviet experience. Soviet experts came to the region and led a training school in cost accounting. This was a disaster. They gave everything a value and then depreciated everything according to formulas that our accountants found hard to understand or to use. Since their prestige was so high, everyone tried to study their methods seriously, but really, they weren't practical for us. Double Wealth Shen, the cotter who came from Luken to advise us, was nobody really. He was just a rank and file cotter. He blurted out his objections. How do you depreciate a tree? Well, said the Soviet expert, a tree has a fixed lifespan. It has to be figured as a capital asset, and then depreciated according to its estimated life. Every tree must eventually die. Double Wealth thought this was ridiculous. He responded with an old saying, 1,000-year-old pine, a 10,000-year-old eucalyptus, taken together they can hardly match an old poplar taking a rest. Yet the poplar still has to call the persimmon grandfather. By this he meant that length of Hefei is not the only criterion for judging a tree. Furthermore, trees live so long, how can one estimate rational depreciation? The way the Soviet experts did cost accounting, one could never afford to dig a well for irrigation. The well costs so much that the increased crops would never pay for it. They could prove, with figures, that digging the well was not worthwhile. The way they did cost accounting, we couldn't even afford to make compost. In estimating the value of the crop, the corn cobs, the corn stalks, and everything else that went into the compost had to be given a value. They were counted as costs in compost and consequently in crop production. When one figured costs this way, the compost became as expensive to use as pig manure. Furthermore, the whole thing was too complicated. The accountants of the Southeast region couldn't cope with it, they couldn't handle all the mathematical formulas involved. The whole system obviously tied people's hands. 128. The peasants set the Soviet accounting system aside, but the same could not be said for the refined piecework system. They made serious attempts all over Southeast Shensi to establish the norms, keep the records, and award the work points that people actually earned in 150 different farming jobs. Longbao peasants recalled vividly a quarrel over work points that almost broke up their first cooperative a few months after it was established. Since at this stage fixed norms had not been worked out, the 20-family coup that Shenfa chaired applied the fixed point, flexible appraisal method of fixing work points. Each day we worked, explained Shenfa, we put down a labor day, but how much this day was worth depended on how much we actually got done. Shi was the one who kept the records. On that particular day his brother Shi Fuyuan had lagged a few dozen steps behind. That night when it came to record the points, several people said, never mind, just give him the same as everyone else. But Chi wouldn't agree. He insisted on cutting Fuyuan back. He argued that lagging behind in this way should not be allowed to slide past without penalty. If we allow this, then everyone will start to dawdle. We must give him less. He came out late and he never caught up with the rest of the group all day. The discussion that began with Chi in opposition to the group degenerated into a personal quarrel between Chi and his brother Fuyuan. The older brother, Shi Tziyun, who was secretary of our village party branch, could not stand the tension. To hell with it, he said. Let's break it up. If this is the way it's going to be, it's not worth it. When I heard this I said, you're the party secretary, if you dare dissolve our group, I do too, and I stalked off. Actually I had no intention of dissolving it. I went to Yang Lisheng, our production leader, and told him to plan for work as usual, and I visited the members and told them to report the next morning for work, and to do as Li Sheng directed. Then I went to the Sheng office to find Double Wealth Shen, the cotter from the county. They're fighting, I said. I can't lead them anymore. Double Wealth was alarmed. For a coup to fall apart was easy enough at that time. Conditions weren't like what they are now, with everything long merged and nobody able to find his own land anymore. At that time it was just a question of each man taking his ox home and going out to work on his own plot. No, no, he said. You mustn't let the group dissolve. He immediately wrote a letter to the Shang government. The Shang government called Tzayun in. I knew that the next thing would be, he'd come along to find me. So the next morning I just lay in bed. Sure enough, Tzayun came and called out, "Get up, get up. We can't dissolve this coup. We'll be blamed personally if it folds. I'm the number one culprit and you're number two. /I-29. Not on your life," I called back from the con. Don't try to pin any blame on me. Get up, get up. Tzayun called out again. Go along, I said. It's none of my business what you do. He went away distraught. A little later the district party secretary showed up. By that time I was up and had had a bite to eat. He came to the door with Tzayun in tow. Where are the members? We can't find anyone, they both said at once. Why, they're in the fields. Where would you expect them to be? I thought you said you washed your hands of the whole thing. I thought you didn't make any arrangements for today. Who told you that? I asked. I made all the work assignments long ago. Tzayun felt great relief. He was so relieved that his appetite revived. We all had something to eat together. The district chairman said, Tzayun, if you let this thing fall apart you'll die and I'll be finished. Look, Tzayun, I said. Just because your brothers quarreled and you can't decide between them, you want to throw the whole thing over. What sort of an attitude is that? Okay, I was wrong, said Tzayun. Let's forget it. Pretend I never raised the issue. No, I can't do that, I said. We'll have to have a membership meeting tonight and you'll have to explain your actions to everyone. So we held the meeting. District Secretary Chang Chyun Pao joined in and we all criticized Tzayun. Chang said that what was really going on here was two-line struggle. The poor peasants and the lower middle peasants were taking one line and the middle peasants were taking another. The middle peasants, like Tzayun, always feel that they have lost something when they cooperate because their land and equipment is complete as it is. They feel they are pooling their efforts with paupers. So when they meet with problems they easily give up and want to go back to private production. Tzayun, Chang said. You must go on. You are the Communist Party secretary. You can only do a good job. You cannot fail. If you fail I'll have to remove you as party secretary. Mao Zedong has called on us all to take the collective road. If you choose, instead, to go down the road of class differentiation you'll have to start worrying about your position in the party. We criticized Tzayun all day long. He apologized and criticized himself. I criticized myself also. I said that in the future we ought to think more before we talked. That was our most serious quarrel, the quarrel that became A/130. Court case, that is, a quarrel that had to be taken to the leadership and was only resolved by intervention from above. After that meeting we set up a rule. Every 10 days we decided to meet, make criticisms and self-criticisms, and exchange opinions about work. Once we had this system we corrected most small mistakes on time and we did well in production. Shenfan recalled another quarrel that involved the Shi brothers. This time it was not about work points. One evening Fu Yuan and Erqi asked Yang Lisheng, their production leader, where they would be working the next day. Lisheng looked skyward, thought a moment and then said, I haven't figured it out yet. The two Shi brothers took this for arrogance. Who do you think you are? You are production leader for a few days and you mount the horse just as you did when you were a puppet policeman. It looked as if they were making a case for refusing his leadership because he had been a puppet policeman for a while under the Japanese. Hold on, wait a minute, said Shenfan. Are you trying to overthrow him? This made the older brother, Tzun, angry, and he threw his support to his two brothers. Another long meeting had to be held to resolve the issue. Look, said Shenfa, we all elected Yang Lisheng. Why should we bring up this puppet police problem now? We knew when we elected him that he had been a policeman under the Japanese. But we elected him anyway because he is skillful in production. So now we must listen to him and follow his instructions. How else can we proceed? In the end Tzun apologized to Li Sheng, and so this problem, too, found resolution. If the coup members quarreled quite a bit, they always felt relieved when the quarrels were settled, for they very much wanted their coup to succeed. There were some in the village who reacted quite differently, however. There were those who felt delighted whenever a quarrel disturbed the coup. One of these was the old upper-middle peasant Li Hongjian. He called the advance coup the quarrel co-op. With so many cotters together, it's nothing but boss meets boss. Why should anyone listen to anyone else? Why should anyone yield? Since no one is afraid of anyone else, it's bound to be a mess. How could it work out otherwise when scum get together? This old Li had no desire to join the group. All his land was in one fine piece, 40 mao, and a vegetable plot right outside the village and right alongside his own house. He could sit in his doorway and look at his wealth. He also owned a horse and a cart. What benefit could cooperation have for him? He was the last in the whole village to join. He joined after everyone /131 else, and in the end died of disappointment over the surrender of his autonomy. After joining, he carried his hoe to the field ever so slowly, one foot in front of the other, and the familiar rhyme went through his mind. Ass to the sky, face to the ground. Work till you die, papers abound. Hinton had this to say about old Li. I often walked past his door. I found him there staring out at the land that used to be his. You shouldn't look at it like that, I would say. Everyone has a share in it now. Ha, he would say, slapping his thigh. Don't remind me of it. My words really shocked him. He would be sitting there daydreaming, recalling his visions of wealth. Then suddenly, everyone has a share. The phrase sent a chill through him. He never did get used to the idea. His great loss plagued his mind day in and day out. Eventually it affected his brain. It got so he didn't have enough brain to use. Before old Li finally joined the coup, he had challenged its members to a yield contest. As the corn seeds sprouted, his field looked good. Look, he said proudly. My sprouts are better than yours. But the coup members had not exhausted their bag of tricks. They went to work and side-dressed their whole field with liquid manure. When harvest time came, their yields topped Li's by quite a margin. The old middle peasant slapped his thigh once more in anger. Done for, he said in despair. Old Li Hongjian had long been a symbol of single-minded selfishness in Longbao. Even before liberation he had a reputation for trying to cheat whenever he could. In the old days, when the clan elders called on everyone to contribute grain to the temple, he used to add weight to his share by mixing sand with the millet. After liberation his self-interest grew to the point of mania. He had a young son. His brother Li Yitnian had a young son. One day while the boys were playing in the fields, a wolf attacked them. The wolf dragged one of them off. When the people came running to tell Li Hongjian, he didn't even rise to his feet. Which one was taken? He asked. Which one? If it was his own son he meant to do something, but if it was his brother's son he wasn't going to bestir himself. Stop worrying about which boy it is, said Shenfa. Hurry up and help us find the victim. The search party found only the bones of the wolf's prey. The bones belonged not to Li's son but to his nephew. /132. How could such a man be expected to have a collective spirit? Before liberation, even though he was a middle peasant, he never did any work. Since he was the elder brother in the family, the senior male member, he sat around playing chess while everyone else worked hard. After liberation and the land reform he never joined mutual aid. He joined the coup only when it became all but impossible to farm on the outside. Then, before the members shared out the crops in 1956, he lost his mind. No one could treat him as normal after that, and just before Longbao people merged their coups into one big unit and joined the commune in Horse Square, he died. Li Hongzhen's younger brother, Li Changqi, was a political liability. He had served as a member of the puppet district police and had defended the fort at Nansui. One night the 8th Route Army had surrounded the fort. When they withdrew, they left behind a wounded soldier, whom they thought to be already dead. Changqi discovered that the soldier was alive, shot him dead, and stole his pistol and 2 bullets. Later, when the Liberation Army entered Nansui, Changqi retreated with the reactionary forces, the Qinsui Army of Yan Shishan. After the war, when he finally returned home, he turned in his gun to the district government. The district officially closed his case, but his neighbors could not easily forget his past. They considered the whole family reactionary. Dispossessed landlords and rich peasants did not always just sit by and wring their hands when they saw the cooperative movement succeeding. They did not all die of broken hearts like old Li. At Takei in 1954, coup members distributed the first collective harvest, which averaged out at 270 caddies per mao, or a 30% increase over the mutual aid team's best efforts, on a threshing floor that lay outside an old rich middle peasant's window. As the clerk called out individual shares, this man, Li Enho, listened carefully and wrote down the amounts. Then he came to the harvest celebration and startled everyone by saying, "What's 270 caddies per mao? I harvested 300 per mao on my land." Coup chairman Chn Yongki didn't believe this and figured out a method for exposing his lie. Since the unified state purchase of grain had already gone into EFF*ECT, all families had reported their consumption needs for the year. After setting aside reserves and investment funds, they had promised to sell the balance of the grain to the state grain company. "Fine," said Chn Yongki to this rich middle peasant. "Your 300 caddies are fixed. You can keep what you stated as your needs. Sell the balance to the state." This was too much for Li Enho. He began to beat his own face and admitted to all that he had lied about his yields, hoping that some members might quit the coup and go to work for him. If he added all the straw and stalks from his crops, he could not possibly get a figure of 300 caddies. It turned out that he had harvested 150 caddies per mao. Had he sold this amount to the state, he would have had no grain left at all. Cases like those of Li Enho and Li Hongzhen were extreme, but they were not the only peasants to go through mental struggle over the question of cooperation. It was true that the private land did not disappear when the coup was /133 formed, and that the land contributed brought in income. At this stage the peasants were not asked to give up the land which they had so long dreamed of owning and had struggled so hard to seize. Nevertheless, the coup still asked them to surrender the essence of ownership, which is the right to decide on use, and the exclusive right to the produce of the land. Personal stories about the first steps toward cooperation in Longbao illustrate that these things were indeed hard to give up. Old Qi Shengmao, a Falong hired laborer for the landlords in the old days, spoke to Kitsai in the field one day when nobody was about. "I want to ask you something," said old Qi. "Go ahead," said Kitsai. "What are we intending to do in this coup?" "Why, we intend to go to socialism in this coup," said Kitsai. "But," said old Qi, "it looks HKEFVE fans hand right back into the feudalism. I don't have my land anymore. My donkey works for everyone and here I am laboring in the fields with nothing at all, just as I did in the past." The coup had been formed in the winter. The previous fall old Qi, like everyone else, had harvested his own crops and had accumulated quite a pile of manure. Now that spring had come, he had been asked to send his manure to another man's field. "I had the best manure in the village, but now it's all on someone else's land. All my life I worked for the landlords. Then Mao Zedong gave me land and a house. But with this coup I have nothing left. No land. No manure. What is going to happen to me? Wait until fall, said Kitsai. Wait till fall, and you'll see. We'll all share more grain than ever before. You mustn't worry. Working together we'll all do well. That's the socialist way. But old Chi could not think it through. He was almost 70. In his mind he found it hard to round the corner to socialism. He worried so much that he got sick. His legs stopped functioning. Because of the doubts expressed by people like old Chi, the leaders met often for discussion. They decided that they needed special measures to relieve people's minds. They decided to divide the beans and the squash that had been harvested right away, instead of waiting until everything could be totaled up. In that way coup members could carry something home that very day and have something concrete to show for their labor other than their workday tickets. If the members harbored many backward thoughts and made many adverse remarks, they also held many meetings to discuss and solve problems. But in spite of everything, people still worried. Problems and adjustments / cooperative farming makes it possible to use the full abilities of all men and women, those who are able-bodied, and those who are not fully able-bodied, and those who can do light tasks, enabling them all to engage in many fields of work to help develop production in agriculture, forestry, cattle breeding, subsidiary occupations and fishing. Cooperative farming makes it possible to have single management of the farm, to cultivate crops best suited to the various types of soil, to put more labor power into improving the land, to improve cultivation by deep plowing and careful weeding, better techniques of sowing and planting, to improve the organization of field work and increase yields per mao. Liao Luyan, some explanations on the draft. National Program for Agricultural Development. 1936 to 1967, 1956. Former poor peasant Yang Ti-Yusheng joined the group early in spite of serious doubts as to its ultimate success. One day, just at harvest time in the fall, he and Chang Kitsai, vice chairman of the advance coup, went out to haul manure to a field that was earmarked for wheat. The coup's crops were still in the field unharvested, piled on the threshing floor unthreshed, or lying in heaps undivided. But some of the independent peasants had already harvested and threshed out their own fields and were busy hauling their produce home. Seeing this, Ti-Yusheng sat down by the side of the road and wept. A11 Those people are hauling their grain home, but we don't have a thing, not a thing. Look ahead, not back, said Kitsai. Asterisk Look how good our crops are. After they have all been harvested and threshed, think how large your share will be. You'll have much more than before. You won't be crying, you'll be laughing. You'll even be singing opera. But Ti-Yusheng still worried. 135. How much do you think we'll get? What will our share be? At least 400 caddies per head, said Kitsai, confidently. Not that much. Just you wait. You'll see. It'll be at least that much. Ti-Yusheng stopped crying, but he still could not suppress his anxiety. Former poor peasant Lu Shui-Chiang, now captain of the village militia and a communist, also worried as he waited for his share. He saw the individual peasants grinding new corn and even eating corn on the cob for supper. Your mothers, he cursed. I don't even have a single grain of corn for my children. Then he, too, began to cry. Others are already eating their harvest. We have nothing. When he got home he cursed his wife and beat his children, but even this was not enough to rid him of his frustrations. When the coup members finally completed the harvest and had threshed all the grain, they piled it before the stage at the village opera theater, a covered platform that was all that remained of the old North Temple. Then as the families came to draw their share, the coup officers weighed out 400 caddies for each person, 400 caddies as their labor share alone. When they figured up the land dividends and the payments for the use of animals, the average per capita share came to over 700 caddies. Ti-Yusheng and his father learned that they had together earned over 900 labor days. This translated into a veritable hill of grain. When delivered, the corn alone almost filled their whole courtyard. Even Tu Sheng's wife, a born pessimist, had to admit that the coup had done well. Lu Shui Cheng also expressed delight. On his own he had never harvested more than 350 caddies per person, and out of this he had had to pay his agricultural tax. Now his coup share, without counting the returns from his private plot, amounted to over 600 caddies. It was almost twice what he had earned before. With no idea of the size of the pile of grain that this would make, he was amazed when it filled all the jars in his house. When he saw that all the jars were full and that there was still grain left over, he suddenly began to clap his hands. Peasants, said Hinton, are very practical, very realistic. Before they have the harvest in hand they worry. But once the coup fills their jars and storage mats, they become sold on it. At the end of that first year the crops truly surpassed expectations. When, on the order of the coup committee, members piled all the grain at the site of the Old North Temple, the whole population was able to see exactly how much had been reaped. As the pile grew, as the heavily laden carts rumbled through the dusty lanes and past the village pond, independent peasants along the route pressed forward. They grabbed beautiful ears of corn off the carts, ears that were much bigger than anything they had grown on their own, and they called out, "How about letting us in?" The rich harvest not only satisfied the 20-member families, but it provided over 25,000 caddies that could be sold to the state. This was 1,250/I-36 caddies per family. At the same time, coup members, with their jars and mat tons full, all had enough grain to last until spring. Some of the independent families, on the other hand, ran out of food by the time the Chinese New Year came around. They had to apply to the county government for relief. This was in part the result of tax policy. The taxes paid both by individuals and cooperatives were based on the estimated average yield of the land, not on the actual crop harvested. Since the coup quite easily raised its yields, the percentage of the crop that went for taxes usually fell. In the case of a poor crop, the state changed the method of calculation and asked coups for a reduced percentage of the actual crop harvested. This was because coups made their yield figures public, they were well known to all and could hardly be disputed as to accuracy. The individual, however, still had to pay a tax based on the estimated average yield, because there was no way that the government could check up on individual yields. For this reason, taxes on individual producers tended to remain constant except in years of general crop failure, when the tax office approved some reduction all across the board. For the individual producer with a poor crop, taxes could grow into a real burden. They might leave the family without enough grain to pass the winter. Surprisingly, the very act of weighing grain caused hesitations and doubts on the part of some ordinary peasants who either stayed out of the coup or worried a great deal after joining. They had never really weighed their grain before. They thought in terms of 10, a long, lean bag, or tou, a peck measure, but not in terms of caddies. When, in response to their question, "How much will we get?" their coup chairman told them, "At least 450 caddies," this did not mean anything. Like Shui Chang, they had no idea what size pile 450 caddies would make. Since the crop on their own land, which they knew so well, no longer belonged exclusively to them, and since it was hard to visualize what any share of the total crop would be, they felt uprooted, cut loose from all past experience, adrift in an uncomfortable limbo, where promises and small early season shares of beans and squash could hardly hope to establish full confidence. The bumper crop of 1954 turned attitudes around. People who had stayed out because they thought that was in their interest now suddenly criticized the coup members for excluding them. "You who have joined together don't care about us anymore," they said. "Now that your crops are so good you don't want us." With Goidalona suddenly clamoring to get in, recruiting became easy. The coup grew quickly from 20 to 90 families, and coup members became adept at explaining how they had been able to raise production so quickly. "We had a division of labor so that everyone counted. We all worked together, checked on each other's work and compared. Since each had a skin to save, all tried hard. The private operators didn't set such high goals and didn't work as hard as we. We decided who should go out on sideline work and concentrated the majority of our members on the land hoeing, thinning, side dressing manure, and we took the time to spread the manure more evenly than before. In a family operation, if the chief laborer goes off */137 on sideline work, others can't help but neglect the land and all these extra tasks get slighted. As the old saying goes, when three people unite, yellow dirt changes to gold. Three stinking shoemakers make a chu-ka-liang. Asterisk. As the advance coup grew to 90 members, a second coup, based on Yang Chengsheng's mutual aid group of 22 families, sprang into being. Right from the start 40 families joined in, twice the number the advance coup began with. Actually there were 50 families in the neighborhood, but Yang turned down 10 of them on various grounds. The basic factor in the sudden shift toward cooperation was, of course, the size of the crop harvested by the advance coup. As knowledge of this sank in, a pro-coup wind began to blow down Main Street. 3 old men, who had up to that time been very skeptical, helped fan it. These 3 were Wang Kuofan, Yang Tehsin, and Shen Yuan Chen. Too old to work, certainly too old to work full-time, these 3 spent much time squatting in the village streets spreading gossip. From the way people gathered around them wherever they held forth, it was obvious that they represented something important in the community and that they had influence. The problem was that they spread whatever they heard. They spread what was good and they spread what was bad. When Tzayun threatened to walk out on the coup, they spread a rumor that the coup was about to break up. They repeated Middle Peasant Li Hongzhen's slanderous assertion that the coup leaders were a bunch of bosses who could never get along, and they called the coup the Quarrel Co-op. But once the coup brought in a fine crop that fall, they changed their tune completely and began to praise it to the skies. After all, the collective way is good, they said to all who would listen. Everyone should join up. North, south, east and west they propagated this view. Their words were more effective than any words spoken by cotters, for people really believed what they said. More effective than words was the fact that, after mobilization by Tzayun and Hsin, the old men joined the coup themselves and never wavered in their praise of it. When others hesitated in the face of difficulty, they argued strongly for sticking together. As long as there is a cart ahead of us, there is a track and we can follow it, they said. By their words and actions they influenced a large number of people, and thus the advance coup quickly grew from 20 families to 90, while Yang Chengsheng's liberation coup soon reached a membership of 40. The experience of the next few months even demonstrated that a bunch of bosses could be an asset rather than a liability. The advance coup had almost all the cotters in Longbao as members. The liberation coup had only one, Chang Tianming. The advance coup functioned smoothly, pioneered some new methods, and solved problems quickly. It had been the custom, when there were only 20 members, for the advance membership to meet every night to evaluate the work done and a famous Three Kingdoms strategist, military genius, wise man, who could solve any problem, a favorite Chinese hero. /138. Record work points. As the group grew from 20 to 90, members found that it was enough for the team leaders to meet with the record keeper, who at one sitting gathered the figures on all the work, whether by night or by day. Later, with the accumulation of experience, they held these meetings once in 5 days or even once a week, thus sharply reducing the time spent on record keeping. The advance coup concentrated enough capital to set up a mill for milling wheat. One day the manager discovered that some bran was missing. The coup leaders made an investigation and soon traced the missing bran to the home of Wang Huanan, the middle peasant who had been expropriated at the time of land reform when he helped his brother Xiaonan to bury a landlord's hoard of silver. Some thought that Wang hid the bran in an effort to disrupt the coup and that this was in retaliation for the beatings he had received so many years before. In any case, Huanan admitted having taken the bran and people criticized him openly at a large public meeting. The quick, thorough handling of this incident impressed the whole village. At harvest time Li Shuhui, the production leader, spent much time sorting out the ears of corn and setting the best ears aside. Everyone thought that he was selecting seed corn for the next year. But when the checker at the scales called out for Li Shuhui's share, he put all those big ears on the scale. Dozens of people immediately rushed up to protest. What right has he to do that? We are all equal here, what's his claim to special treatment? Who said he could pick the best? Shenfan, as chairman of the coup, stepped in and threw the whole basketful of big ears back onto the common pile. He may pick them out, said Shenfan, but he can never haul them home. If he tries to, he'll never join our production work again. This, too, impressed people. Many said, when all is said and done, the cotters are more able. The three old men, well known for their gossip, put the sentiment into rhyme. With cotters the coup went up. Without cotters the coup broke up. Yang Chengsheng certainly agreed. He found it hard to manage liberation coup with the help of only one cotter, Chang Tianming. But that was in part because Tianming did not get on well with people. The same qualities that made him aggressive and fearless under the Japanese occupation seemed to make him subjective and dogmatic as a coup member. He always knew best, always wanted to have his way. He divided rather than united the group. With these problems at the leadership level, the liberation coup lagged in solving problems, spent much time over work points, and in the end reaped less grain than advance. Among its members a demand grew for a merger. At the same time most of those peasants who had stayed out of the two coups, or had not been allowed to join, began demanding entrance. Some of them, like the 10 rejected by Yang Chengsheng, were shunned by both, 139 groups either because they were politically unpalatable or because they could not uphold their end of the work. People still considered all peasants who had been targets of struggle, beginning with the anti-trader movement of 1945, to be political liabilities, even those who had suffered unjust attacks. One could understand, perhaps, some reluctance to allow Kuo Hongchun into any coup. He was the son of Kuo Fukai, the village head who served under the Japanese. But he was, after all, the son, not the puppet village leader himself, and his father was already dead. Hongchun lived with his wife and mother, and did moderately well on a normal holding of land. For a long time he did not even ask to join. Discrimination against Wang Xiaonan's son was harder to understand. Xiaonan, it was true, had hidden silver dollars for a landlord in North Market who was his brother-in-law, and had been beaten to death. But he was not a landlord himself. The whole hunt for buried wealth had since been called a mistake by party leaders. They had apologized to his brother Huanan for the killing and for the attack on the family and had repaid him for all goods confiscated. In spite of this, people still called Xiaonan's son an object of struggle and refused him admission to the liberation coup. Qin Shaoheng met the same rebuff for even less reason. In 1947 the Peasants' Association had expropriated him as a rich peasant. By 1948 village leaders had reclassified him as a middle peasant. They had also restored his expropriated property. Yet in 1954 no one invited him to join the coup because people still thought of him as an object of struggle. Both Shenfan and Kitsai openly admitted that they were unwilling to make a distinction between improper objects of struggle and proper objects of struggle. As far as they were concerned, rightly or wrongly, these people had been targets and targets they remained. Their response was similar to that of the cop on the Philadelphia Red Squad. Don't beat me, I am not a communist. I am an anti-communist, cried his victim. T don't care what kind of communist you are, said the cop, you're under arrest. In fairness to the Longbao leaders it must be added that most of the middle peasants expropriated in the first flush of land reform were, in fact, collaborators, people who had compromised with the Japanese occupation. Even if, From a class point of view, they should never have been expropriated. In the minds of Kitsainhsinfa and most of the people in the village, they were guilty of serious betrayal and deserved whatever they got. When it came to rebuilding society after land reform, the class analysis on which the land reform was based created numerous and sometimes insoluble contradictions. As veteran Wang said, there was a difference between being a landlord element and being of landlord origin. A landlord element is the landlord himself. His son had a chance to be, instead, a person of landlord origin. But whether or not the son could actually escape being called an element could only be determined by his age at the time when the family lost its holdings. If he was of working age, he, too, /140, must be called an element because he too had the life of an exploiter. Otherwise he was a person of landlord origin. All this seemed clear enough, but there was also the question of what year a person came of age. In order to establish a limit on classification in an unstable society, in order to prevent going back 3 generations to discover landlords, in which case millions of bankrupt descendants of landlords would not be able to escape the classification, the Communist Party had, in 1948, set the 3 years prior to liberation as the base period on which every family should be judged. This led to such strange reversals as that of the peasant who had worked 10 years as a hired laborer for a landlord who in 1948 was finally classed as a poor peasant, while the laborer himself was classed as a middle peasant. In the last 3 years before land reform, the landlord had taken to smoking opium and had gone bankrupt. At the same time, his hired laborer, sober and industrious, had prospered and bought some land. When the time for class analysis came along, the former employer classed out lower than the former hired man. "I can't think it through," said the new middle peasant. "For 10 long years I worked for that bastard and now he's a poor peasant." Several other families found themselves unwelcome in the coup for completely different reasons. They lacked labor power. One of these was the coal miner Yang Kuang-sen. He worked his 10 mao of land as a sideline in the time he had at home after his shift underground. His neighbors felt he would not uphold his end of the collective labor. Shen Yinpeng had very poor land and was notoriously lazy. Nobody wanted him. Chia Changlan was a widow without labor power. She lived with her old mother-in-law. Between them they owned 20 mao, most of which they abandoned to weeds. On the few parcels that they did manage to scratch up and plant, the millet heads grew about as big as a man's little finger. Chia Changlan was willing to hire seasonal help, but just when help was most needed nobody wanted to come, so her work was always done late. "We were afraid our coup would collapse with people like this," said the accountant for Liberation Coup. "Since we wanted the coup to show real results, we didn't dare take on too many burdens. Furthermore, there were so many things we needed to buy. We decided to bring in only those with some property." This discrimination, whether on political or economic grounds, violated policy, for the policy of the Communist Party in the countryside was to depend on the poor peasants and unite with the middle peasants. The model regulations specifically stated that no restriction shall be placed on admittance of poor peasants and no middle peasant shall be prevented from joining the coup. Furthermore, the aged, the weak, the orphaned and the widowed who can take part in subsidiary work should also be absorbed, according to plan. All this was well known. At the same time, higher authorities put great pressure on the first coups to succeed. County cotters knew they would be judged by whether the coups under their jurisdiction flourished or failed. They had faith in middle peasants because they had farming experience, land, animals, and labor power and rarely made trouble. Landlords and rich, /141. Peasants behaved with even greater docility. They had suffered expropriation and they were afraid. Poor peasants, on the other hand, brought nothing but problems. They lacked this, they lacked that, and they lacked the other. At the same time they wouldn't listen to anybody or follow any instructions because, as everyone knew, poor peasants held power. If the coup didn't succeed, people could say that the county cotters were incompetent. Also, Once a coup folded, it was very hard to start it up again. So why not play it safe? Avoid those poor peasants who would only drag things down. Pick good workers with good land and ample equipment, then the new coup had a chance to do well. And so, in reality, during that first year or two, higher cadres often violated the basic class policy of the Communist Party in the name of expediency. Fortunately, the very success of the early cooperatives brought a solution to the problem. As they grew and merged, they very soon absorbed as members all the families in the village, those with merit and those without merit, those with labor power and those without labor power, those with impressive means of production and those with very meager means of production. Once the whole community came in, there was no turning back. For better or for worse, everyone had to sink or swim together, and the problem of the aged, the weak, the orphaned and the widowed, as well as those that were the objects of struggle and ex-landlords and rich peasants, became problems for the agricultural producers' coup rather than problems for the village administration, for the two had merged. There was no longer any distinction between them. In Longbao village, the great merger occurred in the fall of 1955 after the summer crops had been harvested. First, the liberation coup led by Yang Chengsheng merged with IHE advance coup led by Chang Hsin. Then all those families V/Ho had previously been refused admittance, and all those who had been reluctant to apply were invited to join. Within a short period of time they all did so without exception. Even the most obdurate holdouts finally joined up when they saw the scale of the movement. What future could there be for private farming with all available land pooled and all poor peasants fully employed? With no labor available for hire and no land available for sale, there would be no place to invest a surplus, no way to expand. Bowing to the inevitable, they, too, became cooperators. But if the cooperative expanded to encompass the whole community, it remained organizationally at the elementary, semi-socialist stage, and some exploitation continued within it just as it had inside the mutual aid teams. The cooperative was formed by pooling productive capital, primarily land, and by allocating workday credits for the use of livestock and major implements. Thus, even though all members worked together on common enterprises, their incomes could differ quite widely depending on the land dividends and fees received. In fact, during this elementary cooperative stage, it was still possible for an individual to live without labor if his land share was big enough or if he owned at least 2 sound draft animals. In other places there had already been conflict over such issues. In Takei, the poor and lower middle peasants who built the local cooperative Com/I-42 plained, once it became village-wide, that they were still being exploited by the big shareholders. After the brigade paid land dividends, animal rentals, and fees on carts, implements and tools, it didn't have much left for division on the basis of work. Those families who had contributed less land, few implements, and no livestock saw their wealthier neighbors getting prosperous through the manipulation of iron rice bowls, capital shares with assured income, while they themselves, after a year of work, felt like a peeled sorghum stalk, nothing left but pith. The unrealistic evaluations that some people had put on their land when it was pooled aggravated this problem. One member reported harvesting 40 bags of grain a year when in reality he had only harvested 20. When the coup added payments for land of this quality, plus payment for livestock and implements to his labor share, he received so much grain that it overflowed all the storage crocks in his house and spilled over onto the floor. After joining the coup, he got 4,000 caddies more grain than he had ever received while farming alone, even though, he admitted himself, he didn't work very hard. Another peasant, Chia Changyuan, in contrast, put less into the coup, told the truth about what he put in, worked very hard for a whole year, and earned less than enough to feed his family. Neither of these peasants felt satisfied with the coup young Chia because he got so little for his labor, and the other man because he was not free to do exactly as he liked in the coup. He remembered his land as being very good and convinced himself that his large share had all come from his former holdings. If he had been tilling it alone, he thought, he might have harvested even more. Seeing these problems, Chen Young Ki took the lead in cutting back the value placed on land shares. His own land, which everyone knew yielded 32 bags of grain, he reported at 18. The accountant, Chia Chenjiang, objected, saying, "No one can alter the books at will." But Chen Yongki said, "Give me the writing brush. This is no mistake. I'm not adding, I'm cutting back the value of my land. You're opposed because you're afraid you'll have to follow suit and do the same." With that, Chen wrote 18 bags in the land column after his name, and Chia, ashamed, cut his yield figure in proportion. Following this example, many other party members reduced their yield figures and with them their capital dividends. But not all the coup members agreed to do this, and so when harvest time came around the next year, the party leaders really felt the pinch. Like young Chang Yuan, they felt that there was nothing left but pith. It was this sense of unfairness in the arrangements that caused everyone, and particularly those leaders who had cut back their shares, to favor moving on to a higher stage coup where land shares would no longer be a factor. All animals and large implements would be purchased by the cooperative, and income would be based on workday points alone. Many other places also saw conflict over what proportion of income to allocate to labor days as against capital shares. In order to get middle peasants to join, many early cooperatives had to offer a 60-40 split on capital and labor. But such a split soon alienated those who brought in the most labor. As yields went up, it became clear that it was not the land and implements that created the increases but more intensive labor. Those who, I-43, supplied the latter resented turning over the major portion of the income to holders of capital shares. At year's end, the members renegotiated contracts to achieve 50-50 splits, even 40-60 splits, and in some cases, after a year or two, 20-80 splits. In Longbao, none of these problems became as acute as they often had elsewhere because the community came out of land reform with approximately equal per capita land holdings. Land pooling brought no one any particular advantage, in part because it occurred at a comparatively late date, after the state had taken over the grain market, and after other units had settled some of the sharp contradictions that arose over labor and land shares. As a consequence, Longbao's cooperative began with a 40-60 land-labor split and soon reduced this to 20-80. No one could really complain that land shares were tipping the wheel of fortune and polarizing the population. Unfortunately, the same could not be said in regard to the ownership of draft animals, which had always been the most divisive local issue. The only comprehensive solution to this was to move to a higher stage of cooperation, a collective farm where land, draft animals, and other means of production became the property of the community as a whole, and members divided the crop on the basis of labor contributed. In Longbao village, the leap to a higher stage took place not long after the merger of the Advance and Liberation cooperatives, and not long after the merged coup expanded to include the whole community. When they made the great leap to full collectivization in the fall of 1955, Longbao peasants learned from the experience of Chu village, a nearby suburban brigade. Moving to a higher stage, Chao Kenza owned not only the finest animal in Chu village, he owned the finest animal in the whole area administered by Changchi City, a mule. Chao's mule was solid black in color and his coat shone like polished stone. You could place 4 bricks on the ground, set one of the mule's feet on each brick, then let children run back and forth under his belly and he would not move. What a mule! Changchi had never seen his like before. Chao Kenza claimed that his animal was worth 1,200 yuan. Just to think about a fair price for this mule gave everyone a headache. Most people agreed that cooperatives were good, but this pricing question was a terrible stumbling block. If Chu village was to move to a higher stage of cooperation, draft animals had to be pooled along with the land. Before this could happen, the animals had to be priced, and all prices in Chu village, it was clear, would depend on the price of the best, Chao Kenza's mule, an animal that was worth at least 7 or 8 donkeys. If this mule went high, oxen and donkeys would go high. If this mule went low, oxen and donkeys would go low. The question affected everyone. All those who owned animals, whether old or new middle peasants, wanted to see a high price because that would raise the price of their stock. Those who didn't own animals wanted to see a low price, because that would reduce the amount of capital that they had to raise as a group. There were both middle peasants and poor peasants on the management committee, a 40-60 split. When Chow asked for 1,200 yuan, the middle peasants supported him. But the poor peasants opposed him resolutely. They said his price was far too high. Chow Kenza tried to resolve the conflict by a generous offer. "I'll sacrifice 200 yuan, he said. "I'll take 1,000, even, for my mule." But the poor peasants balked at this, too. A whole series of meetings failed to bring the two sides together. Either everyone talked at once, so that nobody could hear anyone else, or both sides fell silent, too angry to talk at all. Finally a poor peasant said, "Let's stop quarreling about it and find someone to settle the question. Let's go to the county marketplace and find a tooth expert and animal appraiser and let him name a price, then we'll all abide by it." By that time the price of Chow Kenza's mule had become an issue for 145. The whole suburban area, including Longbao village. Chow Kenza was chairman of Chu village, his brother Chow Linza was vice chairman. They owned the mule together. If they took the lead in working out a fair price, their example would influence not only the price of the other 179 animals in Chu village but of all the animals in the suburbs of Changchi, which in turn could influence the whole region. Without anyone willing it, this struggle had developed into a turning point for the cooperative movement in Southeast Shanxi. It was a test case that would determine how middle peasants would make out when property was pooled. Some of the middle peasants already had grievances. They were summed up in a couplet that was as blunt as it was brief. In the coup poor peasants have clout. In the coup middle peasants lose out. The heart of the issue was the question of share capital, a financial arrangement originally devised to equalize sacrifice, to make sure that those with more property did not suffer unduly through pooling, and that those with little property also ended up owning a share, a material stake in the cooperative. As outlined in Article 26 of the draft Constitution, all the animals and large implements to be pooled must be appraised and the total value of this productive capital must be divided by the total labor power available to the group. This calculation determined what each family, based on the units of labor power supplied, had to pay into the capital fund in the form of capital shares. Any family contributing an animal, a cart, or a plow got share credit for each item. Any value above the share capital required of them must be paid back in cash. Those who had little or nothing to contribute in the way of real property had to buy their shares with cash. It was this direct link to share capital that made pricing so important and pushed those in possession of capital items into demanding high prices, while those without possession of capital items demanded low prices. Obviously those without capital to contribute were under heavy pressure in such an arrangement. When problems came up, the middle peasants never failed to ask, "Where are your capital shares?" Where could poor peasants find the cash to buy in, so to speak? Where indeed? Since very few had any cash reserves, there were only two sources: workday earnings withheld by the coup committee or loans from the state bank. Obviously shares bought with earnings could not be paid for in 1 year. The time had to be extended. After much discussion, most coups set up their share funds on a 3-year basis, as suggested in the draft constitution. Those owing money had 3 years to pay in full. Those to whom the coup owed money would likewise be paid in 3 years. Thus to the controversial issue of price an issue of time was added. Middle peasants with property to contribute feared not only that the prices offered would be too low, but that time payments might never be honored. People were asking them to turn over living, breathing animals at prices set by someone else for cash payments that represented only 1/3 of total value. Promises alone covered the other 2/3. Most peasants thought cash in hand was worth much more than the most solemn promise. Who/146 could guarantee that the coup would last for 3 years? No one was surprised when some people suddenly sold animals and implements privately at bargain prices. From the middle peasant point of view, the poor peasants seemed to get the best of this deal. They had the use of the animals from the very first day they were pooled, yet were allowed to pay in installments over 3 years. What guarantee was there that the payments would ever be made? If the poor took loans from the state bank, the middle peasants were assured of getting their money back, but the same could hardly be said for the bank. Bank agents never pressed very hard for compliance. Many poor peasants never paid back what they owed, and in the end the banks cancelled the loans. Thus society as a whole subsidized the formation of the higher cooperatives. The prices set for draft animals and implements played a central role in the whole share capital scheme. To set them too low would place the middle peasants, old and new, in a position of subsidizing the poor peasants. To set them too high would saddle the poor peasants with a burden of debt that only the state could alleviate. In this context, the price of Chao Kenza's mule took on extraordinary importance. The leaders of Changchi City paid special attention to the question, thinking that if it were well settled the whole movement would go smoothly. On the one hand, they called in Chao Kenza and his brother Chao Linza to impress on them the importance of a reasonable settlement. On the other hand, they met with the animal appraiser to urge caution and fairness. They also set up a committee to aid the appraiser in his work. It was composed of a rural work department team member, a representative of the management committee of the coup, and a representative at large of the people. When the day came for the big event, the central street of Chu village took on the appearance of a major livestock market. All the animals in the community were staked out for public viewing. To make sure that no favoritism influenced any decision, the owners stayed away from their livestock. Instead of a family name, each beast bore only a number. On the number slip there was room for various suggested prices and a big blank space for the final price. The whole community turned out to watch, wives, children, and family members, not to mention the anxious family heads themselves. They all waited, hardly daring to breathe, for the first decision, the price of Chao Kenza's mule. Some committee members said, "IOOO." The tooth expert himself said, 900. Finally Chao Kenza stood up before the whole crowd and said, "FLL accept 800. Some people cheered, others were so dismayed they could hardly speak. Chao Kenza had undercut the price of every animal on the street. A cousin named Chao Chiza had a mule that he thought was worth 600 yuan. But if Chao Kenza's mule brought only 800, he could hardly hope for more than 400. Committee members, feeling the pressure, said, "Give him 900. The tooth expert repeated his original figure 900. But Chao Kenza stood firm. The city cottars had convinced him that he must lead the way, so lead he did with 800, and stuck to it. When Chao Kenza's 800 went on the books, it forced the others to trim their prices. At the time it looked like a victory for the cooperative movement, but some people thought in the long run the results were not so good. Low prices upset the middle peasants and undermined their morale. The price of Chao Kenza's mule depressed animal prices throughout the suburban area. When Longbao peasants met to set prices, they felt great pressure to set them low. Anticipating this, Li Lungpai, one of the members of the local party branch, took his ox and cart to a distant market and sold both for cash. In doing so he took at least 15 yuan less than he would have received from the coup, but Lungpai was satisfied because he got the full price in cash right away. He didn't like the idea of being paid in 3 installments. He wasn't sure if the cooperative in Longbao would last, and he wasn't sure that the currency would maintain its value under inflationary pressure. What made him happy was cash in hand. Since no move to price and pool livestock had yet taken place in Longbao, it was hard to prove that Lungpai had sabotaged the movement. Livestock sales occurred all the time. Taking their cue from the experience in Chu village, Longbao leaders organized an appraisal committee made up of delegates elected by each team and the same tooth expert from the county market who had led the way on Chao Kenza's mule. This man was a professional broker who had made a lifelong study of livestock prices, and market conditions. Before liberation he had been much in demand as an impartial arbitrator, consulted by buyers and sellers alike. After liberation he found an additional employer, the commercial department of the city government, charged with the responsibility for holding official prices in line and setting reasonable limits on free market prices. While the brigade leaders were forming this committee, They also sponsored neighborhood meetings to mobilize activists, announce policy, alert people against attempts to sell animals privately on the side, and persuade animal owners to accept reasonable offers. They paid particular attention to Communist Party members who owned valuable stock. They reasoned that if party members led the way, ordinary coup members would follow and the whole process would go smoothly. Finally, the day of decision came, early in November. The brigade chairman announced over the loudspeaker that all draft animals, carts and large implements should be brought to the open space beside the village pond and that all cooperative members should assemble for mass meeting. Once the stock and implements were in place and the people had gathered, Shi Tzayun, the local branch secretary, announced that Longbao would henceforth reorganize as a higher stage coup. As a first step, the coup members would have to price all animals and implements. They would then turn over these assets to the collective as capital shares. The collective/I-48 would make cash payments to those whose contributions surpassed the standard. "We will be fair and just," said Tzayun. "We will appraise everything according to its true value. We will price good things high, fair things lower, and poor things lower still." Proceedings began with a hard look at Shen Tianshi's horse. This was a fine four-tooth, young, specimen sound in every respect. Shen had bought him only a few months before by trading off an aging donkey and throwing in some cash. His goal had been to earn more credit for draft power in the lower stage coup. Now the experts appraised this horse at 224 yuan. It was not a high price, but in relation to the price asked for the marvelous mule from Chu village it was within reason. Shen swallowed hard and said nothing. As a communist, how could he object? The next animal belonged to Chang Laopao, the man who, everyone said, always got the worst of everything. He was the dirty towel on whom everyone wiped his hands, and he resented it. Laopao's horse was not as good as Tianshi's. When the committee priced it at 200 yuan, Laopao flew into a rage. He insisted that his horse was just as good in every way as the animal that had gone before, and no amount of persuasion would calm him down. The argument went round and round. The appraisers held adamantly to their price. Chang Laopao hardened his stand in opposition. It looked as if the whole meeting would founder over this one horse. Finally the appraisers offered a concession. They would give Laopao another 4 yuan. To everyone's surprise he accepted, so his animal was listed at 204. Next in line was Li Ta-hung-er, the former militia captain, famous as a ladies' man, who had intimidated so many people during the party rectification movement of 1948. Although his party colleagues had tried to persuade him to be cooperative, he absolutely refused to accept the 120 yuan offered for his donkey and flat cart. He wanted 150. When the committee refused this, he picked up his whip, turned his donkey around and drove both donkey and cart home. "You can't sell it anywhere else, you can only sell it here," shouted people in the crowd. "If you sell it outside we'll throw you out of the coop." But Hung-er was adamant. He drove off home as if he had not heard a word. This act of defiance disrupted the meeting. People began to quarrel over prices that had not even been determined yet. Neighbors who had been friends for years fell out, too angry to speak. It was all Tzayun could do to call the meeting to order. When he finally got a measure of quiet he scolded the whole village. "Why are you looking so hard at these few donkeys, horses, oxen, and carts?" he asked. "Once our coup develops we will all share in the wealth, and we'll all be far ahead, far, far ahead. Let's not lose sight of our goal quarreling over a few yuan. If prices are reasonably fair between one animal and another, shouldn't that be enough?" With this argument he won almost everyone over. The appraisal process started up once again and continued late into the evening. In the meantime Li Juishang, inspired by Ta Hung-er's defiance, drove I-49. His mule and cart off toward the western mountains, his old home. When he first came to Longbao in 1948 he passed himself off as a poor peasant, but actually he had been a rich peasant in the West. Now he said he had to go home to pick up some personal belongings. When he returned the next day on foot, it became clear that personal belongings were nothing but his excuse for driving away. He had sold his mule and his cart. Brigade leaders called a second mass meeting to criticize Li Juishang. Everyone said that if Li Taheng had not defied the committee and driven his donkey home, Juishang would never have dared to dispose of his mule. By the end of the afternoon, as Juishang stood in silence before the crowd, unable to defend his action, Li Taheng suddenly appeared, driving his mule and cart. He had talked it over with his father, he said, and he was ready to accept 120 yuan. Everyone agreed that turning over the animals was the hardest single step in the whole cooperative process. People who possessed a good draft animal and cart considered it to be half of the family. This was because they could always earn money transporting goods on the road. If all else failed, transport work could fill the gap. People also became emotionally attached to their animals. They usually kept them in the front room of the house, a sort of stable and utility area, while they themselves lived in the back. Through intimate association they came to regard their animals as members of the family. Chin Juilin, who had been bear poor before liberation, bought a calf in 1947, then raised it in his anteroom into a full-grown ox. One day, after he sold it to the coop on that famous November afternoon, the ox broke a horn while at work. Qian's wife, when she heard the ox had been hurt, started to cry. She found some old rags and went out to bandage her erstwhile pet. She was afraid that the wound wouldn't heal, that infection might set in. "Someday the old ox may return to us," she said. If it had belonged to someone else she would not have cared at all, but since she had raised it, it would always be, in her mind, a member of the family. Lu Piufang felt the same way about his donkey. He had raised the little devil from birth, feeding it by means of a piece of cloth soaked in gruel. He only broke it in after it was well grown and fully able to work. Even then he never overloaded it. He never piled more than 500 caddies on the at cart and never rode on the cart shaft himself. On appraisal day he almost cried. His beloved donkey brought only an average price, then was turned over to team members who saw nothing unusual in front of them. After that, when Piufang heard someone shout, "Take out Piufang's donkey," he winced. "There they go, hitching up my good donkey again," he said to himself. "If it comes back injured or worn out it won't be my good donkey anymore." It particularly upset him when he saw the cart loaded to a peak with 800 caddies of manure, rock, or coal, and the driver sitting jauntily on the right-hand shaft to boot. Out of deference to the original owners of the livestock, the coop committee decided that during slack periods old owners could borrow the animals they had sold. Piufang wanted to take his wife to her old home over the New Year holiday of 1956. So he borrowed his beloved donkey for his wife to ride and set off to see his in-laws. On his return, before he returned it to the coop stable, he looked all around for something nice to give to my donkey. Li Shun, an older man, did not survive the sale of his animal. He was another bear poor peasant who, after the land reform, saved money for several years to buy some draft power. Only 6 months before the leap to a higher stage coop, he finally realized his life's dream, bought an ox and a cart, and immediately began to earn steady money on the road as a private hauler. He never joined a mutual aid team and only entered the lower stage coop at the very last moment. Within a few weeks the coop priced his ox and cart and took control of it. The shock was too much for him, he sickened and died. Everyone said the cause of death was grief over the loss of his ox. Most people, however, recovered quickly after the sale of their stock. In fact, after a few months, they began to enjoy Hefei without an animal in the front room that had to be fed, watered, and cleaned up after. Income improved quite quickly once the higher stage coop began to function. With their extra earnings people bought bicycles and sewing machines, while the coup bought electric mills for grinding grain. With a bicycle one could visit relatives in distant places without sitting astride an animal, and with electric grain mills one could grind all the grain any family needed without an animal in front of the millstone. With 80% of the members doing better than before, owning animals didn't seem nearly so important as it once had. People began to remember Tzayun's words, "Once our coup develops we will all share in the wealth." Let's not lose sight of our goal. Quarreling over a few yuan. Moving to the higher stage coup meant selling livestock to the collective. It also meant giving up all private land and getting rid of land markers. In the old days a piece of cut stone some 3 feet long, one end of which was buried 2 feet or more in the ground, marked each plot of land. After land reform, peasants tended these markers carefully. As long as they farmed their land individually, no one dared plant along the line between stones. During the first stage of cooperation crops obliterated the property lines but nobody moved the stones. After all, the land remained private property. But the coup members planned to pool the land in perpetuity. They would call in tractors and they would plant rows in any direction. They had to move the markers and liberate the fields. The coup committee decided that each family should move its own land markers. Most people went out, pulled up the stones and discarded them, but quite a few, lacking faith in the future of the cooperative, went out and buried the stones deep in the corners of the field. If, in the future, the coup should collapse, they could still prove that a given plot of land was theirs. "What did you say to your wife, Shenfan, the night before you pulled the stones?" I asked. "Say? That's a strange question. I'm a cotter. I wouldn't ordinarily talk to anyone about the real thoughts running through my head. If I did, my wife would be the last person I would talk to. What a notion. Well, what do you think about it now?" I. The way things have been since 1956, no one can find his old plot of land. Everything is in big fields and even the rows run in a different way, right across the old property lines. Even so, sometimes when I pass a certain well, I take a look around, north and south, that whole familiar view, and suddenly I realize that this is the land I used to own. And what does that mean to you? Shenfa shrugged his shoulders. Obviously he felt no strong attachment to his former holding, but still. Some people found it hard to get used to, he said after a long silence. For months after we turned the land over to the coup we never called it our land, and the same was true of the animals and the implements. We used to say, "I am going out to Hung Er's land, I'm going to load Wang's cart, harness up Tien Shi's mule." That's the way we used to speak. I can't really remember when the word "our" took over. But it must have been at least a year later, perhaps more. It was one of those clear October days when the sky seemed less a vault than a veil that just managed to obscure the infinity of space. The bright emptiness above temporarily dwarfed the mountains ringing the Shangtang plain, and everything between them seemed closer together than usual, even the two ends of the long field in which the women were working a cruel illusion, for it took a whole day to work from one end of the field to the other. The ripe corn had been cut with sickles and laid down in rows so that all the tassels pointed south while the butts pointed north. 2 women on each row were picking off the ears and leaving them in small piles. Most of the women formed one ragged line across the field. If one pair did temporarily move ahead, others soon caught up and left that pair, for an interlude, a few feet behind. But there were 2 women who lagged so far back that they broke ranks entirely and found themselves alone. One of them was Li Tien whose wife and the other was Yang Kai Lin's wife. The 2 women had a lot to say to each other, and they talked almost without pause for breath as they moved down the row. As the sun sank toward the mountains seemed to rise to meet the sun. Then large parts of the plain fell into shadow. Finally, just before darkness overwhelmed everything, the loudspeaker on the roof of the meeting hall burst forth with that orchestral rendition of "The East is Red" that announced the end of the working day. By that time the women in line had reached the end of the field. They rose slowly to an erect position, stretched, adjusted their tunics, brushed off their pants with their hands and started for home. Tianhu's wife and Kuilin's wife, even though they were 40 or 50 meters behind, even though they had not finished their row, quit at the same moment. The next morning team leader Tianhu scolded the two laggards sharply. How come the others all finished and you didn't? If you weren't able to finish your row, you should have reported to me. Instead you just walked off. Our row had many more stocks than the others, said Tianhu's wife. We did just as much work. Let's not quarrel about it, said a companion. Let's just get back to work. But team leader Tianhu had already lost his temper and would not let the matter drop. Your mothers. What kind of a stinking thing are you? Get out of here, get out of my sight. That was no way to talk to any woman and certainly no way to talk to his wife, but Tianhu was responsible for production norms and work points, and the responsibility made him irritable. How was he to know if one row was thicker than another? Who had time to investigate that? Maybe the women were so busy talking they forgot to work. Why couldn't they just stay a few minutes longer and finish things up neatly like everyone else? Then there would have been nothing to argue about. Everyone would have met the same standard. Once the coup took over all work, attention invariably centered on work points, how to set them, how to measure them, how to record the measurements and how to reward people for work points earned. Over the years various methods were tried, but none of them proved truly satisfactory, just as no wage system, flat rate system, or salary system has ever proved to be truly satisfactory in the United States. Behind the tension in the wage system of the West lies the exploitation at the heart of it, how much surplus value the investor will siphon off, how much real value the workers will take home with them. In a Chinese cooperative, direct exploitation of this sort has been done away with. Nevertheless, some people always feel that the system is biased against them, and those responsible for enforcing it always feel that enforcement is difficult, if not impossible. The work point system adopted by the Longbao coup came originally from the Soviet Union and was suggested by Double Wealth Shen of the Rural Work Department of the Changchi City Committee. Shen called it the fixed point, flexible appraisal method and based it on piece work rates. By this method, coup leaders allotted fixed points to each individual based on his or her normal working capacity. They held an average day's work to be worth low points. They rated a person who normally accomplished low points worth of work at low. They could rate an extra good worker at 2 or even 12, and someone less good at 9, 8, or 7. The term flexible appraisal referred to a daily judgment as to whether the worker had met the standard. The team leader and sometimes several members of the team committee looked over the job and confirmed, added, or deducted points depending on what they saw. Even though no individual siphons off personal wealth from a well-run cooperative, the emphasis here has to be on well-run, insofar as wealth still flows from country to city, from agriculture to industry in China as a whole. One cannot say there is no exploitation. The rural-urban transfer is accomplished not through a system of taxes and rents as in the days before liberation, but through a price scissors that sets the market value of agricultural products low and the value of industrial products high. Throughout China, in spite of recent readjustments, the price scissors remains wide open and the peasants certainly carry more than their share of the burden of national development. I-54. In order to apply the system, coup members had to establish a time frame. They split the day into 5 periods. They called the hours from dawn until breakfast 1 period, those from breakfast to lunch, 2 periods. They counted the hours from the end of the lunch break, which usually lasted through the heat of the day until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, until darkness set in once again as 2 periods. In order to earn full points, one had to work through all 5 periods. Within this time frame, leaders rated the various jobs according to how much ought to be accomplished by an able-bodied, mature male. They made some of the calculations in a relatively straightforward manner. Hoeing, for instance, they measured by the mao, with 1.5 mao of corn and 1.2 mao of millet taken as the standard. On any given field they counted the number of rows that covered 1.5 mao or 1.2 mao and required people to hoe a certain number of rows. Appraising other jobs, such as plowing, was more complicated, since the grade of the soil, its relative hardness, had to be taken into account. COOP members delineated 3 grades of soil from easy to hard. Then they took into account the quality of the draft animals. They divided the animals into 3 grades. With a first grade animal on first grade soil they set the standard for plowing at 5 mao, not quite an acre, a day. With a second grade animal they set the standard at 4.5 mao and with a third grade animal at 4 mao per day. For harrowing, with a first grade animal and a double harrow, they set the standard at 15 mao per day. COOP leaders found setting standards for hauling manure and compost to the field to be an especially complicated matter. There were near fields, middle distance fields and far fields. The quality of the animal and the size of the cart also entered into the equation. They came to expect that each worker with a standard flat cart and healthy donkey would haul 25 loads of 10 baskets each to nearby fields, 18 loads of the same volume to middle distance fields, and 15 loads to far fields. A man with a carrying pole could carry only 2 baskets to the field at one time or 1/5 as much as a man with a donkey and a cart. Hence on this job nobody tried to earn work points with a carrying pole. At the start the committee members worked out some 70 standards for various farm jobs. This proved to be too few and by the late 50s they had classified as many as 160 jobs. They worked out the final standard for any job in part on the basis of custom. Generally accepted norms already existed for many kinds of work. COOP leaders tested these norms by going out and performing various tasks for 1 or several working days. They took reasonable rest breaks but worked hard in between. Then they took the figure of the work accomplished per man to a COOP membership meeting for evaluation. After the members had thoroughly discussed all suggestions and objections and had arrived at a reasonable consensus, they fixed the standard. Once the standard was set and people went to work, each team leader checked on accomplishments and each record keeper recorded them with a notation about the time worked, the quantity completed and the quality of the job. In order to take some of the burden off the team leader, each team elected a check and review group that periodically took over the task of inspection. In addition to this, each team held membership meetings for comparing work done, for choosing labor models and for criticizing lazy workers and sloppy work. Those chosen as models not only got credit for the work points earned, but won prizes such as a new axe, a new hoe or a new sickle, and honorable mention in the city newspaper. Those who fell short suffered criticism in public. Furthermore, the team leader had the right to ask anyone whose work failed to come up to standard to do the job over again without any additional points. Good workers usually felt quite satisfied with the standards, but lazy people always complained that the rates had been set too high, that it was too hard to earn a day's credit. They quarreled with the team leader and the record keeper, and they always earned criticism. You are just as tall and strong as the rest of us, you eat just as much if not more. How come we can do the job and you can't? Needless to say, this upset the lazy ones. On the whole the system worked quite well. In the 50s people did not know of any other and they kept refining their fixed point, flexible appraisal method in hopes of overcoming all the various contradictions that arose. But quarrels about the standards and the quality of the work never ceased. Why would people quarrel if there weren't contradictions in the system? Asked Hinton. Contradictions arose in part because, no matter how finely various jobs were measured, the measurements could never truly reflect the complexities of the real situation. If, for instance, for the purpose of judging hauling rates, one divided the fields into 3 zones near, middle and far, what could be done about the near and far edge of each zone, the near and far end of ACH field, and trips that started at compost piles at the near and far edge of the village? The actual distance traveled to and from each zone could vary greatly, yet earnings remained the same within it. As soon as the committee set any dividing line, that line quickly revealed its arbitrary nature. Furthermore, if the committee set 25 trips as a standard day, some people would try harder and make 30 trips. They would earn more than a day's points, while those who made 25 trips would earn credit for one day only. The leaders praised the 30-trip man, but actually he might have overworked his animal, or he might have loaded his cart less heavily. Even if he had not done so, others often suspected that he had. They tended to argue about it and quarrels began. In order to make extra points, some people worked the animals so hard that mares did not come in heat, never got bred, and hence never reproduced. Or if they did come in heat and got bred, they had miscarriages. Those who valued the collective and took good care of the animals earned fewer points, while those who didn't care and only wanted to make a good showing and collect big earnings earned more points. No matter how carefully the coup committee set its standards, when people had a choice between different jobs, they tended to choose the lighter rather than the heavier job, the job nearby rather than the job far away. There were always jobs where one could earn points more easily as compared to jobs where one found the points harder to earn. Team leaders had /156. To persuade people to take the difficult jobs, and persuasion often led to friction. After many years of experience with the fixed point, flexible appraisal system, Longbow leaders summed up its weaknesses under 8 points. 1. The system put work points rather than political consciousness in command. People tended to work only for immediate personal gain and lose sight of long-range goals and benefits. 2. The system rewarded only actual physical accomplishment, each day's work done, but did not reward creativity, collective spirit, a cooperative attitude, all of which in the long run had great potential for raising output. 3. Since the primary standard set only measurements for quantity, quality suffered. People worked only for points and did only what was necessary to create an outward appearance of points, even when, in fact, they did not do the job well. 4. In their drive for points, people overworked the animals. This hurt production in the long run. 5. Since both animals and implements belonged to the collective, people tended to neglect them and abuse them. 6. No matter how precise the standards were, some unfairness remained. 7. Working out standards, inspecting work done and adjusting complaints took up an extraordinary amount of the coup leaders' time. Problems which in fact could only be resolved through a higher level of political consciousness tied up the cotters night and day, and in the end nobody was happy anyway. 8. Record keeping became so complex that no ordinary person could do the job. The recording clerk had to be skilled at juggling figures and at working an abacus. Shenfan commented on the system. We saw all these problems with the system. We thought of discarding it and trying something else, but we didn't know what to replace it with, so we didn't dare throw it out and try something new. The central problem with work points in command was that people tended to be passive. They didn't go to work until the team leader roused them from their houses, or even from their beds. In the field they tended to quarrel a lot over what to do and how much to do in order to get credit. As noon approached, they spent a lot of time stinning for the dynamite blast at the rock quarry that was our signal for 12 o'clock. The quarrymen at the cement mill drilled holes and placed dynamite all morning, then at noon they cleared the area for their big daily blast. In the afternoon they moved whatever rock had been blown loose. These points are summed up in a rhyme that was popular in the 50s. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock by our team leader harassed. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock quarrels come thick and fast. 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock await the quarry blast. /I-57. Why is it that in each rectification movement the people had so many criticisms of the coup cotters? It was because this work point system locked the people and the cotters into a contradiction, and this contradiction was hard on both. It certainly was hard on the cotters. People constantly accused them of having a bad working style, but the system drove them to such a style. When confronted with lazy people, they could only threaten them with the standards, threaten to dock their earnings. It was Quan, supervise, dock and oppress. There was no other way. During those years we all felt that it was very hard to be a cotter. In the spring you were a big red person, a hero. Both the leaders up above and the people down below look to you to organize and lead the coming year's work. As the summer harvest ripened, people already began to criticize you, and before the fall crops had been reaped they charged you with being lazy, a good-for-nothing who had spent the whole season agitating, checking, recording and reporting, a shirker who had not done a single stroke of hard work all year. By the time winter set in, the annual party rectification movement made you its target. You were a ne'er-do-well with a roster of mistakes as long as a man's arm. What seemed clear from all this was that you had not grasped the central thing, the education of people in the thought of Mao Zedong. You had not developed their revolutionary consciousness, their enthusiasm for transforming the world, but had, instead, ridden herd on them and enticed them with a system of material incentives, the stick and carrot method. Since you hadn't grasped the root of the problem, since you had neglected political education, even though you wanted to do well you couldn't do well. You worked yourself to the bone, but everyone was dissatisfied with you. It was called make an effort and mess things up. People treated you just like the father-in-law who carries his daughter-in-law across the creek. He puts forth a great effort but gets nothing but curses in return. Why? Because he is suspected of wanting to take the daughter-in-law in his arms, of wanting to embrace her. The daughter-in-law considers the old man to be fresh, and the son thinks his pop is taking liberties with his bride. That's just the way things go with a coup cotter. He works hard at organizing, checking up, mediating quarrels, solving problems. He gets up early and stays up late. He attends one meeting after the other, and then in the end people accuse him of pursuing self-interest, of avoiding physical labor, of bureaucratic arrogance and endless other mistakes and crimes. We have a rhyme about that too. Work hard the whole year through, till the harvest fills the bins. Those above will surely find fault. Those below will curse your sins. Go home to your wife in dismay. Not a word to you will she say. /158. Many changes in leadership reflected the difficulty that various peasant activists had leading Longbao village through the 50s. In the 10 years from 1948 to 1958, 7 different people tried their hand at being party secretary, the central post in any revolutionary village, while the post itself changed hands 9 times. All 7 aspirants found the post very difficult. Several were relieved of their duties because they could not satisfy the demands either of those below or of those above. Others were transferred to more important work outside or shifted to other posts in the village in the hopes that a readjustment would help things run more smoothly. When I left the village in 1948, Chang Hsin was party secretary, having replaced Chang Tianming, who transferred to district work in 1947. In 1949 the village again chose Chang Tianming as party secretary but replaced him in 1952 with a returned PLA veteran, Sun Chu Shang. Later people accused Sun of having betrayed a revolutionary fighter during the anti-Japanese war. The county committee investigated his crime, found him guilty, removed him from his post, and expelled him from the party altogether. In 1953 Chang Hsin then returned to the post for about a year. When the coup was formed, Hsin became chairman of the coup, and Shi Tziun, another Liberation Army veteran and the first Longbao peasant to join the war against Japan, became party secretary. In 1956 Tziun transferred to a managerial post in the Horse Square Cooperative Store, and Wang Wente became party secretary. Because Wang Wente still had a bad style of work, a short temper and a rough manner, party members asked him to step down late in 1957 and chose Kuo Changkeyuan, the chairman of the Peasants' Association, as their local branch secretary. Kuo Changkeyuan, because he was too honest and blunt, soon alienated support from above. Commune leaders replaced him with Hsin once again in 1958. Hsin third tenure lasted only 10 days. He found it impossible to keep up with all the reports on yield figures, storage figures, sales figures, and miscellaneous figures that the commune authorities required, and he resigned in favor of a young man who was literate, Lu Qinyong. This new secretary remained in the job until a group of rebels threw him out when they seized power in 1967 in Longbao. Through all these various changes, the one constant factor was the leading role played by Chang Hsin. He stepped down as party secretary to head up the first cooperative unit. When the coup expanded to include the whole village, he remained coup chairman and hence chairman of the village. It was not until 1964, during the socialist education movement, that a work team from Changchi City discovered irregularities in his finances, and removed him from office after almost 2 decades of active leadership in the community. In 1973, Longbao village again elected Chang Hsin to high office, and he serves to this day as a member of the Longbao Brigade Committee. In Longbao, the development of cooperation from small, seasonal mutual aid groups to a village-wide brigade replete with 7 teams, 6 for agriculture and 1 for sidelines, proceeded relatively smoothly. The community made steady progress from small to large, and as it reached each new level, production responded. By the mid-50s, grain harvested per mao was almost twice as much as had traditionally been harvested on the Shangtang Plateau. Housing, education, culture, healthcare, trade, personal possessions, and savings all developed year by year, and people looked back with satisfaction on what had been truly a decade of progress. But in the country as a whole, cooperation had not developed so smoothly. The decade following liberation, particularly during the years from 1953 through 1957, had been marked by conflict at the highest level over the need for collectivization and its pace. Mao Zedong had repeatedly pushed for accelerated coup formation and the development of coups from lower to higher forms, while other leaders, notably Liu Shaochi and the Minister of Agriculture, Teng Zihui, had several times called for a slowdown, a pause to consolidate gains, and even a drastic reduction of coup numbers. They advocated getting rid of many weaker organizations on the grounds that the movement had outrun popular consciousness, popular support, and its potential material base. Mao Zedong, focusing on the poverty and frustration of many poor and lower middle peasants as independent producers, believed cooperation was the only way out for them, and warned that unless the Communist Party helped them to take this road, they could well lose faith in its leadership, a loss which would have disastrous consequences for solidarity between workers and peasants, 2 classes regarded as the political core of the new society. Liu Shaochi, focusing on the reluctance of the more prosperous middle peasants to pool land and property, emphasized that efforts to bring them into cooperatives against their will, before the benefits had been proven, could cause them to lose faith in communist leadership, thus rupturing the worker-peasant alliance from the other side. Mao was quite aware of this problem. He not only opposed dragging upper-middle peasants into cooperatives, he advised leaving them out for the time being, to make things easier for those inside. But at the same time L60, he discounted their political opposition on the grounds that well-to-do middle peasants who were heading in the direction of capitalist enterprise would not in any case be pleased with communist leadership. We shall never be able to satisfy their demands unless we intend to take the capitalist road. At this turning point in history, Mao urged the party to get on the horse of cooperation and ride boldly forward. Liu Shaochi urged caution. Some units should get off the horse of cooperation, at least temporarily, lest it founder. There is a difference of only a single word here, said Mao. One says off while the other says on, yet it demonstrates the difference between two knees. In 1953, when there were fewer than 14,000 semi-socialist cooperatives in China, certain party organizations, apparently on Liu's initiative, dissolved hundreds of them on the grounds that they were shaky and could not be consolidated. Large blocks of members had joined only under pressure and now wanted to get out, it was charged. In 1955, after party committees had organized several 100,000 cooperatives, they suffered a second drastic reduction. Members dissolved tens of thousands of newly formed coups on orders from above. In July of that year, Mao sharply criticized reduction. An upsurge in the new, socialist mass movement is imminent throughout the countryside, he said. But some of our comrades, tottering along like a woman with bound feet, are complaining all the time, "You're going too fast, much too fast." Mao blamed the party for falling behind the mass movement and urged its cadres to jump in, take the lead, and learn how to build cooperatives by building them, not dissolving them. Mao saw the essence of the matter as the desire of the overwhelming majority of the peasants to build a cooperative movement in the countryside, and he stressed the ability of the party to lead such a movement successfully. Mistakes in the course of the movement, difficulties, doubts, and retreats he saw as side currents, non-essential minor aspects. True, they could not be overlooked, they had to be dealt with one by one, but they should never be taken as the main content of the times. In order to build confidence and show the way forward, Mao personally selected and edited a huge volume of reports from all over the country about how cooperatives, both semi-socialist and socialist, had been successfully organized. This volume presented both positive and negative experiences, what to do and what not to do, but the chief thrust of the material centered on the enthusiasm of the mass of the peasants for taking the socialist road and the tremendous gains that had been made by those who had done so wisely and well. Mao's comments on the Wankuofan cooperative in Sunhua County may stand as typical of the spirit of the whole volume. The Wankuofan cooperative originally consisted of 23 poor peasant families and a 3/4 share in the ownership of a donkey. They owned 3 of its 4 legs. W.H. It was nicknamed the Paupers Co-op, but, relying on their own efforts, in 3 years' time its members accumulated a large quantity of means of production. They got it from the mountains, they explained. Some of the people visiting the cooperative were moved to tears when they learned what this meant. Our entire nation, we feel, should pattern itself after this coup. In a few decades, why can't 600 million paupers, by their own efforts, create a socialist country rich and strong? The wealth of society is created by the workers, the peasants, the working intellectuals. If they take their destiny into their own hands, use Marxism-Leninism as their guide, and energetically tackle problems instead of evading them, there is no difficulty in the world which they cannot overcome. Evading problems was the response of many communist cadres when confronted with the complexities of cooperation. Because they do not understand and are afraid of being asked questions, they make a detour around the coup, Mao wrote. So-called drastic compression, the issuing of orders to dissolve whole batches of cooperatives, is also a manifestation of making a detour around the coup. But its advocates do not limit themselves to mere passive evasion. Rather, with one sweep of the knife, they cut down, to use their own expression, a great many cooperatives, and in a highly diligent manner. They take up their knife and chop another troublesome problem out of the way. They are always telling you how difficult it is to run a cooperative. According to them, their hardships are simply inconceivable. Drastic compression did not reach Longbao village. The party leaders of Lekeng County never sent cadres down to urge dissolution of the cooperative chaired, happy face, Chang Hsin Fa. But the Changchi City Party Committee did mobilize veteran Wang, working in the Rural Affairs Department of the city, to dissolve coups that he himself had helped set up. He recalled this, in 1971, as a bitter experience. When asked to organize coups, we were determined to get them running well. We all worked hard and did good work. When higher UPS suddenly ordered us to do the opposite, to go out and dissolve coups, we went out with a heavy heart. But we went. We obeyed the orders of our leaders. If anyone expressed any doubts, the response was always, "Don't you think the leadership knows better than you?" As soon as the leaders put anything before us as a Communist Party task, most of us automatically worked very hard at it. We were the sort of docile tools advocated by Liu Xiao-Chi. Dissolving coups was the final outcome of a movement called the Anti-Blind Adventurist Movement. Village communists whom we had told to take the lead in forming coups, we suddenly had to ask to take the lead in getting out of them. The city committee asked Kuo Chuante, who had so enthusiastically upheld cooperation in Sung family settlement, to take charge of liquidating that same unit. But he refused. He said, "I can't talk out of both sides of my mouth. When we set up the coups, I talked day and night about how good they were. Now you want me to go out and tell people to abandon them." I can't do it. /162. Since Kuo refused, the city committee decided to send Xiao Chuan instead. He was a pliable fellow, always willing to do whatever was asked of him. To the surprise of the committee members, Xiao Chuan also refused. Whoever built the coup should go out and dissolve it, he said. But since old Kuo wouldn't go and the city committee kept after him, Xiao Chuan finally agreed. He went out reluctantly to do what had to be done to prepare Sung family settlement for dissolution. When he came back, he reported that all the necessary steps had been taken. But in fact, behind his back, the members of the coup defied him. They maintained their accumulation fund, the heart of their collective. On the surface they dissolved their cooperative, but in reality they retained it. The Pingshan County Party Committee put great pressure on labor hero Li Sunta's West Gully coup, which by 1955 had expanded to include such neighboring settlements as Nansai, to break into smaller units. A work team sent by the province demanded a reorganization. In Li Sunta's absence, he was away attending a meeting in Peking. The team leaned heavily on the other local leaders, but they and the people of West Gully refused to abandon what they had already built. We joined together of our own free will, they said. If we split, that must also be voluntary. Nobody can force us to separate. Just as the struggle reached its height, Li Sunta came back from Peking with Mao's July report urging more, not less, cooperation. Instead of breaking up, the peasants of West Gully and Nansai proceeded to transform their lower-level coup into an advanced socialist collective. The struggle at the Central Committee level over the pace and scale of the cooperative movement in the countryside was in reality only one facet of a more fundamental struggle concerning the whole course of the revolution. Mao Zedong and Liu Xiaochi disagreed on the basic question of what stage the revolution had reached. Liu Xiaochi took the position that the new democracy that had been built in the liberated areas during the course of the long struggle against Japan and then the Kuomintang, the new democracy that had since 1949 been extended to the whole country, must be a prolonged stage in the Chinese Revolution, a period of a decade at least, perhaps several decades, a period during which the wartime economy would recover and then gather strength for an eventual transition to socialism. He foresaw that the mixed economy of public, joint public-private, collective and private ownership would extend many years into the future, and with it the political coalition, the class alliance between peasants, workers, petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie that had been forged to liberate China from feudalism. He projected a rapid economic build-up under the new democratic framework, the industrialization and modernization of the country. Once industry, both private and public, had reached a certain level, the conditions would be ripe for a transition to socialism in city and country, a socialism solidly based on a new technology. This was Liu's famous thesis, later summed up, as far as the countryside was concerned, as mechanization before cooperation. /163. The prospect of a prolonged new democratic stage after liberation seemed to be consensus politics, and throughout the 4-year period after 1949 that I lived and worked in China, I never heard anyone question it. But during those years Mao Zedong developed quite a different thesis. The victory over the Kuomintang, Mao decided, represented the final victory of the new democratic revolution and the beginning of the socialist revolution. The new democratic revolution was a special historical stage made necessary by the semi-feudal, semi-colonial nature of Chinese society. During that stage the principal contradiction was between the Chinese people, peasants, workers, petty bourgeoisie and national bourgeoisie, native capitalists, on the one hand, and the landlord class and the bureaucratic capitalists, officials monopolizing investment, backed up by imperialism, on the other. The military victory of 1949 thoroughly resolved this contradiction, Mao said, thus bringing the new democratic stage of the revolution to an end. A new contradiction, one that had always been secondary in semi-feudal, semi-colonial China, now moved into the central position, the contradiction between the Chinese people and the capitalist class. Even though, out of necessity, the 4 freedoms must be allowed for a while, even though for the time being private entrepreneurs must be allowed to develop their industry and commerce, the socialist revolution designed to abolish capitalism once and for all had begun. Strict limits would be placed on all capitalist enterprise and trade. The state would begin the process of buying into capitalist units and would eventually buy them out completely and absorb them into the state-owned and operated economy. In the countryside, even though private production must predominate after land reform and the state must allow some peasant families to prosper and become rich peasants, still the state must soon undertake a massive drive to collectivize the rural economy. This would make possible not only a prosperous future for the 70% or more of the peasants who still had to be considered poor, but would also guarantee increased production and larger supplies of market grain, a necessary condition for the socialist industrialization of the country. That other great section of petty producers in China, the shopkeepers, handicraftsmen, and tradesmen, would also, in due course, merge their efforts in cooperatives and thus complete the socialization of the economy. After a period of development, the socialist economy would be able to supply the technology and machinery for a technical transformation of agriculture and thus introduce a third great revolution in the countryside: mechanization. This was Mao's famous thesis, later summed up, as far as the countryside was concerned, as cooperation before mechanization. There is no question, even today, about the sharp divergence between these two points of view. They reflected two very different approaches to China's problems and called for the implementation of very different policies. The question that is now raised does not concern the divergence, but whether or not it had a class nature. Were these the views of two antagonistic classes, or were they an honest difference of opinion about the best path towards socialism? For decades the answer given in China was clearly the former. Until recently, party documents described Chinese history in the 50s/164 and 60s as a gargantuan struggle over the future shape of Chinese society, whether the country would take the capitalist or the socialist road. They defined the struggle as a class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the working class and predicted decisive battles fought out inside the Communist Party between party people in authority taking the capitalist road and proletarian revolutionaries who wanted to build socialism. They said these two class forces had crystallized out as two headquarters, a bourgeois headquarters led by Liu Shaoqi and a proletarian headquarters led by Mao Zedong. They denounced Liu's call for the consolidation of the system of new democracy as a reactionary platform for the restoration of capitalism, while they lauded Mao's call for the swift transformation of the new democratic system as revolutionary, a platform for the realization of socialism. In the course of the re-evaluation that has taken place since the death of Mao and the arrest of his wife and her collaborators, the notorious Gang of Four, new party documents have begun to question the class nature of the differences. Everyone still concedes, of course, that the Chinese peasants and the Chinese people as a whole faced a choice of roads in 1949. Theoretically it was possible, once the land had been divided, for China to develop as a capitalist country. If things had been allowed to drift, capitalist relations of production could well have blossomed at the village level and eventually dominated everything. It was also possible, given astute leadership and vigorous intervention from the center, for socialist relations of production to be introduced step by step until a full-blown socialist society flowered and bore fruit. What is not so clear, at this point, is that Liu Shaoqi's thesis, the call for the consolidation of the new democratic system, was in fact a call for building capitalism. Some people now insist that a prolonged period of new democracy, with its mixed economy, might have provided a more secure and rational base for building up productive forces and creating the conditions for a transition to socialism than the rapid socialization of all the means of production that Mao called for and succeeded in carrying through. In the long run the peasants did have to choose between the capitalist and the socialist roads, but the socialist road probably could not be reduced to a simple question of socialist cooperation now, versus polarization leading to capitalism later, as projected by Mao and those who followed him with such enthusiasm. By laying such major emphasis on the danger of capitalist restoration, a meaningless term in a countryside where capitalism had never had a chance to develop, critics now say that Mao's policy tended to bypass serious questions concerning feudalism, the dominant system for thousands of years, and how it was to be uprooted administratively, ideologically, and culturally after a land reform which smashed some feudal economic relations at the village level but did not resolve many other questions left over from the old society, questions such as how to guarantee autonomy to rural units, how to make use of market forces to stimulate production, how to ensure democratic control. 165. The domestic target of the Chinese people during the new democratic period was feudism. The domestic target during the period of socialist construction inaugurated by decree in 1949 was ostensibly capitalism. But after almost 30 years of struggle against bourgeois tendencies of all kinds, many people have come to the conclusion that the main roadblocks to progress in China are still such vestiges of feudalism as dogmatic, absolutist modes of thought and an abnormally swollen, centrally directed bureaucracy, both autocratic and patriarchal, both hierarchical and privileged. Under the radical sloganeering of the Cultural Revolution, these intensely conservative feudal vestiges proliferated at an alarming rate. One hapless victim of burgeoning bureaucracy was democracy, the civil liberties of the Chinese people, a fragile enough sprout in any case, but one which must flower vigorously if the creativity of the people is ever to be given enough free play to enable China to enter the modern world. It makes sense, therefore, to consider whether a prolonged period of new democracy, focusing its attention on the thorough destruction of feudalism, might not have played a more useful role in the transformation of China than the abrupt shift to socialist goals that actually took place, bringing central planning and central power to every level and into every nook and cranny of the country, too often with negative results. Thinking along these lines, China's new leaders give sympathetic consideration today to Liu Shaoxi's views on new democracy, on the four freedoms, on tolerating a rich peasant economy, and on the positive role of family contracts and other direct forms of material incentive in a transition period. Because so many stubborn problems remain, because per capita productivity in agriculture remains where it was 30 years ago, they have brought state policy in many respects around full circle and are busy carrying out what surely deserves to be called a new drastic compression * of functioning cooperatives. Looking at the results this time around, one is forced to conclude that, after all, Mao was right. Land reform gave mutual aid and cooperation a momentum among the former poor and hired that made it possible for new collective relations of production to sweep the countryside. Mao seized the opportunity and led the movement through to completion. Had he not done so, he would have missed a unique historic opportunity and would have doomed the countryside to the kind of fragmentation and polarization that is now once more running rampant. Today's leaders predict that after a period of go it alone, prosperous peasants will again choose cooperation. But cooperatives, once abandoned, cannot easily be revived. After his great fall, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty together again. The same may well prove true of collective agriculture. In the middle 50s, doubts about the value of cooperation failed to dampen enthusiasm. With the tremendous development of cooperation after Mao's July 1955 speech and the publication of socialist upsurge in China's countryside, Mao's program won a decisive victory. In spite of the drastic compression blamed on Liu Shaoxi and the alleged liquidation of 200,000 coups, 550,000 new coups were formed in 1955, bringing the total by mid-year to 650,000. This figure grew to 1,300,000 by 1956, and /L66. Although in 1958 only 740,000 coups were reported, they had grown in size from a few dozen to 160 families each, on the average. This meant that the entire peasantry of Han China had pooled property and taken up socialist forms of production *. Not only that, by 1958 the majority of these coups were no longer semi-socialist, land pooling associations but fully socialist collectives with all land, draft animals, and large implements held as joint property and all income divided on the basis of labor contributed. This has to be considered the most massive transformation of a way of life ever carried through in world history. Within the short space of 5 years, from 1953 to 1958, hundreds of millions of peasants abandoned their age-old, individual mode of production for socialist cooperation. And this was done, on the whole, without bloodshed, without any significant destruction of property and without any major lapse in productivity. The collectivization of the countryside paralleled a massive and equally rapid collectivization, in name at least, of small enterprises, handcrafts, and trade in the cities. By 1958, outside the minority areas, where special conditions prevailed, very little private production remained in China. It was this tremendous, rapid, triumphant but too poorly consolidated socialist transformation that led up to the extraordinary events of 1958, the formation of communes and the Great Leap Forward. As things worked out, it was more than a week before we were able to ask about these developments which ushered in the second decade of Longbao's liberation. A week in Changchi City, to attend a municipal cotters meeting, interrupted our interviews. Part 3. Great Leap Great Fall. With iron pick for pillow and feet against a rock. With earth beneath for mattress and sky my bedding. Quilt. The north wind woke me, but I turned over and said, "Blow there. Blow the moon down. You 1v blow me off the hill till our dam is done." Poem from Shantung in Anna Louise Strong. Rise of the Chinese People's Commune. Flash floods and feudalism. While I talked with Longbao's peasant leaders, trying in a few days to grasp the history of decades, it continued to rain. As the rainfall accumulated in the lowlands, the crisis at the dam on the Changchi Reservoir deepened. If one walked out to the highway east of the village at almost any time of day or night, one could see small detachments of troops marching northward on the double to reinforce the manpower already present at the dam site. Thousands were already working there round the clock, trying to cope with the widening cracks in the main dam, and adding height to the small coffer dam at the uncompleted spillway. We asked Commander Li Yingkui if we could visit that critical spot. He quickly assented and came in person with a Peking-made jeep to escort us there in the waning light of a heavily overcast afternoon. The dam impressed us with its great height and length. Over a mile long, straight as a die, it divided the valley into two worlds: a southern world of water, sullen, silt-laden, dotted with the flotsam and jetsam of distant counties, and a northern world of lowland fields, orchards, fish ponds, and sand pits, shrouded in mist and swept by rain's squalls. In the deepening gloom we could see that the water in the lake was only a foot or two from the top of the big dam and only inches from the top of the frail earth and sandbag barrier that protected the northeast corner by the spillway. Their soldiers, militiamen, and civilians elbowed each other in confusion as they rushed forward with new materials to reinforce the coffer dam. They moved more quickly but with far less coordination than was normal on big projects. A few weeks earlier I had marveled at the slow rhythm of earth moving on the lower reaches of the high river. From the highway bridge where I stood I could easily see 300,000 people with one glance. The calm but steady flow of handcarts and carrying poles in both directions, back and forth, had merged into a stately dance of cosmic proportions, the choreography of which could only be conceived on the plains of Asia. Here, in contrast, I saw frenzied, haphazard motion, a burst of restless energy fueled by the knowledge that another foot of water without another foot of dam could spell unprecedented disaster. "Can it hold?" I asked Commander Li. "Things look better this evening," he said. "Rve been told the water is no longer rising. If it doesn't rain tonight or if the rain is light our dam will hold." On the way back to Longbao we threaded our way through the flooded countryside on roads that were all but submerged. Ribbons of mud barely maintained cohesion in a sea of slurry. Horse Square turned out to be an island of rain-soaked ground surrounded on all sides by rising water. As we approached it from the north we saw a newly assembled labor force starting work on a huge ditch that could carry local water into the river below the dam. How strange it all seemed, a flood on the Shangtang, the highest tableland in all North China, the homeland of drought. For this place to drown seemed a contradiction in terms, but there was the water, all around us, restless, unpredictable, menacing. Who was responsible, after a dozen years, for an unfinished spillway? In the gloom that evening it seemed a criminal oversight, an inexcusable blunder. Our mistake, said Li Yingkui, was that we forgot to give the water a way out. We violated Mao Zedong thought. Chairman Mao always said to give the opposition, including class enemies, a way out. Even landlords should get some land to till, a chance to work. Do not force anybody to the wall. But we forgot to give the water a way out. This thought reminded the commander of a bizarre episode from the last days of the Civil War. He laughed aloud. When we asked why, he told us a story about a way out that should never have been granted. There was a young battalion commander named Iron Egg C. He was only 23. He surrounded, fought, and defeated a Kuomintang battalion in a brilliantly planned night attack. He captured the enemy force intact, weapons, stores, kitchen utensils, and all. Among those captured was the Kuomintang commander, also young and very proud. The Kuomintang commander protested that the tactics used by Commander Iron Egg were unfair. What sort of military prowess could be demonstrated by a surprise attack under cover of darkness? In a fair fight in broad daylight he would have held his own, he would have prevailed, in fact. This claim offended Iron Egg C. You mean I can't defeat you in a head-on battle in daylight? Of course I can. To prove it he released the captured commander, all his troops and all his arms. Then the two battalions fought it out again under the full glare of the sun. In the end Iron Egg C prevailed once more. He routed the Kuomintang force and captured its commander a second time. In the course of the battle a lot of his men fell wounded and several of them were killed, a stiff price to pay for one commander's pride. This story, like a flash of heat lightning, illuminated the times. China still lived in the shadow of the Middle Ages. In the midst of a bitter class war, two knights-errant had joined the joust. Long live chivalry! As we reached the highway at last and drove southward between serried ranks of Canadian poplars, now threatened by the water flooding the ditches on both sides of the right-of-way, night fell. The jeep driver switched on his heads and in their glare we could see raindrops shining. God help us all. God help North China tonight. It was beginning to rain again in earnest. When we got back to the village we found the propaganda team cotters sitting in their quarters talking at random. The talk that night threw more light on a feudalism that was supposed to be dead. They used to say, if you honored Confucius you could learn to read, said Donkey Meat Wang. But I honored Confucius for a long time and never learned a single ideograph. It didn't help at all. So what are you, a primary school graduate? Asked veteran Wang. Who? Me? No. I'm a primary school non-graduate, said Donkey Meat Wang. When I was in school, mused veteran Wang, they taught me to use the abacus. There were so many rules in rhyme to remember, yi tien so wu 2 into 1, bring down 5 comma asterisk and the like. What does that mean? I asked the teacher. Stupid ass, came the reply, how could 2 into 1 equal 4? He never explained any reason for anything, just cussed me out and made me memorize. In those classes none of the children wanted to learn. We were bored to death. And the rules were so strict. Why, even to go to the toilet you had to get a paidza, a block of wood that served as a pass and was held by the teacher. Of course the child carrying it often dropped it into the toilet cistern, and not always by accident. Then 2 students had to go and fish it out. This always took a long time. It was a good excuse to get out of class. Those teachers weren't at all devoted. They did as little as they could. I well remember, one told us to memorize a certain essay before noon. Then he went to the back of the room and lit up his opium pipe. As the sun approached its zenith he returned to the front and demanded a recitation. Those who failed to repeat the essay word for word were punished. The teacher took his ruler, wide at one side, narrow on the other, and hit them across the hands. This was formalism in education. It bred the worst kind of a priorism. A priorism, the concept that mind precedes matter, that thoughts precede experience, was familiar to them all because they had been studying philosophy, dialectical materialism, the Chinese phrase for which, directly translated, means the theory of material things, how they change through conflict. Speaking of a priorism, said Judge Cao, in the old days we used to think that talent, called heavenly skill, just existed, a sort of gift from God. Some people do indeed just seem to have it. Take that carpenter who made the Martyrs Monument here in Longbao. He is illiterate. He has had no training anywhere, but he is able to build whatever he wants to build. When he decided to build that memorial, he went to study an old building in Changchi. Then he came back and built this little temple-like structure. If * on an abacus, 1 in the left column represents 10. To have it, you bring down 5 in the column to the right. He made any mistake at all, it was that the roof corners do not turn up quite enough. Also, the stone monument itself should stand on a platform. It should stand a little higher so that one can read the names without leaning over. But these are minor points. On the whole, he did a beautiful job. It was the brigade leaders who messed it up. They put all their names on the stone, just like the gentry of old. To celebrate 12 martyrs, they added the names of 20 cotters. No one wanted to be left out. So the question arises, who has been memorialized? Such a temple would have honored a god in the old days, said Donkey Meat Wang. When I was little, we had a god for everything. In the county town there was the god of the town, and in the village there was the god of the earth, the great father god. Where the roads crossed in the middle of the village there was the 5-road temple, and each courtyard had its door god. In the yard there was the heaven and earth god, and in the house there was the oven god, the stove god, and the pot god who watched over all cooking arrangements. During the second week of the first month all those gods rose up to heaven to report to the great Father God, the Lord of heaven. They reported on the behavior of everyone in the family. Just to make sure that they wouldn't tell bad things about everyone, we made a kind of candy out of wheat and covered it with taffy. If the gods ate enough of this candy, their jaws got stuck together and they couldn't tell the Lord of heaven what we had been up to. We children always wanted to know how far it was to heaven. So the adults said, just figure it out. They go up there on the 9th and they come back on the 15th, the last day of the New Year celebration, at the 5th call just before dawn. So we all began to count, and we counted just 7 days for the round trip, which meant that it was 3.5 days each way. But then, of course, we had to leave some time for the reports, so make it 3 days each way. I couldn't help thinking how like the old imperial capital, or for that matter modern Peking, heaven proved to be. Traveling by train from the farthest reaches of the nation, it still takes 2 or 3 days for an official to reach the capital and make his annual report to the highest level. That level is still referred to throughout the land as heaven. As the saying goes, heaven is high and the emperor far away. The New Year story reminded veteran Wang of an experience from his own youth. When I joined the PLA I was only about 13. They were recruiting young communists into the party branch secretly. I was on guard duty outside of the commander's door. Peering through the crack, I saw people standing in front of an oil lamp. On the wall was a flag with a hook on it. Sickles in China are straight, not crescent-shaped, so the symbol meant nothing to a peasant boy, and beside it a picture of Mao Zedong. I ran to the cook and asked, "What are all the people doing raising their fists in front of the hooked flag? Are they burning incense to some god?" "Where did you see anything like that?" asked the cook. "I looked through the door," I said. /173. Later the commander came and asked me if I had seen any communists anywhere. "No," I said. "Communists are frightful," he warned, trying to put me off the scent. "They are covered with green shme and they have fangs. Spare yourself and never look through that crack again." So I never dared take another peek. Later, of course, I learned about the Communist Party. But for a long time it was very secret. In Longbao the party came out from underground in 1948. 6 months earlier Lupo Chieng's troops had driven victoriously across Honan to new bases in the Great Difference Mountains and forced the Kuomintang onto the defensive. No longer afraid of a military counterattack in the Taihang, the party went public so that people could criticize its members. Public criticism of officials undermined feudal custom, but party leaders always found it hard to mobilize people to speak out honestly. As long as the officials held power they could always retaliate. Who could guarantee the future? In 1971 the propaganda team in Longbao undertook to allay these fears once more. No one believed any longer that communists were covered with green slime, but as for fangs with which to settle old scores, that was a different matter. On the night we returned from our visit to the dam we learned that the Changchi City Committee had called the propaganda team, all its leaders and members, to a city-wide meeting that would review past work. What the team was preparing for at the time was a party rectification movement at the grassroots. The city-wide meeting would check on the progress made so far and set the course of the whole movement for weeks to come. This was a gathering equivalent to the Lekeng County land reform meetings that I had attended in 1948, and I was very eager to take part. At these big conclaves of cadres from the whole county or city administration one could get some idea of the overall situation, hear summaries of experiences from many communities, and learn what the line and policy of the Communist Party really was. Knowing from past experience that it was not just attendance at meetings that was important, but actually living at the conference site and taking part in the meals, the recreation, and the spontaneous discussions, I asked if we could join the meeting as I had done before, as regular participants from beginning to end. At first our hosts did not approve. Smartfan told us that we could live in the regional guest house and attend the conference sessions, held in another building, by traveling back and forth for the morning and afternoon sessions. We protested this, but feeling that some participation in the conference was better than none, prepared to accept it. Then suddenly, at the last minute, the regional leaders changed their minds. As we were leaving Longbao to drive to the city, Smartfan said that we could live at the conference site throughout the period, sleep in the dormitories along with the cadres from the teams, eat in the mess hall with everyone else, and merge our lives completely with theirs. This was welcome news, and it made all the difference, both at that conference and later as we stayed through the autumn in Longbao, between being guests looking in from the outside and being actual participants in the movement. Once we established ourselves in regular attendance at all meetings and discussions in the city-wide conference, the propaganda team automatically included us in all activities after we returned to Longbao, and thus we were able to attend not only brigade mass meetings, Team/175 meetings, cadre meetings, and party meetings, but also all meetings of the propaganda team itself, whether for study or for work, whether formal or informal. I had no idea what to expect at the conference. What I carried in my mind's eye were the conferences in half-destroyed Lekeng County town in 1948, where the cadres slept on straw spread over the floor in several abandoned temples, and twice daily cooked and served millet in huge iron cauldrons in the open air. Plenary sessions met in the stripped-down Great Temple, while small groups met outdoors in any corner of the rubble-strewn ruins that they found convenient. I assumed that once again people would be sleeping on the floor and eating out of open cauldrons under a hot August sky. Instead, we lived in style in a modern multi-storied building that was designed to house, feed and otherwise accommodate gatherings of cadres, however large they might be. It was called the Changchi City Guest House. This was a new structure, rather handsome in grey brick. Over the main entrance a small balcony jutted a foot or two from the wall and ran on around the corner of the building. The balcony railing, formed in concrete, recreated an intricate Chinese design, similar to the designs peasants made when putting lattice work on the windows of their loess caves. The inside of the building had the stark decor typical of most government structures in China: bare concrete floors, blank white walls and unadorned window apertures without curtains, draperies, or shades of any sort. A no-nonsense building, strictly functional, barren throughout, cold and damp even in summer, yet striking because it was so massive. On the ground floor we found kitchens and a huge dining room that also served, once the meals were cleared away, as a meeting hall. On the 2 upper floors we explored bedrooms, large and small, some holding as many as 8 or 10 beds, others holding only 1 or 2. The beds were fitted out, not with bare boards, but with springs, mattresses, and pillows. While the rank and file cotters had to supply their own quilts, the guest house provided us with government quilts, each encased in a clean cotton cover. In the dormitory rooms each bed had a writing table beside it. Chairs for general use surrounded a large table in the middle of each room. A recreation room with a ping-pong table and 2 large washrooms, one for men and one for women, completed the layout of each floor. Each washroom had a cement sink along the wall for washing hands and brushing teeth. Lavatories built into the floor flushed into a central sewage system. We noted all these details because they were so unusual, such a marked improvement over the Spartan lodgings of the past, and so far beyond anything that most people enjoyed at home. I was assigned to a room on the 2nd floor at the far corner of the building. 7 other cotters of the Longbow propaganda team shared the space. Our north windows looked out on the transportation building, which had been held by a small group of United Faction people during the armed siege of Changchi in 1968. From our high vantage point we could plainly see the scars inflicted by artillery shells on the brick walls of the structure. Just up the street stood the 4-sided compound of the 4th Transportation Company, where the Red Faction had held 26 MEM/I-76 bears of the Regional Revolutionary Committee after seizing them in the infamous street ambush of January 20, 1968. These were episodes of the Cultural Revolution that I was eager to learn about, but since party rectification was the business at hand, rectification had to come first. The Changchi guest house was by no means as romantic or exotic a setting for a conference as the Lekeng County Party headquarters had provided in 1948. Nor were the participants as colorful and heterogeneous as the participants of the peasant and student gatherings of that pre-liberation year. Here were assembled some 250 members of the propaganda teams working in all the factories, mines, work units, bureaus, and brigades of the urban and rural area administered by Changchi Municipality. Not one of them wore peasant garb. All were uniformly clad instead in cotter uniforms, soft cotton jackets and pants of faded blue, olive drab, or light green, with blue predominant. Here and there, because someone had removed a jacket in the heat, a spot of white gleamed from shirt or undershirt. No one wore a towel on his head after the manner of the Shensi peasants, and very few wore caps. By and large the conference participants ate, played, and met bareheaded, with their hair closely cropped, even shaved, for coolness. Exceptions to this rule included, of course, the women, who numbered fewer than 5% of the crowd. In comparing these men and women with their forerunners of 1948, several other differences immediately became apparent. On the whole, the individuals were older, fully 20 years older than the militants of land reform days, a circumstance that could surely have been anticipated after 23 years of revolutionary transformation. Not only were they older, but they were far more literate. Almost everyone present had a notebook in hand and displayed one or more pens in a front jacket pocket. While listening to major reports or joining in discussion meetings, they almost universally took notes and, when they spoke, often spoke from notes. One should not assume from this, however, that they were all full-time political or administrative cotters from various municipal and party organizations. If there were many such cotters present, there were also many rank-and-file workers from the steel, transportation, and food industries, and a scattering of teachers from higher educational institutions like the Changchi Normal School. If outwardly they seemed, because of more or less standardized dress, cast from one mold, in fact they represented a genuine cross-section of Southeast Shensi society, and their histories varied as much as the diverse population of the region. The Longbao team, with a non-party Muslim, a wounded veteran, a donkey meat butcher, a commune police officer, a city theater manager, a judge from the People's Court, 2 steel workers, an accountant, 2 high school teachers and an old middle peasant could stand as a typical example of this diversity in age, background, and interest. On the morning of our arrival, a printed folder of quotations from Mao Zedong provided the topic of study. All the quotations had to do with problems of party rectification. Many of them were well-known selections from the Little Red Book or the selected works, but there were several new or hitherto unpublished paragraphs that aroused great interest. Of these I/177 reproduce here a lively discourse about the transformation of people through education. The substance of it was summed up as the third requirement for revolutionary successors in the 9th response of the Sino-Soviet exchange of 1962, but it was printed in our folder in the fullness of Mao's original version for the first time. One ought to be able to unite with the majority of the people. To unite with the majority means to include those who have wrongly opposed you, no matter what mountaintop they belong to. Do not hold grudges. We cannot have the policy of when the emperor changes the whole court changes. Our experience teaches that without a correct policy for forging unity our revolution could not have succeeded. Of course we have to pay attention to people who plot and scheme. For instance, in the central organs there were people like Cao, Jiao, Piang, and Huang. But all phenomena conform to the principle that one breaks into two. There are some who just have to hatch schemes. Since they have such a compulsion, what are we to do? Today there are still some who continually hatch schemes. The existence of schemes and plots is an objective fact which depends not one jot on whether we like it or not. All matter follows the law of the unity of opposites. There are 5 fingers on our hands, but one is opposite the other 4, and only because it is opposed can we grasp things. There is no such thing as absolute purity, but this fact has not been digested by a lot of people. Impurity is what makes the world of nature and of society. With complete purity neither nature nor society could be created. That would violate the law of dialectics. Impurity is absolute, purity is relative. This reflects the unity of opposites. Take sweeping the floor. You can sweep it for 24 hours, right through the day and the night, and there will still be some dust on the floor. Take the history of our party. Was there any time, any year, when it was absolutely pure? No. But we did not collapse. Neither the imperialists nor the revisionists emerging from our party were able to make us collapse. After liberation we had Cao, Jiao, and Piang. Were they able to ruin us? No. It is not easy to ruin us. That is our historical experience. Human beings can change, but there are a few who will not change. Even when their stomachs are full they still go right on cursing. There are a few of this type in every province. But they make up a very small minority. It's all right if they don't change. Let them curse to their heart's content. Meanwhile, in dealing with those who have made mistakes, we should persuade them to change for the better, help them correct themselves, so to speak. As long as they are sincere about changing we shouldn't go on criticizing them endlessly. To unite with the greatest possible number, even with those from other mountain tops, even with those who have personally opposed us, even with those who have wrongly opposed us here indeed was something to ponder over. Uniting all those who could be united was clearly no simple task. 178. The 8 o'clock study sessions hardly had time to exchange views on these Mao quotes when the call came through the building to assemble for a major report. We trooped down to the dining room, where the tables had been arranged in long rows, running the full length of the hall, at right angles to the speaker's table. There we were introduced to Comrade Tzui Shengho, a PLA commander who was vice chairman of the Changchi City Revolutionary Committee, and vice secretary of its party committee. Tzui was a plump officer with a ruddy face and a self-satisfied air. He was well used to public speaking and well versed in the vocabulary not only of the Chinese Revolution in general, but of the Cultural Revolution in particular. Overused, one could truthfully say abused, political phrases rolled off his tongue one after another, and so fast that it was difficult for Karma to translate them. Her difficulty stemmed in part from the fact that his words bored her. This CP rectification study opens its meeting under the direction of Mao Zedong's Communist Party building line. The situation inside and outside the city, based on a growing victory for the party rectification work, is proceeding according to the regional plan. Raise high Mao Zedong's thought, put politics in command, develop achievements, correct mistakes, and carry the fight through to the end. Under Mao Zedong's party building thought and line, under the leadership of the Regional Communist Party Committee and the Communist Party organizations of various levels, we have raised high the banner of Mao Zedong's thought, put politics in command, and carried out our work in accord with Mao Zedong's thought, setting forth the stages of the Cultural Revolution through struggle, criticism, transformation. Closely following Mao Zedong's strategic plan, on the basis of clearing the class ranks, we have proceeded for 1 year, 2 winters and 1 spring and have basically completed the low-level party rectification. Our achievements are good, the situation is excellent. Through clouds of rhetoric some facts began to emerge. Party leaders had set up new leading bodies in 21 lower party committees in the city, 11 commune committees, 47 general branches and 711 basic branches. They had expelled no party members, 0.9% of the total, and recruited 805 new members, 6.7% of the total. With the ranks thus purified and educated and with a high tide in the study of Mao Zedong thought, the region had exceeded its 1970 industrial plan by 11% and its agricultural plan by 5 to 2%, and this in spite of many natural disasters, wind damage, drought, flood, and pests. Average yields for the communes under the city administration had reached the standard for North China, 400 caddies per mao. Comrade Tsui then went on to make 5 recommendations for the future. L. Put ideological revolution in first place. 2. Persist in the mass line. 3. Set up a good leading body. 4. Weed out the old, take in the new. /179. Under the first point he stressed education in the struggle and began with Mao Zedong's thesis that in order to correct organizational weaknesses one must first correct ideological weaknesses by struggling against bourgeois ideology. This idea he nailed down with the 9th selection in the pamphlet of Mao quotes. There are many party members who have joined the Communist Party organizationally but have not yet joined the party wholly or at all ideologically. Those who have not joined the party ideologically still carry a great deal of the muck of the exploiting classes in their heads, and have no idea at all of what proletarian ideology, or communism, or the party is. Proletarian ideology? They think. The same old stuff? Little do they know that it is no easy matter to acquire this stuff. Some will never have the slightest communist flavor about them as long as they live and can only end up leaving the party. Therefore, though the majority in our party and in our ranks are clean and honest, we must in all seriousness put things in order both ideologically and organizationally if we are to develop the revolutionary movement more effectively and bring it to speedier success. Putting things in order organizationally requires our first doing so ideologically, our launching a struggle of proletarian ideology against non-proletarian ideology. To advance ideological education, Comrade Tsui outlined 5 methods: study Mao Zedong thought, remember past bitterness and compare it with the good situation of today, expose problems, repudiate bad tendencies, repudiate bad people. In this context he reviewed what all the party members had studied. For several months already all the communists in Changchi City and its suburbs had been reading about and discussing several themes, to wit, Mao's theory of continuing revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat, Mao's basic line for socialist construction, Mao's theory on Communist Party rectification and construction, the famous 50-word sentence, Lin Piao's 9th Congress report, the new Communist Party constitution, and the history of two-line struggle in the Communist Party, July. Editorial. As negative examples, all members had also studied Liu Shaoxi's 6 rotten theories, a priorist philosophy as expounded by Liu and Wang Ming, the reactionary theory of the productive forces, the theory that class struggle was dying out, as well as the rotten feudal and bourgeois concept of humanism, the essence of which is the denial of class struggle. They had also studied the question of capitalist tendencies in rural and urban policy, the question of bourgeois factionalism, the unprincipled struggle for personal power which had developed so feverishly during the Cultural Revolution, and the phenomena of anarchism which had also developed during the Cultural Revolution. For a positive example of proletarian line, they had studied the history of the Takei Brigade. All this, said Tsui, has raised the consciousness of the rank-and-file party members in regard to class struggle, line struggle, and continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Bringing things from the abstract to the concrete level, Tsui spoke of the results of this education in the party branch of the Peiho Brigade of Nanshui/L80 Commune, where, prior to the movement, 9 out of 22 Communist Party members wanted to leave the party and 32 out of 35 cadres wanted to quit work and become rank-and-file peasants once more. The local propaganda team had made a detailed appraisal of the 7 party secretaries who had led the brigade in its 23-year history and concentrated its criticism on the 5th of these, who had neglected grain as the key link, stressed material incentives, concentrated on sideline production, and allowed production to fall to about 12 bushels per acre in 1964. A new secretary named Chia, elected in 1965, reversed the downward trend by conscientiously learning from Takei. He raised production to about 50 bushels per acre in 1965. But this success apparently went to his head, for he later relaxed, ignored class struggle, failed to criticize shortcomings or praise good work. As a result, production stagnated until 1969, when the party mobilized the people to criticize him. Chia's problem, they decided, was new democratic thinking, that is, the concept that the revolution basically ended with land reform, the great goal of the new democratic revolution, and that it was enough, in the following period, to be honest, hard-working, and loyal, even if one did not grasp what the socialist transformation was all about and dig in to carry it through. Even though our yields are lower than the advanced brigades, Chia thought, they are still higher than those of the backward ones, so he was satisfied. Even if I haven't made big contributions to the revolution, still I have made some small ones every year, he rationalized, and consequently his brigade slipped into stagnation. Right next door, other brigades facing the same natural conditions produced almost twice as much grain per acre. Criticized for his complacency and his wrong line, Chia had made a great change in his own thinking, and in the course of the movement the 9 party members and the 32 cadres who wanted to quit all decided to hang in and devote their lives to revolutionary transformation. The crux of the matter, stressed Tsui, is ideological education, consciousness in regard to line struggle. Under the topic of mass line, Tsui outlined the need for open-door rectification, for inviting the masses in to criticize the cadres and the communists, and for listening seriously to the masses. This is not a question of method but a basic question of principle, a question of whether or not one has grasped the spirit of the party, Tsui said. As an illustration, he told of a branch secretary who personally gathered opinions about his work from 60 families in his brigade, then made such a thorough self-criticism that the members re-elected him to his post in spite of serious past mistakes. In regard to the third point, the importance of a good leading body, Tsui declared that this was the main issue on which the propaganda teams would be judged had they not helped establish a strong, line-conscious, leading body in their assigned unit. Very few cadres, he said, were really bad. One such, Liye of the Kukan Brigade, Kukan Commune, was a rotten profiteer, gambler, superstitious element, and factionist. He had been removed from office. More typical of those with problems was a man like Chao Gongtse of Shichiakan Brigade, Xingcheng. He is a good person with serious mistakes. His mistakes are mainly spinelessness/L8L. An old good fellow stance. He opens his eyes but can't see the direction. He uses his nose but can't tell a rotten stench from sweet perfume. He holds power but doesn't make decisions. Meeting a problem, he mixes everything up. If he can postpone a decision, he does so. If not, he runs away. He doesn't really hate class enemies or love the people. He doesn't praise good things or attack bad. But even this man, after education, developed consciousness and won re-election to his party branch. In addition to finding strong principled leaders, Tsui went on, it was essential to try and develop a 3-in-1 combination, that is, choose young, middle-aged and old people so that each group could bring to the work its special strength. In the 700 branches set up by July, some 10% of the members were old, 70% middle-aged and 20% young. This was a satisfactory percentage. Tsui picked out for praise as outstanding new Communist Party organizations the Party Committee of the Changchi Transportation Company, the Party Branch of the Battery Factory, the Party Branches of 3 rural brigades HSI Anshu, Nansha, and Tasingcheng, and the Party Branch of the Changchi Department Store. Under the fourth point, weed out the old, take in the new, Tsui discussed the question of dropping and recruiting members. Of course we must expel enemy agents, class enemies, renegades, and die-hard capitalist roaders, he said, but we should simply persuade others who have lost their communist spirit and can never really play a vanguard role in the future to drop out. The figure of 110 expelled or dropped members included many in this latter category people who did not really want to continue as communists and withdrew after talking things over. Towards such people Tsui advocated a cautious policy so that their withdrawal would not lead to bitterness that might cloud their future progress and their future work. When the party expelled or punished people, every effort was to be made to see that they understood the reasons behind the move and the possibilities for the future. A negative attitude is hard to penetrate, said Tsui. In summing up this point Tsui stressed, pay attention to policy, do careful ideological work, make a clear distinction between contradictions among the people and contradictions with the enemy, and thus avoid measures that are too harsh or too lenient. We should not draw in our favorites and throw out those against whom we are prejudiced, we should not throw a lot of people out and recruit a lot of new faces, nor should we adopt a policy of not throwing anybody out and not recruiting anybody either. Tsui's fifth point had to do with the revolutionization of the propaganda teams themselves. Without this it is not possible to do good work. He reserved his highest praise for the team in Yellow Mill, Horse Square Commune, which had put self-transformation high on its priorities. Work means hardship, they all said. The political officer of this team, Chao Xiaoquan, and the vice political officer Chang Changfu, took the lead in daily study, spoke out at meetings and tried to transform their world outlook in practice. In the coldest winter weather they led the way into the water to help construct a dam that could irrigate 400 mil. Shang Qiping, even though sick, worked all day in the wind and snow. The whole propaganda/182 team labored together with the peasants before the ground froze and dug 4,000 mao of land to a depth of 1 foot. Right on the worksite they repudiated bad working style and bad elements. The transformation of the leadership pushed forward the transformation of the whole team and the whole village. The masses said, this team is full of cotters with heart. Under leadership like this people worked 10 months as if it were a day. At the same time Tsui also found some tendencies requiring criticism. One divides into two, he said, and there are still some ideological problems. Some people want to leave their propaganda teams. Having been on detached service for the better part of a year, they demand a change of shift. They are afraid they will fall behind technically at their original places of work. Since some have already been reassigned, others feel maybe they have lost their chance. Hence there is a growing tendency to fear hardship, to fear going to new places and to fear taking up new political work. Tsui criticized several individuals for arrogance, subjectivity, lack of attention to policy, and slack discipline such as going home without asking leave, not showing up for study, or avoiding assignments. All these problems we hope to solve at this meeting, he said. The taproot of these weaknesses, Tsui continued, was failure to recognize the protracted nature of rectification work. In the first place there were still units where a good leading body had not yet been established. In the second place, in the majority of units where good leadership had been found and consolidated it was not possible to say that the work was finished, Because education, class struggle and line struggle still had to be carried forward. Since overall the results were uneven, there was still a great deal to do. The cadres must be prepared for serious protracted effort. In the course of his report, Comrade Tsui mentioned Longbao village several times. When talking about the importance of a strong leading body, he mentioned Longbao's former party secretary, Swiftly, as a good person with serious mistakes, who, after coming to power, stressed sidelines and speculation as the road to prosperity. Under him, Tsui charged, per production fell from 270 caddies to 250 caddies to 237 caddies in 3 years, and life for the people became progressively harder. He lost his class stand, took up with people who had political problems, and gave up working in the fields. But his class background is good. He took a correct line in the Cultural Revolution and upheld principle, so we say he is a good person with mistakes. Our Longbao team should strengthen his education, help him recognize mistakes, do a thorough self-criticism, and then help restore him to leadership. So far he has accepted none of these things. Party Secretary Swiftly's case remained unsettled because Lee himself had not recognized his own shortcomings or done anything about correcting them. As for Fast Chin, the former militia captain, the authorities could not settle his case because the facts were not clear. They had not yet determined whether this was simply another contradiction among the people or a contradiction with an enemy. In regard to Longbao's new leading body, Tsui said that it lacks strength because, although Chang Kitsai, the new party secretary, was strong, the second and third in command were not very outstanding. Target, Swift LL. I sat through Comrade Tsui's whole report feeling vaguely dissatisfied. It seemed to me that it was rich in rhetoric and generalizations and lean in concrete analysis of the real problems of the Communist Party in Changchi City and its administrative environs. It certainly suffered by comparison with the reports given at the cadre meetings in Lukang County in 1948. At that time one came away from each session feeling that one had gained a clearer picture of the overall situation in the county, of the progress, the problems, the contradictions, and their resolution. Comrade Tsui evidently felt somewhat dissatisfied, too, because he concluded his speech with the following words: "This is a shallow and rough summing up. We should have much more lively facts and figures. What I have done is throw out a brick to attract jade, the jade of a mass summing up. From the mass of the cadres will come lively facts and living experiences. We are not content with summing up the principles of the rectification movement, we must express the concrete reality of it." As soon as Tsui finished his report, the participants rearranged the long rows of tables so that chairs could be set around them, thus transforming the meeting hall into a dining room. Then the guest house staff served a good meal of piping hot steamed bread and vegetables such as eggplant and Chinese cabbage with a sprinkling of fine chopped pork. They topped this off with millet gruel, all that anyone could want, ladled from several very large metal pots. Scores of cadres and team members seated themselves round the tables as they wished and ate with hearty appetites. As stomachs began to fill up, talk began and soon a loud cacophony of mutual exchanges and laughter filled the air. After eating, one and all retired to their dormitory rooms on the upper floor, stretched out on their clean beds and fell asleep until 3. This custom of a noontime siesta was universal in China among peasants, students, and government cadres. Only in industrial plants, where shift work began again after a noontime break for food, did people fail to rest in the middle of the day. Of course, in the rush of the harvest season peasants often worked right through the daylight hours, and in emergencies so did cadres, but under normal conditions the siesta proved to be as fixed a part of Chinese life as it traditionally has been of Mexican or Spanish. 184. At 3 o'clock the Longbao propaganda team assembled in one of the smaller dormitory rooms for study and discussion. The quilts on the beds had been rolled up at one end and each member found a place on one of the cotton-covered mattresses to sit or lounge through the long afternoon session. Talk almost always began in a low key, with one member summing up his or her experiences in the light of the report that had just been heard. Had the people of Longbao raised their awareness in the course of the movement? Had they actively involved themselves in the study of Mao Zedong thought? What were the main problems in the brigade or on the team to which the individual had been assigned? How did one assess the leading group, the party and revolutionary committee leadership? And how did the speaker himself feel about assignment to this protracted rural work? Some of these reports rambled aimlessly. Listeners closed their eyes and almost seemed to fall asleep. Others took notes, faithfully, endlessly. This, of course, I too was doing, with the help of Karma, who translated for me tirelessly, hour after hour. All called Longbao an old, big, difficult place, where political work was complicated by the fact that the people had come from all over North China from 13 provinces and 23 counties, as the saying went, so individual class origins were not always clear. Within the community an unusual amount of marrying also mixed up class lines. In most ordinary villages, where one or two family names predominated, everyone traced relationship to everyone else through the paternal side, hence marriages had to be arranged with outsiders, local girls leaving to marry men in other villages and girls from other villages marrying local men. But in Longbao, because people had drifted in from so many places, it was possible to arrange suitable matches between unrelated individuals, with the family next door or the family down the lane, and thus a network of maternal relationships developed that linked landlords to peasants, former Kuomintang reactionaries to militant revolutionaries, thieves and lumpen elements to respected community elders, until, as security officer Shen said, no one could claim to be clean all around. If one wanted to find a weak spot in the political armor of the local cadres, it was always possible to dig up some aunt or uncle, some sister-in-law or brother-in-law of questionable origin or unsavory reputation. On whom, then, should one rely? Who were those basic masses on whom the party rectification, the production movement and the socialist transformation must depend? When we first came to Longbao, said Shen, we took a curved road. We didn't dare rely on anyone. Whenever we chose some man or woman to work with, others always turned up with some unfavorable story. This one was a former Catholic, that one's father was a KMT Kuomintang official, this one had indulged in immoral liaisons with various women. We were shocked and drew back and didn't know where to turn for activists. When we mobilized the masses for criticism of the leading group, hundreds of posters went up, but we didn't know which ones to believe or how to check them out. We had no clear line. Chin Fu Chuan looked like a very honest sort, but people said that he /185 was a movement element who always became active whenever some new campaign was brewing, but then fell quiet and did nothing until the next campaign. So how could we rely on him? And who else was there? Actually, as it turned out, Chin Fu Chuan withdrew last winter because his wife fell sick and all the chores at home fell on him. But when the propaganda team left in March, he stood up for principle and opposed bad tendencies. So one cannot just accept what people say. In Longbao there are always side winds and counter-currents. It is customary to attack whoever is active. And this can't help but influence the team members. People wonder about the sincerity of activists. Wang, the wounded veteran, agreed. In Longbao everyone is related. He is this one's nephew. She is that one's daughter-in-law. No one is free of bad connections. We thought of relying on Shenfan, but everyone said he had once been a bandit. So we hesitated. But in the countryside there is no such thing as a person without any problems at all. Even the best of the activists aren't completely consistent. He or she may be active on one front and passive on another. All of this is very difficult to analyze. Also, Wang went on, some members of the team pay no attention to contradictions among the people. They are constantly looking for class enemies who can be blamed for everything that has gone wrong. Instead of trying to resolve internal contradictions, they are on the lookout for Kuomintang agents to knock down. This was why Mao's statement on purity, which all had studied that morning, emerged as something important. One had to take the world as it was and work with the people who actually existed and not demand some abstract revolutionary purity as a condition for unity and action. Another problem that loomed large as the team members carried on their discussion was the presence in the village of a handful of scoundrels, ne'er-do-wells, or lumpen elements, people like Splayfoot Sen, Whiskers Shen, Li Yithkan, his son Li Xiaoping and Chn Liang Tien. The escapades of Whiskers Shen alone were enough to fill a book. Splayfoot Sen and Chn Liang Tien had framed a fellow production team member, Tzui Chintso. They stole some corn, hid it in a stack of corn fodder, and blamed it on poor Tzui. They then drove Tzui from their team. Li Yithkan was said to have hit his wife in a fit of anger, thus causing her death. His daughter had drowned in a deep privy cistern and some believed that Li had pushed her in. Here, all agreed, was a man with all 5 vices C/I/ZZ, he, piao, 2, choe shio vi van he sui, eat, drink, whore, gamble and smoke opium and throw in a little stealing on the side. That such people inhabited the countryside surprised no one. This was no cause for alarm. The problem in Longbao was that a number of these unsavory characters were said to be close friends of Swift Li's and Fast Chin's, had served the two well as leading members of the brigade militia when the two gems were in power, and still met together with one or the other or both of the ex-leaders to drink, gossip and commiserate over their loss of power and prestige since the arrival of the Third City propaganda team in March. The charge was that Swift Li had used people like this to listen in on L86 propaganda team meetings, then had encouraged them to throw bricks at rectification activists as they returned home after dark. When all this failed to stop the team's investigations, Swift Li, it was said, had taken advantage of the big character poster campaign, launched for the purpose of repudiating bad people and bad tendencies, to mount a counterattack against the team and all those who cooperated with it. When this, too, failed, the two gems, so it was charged, had resurrected two controversial incidents out of the past, the Little 4 PEI case and the reverse land reform case, to divert everyone's attention away from the real issues, which were said to be the quality of Li's leadership and the political line pursued by him and his cronies during the 5 years that they held power. This third ploy worked well for a while. So great was the outcry generated by the two gems over the death of Pei Shiosu, Little 4, a suicide 10 years earlier, and over those who were said to reject the land reform settlement of 1948 by questioning the killing of Wang Xiaonan 24 years earlier, that the propaganda team wasted 2 weeks looking into both matters from every possible angle. In the end they had to conclude that neither case merited attention. After a long detour into these stale charges, the investigation had to come back to the main question once more: what had the two gems done with their power? At this point Swift Li and Fast Chin abandoned the offensive, reversed the field, and beat a swift retreat. In the middle of the night they teamed up with Splayfoot Sen and Wang Wentie, two secondary targets of the rectification movement, and headed on foot for Changchi City. Alerted by the propaganda team, commune headquarters sent people out to look for the 4 runaways. They checked out the bus station first because they thought the 4 might have taken the bus to Taiyuan, but nobody there had seen anyone from Longbao. The next day the commune cadres went over to the offices of the city committee, but no one there had seen Longbao men either. They were about to leave empty-handed when the 4 came straggling up the stairs. Smart Fan and Comrade Tzui received them and reviewed the charges against them, stressing sidelines at the expense of grain, refusing to study decay as yields dropped, depending on degenerates for support, thus throwing their class stand into question, leading corrupt and hedonistic lives, and defying the rectification movement. The 4, it was said, could not answer these charges and so stood silent. In the end Comrade Tzui persuaded them to go back to Longbao. A few days later, the leaders of the city party committee decided to remove the two gems from office and hold elections for a new party secretary and a new revolutionary committee to lead the brigade. So much for the old leading group. In the long study sessions in the upstairs dormitory at the city guest house, the cadres next turned their attention to the new leading group in Longbao. The central aim of the party rectification movement was to develop a leading core of individuals in each community who would take the lead in building socialism, not just maintain the status quo, and not foster capitalism by default. This, TSUI made clear, was the primary issue /187, on which the work of the team would be judged. Discussion revealed that no one was too happy about the results so far. "FM not very pleased with the new leading group," said Judge Cao. "It's far from ideal, but the fact of the matter is that old Chang Kitsai, Shen Chi Tsai and young Li Kuangqing are the best people we can find for the job. There simply aren't any better codders or activists who have been overlooked. They are hard-working, they are honest, and they have some prestige with the people. Who is there that could take their place? Kitsai is staunch in defense of the poor peasants," said Security Officer Shen. "He is not at all selfish and does not dream of taking personal advantage of any situation. But his cultural level is low, he is always behind in study and he is slow to grasp new things. Probably the main problem with Kitsai is his short-sighted outlook, his democratic revolution ideology," said veteran Wang. "It shows up all the time. He thinks, as long as we don't steal, graft or speculate, what is there to be afraid of? What fault can anyone find?" But this shows a low level of consciousness, because line problems are central now. Even if you don't steal, graft or speculate, if you don't grasp line questions, you can make even more serious mistakes by leading the whole community down the capitalist road. Also, Kitsai makes too many decisions alone without consultation and without all-around consideration of circumstances and policies. The leading cadre of a brigade should sum up the correct opinions of the masses, make correct decisions, and stand firmly for these decisions. Kitsai can stand firm enough, but he doesn't always think things through. And even when he is correct, he can't always explain why and thus win people over. He doesn't consult enough with others. The other cadres, when problems are brought to them, say, "go and ask Kitsai." Thus we get one-man rule. In handling problems, Kitsai has some rough and ready methods left over from land reform days, added Judge Cao. In regard to one stubborn case, he said, "Just give him a good beating, that'll take care of him." When we discuss someone who won't do self-criticism, won't answer questions, and won't help clear up problems, he is apt to say, "Send him to me. I'll solve the whole thing in one night," meaning, I'll educate him by beating him. This is peasant realism. Very practical. But this is no way to solve problems among the people. All agreed that strong ultra-left tendencies swayed the population and the cadres. As a result, many of Kitsai's decisions tended toward the extreme. Longbao's new leading group had drawn up a set of regulations governing labor discipline, crop distribution, and membership rights. Several of these regulations were questionable. One of them required that anyone who failed to perform his or her basic labor days and thus earn his or her share of per capita grain should pay a 2 yuan fine for each missing day. This regulation was impossible to carry out, had not been enforced, and smacked of sheer material incentive or its opposite. Problems of slack work must be solved ideologically, not through rewards and punishments. Another regulation required women who married outside the village to /L88 leave home and take their residence book to their husband's community or unit. This meant that their per capita grain had to come from elsewhere and their children's per capita grain had to come from elsewhere, thus relieving Longbao, a community chronically short of grain, of this burden. But, said veteran Wang, this violates the marriage law and denies women their rights. You can't even call it *new democratic thinking, it is feudal thinking. A woman does not have to move to her husband's house. She can make her own decision on this. This regulation forced people to move by denying per capita grain to the second child of married women who stayed in Longbao and did not earn enough labor days to cover the grain consumed. But in such cases one can only use persuasion, not force, said Wang. Once a woman has married, the villagers want her to leave right away because they only have a couple of mao per capita. But you can't cut people off from grain just because they have more than one child. That's like condemning them to starve. Such a regulation, said Judge Cao, concerns not simply one person, or one family, but the whole community and the line. Instead of solving problems of livelihood through increased production, they are trying to solve them by exporting people. A leading body should look at a problem from all sides, take a broad view, and understand basic policy. But Kitsai and his comrades tend to look at problems one by one and propose regulations that violate the spirit of socialist transformation. Asterisk. Takei, everyone said, best exemplified the spirit of socialist transformation in 197L, but Longbao cadres, though they had twice been to Takei to see for themselves, had not grasped what that leading brigade was all about. To study Takei meant to put politics in command, that is, to study Mao Zedong thought and apply it in daily life and work. It meant to adopt a policy of self-reliance and hard work, to transform nature and transform social relations, and it meant to put concern for the collective and concern for the state, that is, the country as a whole, in first place. Concern for the collective meant concern for collective property, for collective accumulation and collective investment, concern for full payment of taxes in support of the country as a whole, and concern for full sales of grain to feed the cities. But the ruling ideology in Longbao, said theater manager Li, seemed to be, cheat the collective, cheat the state, and collapse the family seed, that is, run through the wealth accumulated by one's ancestors. What indicated this? Well, for one thing, lack of concern for collective tools. In the spring, one team left their night soil buckets in the field. In the fall, after the corn harvest, the commune tractor plowed up the remains of several buckets. People broke, misplaced, and lost tools. So many losses caused people to meet to discuss how their attitude differed from that of Takei. The cadres realized that they hadn't understood the Takei spirit. So they arranged several visits to Takei. But these visits failed to bring the Takei spirit back to the people. Learn from Takei remained empty rhetoric. No one really grasped what Takei was all about. The first time that Longbao cadres visited Takei, they brought back the advanced work point system, where every brigade member was judged once or twice a year on his or her quality as a worker and assigned a fixed number of points for each labor day. Under this system, no matter how much you actually did on a given day, you got the same number of points. Impressed by this system, the Longbao cadres did away with their old, clumsy, piecework system and adopted the Takei method, only to find that people did less work each day than ever before. The second time they went to Takei, they looked at all the solid stone caves and decided to build bigger and better houses in Longbao, houses that soon began to rise like mushrooms on the outskirts of the village, even as crop production slipped. What they failed to grasp was Takei's political line, how to make grain production the key link and develop around that all viable secondary crops and sidelines, how to aim high for better, faster, more economical results based on hard labor, self-reliance and collective action. To follow Takei, a community had to have a stable core of enlightened leading cadres. But it was exactly here, in the handling and promotion of cadres, that the left cast of thought that plagued Longbao had shown up most harmfully. The brigade still would not use middle peasants who were Communist Party members as political officers of production teams or as team leaders because of their hard class origin. Only former hired laborers, poor peasants, and lower middle peasants would do. What happened, then, to the policy of uniting with middle peasants? The Longbao brigade also summarily dismissed cadres who had made mistakes, even when the mistakes were not so serious. The policy of the Communist Party was to educate and remold people, help them overcome their mistakes, and give them a chance to do better. But the practice in Longbao seemed to be to remove cadres wholesale and replace them with other, less experienced cadres who soon made the same or worse mistakes. Had Lu Qinyuang done better than Chang Hsin? Had Swiftly done better than Lu Qinyuang? To ask the question was to answer it. Instead of developing a seasoned leading corps of mature, conscious cadres, Longbao had changed leadership 12 times in 23 years, and this had had a marked effect on progress. Once someone makes a mistake, said Security Officer Shen, he is removed from office. But everyone must make some mistakes. Especially some of the younger people, as they come to leadership they are prone to make mistakes. If you remove them immediately it influences others, who then become less daring in their work. And year after year it goes on like this. Each year the leading corps changes. In the spring they lead the planting, in the fall they preside over the harvest, and in the winter they resign under fire. There are so many one-year team and brigade leaders in Longbao's history. And so the masses have come up with a saying, "Tea in the spring a big red person everybody's favorite, in the fall a harassed bureaucrat, in the winter a struggle object." /190. As a result of this party rectification it's a fact most team leaders and brigade leaders don't want to work anymore. Left in form, right in essence is not just a thing of the past. It still lives and breathes. In truth many of the members of the propaganda team weren't so anxious to continue working either. When the discussion came around to the revolutionization of team cadres everyone had his or her list of complaints. Security Officer Shen, who had been in Longbao the longest and had played an active role on 3 successive cadre teams, admitted that he had not been so happy when he was sent back there in March 197. We worked so hard and so long, but in the end they rewarded us with a Class 3 brigade, an old, big, difficult place once more. The new members, on the other hand, knowing that a grade 13 cadre, a leading member of the Changchi City Committee, who had led one of the early teams, had failed to solve the problem, said, "If high-level cadres haven't been able to achieve a breakthrough, what can we hope to do about it? Longbao is like a bowl of half-cooked rice. We are expected to come out and eat the mess they left behind." The obvious answer to this was, of course Longbao is a hard place to work, if it weren't why would they send a team here? After all, what is work? Work is struggle, Mao Zedong says, and so the thing to do is pull ourselves together and go out and feel the bottom, as the saying goes. Others admitted that they were somewhat tired of struggle, especially in the countryside, where the conditions were so hard. If conditions weren't easier in the cities, who would want to go to the cities? Asked veteran Wang. They agreed that for commune and detached service cadres who were working in the countryside anyway, service in Longbao was more or less routine, but for the factory workers, office workers, and city cadres who had come out, the adjustment was difficult. City life is much easier. We have 8-hour days, Sundays off, and in our regular work we don't have to cudgel our brains nearly as hard as we do here. Staying here a long time makes us tired and we want to go back to our regular jobs, said one of the workers. You're also afraid that you'll fall behind technically and can't advance to a higher grade when the time comes, said Security Officer Shen. Well, we don't make a big issue of that. Perhaps not, but still it counts. But the real problem is that in the countryside the work is harder, said one steel worker. There are no regular hours. We work in the fields all day and meet all night. One has to be selfless and work every night until midnight and then get up at 4 in the morning when the first cock crows. So we get only 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Then when we still can't solve problems we get discouraged. Yes, said Shen, we learn firsthand about the 3 waters. Every day, the peasants say, there are 3 waters due in the morning, sweat all day and rain all night. Lest this thought depress everyone too much, Security Officer Shen suddenly jumped up. /191. Anyone for ping pong? Karma responded enthusiastically and soon they were playing through a hotly contested singles match in the recreation room. At least half of the Longbao team stood by to watch, several members ready to challenge the winner as soon as he or she emerged. One regional cadre, the journalist Tai Ching-chung, was especially good at ping pong and it was he who ended up playing Karma. When he beat her, one of the steel workers challenged him, and so it went, far into the night. Ping pong, at least, had the capacity to divert our minds from that old, big, difficult place called Longbao. On August 25, After breakfast and morning study, all the participants of the conference assembled once again to hear a major political report, this time by Shenfan, a PLA commander who was the secretary of the Changchi Party Committee. Tian's report was, if anything, more abstract and theoretical than Tzui's. In 3 long hours he said little or nothing that Tzui had not already said and gave no concrete examples of anything that had happened during party rectification either in the area administered by the city of Changchi or any other area. Our work is part of the class struggle, part of the ever-present line struggle. In order to do it well we must all see it as a great task. We must raise our consciousness and unite our thinking, we must depend on the people and unite with the people. When we study the role of a party branch we should ask ourselves, does the leading corps carry out Mao Zedong's line? Has the movement raised the awareness of Communist Party members, causing them to play a vanguard role? Do the Communist Party members distinguish between the capitalist and the socialist line? Is the leading body in the hands of people boundlessly loyal to Chairman Mao? Does the leading body put politics in command? Have we got rid of bad people and admitted advanced good elements? Has the new leading body promoted the study of Takei, Taching, and the People's Liberation Army? After a long-winded review of these 7 criteria for judging party branches he went on to outline the work of the next period, a checkup on results. The checkup, he said, would concentrate on rural areas. Team members who had been working in one place would be transferred to other places to carry it out. In the next 2 weeks, August 30th through September 15th, they were to look into the whole situation in their new community, bring out unresolved problems and solve them, then wind up the party rectification wherever it was possible to say that the 7 standards had been met, or met in the main. In doing this they were to involve the people and depend on the people, listen to all sides, and strive for all-around understanding. He singled out 2 of the 7 questions for emphasis. 1. Has the movement raised the awareness of the party members, causing them to play a vanguard role? 2. Has the leading corps carried out Mao Zedong's line? One standard for judging all this is whether things have gone well on the production front. Consciousness may be transformed into matter and matter into consciousness. Since the rectification movement has gone through the whole farming season, we should take a look at the crops. If we put politics in command and carry on class struggle, production will be high. It is impossible to have good politics and poor crops. Since no one challenged this dubious statement, he went on to give advice, much of it trite, as to how, having answered these questions, the team members should proceed. They should make distinctions between the actual situation found in one brigade as compared to another and tackle different problems differently. Where the work had gone well and the 7 standards had been met, the movement should be carried to a still higher level. The remaining weak spots should be exposed and the remaining problems solved. Where the work had gone poorly and the 7 standards had not been met, or only met in part, where the class situation was not clear, where the stale had not been rooted out and the fresh brought in, where Mao Zedong thought had not been well studied or well grasped, in such places the team members would have to launch the movement again after the fall harvest. At that time special teams would assemble for remedial work. Where the work has been well done, look for weaknesses. Where the work has been poorly done, look for strong points, said Tien. In this way one can bring into play the enthusiasm of all, for one cannot just walk into a community and point out all the bad things that have happened. One must stress whatever strong points there are and bring all positive features into play. The checkup was to be carried out in 4 stages. 1. Mobilization. 2. Study of documents. 3. Investigation of the situation on the spot. 4. Solution of problems. Lest anyone should assume that all this was too much trouble, Tien described what he considered to be some of the negative living thoughts in the minds of the rank-and-file team members. Some think that rectification is important, but the checkup really doesn't amount to much, said Tien. They think, one movement after another. Where will it ever end? What if there are some problems left? Is that such a big deal? So they don't take the checkup seriously, especially those who have done some of it. Asterisk, what's the use? What does it matter, they say. They lack enthusiasm. Another living idea is, pass the test, pass the gate. That is, make a good appearance in order to get by without going deeply into things. In order to pass more easily, they try not to expose contradictions but cover them up and smooth them over, thus giving the appearance that all is well. Now this is very wrong, because the problems will surface sooner or later and it is wrong not to expose and solve them. A third living idea is, one thing at a time. Since now everybody is very busy with farm work, with the fall harvest coming up and the wheat planting around the corner, they think the checkup should be put off until later. But this is very wrong. It slights the importance of the checkup. We have to give it proper weight in our own minds. 194. A fourth living idea is that it's time to leave. Some cotters are fed up with the work. When they were assigned to the rural brigades, they were told it would be a job for 2 seasons 6 months, but now they have been down in the countryside for over a year. They want a transfer. They want to get back to their original jobs. They fear hardship. They are glad when praised but very gloomy when criticized. But all ideas of quitting are wrong. This movement is a chance to test and temper ourselves. We should make up our minds to see it through to the end. After all, this checkup is not something local. It is a task that came down to us from the provincial level and it is going on right now all over Shensi. So we must all do our best. Tien ended his report with some general advice. Be careful. Don't exaggerate. Pay special attention to expulsions and recruitments. Expulsions must be approved by the city committee and recruitment must be approved by the next higher body, which means when there is no general branch, the city committee. But first the team members must agree. If you haven't agreed among yourselves, don't bring the problem to us. Finally, sum up your experiences, both positive and negative. These experiences are our precious wealth. The party secretary's report, like that of the vice secretaries a few days before, lasted all morning. After lunch and the noon siesta, the discussions began once more in the dormitories and continued all afternoon and evening. Longbao team members expressed serious doubts over the effectiveness of this checkup. To understand conditions in Longbao in the space of 2 weeks is hard enough, said Chi the Muslim, not to mention solving problems. How can a new team be expected to solve problems that have baffled us for so long? What sort of leading group does Longbao now have? Is it soft, hard, bad, good? Who can really say? Has the lid been taken off the class struggle in Longbao? I doubt it. Can anyone answer these questions in 2 weeks? I doubt it. When you come to the bottom of it, said Wang, the wounded veteran, the problem in Longbao is the problem of the 2 gems. Has it been solved? No. Do we really understand it? No. Is there still factionalism in Longbao? Yes. It is inherited from the Cultural Revolution. I attack you, you attack me. Can this be solved in 3 or 4 days? I doubt it. In addition to the 2 gems, there is the problem of Wang Wenti and the problem of Shen Shin Tsai, Little Shen, leader of the Seize Power faction. Wang Wenti has not passed the gate and Little Shen has been expelled from the party, unjustly perhaps. Can we say we really understand these problems? No. First we have to decide what category they fall into. Are these contradictions among the people, or contradictions with enemies? Then we have to find an appropriate method to solve them. We can't just let them slide and shde. We can't leave them hanging in the air indefinitely. If we really look into it, if we grasp it tightly, we can find a solution for Little Shen, said Judge Cao, the team leader. But as for swiftly, fast. Qin and Wang Wenti, the crux of the problem he's with them. They refuse to recognize their faults, they refuse to do self-criticism. What more can the team do? We can mobilize the masses to repudiate them, said theater manager Lee. Asterisk sooner or later they will have to come round. There is no such thing as bastard to the end. How can you say that? Retorted Chi the Moslem. If there is no such thing, why is there such a category in the party instructions? Bastards to the end are to be tried and punished. Certainly there are bastards to the end. This assertion started a major argument during which everyone began to talk at once. Some, for whom Chi the Moslem spoke most eloquently, maintained that there were persons who simply could not be touched by criticism or repudiation, and others, led by Wang, the wounded veteran, maintained with equal eloquence that most people could be reached and that the fault in this case lay with the team and not with the obstinate cotters. Well, in regard to Swiftly, said theater manager Lee, it would be a left mistake to expel him and punish him at this point. But it's up to him to recognize his mistakes. He won't. He thinks he's completely revolutionary and no one has the right to criticize him. He's too stubborn. That's not our fault. We can't make his self-criticism for him. We've done all we can do. But there are still two sides to this, replied veteran Wang. The suspended cotters have to make proper self-criticism, that's true, but the propaganda team has to do its work well also. We have to find a way to reach them. Two sides, I'll admit, said Lee, but the two sides aren't equal. The main problem lies with Swiftly. We've done our best. He's to blame. Well, said veteran Wang, I doubt if we've done our best. You must admit that our work also has shortcomings. Even on this question we can still improve. But the problem still lies with the men themselves, Lee insisted once more. Swiftly thinks that out here in the countryside there is not that much pressure. He figures we'll leave eventually and his supporters in the village will remain. He'll be reinstated in the party and in some leading office and that will be that. When all is said and done, he thinks, I am not a counter-revolutionary, so they can't do anything about me. I'll outlast them. But veteran Wang would not give in. I think the main problem is that our team members are not united. We don't have a uniform understanding of this case. If we did we could solve it. How can you say we disagree on it, said Security Officer Shen. We all agree it's a contradiction among the people. We all agree that the two gems made line mistakes. We all agree that they should recognize their mistakes and criticize themselves. So where's the disunity? Well, there's some doubt about Fast Jin's class stand, his relationship with the singer Shi Kui Shang. Can we say we have gotten to the bottom of the case? And as for Wang Wentie, it's clear we have no unity. I-96. What makes you say that? Well, after he was brought before the masses and made his self-criticism, the team members had nothing to say. The whole thing was left up in the air. We had nothing to say because we couldn't agree. T deny that, said Security Officer Shen. Our attitude is clear. Wentie is not a class enemy. We have made mistakes in working style. We discussed our conclusions in the leading group. The problem was we failed to tell everyone, so it seemed we had no position. Well, it certainly seemed to me that the propaganda team was not united, said Wang, and that's why his criticism was so poor and there has been no solution. No. 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 Said Shen excitedly. That was not decisive at all. The problem was not that we weren't united. The problem was with Wentie himself. That's right, said Lee, jumping in support of the security officer. The team may have made some mistakes in method, but the crux of the matter is Wentie's attitude. The masses won't press him because he never changes and it's his fault, not ours. Once again the debate became very lively, with people interrupting one another and several people talking at once. As in the case of the two gems, the issue was: who is to blame, the stubborn cotters themselves, or poor work on the part of the team? The lineup in the debate clearly turned out to be those who had been there a long time, defending their work and their effort, against those who had come more recently. The old-timers charged that the latecomers had not attended the crucial meetings, didn't really understand what had happened, and didn't realize how much patient work and explanation had gone into the reform of the obstinate cotters. The latecomers, on their part, kept insisting that that was all very well, but since the problem hadn't been solved, more work must be done and perhaps it could be improved. To me the debate seemed strangely familiar and I suddenly realized why. 23 years before, when Wang Wentii, his father, Wang Yitlai, Li Hung Er, the village militia captain, and Wang Shiyu returned from the county jail in a defiant mood, the Longbao work team had conducted a very similar debate, with my assistants, Chi Yun and Si Hung, demanding drastic action against stubborn cotters who refused to criticize themselves. Ho Paopei, leader of the work team, had insisted that the men were not class enemies, that he could not simply slap them down, that he had to do more patient education and mobilization work. What made this debate, so old and yet so new, so singular, even uncanny, was the central role Wang Wentii still played in it, and for the same basic reasons as before. He had been proud and stubborn in the past and had refused to bow his head before the people who accused him of arrogant and oppressive work as captain of the police. After a long period of suspension and reform he had resumed work as captain of the police, as the man in charge of village security, and now once again was under fire for arrogant and oppressive ways. True to form, he proudly and stubbornly refused to criticize himself except in the most superficial way. As security officer Shen said in disgust, after hours of mass criticism, "What does Wentii do? He steps forth and says, 'I welcome your criticism,' then proceeds to ignore it. Perhaps no such thing as bastard to the end existed, but there certainly were some very stubborn cases. Wang Wentii was one of these and so, apparently, were the two gems. A fourth was the man at the brick kiln, Wang Manshi. Since the latter was not a party member he was not a major issue for the party rectification movement, but because he was serving as a cotter, as the head of a sidelines team, he created a problem, especially since Manshi, as everyone well knew, had recently beat up one of the brick kiln workers for refusing to clean up after a heavy rain. "Don't tell me he did it in the interest of the work," said Chi the Muslim. "Such a working style cannot be tolerated." The beating, instead of advancing the work, completely disrupted the work. How can Manshi still serve as a cotter? He'll never change. But others disagreed. Even Manshi, they said, could change. Change is a process from not recognizing error to recognizing error, and it is sometimes very slow. Part of the problem, it seemed, was the way in which everyone treated Manshi. When he made serious mistakes the brigade shoved him aside and criticized him heavily, but then when the brigade needed a loyal, hard-working person to spark some work, it called him back to lead the way. "We push him off the stage when we are mad at him and pull him back into the act when we need him again," said veteran Wang. All this created confusion. It did not help in the remolding of Manshi. Once again I was aware of an echo out of the past. For was it not the case in the land reform struggle that when the village needed an activist, Manshi had led the way in beating the landlords and won great respect from all, only to lose it when he began to beat ordinary people as heartily as he did people's enemies? But when the confrontation occurred between the village congress and the rich peasant widow Upu Ho, suddenly everyone thought of Manshi again as the man to take direct action. Could it be said that all the education of the intervening years had failed to have any effect? I think not, for Manshi had mellowed considerably. But he still had a hot temper, and he still lost his head occasionally, especially when some young person obstructed the brigade's work. I, for one, was ready to grant Manshi some potential for growth. Not so Chi the Muslim. How can we use a man like him as a cotter? Why, right in the middle of the Cultural Revolution he stole a board. He's rotten inside. His style is impossible. If he's not doing something lecherous, he's stealing something. Once again, as was the case with the two gems and Wang Wentii, Two lines emerged in the propaganda team, a hard line toward errant cotters and a soft line. The extended discussion at the city guest house in August did not lead to a meeting of minds. The differences persisted and built toward a climax in the days to come. But on one thing all agreed: a 2-week checkup by a completely new team would be of questionable value. Karma and I agreed with this and added our own urgent argument for continuity in Longbao. If a I-98 completely new team appeared and all the people who had been there for months and even years were transferred out, how would we ever come to grips with the real situation in Longbao? To whom could we turn for the story of its recent history and an evaluation of its cotters and ordinary people? Chang Changfu, vice leader of the Revolutionary Committee of Machang Commune, who sat in on the discussions of the Longbao team, brought both the team's doubts and our own objections to the city leaders, and they worked out a compromise. Half or more of the Longbao team would leave, but a solid core of the people who had been there longest, plus veteran Wang, the man most experienced in rural work, would stay. Several newcomers would join them, and together they would carry through the checkup. It was a happy solution, at least for Karma and me. When we returned to the village, the propaganda team with whom we had lived, eaten, and met morning, noon and night accepted us as completely and warmly as that land reform work team had accepted me in Longbao 23 years before. As the discussions continued, it became more and more apparent that the whole conference lacked decisive leadership. Since the keynote speeches had not illuminated concrete problems, THP participants found it hard to achieve cohesion. The major weakness of Party Secretary T'In's speech was its abstract content. Vice Secretary T'Zui had called for lively examples, first-hand experiences that could give flesh to the bare bones of his political rhetoric. But after 2 days of extended discussion and exchange, T'In's report emerged leaner and drier than the one that preceded it. One had no sense, from attending this meeting, of the true situation in the municipal area. What main contradictions plagued the various brigades and units? What principal shortcomings marred the work of the party members and the party branches? What sort of rotten people had the branches found and removed, and what sort of healthy new forces had they recruited? What concrete manifestations of the projected struggle between the capitalist and the socialist roads in Changchi City had shown up, and how could one defeat the former and carry the latter to victory? Party Secretary T'In presented no analysis, no summary, no estimate that could explain the local situation, while down below the team members wandered through a veritable thicket of concrete problems which seemed to pile one on the other until they weighed everyone down. The Longbao team had at least raised some basic questions. In the case of the two gems, were they dealing with a contradiction among the people, or were they dealing with class enemies? If there were bastards to the end, how did one judge them, and short of that, what constituted an adequate effort to reach and reform people? If a brigade neglected grain production to concentrate on sidelines, how did one determine the proper role of sidelines in such a rapidly growing industrial area? What were the conditions in the outskirts of Changchi that made this problem so acute? Were private peddlers and private repair shops for bicycles, watches, and other household goods wrong in principle? If not, how should they be judged? Was it exploitation for craftsmen to charge money for repairs? And what about all the ultra-left? 199. Policies and tendencies discovered by the propaganda team in Longbao: the revolving door for cotters who had committed small mistakes, the reluctance to use anyone of middle peasant origin, limited rights for people who had been expropriated, even though unjustly, limited rights for all second, third and fourth generation landlord and rich peasant children, and the denial of per capita grain to children born of married mothers who refused to move away. The notion that in the persons of Swiftly and Fast Jin one might be dealing with an enemy contradiction rested on their relationship with Shi Kuei-shang, the niece of a leading Catholic reactionary, now under supervision. The leading Catholic's crime was his role in the so-called Catholic uprising of 1966. But surely, if there were some reactionary Catholic movement afoot, its ramifications must spread way beyond Longbao. There must be some evidence of agitation in the municipality, the surrounding counties and the southeast region as a whole. Surely the secretary of the city party committee could come up with some framework of conspiracy or lack of it which could aid people at the village level to judge the phenomena they were dealing with. But no such analysis ever surfaced. Tien talked only in generalities: class struggle, line struggle, Mao Zedong thought, weed out the stale, bring in the fresh. Factionalism ran like a troublesome thread through every facet of local life. Even though the army had suppressed open fighting more than 4 years ago, the persistence of mutual hates and grievances, stemming primarily from the Cultural Revolution, continued to divide the whole population. But on factionalism Tien said not a word. In the face of massive evidence to the contrary, he spoke as if the whole phenomenon no longer existed. Tien could have made the same speech in Tientsin or Heilongjiang. After the conference broke up, but before we left our quarters to return to Longbao, the leading comrades of the city committee came to my dormitory room to say goodbye. They asked me what I thought of the 5-day meeting. After some embarrassing hesitation I finally said to Tsui, it seems to me that there is a gap here between theory and practice, that up above there is a rather abstract theory of party rectification and down below there is a morass of concrete problems untouched by theory. Up above, some rather grand rhetoric, and down below, an intricate maze of contradictions without any clear picture as to what is significant and what is not. I could see from the faces of the Longbao team that this was a welcome opinion. I caught, out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting smile on Shen's face and a flash of enthusiasm in Cao's eyes. But the army comrades met the opinion with stolid silence. They did not say yes, they did not say no. They dropped the subject and returned to the pleasantries of our farewell. Perhaps they had not really expected to get an opinion. Or perhaps they recognized that there was something to it and did not know how to respond. As always, it seemed to be very difficult to get any kind of exchange going, to talk man to man, comrade to comrade, about any real problem with higher cadres. They seemed reluctant to take a stand, at least one that could be presented to a foreigner. On our way home to Longbao, as I mulled over the lessons of the conference, it occurred to me that there was something wrong with the very building in which it was held. I wondered if the new government had really thought through the question of an architecture suited to a people's democratic state. Under the feudal order, architects designed government buildings, such as the county magistrate's yamen, to inspire awe and obedience. Cut off from the street by massive walls and moats, their entrances manned by fierce guards, they caused even the boldest of ordinary citizens to think twice before entering. The whole layout expressed overwhelming centralized power. The offices manned by communist revolutionaries during the decades of civil and national war, prior to 1949, expressed just the opposite principle. Under guerrilla conditions, the government usually functioned far from any county or regional capital. The officials made their homes and offices wherever they could, often taking over the courtyards of some local landlord who had been expropriated and, like as not, sharing it with a newly fan's-hand peasant family or two. With chickens and pigs underfoot and a donkey braying nearby, they conducted official business out of a dispatch case. Security guards, young eighth-rooters with lugers on their hips, merged with the population, helped with the morning chores, carried water for the cadres and for their peasant hosts, and could usually be found early in the morning sweeping the courtyard along with the mother of the family and her eldest daughter. Thus the officials lived close to the people, rubbed shoulders with them at home and on the street, and made themselves available to everyone who had a grievance or a suggestion. Shared quarters obliterated, or very nearly obliterated, the traditional great gulf between official and common man. People thought of their revolutionary cadres as they did of the soldiers recruited from their midst as a brother and son, sister and daughter force. Truly the people served as the water in which the cadres swam like fish. All this was dramatically expressed by Anna Louise Strong in a description of a visit to the Yan'an cave where Mao Zedong lived, /20I. I went to Mao's home by auto truck, slithering down the steep bank, bumping over boulders in the water, climbing the far shore at a dangerous angle, and passing the gate into Yang family village, the narrow ravine where the headquarters of the Central Committee was located. We dismounted a short distance up the ravine, climbed a steep path between cornstalks and tomato vines, and came to a ledge from which a score of caves opened. 4 of these caves, set close among the neighbors, were the home of Chairman Mao. We sat on a flat terrace under an apple tree while the late afternoon wore on and sunset glorified the arid hills. Mao's fascinating, dark-haired wife sat beside us for a time and then went in to arrange a meal. Their small daughter, in a dress of bright-figured cotton, played around her father's knee. In the early part of the conversation I noticed a movement in the grass higher up the hill, some 50 feet above Mao's caves. "Who is up there?" I asked, thinking how easily a bomb could be dropped on our terrace and wondering if there were guards about protecting the chairman's home. "Just another family," replied Mao. "Their children are curious about my foreign guest. Seldom have I seen a man so happily and sociably set in his environment. Living like a peasant, he did not even demand the privacy that most intellectuals think necessary for their work. What privacy he needed was given by the respect in which his neighbors held him. The children above peeped down but made no noise." Asterisk. With liberation of the whole country and the regularization of government, with the establishment of a new structure of power in the very centers where power had been wielded of old, much of the informality and accessibility of the guerrilla regime crumbled or was crushed. If the new county and municipal organizations did not move back into the old seats of power, the thick-walled feudal yamens, they built imposing new government structures, modern office buildings surrounded by equally high walls that were often topped by barbed wire or even broken glass embedded in cement. The soldiers who guarded the gates stood stiffly at attention, with automatic rifles slung across their bellies. Certainly the ordinary citizen must hesitate more than a little before entering such imposing portals to seek out an official in his second or third-story office. While not unmindful of the problem of security for cotters in a period of sharp class struggle such as the socialist transformation of the last 20 years, it seemed to me that most city and county offices and officers could have done business on the ground floor of buildings built like ordinary stores along the main street or the side streets of county seats and regional capitals, offices so constructed that ordinary people could feel welcome as they walked in off the street to consult over taxes, grain purchases, marriage licenses or whatever other business they might have to contract. To spend so much money on imposing public buildings seemed to me to be not only wasteful, but also unfortunately symbolic of the re-establishment of that great gap between people and government which cursed old China. Such buildings cut cotters off from people and people off from cotters so that the former easily fell into elitism and commandism, and the latter easily fell prey to feelings of inadequacy and suppliance. Even at the brigade level modern headquarters were walled in. In Longbao village there was only one entrance to the large courtyard that housed the offices of the Revolutionary Committee, but this entrance, though covered, dispensed with guards. Inside the walls the brigade's leading officials shared their grounds with the accountant's office, the doctor's clinic, the dispensary, the community barber shop, the electrician's shop, the power switchboard, a warehouse, and a large meeting hall. People used the hall for rehearsals, dramatic performances, and an indoor carpentry shop, as well as for mass meetings of the brigade members. Hundreds of people had business here every day and they came freely in and out as the spirit moved them. Since all brigade officials worked at least half-time in the fields as members of various production teams, and since they lived in houses and courtyards in no way different from those of their fellow brigade members, their lifestyle tended to resemble the old, easy integrated relationship between officials and populace that had so impressed the peasants in guerrilla war days. Once one reached the commune level, however, the old official habits began to reassert themselves, as the sketch on page 203 of Makang Commune headquarters shows. Here in one large walled compound, all the offices of the district were concentrated. The seat of the government, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Committee, stood at the back as in a yamen of old. That ordinary people entered this commune complex reluctantly was by no means certain. With a proper attitude on the part of the commune leaders, peasants might always feel welcome here. But the architecture suggested exclusiveness. It walled the cotters into an official enclosure, and if their attitude ever wavered they could easily turn to abusing their power. Between form and content there is always an intimate relationship, and the form here seemed out of keeping with the equalitarian content which China's new leaders had set out to create. Along with imposing offices, the new government continued the old feudal practice of making papers and decrees, correspondence, invoices and receipts official through the use of seals. These large hand-cut wooden or stone stamps carried the name of the organization. The higher the level, the larger the stamp, until they reached 4 by 4 or 6 by 6 inches in size. An order stamped with an official seal using ink in the color of authority red commanded universal respect. To control a seal meant to wield real power. To seize a seal meant to seize real power. An official seal exerted more social leverage than a platoon of troops. Starting out as symbols of power, seals came to embody real power because people stood in awe of them. In the new society, as in the old, seals attained the stature of true. 204. Fetishes, objects irrationally reverenced, objects imbued with independent life. Surely seal fetishism inhibited the emancipation of the mind that must open the way for democracy. It is doubtful, however, that anyone in China ever gave this matter a thought. These were the thoughts running through my mind as we returned to the village by jeep, but I had little chance to share them with anyone. As soon as the team members arrived in Longbao they began to reorganize their ranks. Theater manager Li, Muslim Chi, steel worker Cheng, accountant Pei, and teacher Chn all prepared to leave. 2 new members, Wen Liangyith and Lu Shuwang, appeared to make up, in part, for the loss. Security officer Shen stepped into the position of team leader, while Judge Cao dropped down a notch to the position of vice leader. He was joined there by pipe fitter Huang, who won promotion to the same level. As if to confirm my worst fears about official behavior, pipe fitter Huang no sooner became a vice leader than he shed his worker's modesty, put on his old military uniform, and began to behave like a platoon sergeant in the army. As his opinions became more dogmatic, he expressed them ever more loudly. When he dealt with peasants, he seemed always to be barking commands. After spending one long afternoon evaluating the work of the departing comrades and listening to their suggestions for future work, the remaining team members plunged into the task at hand, mobilizing the members of the local party branch for the study, discussion, and self and mutual criticism to come. Karma and I attended some of the preparatory meetings, but in the intervals between them we continued to meet with the old cotters like Chang Kitsai and Chang Hsin Fa to dig out the rest of the story about what had happened in the last 2 decades. The second decade after the completion of the land reform began with the Great Leap. Participants spoke of it with enthusiasm. Those were the days. Whenever I sit at home and think about it, I feel happy again. I was only 21 at the time. What was so great? The fact that so many people came together. Their discipline was marvelous. Everyone came to work on time and all joined in with a will. No line divided village from village, people from here and people from there. We'd never even seen iron made before, but here we were making it ourselves. As we waited for the iron to pour out, we got more and more excited. I had nothing to do but watch over the diesel engine in my care. As long as it was running well, I could go and look around. Thus I hung around the various furnaces taking everything in. One day I dug some big grooves in the sand, spelling out, "Let the whole people smelt iron." When the molten metal ran out, it filled all the channels I had carved, casting these words in solid metal. We hung this up, Chao Tiongmin, peasant technician. When we first marched off to work on the dam at Xi'ing, many of us had second thoughts. We assumed we were going far away to a place of hardship and hunger. As we said goodbye to family and friends, we wept. But from the very first moment we set foot in their village, Xi'ing people treated us well. They let us stay in their best cave homes. We always had plenty of millet to eat, and every third day we had mutton. We ate so well and enjoyed it so much that when it came time to leave, no one wanted to go home. Chang Kitsai, Party Secretary. 100,000 laborers worked on the dam at Sishuho. Red flags flew all over the place. At night electric bulbs outnumbered the stars. They made the night as bright as day. All the cotters went down to work among the people and everybody worked with great determination. With 100,000 people in 3 shifts there were people everywhere. If you stood on the hill and looked down, you saw seas and oceans of people. Shi Tzayun, Director, Consumer Coup. On the railroad construction project everyone worked hard. All strove to be heroes and nobody lagged behind. People were enthusiastic and easy to lead. Whenever I called a meeting they all came to take part. Leadership was easy in those days. We launched all sorts of competitions. There was a woman from Tianxi named Miao Wenying. She could haul 1,000 caddies of stone in a cart/206. Uphill or down. Men liked to work with her because she put all her strength into her work. Sometimes we staged races, one commune against the other, to see which could move the most dirt to the embankment. Miao Wenying carried 2 big baskets on her carrying pole and no man could beat her. Not even Chao Taiyuan, a 60-year-old, who always came out first in competitions between men. She took on 10 different men, one at a time, and defeated them all. Finally I volunteered to give it a try. Everyone warned me that I'd never beat her. I tried, but she defeated me, too. Wang Wentie, leader, 5th Team Vegetable Garden. Thus Longbao people spoke about the Great Leap, a mass movement of a few months' duration that served, without doubt, as the high point of their lives between the land reform of 1947 and the Cultural Revolution of 1966. The Great Leap of 1958 and the movement to form communes were organically linked. In some places, notably in Honan province, communes were formed by merging cooperatives. On the basis of this new, large-scale organization, a great leap in production was launched. In other places, in order to join the production movement that was already sweeping the nation, people quickly formed communes through mergers. The two movements stimulated each other and reinforced each other. Between them they fanned up a nationwide reorganization of rural society and a nationwide movement to remake nature, build industries throughout the countryside, and smelt iron and steel everywhere. It is best to begin with the organization of communes. In the winter of 1957-58 the party launched a big drive to bring water to hitherto dry lands, especially in Honan. With all the peasants of that province already organized in higher stage coups, it was thought that rural people had already found an organizational form with the strength to carry out whatever tasks needed doing. But as the drive developed it became clear that the small scale of the cooperatives, each containing from 100 to 200 families, stood in the way of rational progress. There were too many conflicts of interest between groups over land use, rights of way and water rights, and there were too few people under coordinated command. These problems were most easily resolved by a leap to a higher stage of cooperation that brought all the groups of a single township, even all the groups in a county, together. By pooling all land and all resources and by allocating labor power on a large scale, projects hitherto undreamed of suddenly became practical. Out of the needs of the moment large associations of cooperatives were born. Mao Zedong called them communes after he inspected what was going on in Honan and Shantung. Very quickly the idea of the commune developed far beyond a simple association for carrying out capital construction in the land. Since the communes were as big as townships and sometimes as big as counties, they soon took over the functions of government. They became responsible not only for agricultural production but for small industries also, then widened their powers to direct all administration, trade, banking, education, medical care, and culture. In the end they took over military affairs, the organization and direction of the militia, as well. In the present circumstances, said the Central Committee resolution of August, 1958, the establishment of people's communes with all-around management of agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, side occupations/207. and fisheries, where industry, the worker, agriculture, the peasant, exchange, the trader, culture and education, the student, and military affairs, the militiaman, merge into one, is the fundamental policy to guide the peasants to accelerate socialist construction, complete the building of socialism ahead of time, and carry out the gradual transition to communism. Asterisk. The sudden introduction of the concept of communism here was startling. What stood in the way of true equality, what blocked the road to communist sharing, many felt, was the persistence in China of three great differences: the difference between city and country, between worker and peasant, and between mental and manual labor. Communes, with the resources to bring about a technical revolution in every branch of production, with the strength to build industries in the countryside and at the same time to develop all-around education, medical care and cultural life, could tackle these differences, raise the countryside up toward the level of the cities, turn peasants into workers, at least part-time, and develop people capable of both mental and manual labor. Each of these steps was a step on the road to communism, a hitherto distant goal, which suddenly appeared on the horizon as a social stage possible to achieve in a decade or two, certainly in the lifetime of the people discussing the problem. The Sputnik coup, in Sniping County, Honan, showed how communes should actually be organized to accomplish these goals. The merger of 27 smaller coups, all of which had been engaged in overlapping and conflicting water conservancy projects before they joined to pool resources and labor power, brought Sputnik into being in April, 1958. Sputnik's constitution, the first to be published anywhere in China, set the tone for the movement to come. It codified an advanced and large-scale collective way of life that brought together some 9,000 households in a multifaceted cooperative conglomerate. Members pooled not only all the productive property of their original collectives but also such private holdings as garden plots, house sites and trees, distributed income through a monthly wage system instead of the seasonal division of the crop, and guaranteed each individual a free supply of grain. They organized public dining rooms, nurseries, and sewing teams to take over women's work, thus freeing women to join production. To facilitate capital construction on the land and the building of industries, they pooled and put under unified control all material and financial resources and all manpower. This huge coup soon merged with the township, so that the Congress delegates, council members, chairman, and deputy chairman of the township assumed equivalent posts in the commune. Commentators interpreted this merger of state and cooperative as the disappearance of the lowest level of state power, a first step toward the disappearance of the state under communism as predicted by Marx and Engels. After the peasants formed the first communes in Honan, and after Mao Zedong, on a tour of Shantung, told a reporter that communes are good, communes formed rapidly throughout China. As they formed, they began reclamation projects large and small as well as all sorts of industrial construction, with the accent on iron and steel. Out of this the Great Leap emerged. Feeling that the cooperative movement as a whole and the sudden leap to the large commune form had unleashed enormous new forces of /208 production, Mao revived a slogan first coined in 1956 and once again called on the whole nation to go all out, aim high for greater, faster, more economical results in the building of socialism. It must be admitted that there was at the time some basis for thinking that China could move rapidly forward economically and socially. There truly were enormous forces of production that had never been mobilized and enormous resources that had never been tapped. Tens of millions of peasants had always been underemployed, working hard only during the height of the crop season, then idling throughout the slack season for lack of alternative employment. The average days worked per year before cooperation had been something like 100 to 150. Cooperation raised this to over 200. It was thought that communes could ensure 300 or more workdays per year, many of them in capital construction that would greatly increase the productivity of the land, and create new industries capable of employing millions. If millions of peasants had always been underemployed, huge reserves of minerals, water, wastelands, rangelands, and forests had always been underutilized. Held back first by a stalemated landlord-tenant system, then by a fragmented individual economy, China's vast labor power had never been able to come to grips with the wealth of the country. Now, it was argued, the labor power of the people, liberated from private property, could at last go to work. In a very short time, this power, once activated, could transform the economy. The slogan "catch up with and surpass Britain in 15 years" fired the imagination. Surpassing Britain was in some ways a modest demand for a country of China's size and resources. Britain was not, after all, a superpower. The home islands produced only 40 million tons of steel and generated some 450,000 million kilowatt-hours of electricity per year. For China, however, producing at that time only 5 million tons of steel and generating only 40,000 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, surpassing Britain in 15 years loomed as a serious challenge. The excellent crop maturing throughout the length and breadth of the nation in 1958 gave everyone cause for optimism. Partly because of the extensive conservation measures that had been undertaken the previous year, but primarily because of a stretch of excellent weather that brought neither prolonged drought nor serious flooding to any large section of the country, the season promised an unprecedented harvest. Given abundant food at last, the Chinese people considered no task too great to accomplish. They launched a drum-beating, cymbal-clashing mass exodus from the routines of normal life. People went out by the millions from quiet villages and carefully tended fields to build dams in the wilderness, dig canals that changed the course of rivers, open mines wherever ore or coal could be found, and smelt iron and steel on the spot. With full stomachs, high hopes and infectious zeal, they challenged nature. Never had China's future seemed so bright. Now our enthusiasm has been aroused, said Mao Zedong. Ours is an ardent nation, swept by a burning tide. There is a good metaphor for this: our nation is like an atom. When this atom's nucleus is smashed, the thermal energy released will have really tremendous power. We shall be able to do things which we could not do before. Changchi City, with its suburban districts, took up the challenge of the new movement early. A city-wide debate on the socialist road versus the capitalist road had prepared the way. Called the Big Four debate, big subject, big wind, big character posters, big controversy, all struggle centered on the question of cooperation versus private farming. The sharpest conflict took place inside the Communist Party, where a new rectification movement was in progress to clarify policy, criticize weaknesses, and mobilize all positive factors for building socialism. Wang, the wounded veteran on the Longbao propaganda team, recalled vividly the course of the debate at Yellow Mill, where he went to work as a Changchi city cadre that year. Because Yellow Mill served as a concentration point, Longbao Brigade members also attended the sessions. For a 5-day period, cadres encouraged the people to speak out all their grievances. Many problems, large and small, came to the surface. From among those who spoke critically, the debate committee chose 3 whose complaints brought out most sharply the question of the old society versus the new. One was a former puppet district head who attacked the new society head-on. "The pig will always die at the hand of the slaughterer," he said. The second was the son of an upper-middle peasant who claimed that since cooperatives came on the scene he had not been able to get enough to eat. The third was an ex-communist who had once been a beggar. Since liberation, 2 of his brothers had died in their prime. He reacted bitterly to this and had come to resent the discipline of collective work. To anyone who would listen, he recalled, with nostalgia, the free life of his days as a beggar. The committee asked these 3 to speak before public meetings. Large crowds gathered in the street to hear them and refute them. The son of the upper-middle peasant proved no match for the people. The per capita grain distributed that year in Yellow Mill amounted to 450 caddies. He claimed this was not enough. "Before liberation I could buy all the grain I wanted. Now I only get this small share. What, then, is your idea of enough?" asked one. "Is 500 caddies enough?" asked another. /210. "No," said the critical young man. How about 800? 800? Maybe. 800 is better. This immediately isolated him from his listeners. The per capita distribution of 450 caddies had created a grain surplus for most families. True, a single person might need as much as 500 caddies, but there was always additional food and income available from the private plots. To demand 800 caddies surpassed all reasonable expectations. Confronted with these arguments, the young man could not hold out for long. After a couple of hours he gave up the gun and agreed that he was wrong. The people found the ex-beggar who had once been a party member more difficult to deal with. They debated with him for 5 days. The clash proved important, because he expressed the private thoughts of a certain minority of honest people who really had reservations about the new collective way, all those adjustments in lifestyle that people had to make in order to be able to work well together. This man began with the history of his family, how he had grown up with his 2 brothers, sometimes working, sometimes begging. During the anti-Japanese war all 3 became communists. One brother joined the 8th Route Army and died in battle. The other became a full-time cotter, worked hard, fell ill, and died at home. Socialism, concluded the lone survivor, is not as good as that which existed before. Soldiering killed my older brother. Overwork killed my second brother. I'm the only one left. In the old society my older brother wouldn't have joined the army and my second brother wouldn't have worked himself to death. Furthermore, being a laborer is better than owning one's own land. When I worked for others harvesting wheat, I ate 5 meals a day. Now all I get is 3. What were those 5 meals? On rising we ate corn dumplings. At mid-morning our employer sent steamed bread to the fields. At noon we ate noodles. In the afternoon we had steamed bread again and in the evening it was porridge and vegetables. Even when I had to beg, it wasn't so bad. Whenever I got hungry I just asked for something to eat. When I wasn't hungry I slept under a tree. I lay there and watched the ants climbing up and down the tree. I enjoyed myself. When I needed food I got it. If you had money you could get what you needed. Now, whatever they have, whatever they offer, you have to eat it. People found it hard to hear this man out. As soon as he finished they asked him, is it true that in the old society you could eat all you wanted? In those days there were sharks' fins, swallows' nests, sea slugs and fish. Did you ever eat any of these? I didn't have any money, said the ex-beggar. If I had had money I could have eaten them. Well, why didn't you have any money? The man hesitated. Speak up, shouted the people. It was because I couldn't earn any. But you said you ate 5 meals a day. No. That was only during the harvest season, during the wheat harvest. /211. Well, why wouldn't the landlord give you 5 meals a day the rest of the time? There was no harvest work. Why should he hand out 5 meals then? People easily refuted the idea that this man ate well in the old society, but the idea that he could, when he wanted to, just lie under a tree and enjoy himself intrigued some. It was his main argument in favor of being a laborer in the past rather than a master in the coop of today. If I wanted to work I worked. Otherwise I just quit and did nothing. If the old society was all that good, how come you went begging? Well, in the busy season I worked. In the slack season nobody wanted me. I had to go begging. When there was work, how many days did you work? Every day, from morning to night. Why didn't you just quit? That wouldn't do. No work, no money. No money, no food. So how many days do you work now? 200. That means you can rest days and more. I guess so. Having forced him into this much of a retreat, his questioners bored in. Were you allowed to criticize in the old days? How could I? I just did whatever I was told. Did you ever get sick in the old days? Yes. When you got sick, could you get any help from a doctor? No. Where could I find a doctor? What if they grabbed you and put you in the army? Could you refuse in those days? No. But there weren't so many people in the army in those days either. But everyone in the ranks was poor. Isn't that true? They were all poor people like us. Yes, they only grabbed the poor. Again and again the people forced him to the wall, figuratively speaking. So now you work only 200 days, you eat every day, you can speak out what is on your mind, if you're sick you can see a doctor, the army doesn't grab anybody, so how do you think your life is now? How does it compare with the past? Speak up so everyone can hear, the crowd shouted. This man is too stubborn, said a few. He's forgotten his origin. Let's give him a good licking. But the party leaders decided to treat him as a confused poor peasant. The discussion went on. Finally the man said, I can't debate anymore. I've lost. I'll admit there are some advantages to being a member of the coup. The third target, the old puppet district head, stood before him as a class enemy. What he meant by the pig will die at the hands of the slaughterer was the Communist Party will do the people in. Cow, the party branch secretary, made him stand high on a stool so that everyone could see him, but his very presence angered the crowd. The members of the work team /212 were afraid that the confrontation might lead to physical assault. They wanted to get the man down and away before the situation got out of control. Simply to ask him to step down, however, was too transparent. Everyone present would resent it. Never mind, said Cow. I have a method. He stepped to the front of the crowd. Quiet. Quiet. Listen to me. His words are vicious, are they not? Yes, shouted the people, almost in unison. Then how can he be allowed to stand up here above the crowd? He ought to climb down and stand on the ground. Yes, make him come down, shouted the people. So Cow ordered the man to step down. After a few brief exchanges the work team members led him away. Thus they defused a violent incident. These debates, carried forward all over the county in 1958, helped to clear up some confusion. Since the organizers made a clear distinction between vicious attacks on the new society and the doubts and reservations in the minds of honest people, the movement united the vast majority who wanted to develop cooperation and isolated those diehards who preferred to go it alone. In Longbao village the debates that followed the events in Yellow Mill centered on the three Li brothers, Li Xiancheng, Li the Fat, his wounded veteran brother, Li Taiping, and young Li Chi Shun. These three formerly poor peasants were all Communist Party members. Li the Fat was by this time a cadre of the Shang or township government that administered 12 villages, including Longbao, from Horse Square, roughly equivalent to the old 5th district of Lekeng County. Taiping served as a village officer of Longbao, while Chi Shun remained a rank-and-file party branch member. I have already described how these three prospered as new rich peasants after land reform, and how, once they joined the new agricultural producers cooperative, they still managed to take advantage of their neighbors because of the large capital shares they contributed. In 1957 their fellow coup members criticized them because of the arrogant manners they had developed. Most people dared not cross them. To say nothing of the masses, these three brothers cursed their fellow cadres and everyone else. Now posters went up saying, "In the old days the landlords bullied us. How come you are bullying us now? Before liberation you were modest and hard-working. How come you are so arrogant now?" The real issue in the case of the Li brothers was, of course, not their attitude, but their line, the road of individual gain and profit which they managed to follow whether outside of the collective or inside it. But their attitude was what people saw most clearly and resented most keenly. The public could only approach their overall role through criticism of their attitude and of their working style. Under a barrage of criticism Li the Fat had no ready answers. He squatted at the back of the room in silence, while neighbor after neighbor cursed him. A few days later these same neighbors exposed Sun Chu Shang, who had served for a time as party secretary of the Longbao branch, as a renegade. 213. During the anti-Japanese war he had tipped off the puppet administration about the whereabouts of an underground fighter. The fighter was captured by puppet posts and killed in the fort. When this story came to light, the party expelled Sun Chushang from its ranks. The debate served to expose two other coup members as counter-revolutionaries. One of these, Lin Hoshun, had been a company commander in General Yan Shishan's warlord army. His job in the coup was to operate the bean curd mill, but he mismanaged it. Many pigs, ostensibly fattening on the byproducts of the mill, died. The mill always lost money. The members accused Lin of wrecking collective property. Coup members also exposed Yang Kuangheng as an ex-Kuomintang member. He had once shared a courtyard with a KMT party official. During the land reform movement, the peasant Lu Chingfa won this courtyard as his new home. He tore down a wall for more room and there in a crack found some KMT membership cards. One bore Yang Kuangheng's name. Yang would admit to nothing, but his neighbors claimed the cards to be irrefutable evidence. The man was labeled counter-revolutionary. Overall, the big debate at this time cleared up some questions about the old and the new, capitalism and socialism, and set the stage for the great leap to come. When the news of Mao's support for the communes in Honan reached Southeast Shanxi, cotters and activists everywhere took up the idea with enthusiasm. They formed huge commune organizations overnight. Longbao first joined Yellow Mill Commune, a hastily constructed cooperative federation that encompassed large parts of both Lucheng and Changchi counties. Some time later this huge commune split, leaving Longbao to link up as a brigade, a new term that year, with the new East Wind Commune that covered about half of Lucheng County. East Wind Commune embraced 4 sections, each comprising roughly one of the old administrative districts of Lucheng. Longbao was in the southernmost district that centered on Horse Square. In 1959, in a further drastic reorganization, these sections became separate communes and Longbao ended up as a brigade of Horse Square Commune. By that time the regional government transferred this whole section of Lucheng County to the Changchi City administration. The transfer came about because the area was so industrialized and included the main railroad yards of the region. This final move gave the city a rather large northern hinterland that included a fair amount of agricultural as well as industrial production. But here I am getting ahead of the story, which must begin with 1958. In 1958 3 converging movements drastically transformed life in Southeast Shanxi. First came the sudden organization of the communes, second came a nationwide call for everyone to go out and make iron and steel, third came the growth on local land of an enormous crop, the fruit of hard collective work and very favorable weather. The crop, estimated to be twice as large as any that had been grown before, lifted morale, undercut conservatism, and made it possible for large numbers of people to leave home for long periods with ease of mind. As a result, things began to happen at a pace and on a scale that nobody had foreseen. Veteran Wang spoke of that year with awe. I was on my way to a village. I saw corn lying on the ground. I asked a peasant why he didn't pick it up. Why don't you pick it up yourself? He shot back. At least you could use it for popcorn, I said. 215. Who needs it? Replied the peasant. That was the attitude some had. Grain lay all over the place that year. There just wasn't enough transport to haul away the public grain. It was piled up beside the highway. If an empty truck came along, the crew loaded some of it on. Transport regulations did not allow truck drivers to drive empty trucks, so if the trucks went out loaded, they picked up state grain on their return. Some trucks hooked 2 or 3, even 7 or 8, trailers behind them and came down the highway looking for all the world like freight trains on a track. In those days every commune set up little factories of all kinds. They also organized construction teams, hospitals, repair shops. The money for steel making came from funds transferred from the brigades down below. The East Wind Commune had tractors, a bicycle and cart repair shop, a fish pond, and a horse farm. The commune also made firebrick. With an independent income, the commune became powerful as an organization. Its cadres could concentrate labor power and wealth whenever and wherever they wished. They could requisition up to 10,000 yuan from any affluent source. If there was a good carpenter working somewhere, they could transfer him. A slip could come at noon saying that your tractor must report for work far away at 4 p.m. If there was a pile of bricks sitting somewhere, whoever needed it hauled it away. How were producers paid back? It was done through self-report. Example, a peasant piled 200 bricks beside the highway. Someone hauled them away. Later, through self-report, he made his loss known. Then the various units sorted out their accounts and paid for everything, or should have. No one dared resist an order for the transfer of property. Whatever the cadres demanded, people gave money, grain, materials, everything. The Communist Party could expel as a rightist anyone who dared resist. Before the iron smelting started, its organizers held a mobilization meeting for cadres in Changchi. I went there representing the Rural Work Department. Speakers who represented the Industrial Department called on every individual and every department to support the iron and steel drive wholeheartedly. I said, "You make steel. What has that got to do with me?" But they ignored my question and asked instead, "How many electric motors do you have? How much wire? How many diesel engines? What for? You dare not conceal the facts. How much can we transfer out for iron and steel making?" Transfer? What do you mean? I came here to ask you for such things. You're one department, FM another. How can our stuff be yours? Never mind how. You go and HST your power equipment and report back to me this afternoon. /2L6. The party secretary demanded that we transfer all our power machinery to the new drive. I went back to my office immediately. They want all our machines. I complained to our department head. Then don't go to their meeting. But they'll come looking for me. They'll demand that I go. They'll say, "You dare to arm wrestle with steel making." With all decks cleared for the new drive, my department head told me I'd better take a trip to Honan. I left just in time, just before the citywide mobilization. The party secretary himself spoke to the people. I was gone, not to Honan, but to Hinton, in Hopi. Furnaces already dotted Hinton. They all sprang up within a week, all along the railroad, all along the highway everywhere. But even though I was gone, Changchi cadres started transferring the power equipment set aside for agriculture to iron smelting sites. Since it was already autumn, the effect wasn't so bad. By spring most of the stuff came back. The bulk of the people came home before the Chinese New Year, so things worked out. The movement was tremendous. Each brigade competed against every other for records in production. Cadres high and low took part. Secretary Shi, of the East Wind Commune here, worked day and night at the furnaces along with the rest of the people under the slogan, "Temper the people along with the steel." If it hadn't been for 1958, the Great Leap and the iron smelting, we wouldn't have the Changchi Reservoir, because the iron smelting broke the barriers that stopped people from going out. Before that, people wouldn't leave home. But once they went out to make iron and steel, everything became possible. Projects, big projects, sprang up everywhere. We all ate well during the smelting, dry bread and noodles at midnight for all hands. Huge pots next to every furnace provided the noodles. Who can ever forget it? And then there were the skits, the drama teams, the films. All the barriers between people broke down. Those were the days, said Chow Tiongmin, the first member of Longbao Brigade to join the iron smelting effort. He had gone to Taiyuan 1 year earlier to study the operation and maintenance of small diesel engines. On August 13, 1958, he loaded the diesel engine under his care on a horse cart and took it to Tianjin, a brigade some dozen kilometers to the north, where the members had already set up furnaces. This diesel helped power fans that blew air for the furnace fires. As Chow Tiong-min described it, 2,000 to 3,000 people gathered there from many different communities. They came with horse carts, baskets, and carrying poles. The smelting started with 2 or 3 furnaces. Later we built so many that we lost track of the number. At first we built them with brick from the ground up, but later we dug them as caves in the lowest banks on the flanks of the hills. Either way, the overall shape of the furnaces was the same, squat and round. We filled them with coal and ore in alternate layers. We launched a big contest to see who could make the most iron in one day. Our slogan was, "Send up Sputniks." That whole place turned into one big iron smelter. Smoke billowed down the valley. When we needed fuel we just went to the mine and hauled away whatever coal we saw. The miners were striving for high production. Their slogan, "Coal is the grain of industry." As many women as men went there to work. They helped smash ore. At night we put oil lamps all over the place and lit up the countryside. At night, or whenever our iron makers went off shift, we helped the local people on the land. We helped them harvest peanuts and ate our fill. The brigade leader told us to help ourselves. Without permission no one touched anything. Discipline was very strong. No one took a single sweet potato from the field beside the road. If anyone took as much as one potato, others would criticize him or her at a mass meeting. Only 3 or 4 of the technicians there had studied diesel engines in Taiyuan. We taught others. Since we lacked skilled people, we chose able young men and trained them. That way lots of people in the village learned a skill how to run a machine or hook up an electric wire. These people later formed the workforce for commune industries. We needed skilled people everywhere and these iron smelting projects trained them. In those days it was easy to get people to come out and work. Nobody worried at all about their livelihood. They didn't care where the next meal was coming from. They just marched off. I went to Tianjin. My wife went to Shihui. We just locked our door and took off. Were we afraid of losing anything? No. Who wants anything from anyone else anyway? In those days nobody thought of taking anything. Starting in 1958 people paid little attention to private property. They just went wherever they were sent and didn't worry about anything in the world. We combined work and military training. All militia members trained every morning. We were all young people. We kept our rifles at the worksite. When the bugle blew for practice we all assembled at once. Those were great days. Great days. Soon it was impossible to count the people that overflowed the worksite. The villages all emptied out because all the people went to make iron. City people came out in busloads from middle schools, primary schools, and offices. The school children carried ore in their kerchiefs or they stuffed their pockets full. The cooks who came with them set up their pots and fires beside the road. Everywhere you go in Shensi there is coal and iron. We had everything we needed so we did not worry about raw materials. Even the fire bricks we made ourselves. We were self-sufficient. We had /2L8. Coal digging teams, ore digging teams, clay digging teams, lime digging teams, and transportation teams. At midnight each night the coordinators held a telephone conference. Tomorrow, they would decide, we need 400 people at such and such a place and tomorrow all 400 would be there. When I first went out I thought it would take at least 20 days to prepare the site. But in a few days we finished the first furnaces and the iron began to run out. I thought we would build the project up gradually. But yeah. Soon we fired furnaces all over and found the people to tend them. I had in mind that I would rest every now and then, but yeah. That was impossible. I had no time to stop, and no time to return home. Who would have thought it? Every time I recall those days I am filled with happiness. Soon after Chow Tiong-min went to Tianjin with his diesel engine more than 100 Longbao people men, women, and children went to another spot, Shihui, to make iron. Wang Wenti, Kuo Changke Yuan, and Shi Tzayuan all led this contingent at various times. That same week Changke Itsai led a second group of 90 to Shanjiayuan County to work on a new reservoir at Xiang, on the north branch of the Chang River. Shihui was only 7 kilometers north of Longbao, but Xiang was 50 kilometers farther up the line. The first 100 volunteers at Shihui proved to be too few for the tasks at hand, so delegates went back to the village to organize a general exodus. With summer hoeing completed and the fall harvest yet to come, no major farming tasks loomed ahead. Everyone who could work went out. Old women